A scorched wasteland to the horizon, where it is bordered by the thousand-faced mountains, this place is more like purgatory than a habitable world. And demons live here. Hundreds of brave men who dared to cross this wasteland met their death here. They disappeared without being mourned, as if they had never existed, but each one desperately fought for his life until the very end. Another poor fellow plunged his sharp blade into the guts of a desert worm, overcoming the urge to vomit, which caused foul breath to come out of the latter's mouth. Breathing heavily, the adventurer wiped his face, wet with sweat and the sticky bodily fluids of the monster. It was just an ordinary lower monster of the kind that roamed here, but it was the first victim for this man. All he could do was to be in the rear of the main forces that were fighting on the front lines of the conquest of the New World. They were fighting in the light of the crimson sky, and their power would conquer even hell, so the adventurers thought. An ordinary person who had not awakened his powers could only gather up the countless corpses and the various useful things that were among them, receiving as a reward the angry shouts of the senior members of the squad, to whom he was nothing more than a burden. He himself hired himself out to go as a servant loader into this hell. After all, no army in the world could do without servants and sutlers. Lacking the strength to fight on the front lines, he was despised by all others who considered themselves warriors. The world changed after the opening of the abyss. The conjugation connected the earth with other dimensions, inhabited by monsters that could only be imagined in books and legends. But this also awakened dormant forces in people, giving them the ability to destroy monsters and conquer the abyss. Efforts and personal qualities meant nothing, only strength and military valor, as if the world had suddenly returned to chiefdom. The strong received money and glory, they became the new aristocrats. But without abilities, he could only dream of a better life. He was a simple porter, or as he was called in the detachment, a mule. Even at 35 years old, he still had not awakened, so life seemed to him in a very gloomy light. And yet this seeker still hoped to get his chance. As a reward for his patience, having finished collecting the monster cores, he reported this to the others. But no one made a sound in response, only now the seeker realized that he had not heard the sounds of battle for a long time. And when he looked in their direction, he discovered that the entire squad of seekers was already dead. They lay side by side in a senseless heap of bodies exactly where they had fallen, struck down by an unknown force faster than they had time to realize anything. Never before had the mule been so scared as now, and he turned to stone. And then he heard an ominous voice, and turning around, he saw before him the face of death, a body woven from darkness, taller than some houses, a giant who wore piles of bones and skulls instead of clothes. This was Asmodeus, a demon of the triple highest rank, the King of Kings, the one whose name inspired fear in any adventurer. There was an endless gap in rank and strength between them, like between an ant and an elephant. And the seeker must have been overcome with an unaccountable fear, and he simply screamed and rushed at the enemy, knowing full well that death awaited him. The demon moved the fingers of one of his many limbs, and the pitiful porter's arm was severed from his body below the elbow. Asmodeus could have swatted him like a fly, turning him into dust, but apparently he himself was amused that such weak people existed. Death stepped towards him, countless empty skulls of his victims rained down, and then Asmodeus touched his forehead with his boundless power. It was like watching the finger of God descend to slowly crush you, just for fun. The seeker reminisced about his entire life. He lost his parents quite early in a car accident, was bullied at school, and spent the rest of his miserable life as a despised mule porter. He was cursing his fate, his life, and his never coming to awakening, when a flash of light illuminated his mind and a voice from above told him that all the conditions for awakening had been met. In the midst of the bright light, the seeker saw golden steps that led to the sky, and there, at the top of everything, was he, maybe a god or maybe a devil. The seeker was confused because he had just been dying in agony, and now everything seemed to have frozen. Turning around, he saw himself at the feet of Asmodeus. A light-faced figure walked down the steps straight towards the seeker, who was still stunned that something could stop Asmodeus and stand above him. "Who is he?" asked the pitiful seeker from the deity that radiated omnipotence. The king, or lord, was prompted by the deity, but it did not matter, for he had come to give him power. The seeker did not answer. He understood each word separately, but could not piece together their meaning. The deity chuckled. "There is no need to be so distrustful," said the light-faced one. The seeker was recognized by him because of his persistence, nothing more. However, it would be great if he no longer hoped for such a miracle. It was the first and last of its kind, said the light-faced one. He didn't answer any more questions. With time, all the answers would become clear anyway. At that very moment, the seeker saw above him something even more terrible than Asmodeus. This must be what Fenrir's grinning mouth looked like, he thought, and then he was swallowed up by the abyss. It's hard to say how long he was unconscious, but he woke up feeling alert. His cheeks were burning, his ribs were aching with pain, and someone was continuing to shake him persistently. A loud ringing sound came from a resounding slap in the face, and a wave of prickly heat passed over the face again. "Woke up at last," said the ugly school bully who held him by the collar of his shirt in a sarcastic voice. Beck Hex, a long-forgotten name, stirred in the depths of his memory. Taehyung didn't understand how this slippery bully who always groveled before the strongest and humiliated those who were weaker ended up here. Just a moment ago, Kim Taehyung was in the abyss. Then, remembering the conversation with the fair-faced one, he checked his status. The boy received a couple more light slaps, but he didn't pay attention to them anymore. He had just realized that he had returned to the past, to his 16 years straight from hell. And this realization rolled over him in a wave of hysterical, insane laughter, straight from the depths of a desperate soul. He laughed so wildly, so freely and unrestrainedly, that even Beck Hexu let go of him and recoiled, deciding that the weakling had gone mad. For a moment he thought that the pathetic worm was just playing a joke on him and cursed foully, and then was surprised to find that Taehyung's fist was flying to greet him. The greeting was excellent. Although Taehyung was inferior in strength, he was helped by the accumulated experience and anger of many years of humiliation, so that the bully recoiled from the blow. He flew past his friends, who clearly did not expect such resistance from a weakling. Kim Taehyung himself was overjoyed because he had just become awakened for the first time in his 35 years. Tears of happiness were rolling down his broken and swollen cheeks, but that was nothing. When Beck Hex's lackeys realized what had happened, they pounced on the weakling who had dared to fight back, and they did not hesitate to use their awakened abilities. Even though these were just basic skills, they could cause serious burns or injuries, but Taehyung simply dodged the first strike, after which he rewarded the self-confident opponent with a powerful uppercut. In fact, the hooligans did not know how to fight, and even ordinary skills were enough to deal with them. The second one, who jumped up to Taehyung after him with an icy hand, became acquainted with the leg of the seeker who had been to hell. By the age of 35, Taehyung had tried everything possible to awaken his skill, starting with the most grueling physical training, not forgetting to study all available information about the inhabitants of the abyss and their skills. Taehyung even practiced different types of martial arts in hopes of finding the key to awakening. Could he really lose to some bullies who had only fought a couple of times in their lives? And even then against those who were weaker and fewer in number? They were children to him, and he beat them like children, anticipating their actions before they were committed. Of course, the rebirth had thrown off all his hard training. He no longer had the steely, resilient body, and this part would have to be started from scratch. Beck Hesu came to his senses after the single blow and rose to his feet, cursing loudly from the pain and humiliation. Having covered himself with stone, he looked like an evil troll. The bully's eyes were filled with blood like a bull's, and it was clear that he was no longer in control of himself. A school fight could at any moment turn into a brutal massacre. He had the ability of stone skin, which replaced armor. There is no point in even thinking about breaking through it with a bare fist. And having received a direct blow to the face, one could make more than one dentist rich. But fortunately, Taehyung's combat reflexes remained with him, and he dodged the first blow. As with the second one, despite the fact that the enemy looked heavy and bulky, he did not lose speed. The armor allowed him to attack without having to think about defense at the same time, so Beck Hexu ran up and jumped on top of him. The force put into this blow sharply distinguished the awakened one from ordinary people because a hail of fragments rained down from it in all directions. The roof was covered with a thick layer of fine dust, and under its veil, Taehyung, who was not injured, quickly went behind the enemy. He made a brilliant counterattack when Beck Hex tried to meet his unexpected approach. But instead of taking heavy damage, Taehyung himself took damage. His opponent's face was also covered in stone, so maybe he just broke a couple of his bones on it. The bully simply waved his hand, but the force was so great that Taehyung simply flew back. After all, a simple person could not compete with an awakened one. In an instant, the tide of the battle turned against Taehyung, and he lay on the ground, completely broken. Beck Hex liked this look much better. There was a limit to jokes, he said angrily, approaching him to properly avenge the humiliation he had received. "A non-entity without awakening," said the bully, and smiled crookedly, confident in his superiority. Taehyung remained lying and thought all awakened received a basic skill, which was assigned a rank from the lowest to the highest. The sixth rank, almost no different from an ordinary person, the highest rank was assigned to someone who was worthy of being called a monster. Their strength grew disproportionately more with each level. But what did Taehyung get? He got an unknown ability, and even a low rank, while his opponent was a third rank. However, for some reason, the Seeker did not feel that he would lose. The power continued to come, filling him from within, and Taehyung was able to rise surrounded by an ominous crimson aura like blood. Baek Hex couldn't believe his eyes and froze in place. The weakling he had been bullying all the time had now truly awakened. Everything was new for Taehyung. He felt like he could now control magic with his skill. Feeling threatened, the bully rushed forward with a powerful attack. He knew that if the caster was eliminated, his magic would be interrupted. But then it was as if he had run into an impenetrable wall and froze in midair, caught by a predator. Taehyung clenched his fist, and invisible fang sank into the bully's stone armor, and it suddenly disappeared. At this time, there were not many students left in the school. Because of the evening assignments, no one looked at the roof where the fateful battle took place. For just a moment, the sky turned crimson, as if it had been swallowed up by the abyss itself, and the rays of the sunset disappeared behind a red curtain. Having lost his strength, the hooligan fell face down at the hero's feet. The fight was over. The absorption was complete. The rank had risen to 5. A new skill had been discovered. The system reported in a dispassionate voice, and stone growths appeared on Taehyung's skin. Her agate black eyes widened when someone knocked on the door of the infirmary and then barged in without waiting for an answer. Even if Taehyung hadn't gotten into trouble, he would have hurt himself just to look into this heavenly oasis and admire the refined figure of a young nurse with such a kind and innocent face that one could immediately fall in love. But now he brazenly barged into her chambers, dragging on himself everyone who had simply fallen down the stairs. And now he couldn't walk on his own. The very sight of a beaten and bloody teenager who looked like he had crawled out from under a truck also left much to be desired. The beautiful Huri of the school corner could only let out a surprised cry, having recorded what was happening. Later, Taehyung helped his sister put the beaten children to bed. Fortunately, there were enough beds since the awakened children appeared. The healthcare system had undergone its own reforms. Instead of the usual bandages and treatment of abrasions, nurses saved school children from the effects of turbulent hormones in the blood, using their healing skills. Of course, Taehyung insisted on the most logical and plausible version of what happened. They all collided on the stairs and rolled down unsuccessfully. Maybe the steps were slippery after cleaning. As soon as he had fully recovered, he left the beautiful oasis and slowly walked home, enjoying the walk. Not only had he just woken up, but he had also gotten even with the bully who had been bothering him all his school years. Even if it was a petty victory, it warmed his soul. The only problem was the predator. Even by the standards of the abyss, this ability was something crazy. A rank that many cannot change in their entire lives, increased after just one battle. It may have been a low-rank skill, but the ability to steal abilities and grow from it made it the ultimate. There were many questions in his head about why the light-faced god had given him this power, why he had returned him to the past. But in the end, Taehyung had no choice but to use this power and live on. And so he found himself in front of the doors of his house, where there should have been no one for an eternity, and he still did not dare to enter, fearing that he would disappear like a vague vision, and everything that was happening would turn out to be a dream. His relatives took in the young man when he lost his family, and so they began to live together. Now they had to be at work. Uncle came home late. Taehyung touched the door and was glad to feel the familiar smell, and that the house had not disappeared. He wanted to learn more about the skill and went up to the room with the computer, but suddenly found out that the house was not so empty. The cousin was leaning over a box with savings, surrounded by very strange types. The brother clearly didn't expect to see Taehyung so early, and was very embarrassed by such confusion, realizing how difficult it would be to explain what was happening. Hwang Jae-yong should have been at school right now, as far as the Seeker remembered, so he was also quite surprised. Long-forgotten memories stirred in his head about how Hwang took all the money from the house to enlist the support of some bandits. Realizing that the quiet affair was no longer so, the bandits stood up. Their obvious leader frowned at Taehyung and asked Hwang who was serving him, and found out that it was his cousin in front of them. Taehyung waited. He still didn't know what kind of people these were and what they were capable of. The bandit who invaded their house behaved insolently, as if he was the owner. He said that his cousin should leave, forgetting about everything he saw here, and approached with a threatening look. He was taller than Taehyung and broader in the shoulders, and on top of that, he knew that the guy was not awake, so he felt very at ease. However, soon he too had to get to know the fist of the just hero better. Taehyung still wanted to test his abilities. The blow was so sudden that even the tall cabinet in front of him wobbled and fell with the sound of coins scattering all around. Taehyung reached out to the villain's face and summoned his predator skill faster than anyone could react. But the predator function turned out to be unavailable. The system reported indifferently. For a moment, all the participants in this scene that had begun so violently looked at each other in amazement. All the confidence of the veteran porter with many years of experience instantly evaporated from his face. Since there was no continuation, the bandit took the initiative and kicked Taehyung in the face. At the same time, the rest of the bandits began to act. When the seeker was on the floor, chains flew out of the hands of one of them, a binding skill of the 3rd rank. The second one used the poison breath skill, also 3rd rank. It became clear that this was not a simple gang of schoolchildren. Their leader had the ability to bleed, apparently of plant origin because thorny vines appeared from his hands. This would be more than enough to defeat a strong awakened one, let alone an ordinary defenseless person. There was a crash and a roar that shook the entire house, and half the neighborhood must have heard it. Because of the smokescreen, Taehyung disappeared from sight, and the extortion gang had to wait for the smoke to clear. Their leader chuckled, amused by the impudence of the unawakened one who dared to pretend to be awakened. Suddenly, an ominous feeling came over them all. The use of a skill was detected. The system calmly informed Taehyung. Chain, poison, bleeding skills confirmed, resistance obtained through mystical power. Taehyung stood in the center of a raging crimson curtain that saved him from fatal damage. He didn't understand at all how the predator worked because at first he was silent, and now he neutralized all the skills directed at him. The next moment, the seeker jumped as fast as he could and put the extortionist leader to sleep with a stone fist. The fair hero's eyes flashed with rage. He was clearly enjoying his power. Soon, all the troublemakers were lying quietly and already dreaming their 10th dream on the floor of their house. And Taehyung learned 2 things: that the awakened ones see a status window that is only available to them, but the window itself does not display all the information. There was no shortage of mana, but the predator still did not activate, which means that special conditions were required for it. In addition, the predator's passive skill was not indicated in the description. It was able to neutralize all negative effects such as poison and bleeding. Thus, Taehyung gradually learned the peculiarities of his mysterious power. But then he was distracted by Hwang, who touched his forehead to the floor and stretched out in a deep bow, as if he were at a reception with the emperor, after which he delivered a passionate speech in which he acknowledged the strength of his elder brother and repented of his sins, begging for forgiveness so loudly that his ears became blocked. For the sake of forgiveness, he was ready to serve faithfully and do anything, even clean his shoes. Taehyung was amazed by such a bend, although he knew that his brother was still a fox. Hwang even began to obediently bark, imitating a dog. But the problem was not in him at all, Taehyung thought, looking with contempt at all these humiliations. The trouble was that soon there was a danger looming over the city that no one knew about yet. The seeker was already tired of listening to human barking, and he agreed to forgive his brother, which immediately made him wag his tail. However, in return he had to go with him, the seeker said mysteriously and grinned. He had already come up with a plan. Far beyond the city, in a long-abandoned industrial zone, it was quiet. Evening was falling and the sun was setting, its rays breaking through the windows of an empty factory. 3 seekers entered this closed area, having come here on call straight from the office without any equipment. And all in order to catch such a rare and dangerous phenomenon as a gate breakthrough. Monsters from the other side of the abyss continued to arrive through the portal, still held back by a tight, transparent dome. If nothing is done about this phenomenon, it could turn into a real catastrophe. It's been 10 years since the last one. That time, it all started exactly the same way. A gate suddenly appeared and monsters began to crawl around. What was happening caused a lot of concern among the girls who came here. They kept their distance and suggested first evacuating the population. However, the seeker who was with them confidently declared that this would not be necessary because he had a rank 2 skill barrier. It was he who was currently holding back the first wave of invaders. While he was bragging about his strength, saying that even if a breakthrough were to happen, only weak monsters would appear from a low-ranking gate, they successfully broke through his transparent dome, and like a river breaking through a blockage, they gushed out. Then the leader of the interception group showed that his words and self-confidence were not built out of thin air. And in one fell swoop, he cut off the head of the first monster that approached. They were all second-rank seekers, so they could hold back the breakthrough of a horde of lower monsters. Meanwhile, Huang and Taehyung ran through the night streets of the city, and along the way the returnee quickly brought his first henchman up to speed. The brother understood that the managing person was already at the place of the gate breakthrough, which meant that everything would be fine. But in the conversation he constantly added "sir," completely out of place. The original mana of this gate was rank 3, which is why personnel of a higher rank arrived there to deal with the matter, Taehyung explained. And everything should go smoothly. But only if this is really a third-rank gate. The entire floor of the abandoned factory was covered with a thick carpet of monster bodies that died in the mad carnage. The leader of the interceptors was surprised by their persistence and the fact that they had even managed to break through his second-rank barrier. Suddenly he felt that mana appeared inside the gate that surpassed his own in rank. Monsters began to crawl out from there again, but something more was hidden inside. So much so that as soon as this giant emerged from the portal, the fragile dome was breached again, and a second wave of freaks poured out. The first-rank giant ogre didn't waste time on trifles, and breathed fire so loudly that the flames filled the entire covered space inside the building. Huang couldn't believe that something like this would happen. They lived in a peaceful city full of seekers, and such incidents hadn't happened for a long time, and how could his brother know everything in advance? Intuition, Taehyung answered him. He couldn't admit that he had already experienced all of this firsthand. When they turned onto the main street, the need for any kind of explanation disappeared by itself. A crowd of passers-by ran towards them at full speed, driven by a horde of terrible creatures. Huang was dumbfounded with horror and almost fainted. Then Taehyung told him to carry out the plan that he had outlined earlier. To his credit, Huang first asked what his brother would do. The seeker covered himself in stone skin and stepped into the chaos to deal with all the filth that had come out, and that was his answer. The situation in the city quickly escalated. The free seekers were all busy clearing the abyss or dungeons, and suddenly it turned out that there were simply no reserves to stop a first-rank breakthrough. The only thing that could save the city in such a situation was the help of a first-rank player who would definitely come as a hero. And they had one. So the seeker enthusiastically asked the hero to help them save the city from disaster. He was called the Blade of Madness An Hunsu, a first-rank awakened who cried because he was so moved by the city's misfortunes, or simply suffered from 8th grader syndrome. Meanwhile, Taehyung was busy leveling up on boars, simple monsters that he could easily defeat with the help of stone skin. He tried to activate the Predator skill again, and a red tornado immediately appeared around him. However, due to fatigue above 70%, the skill did not work. Most skills consumed mana, but it was not the only thing that was observed. Because there was also a fatigue indicator, just like in games, which accumulated as you moved and used skills, for which the awakened one was penalized, and he lost the power of skills, the speed of movement. On the other hand, the Predator skill absorbed the bodies of monsters, restoring mana for free, so his cheat had another nice bonus. What's even better is that from such a quick upgrade, the Predator's main skill has already increased to rank 4. The more Taehyung used it, the stronger he became. With such a growth rate, it wasn't that hard to reach the highest rank, or even the second highest. Before he completely lost his head from his incredible success, he decided to return to Huangjae and see how he was doing. At the same time, the main battle of the evening broke out between worthy opponents, the Crying Swordsman and the first-rank ogre. Hensu was very skilled with his lightsaber, and with a furious charge he knocked the ogre to the ground, destroying a couple of buildings in the process. At the same time, he shouted out all sorts of pompous phrases, from the sound of which Taehyung was now and then overcome with Spanish shame. A warrior of justice passes judgment on the enemy, and so on. But no matter how stupid it looked, the main thing was that it worked. With a hail of blows, and Hyunsu confidently defeated the larger enemy. The glow of the ultimate blow flared up in the middle of the streets, so that it could be seen in other areas as well. It was a heated battle, and Taehyung preferred to stay away from it, just so he wouldn't get caught in the shockwave. Seeing the power of the awakened Taehyung, he realized that in front of him must be the same first-rank seeker who came to clear the gates, as in his past life. The Blade of Madness. And Hensu, as only the Crying Swordsman himself called himself, was truly strong and just as stupid, because he did not stop showing off over the already defeated enemy in front of no one knew who. However, Taehyung still wondered why the swordsman was here. Before his regression, he should have been fighting in another part of the city. The weeping swordsman folded his hands in a prayerful gesture for all the fallen, which was also part of some internal script. The use of a skill is felt, the system reported indifferently, and at the same time a sharp blade pierced the swordsman's back and came out of his chest. If he were an ordinary person, this wound would have killed him in an hour. A mosaic ripple passed through the villain who attacked the crying swordsman from invisibility, and he chuckled. Meanwhile, Huang stood over the beautiful nurse who was unconscious and lying on a soft sofa. The guy even carefully covered her legs with a blanket, although he internally dreamed of doing something completely opposite. And now he was struggling with temptation. Now Huang watched as her chest rose and fell rhythmically. The girl was sleeping peacefully. Many people will die today, including their school nurse Choi Nayeon, Taehyung told him before they parted ways. It was as if he knew the future in which the girl would help others evacuate and end up dying. Huang had the sleep skill and could put a normal awakened person to sleep, and the hero instructed him to do the same with Nayeon and then evacuate her to a safe place. But from the outside, it all looked like a kidnapping, so it's not surprising that Huang had doubts. He was also amazed at how it happened that his older brother found out about everything in advance. Then a completely absurd but plausible guess struck him that Taehyung had acquired the skill of foresight and immediately appeared before him in the form of a fortune teller. This thought immediately turned Huang's head, and there was no stopping him, especially since it could go wrong with such an ability. Literally, everything went wrong from the very beginning. A first-rank seeker was wounded by an unknown assassin. Pressing his hand to the wound, the crying swordsman asked the scoundrel who he was. The vile coward he seemed. The bald villain's camouflage skill fell off, and he grinned contentedly. The swordsman was alive, even with a punctured lung, and it was noticeable that he was different from the ordinary awakened ones. "It was even more fun this way," said the shaved madman, whose eyes looked in different directions like a chameleon. Han Sando was a second-rank villain with a stealth skill. Villains were the awakened who, considering themselves gods of the New World, committed crimes. Han Sando was one of them, who arranged the massacre of ordinary people and awakened during the breakthrough of the gate, taking advantage of the general confusion. However, in Taehyung's past life, there was no such thing as Han meeting a crying swordsman. The future somehow changed because of him. Despite his serious injury, and Hyun-soo was still able to fight and still had strength. After delivering a fiery speech, he summoned his Jedi sword and advanced forward towards the enemy. But an earthquake prevented him from finishing him off, or so the crying swordsman first thought. And then he remembered that they had been standing on the monster's carcass all this time. The ogre had recovered from his injuries and was rushing back into battle with his former fury, so when he got up he threw off the annoying little people. And Hyun-soo fell straight into the villain's arms, and a ferocious first-rank monster towered over him. The giant ogre did not distinguish between his own and others, and simply attacked everyone at once. One blow of his split the ground under his feet. The villain decided not to participate in such a reversal and leave in Hyun-soo to the ogre, although not without regret. In any case, he had already noticed a much more accessible victim for himself, who had been watching the duel for a long time without interfering. Han grinned devilishly and rushed at Taehyung with knives, sticking out his tongue like a wild hyena. Everything happened very quickly, but Taehyung managed to see the strange ring with skulls on the villain's hand. Taehyung saw the attack and didn't even flinch. The blade hit his stone skin with a ringing sound and bounced off, leaving no trace. Since the villain did not expect such resistance, he immediately received a counterattack with a kick to the jaw. Only now did Khan realize that the innocent victim was not so defenseless after all, and that there was another awakened one in front of him. Taehyung named the criminal's name and rank and asked him if it was him, in order to finally dispel all doubts and impress the killer. "It's good that it was he who met him," said the just hero, and beckoned the villain with his hand. There was no need to wait long. At that very moment, the killer again tried to find a gap in the thick stone skin with the help of his blades. The fight began. Taehyung protected the exposed parts of his body and tried to carry out his blow in a stone glove, which could be equated to a knuckle duster. However, the killer had an advantage in the distance of the blade, and he himself was quite dexterous and skillful, so it was not possible to quickly deal with him. The opponents again broke their distance to catch their breath and reassess the situation. The killer already realized that he had a difficult opponent. At the same time, An Hyun-soo was fighting the ogre in his epic battle, which lacked spectators because such fights had long since become commonplace. The Khan grinned again and chatted for a long time, obviously waiting for the invisibility to wear off. Since it was impossible to take the victim with a direct attack, it was necessary to attack from an ambush. At that very moment, he disappeared under optical camouflage, as if he had never been there. Taehyung was confident that he had read the enemy's attack pattern well and struck the air at the right time. However, he missed, and he realized this when he heard the sinister voice of the killer behind him. Although Taehyung had put up a defense, it didn't work this time. The strong stone skin was cut by Han's blade. Seeing blood gushing out of the cut, Taehyung was quite surprised. The tide of the fight turned, and he no longer felt so confident. The next moment, blows rained down on him from all sides. The killer could not hold back, knowing that he was invulnerable to counterattacks. Each blow left a deep but not fatal cut. The killer did not seek to immediately end all the pleasure, but played with the victim. Who could imagine that stone skin could be cut? Khan knew about it, and now used the weakness of the victim for greater psychological effect. Stone skin did not block damage completely. Unbearable shock broke the durable coating and replaced it with a less durable one. The invisible bastard had been trying to achieve exactly this from the very beginning, and gradually he destroyed all of Taehyung's armor and could appear. However, the guy was not only not scared, he was also grinning, because now he was confident that he would definitely be able to withstand the battle against the second rank. He lowered his guard and looked relaxed again. The testing time was over. The killer, angry that all his efforts had gone to waste, shouted at the guy that he was just bluffing and rushed at him again. Before the villain flew towards him, Taehyung stated that he wanted their meeting to take place, and all because he has the desired skill, which the guy knew for sure. Having said this, he grinned again and activated the predator. An ominous aura covered everything around, and the killer froze in indecision, realizing that all this time his opponent was hiding a strange trump card up his sleeve. However, he still considered himself the master of the situation, even though he did not know what skill the opponent possessed. Anyone else would have simply run away just in case, because life is one, but Khan began to dance around his victim, confident that they would simply not hit him. All skills have their weaknesses. Stone skin does not provide absolute protection and can become thinner. Taehyung noticed one feature of the predator when he devoured the corpses of monsters. Some of them were out of his sight, yet they were still absorbed. The invisibility hiding the killer from his sight, but not from the sight of this skill. Wherever you run, the predator will get you everywhere. Taehyung waved his hand and the killer ceased to exist as a whole organism. The battle lasted all night, and soon the glow of dawn appeared over the city. And Hyun-soo had fought valiantly, like the heroes he had always imagined, but now he lay on the ground, exhausted. If it weren't for the fatal wound in his lung, he would have been able to defeat the ogre, but now he realized that even the great and invincible heroes, to which he also attributed himself, could not overcome death itself. The ogre's heavy steps hit the ground loudly, and Hyun-soo heard his doom coming towards him. The ruthless monster swung his huge fist and hit the ground with all his might, like a hammer. However, when the dust settled, he did not see the coveted wet spot where his opponent had been. Taehyung tried out his new invisibility skill. It worked great, and he pulled out the wounded swordsman. The predator's chthonic tentacles entangled his body at the sight of a new snack. Their fight did not last long. When they returned home, the uncle and aunt were very excited and were very happy to see their son unharmed. Of course, they were worried about Taehyung no less than responsible adults. The guy was glad to see these nice people after so much time. With tears in their eyes, they dragged them into the house because they thought that the children had been grabbed by terrible monsters, especially since the house was upside down after Taehyung dealt with the bandits, and there was no time to clean up. Somehow they managed to calm the adults down, and after that, Taehyung went to rest. Soon news about the incident appeared, which became quite a hot topic. Even though the threat of a breakthrough had been eliminated, schools were still closed for a week, just in case, and to give parents peace of mind. Even the three awakened ones who had so bitterly mistaken the gate's rank remained intact and were now undergoing treatment in the hospital. The beautiful Naeun gave evidence about her mysterious movement, but she could not say more since nothing happened to her, all her things and valuables were in place, and no one touched the girl herself. And Hyun-soo got his moment of glory. Even though he claimed that the city was saved by a completely different hero, everyone dismissed it as a personality quirk that the crying swordsman was widely known for. On the other hand, a lot of controversy and unrest was caused by the fact that the body of the ogre and the unknown villain disappeared somewhere, and therefore the usual security measures no longer seemed so reliable to the citizens. One thing Taehyung could be sure of was that no one had reported his interference the entire time, and now he could breathe freely as he walked along the old train tracks. He did not choose this path by chance. The narrow track led him to a dark, abandoned tunnel. Here you can see the status of the main character for those who are interested in reading all these parameters that are useless for the plot, from which only one thing is clear. The hero will level up and become stronger. Taehyung now had 3 skills: Stealth Stone Skin and the meta skill Predator, which allowed him to absorb other skills. However, using all 3 skills at the current level would be very difficult due to his low mana. At any moment, one could fall down without strength from the depletion of mana and stamina, and in order to compensate for this main drawback, it was necessary to acquire a mandatory attribute of all awakened adventurers, namely potions. However, the enormous demand coupled with a limited supply led to an increase in prices, and considerable funds were required to purchase them. They could be obtained by going into a dungeon and hunting monsters, but even simply using the skills by unregistered awakened was illegal. So Taehyung had no choice but to crawl into a deep crevice where a previously unexplored dungeon was hidden and clear it out. Inside, he was met by ugly spiders. They challenged Taehyung's aesthetic senses, so they had to be destroyed. The ladies were also not very happy that their shelter was discovered and offered to snack on the lost traveler. They were quite developed since they could speak. The Spider Sisters were rank 2 at a glance and were quite dangerous opponents, especially in such numbers. But the hero was still dissatisfied because he would have to kill 100 of them to raise the Predator rank. Hearing such impudent words from the man, the ladies all rushed at him at once. The guy just stood there and watched as a spit of purple mucus flew into his face. Seeing that he wasn't even trying to dodge, the Spider Sisters were very happy and were already anticipating a hearty lunch. However, they were quickly disappointed. Taehyung remained unharmed, having absorbed all the damage with the help of the Predator. The guy chuckled, appreciating their skills, and the sisters recoiled in horror, realizing that things were not going in their favor. Soon, the new paralysis skill was registered. The system reported indifferently. In the middle of the city stood the new building of the Korean Awakened Association. The Seekers had long since become the new elite, so it was no surprise that their organization was living in grand style. Inside, at the entrance to the office, which was fenced with real oak gates with rich carved decorations, there was even a guard. Inside, a silent meeting was taking place. The cute, short-haired Seeker looking expectantly at her more mature interlocutor. These two were the best Seekers of the association, and the deputy manager of personnel policy, Go Taewook, who stood between them, was quite nervous. Awakened beings who are allowed to enter the abyss, use skills to explore it, and clear dungeons are called Seekers. There are 5 major organizations across the country that unite these players and are not very different from each other. 4 major guilds: Indivisible Fighters, Master Alchemists, Mages Wizards, and Informants Night Wanderers. And above all of them stands the organization that manages the Seekers. UN, who was sitting in the chair, was the head of the Night Wanderers Guild. This strict woman radiated strength and authority because she had the highest rank. Her interlocutor with a patch over one eye, Ji Jinhui, held the position of the chairman of the new Seekers Association. He radiated no less power because he also had the highest rank. The subject of their meeting, to which UN was invited by the chairman himself, was the Guild of Villains, which was founded by the most abnormal renegade Seekers, all of whom wore rings with 3 skulls. Ayan managed to track their movements and even compiled a list of the criminals' potential targets. But she was sure that the reason for this meeting was not a simple formality in the form of transferring intelligence. Chairman Jinhui chuckled, his voice sounding low as if the person sitting in the chair was a bear rather than a man. His mannerisms were more reminiscent of an old soldier, just as straightforward and energetic. The chairman then asked when UN had passed the Seeker qualification test and heard the casual answer at 19 years old, which was the minimum required age. "Can a high school student fight a monster?" the chairman asked mysteriously and chuckled again, puzzling even the experienced scout. Taehyung sat on a mountain of corpses. Here lay the remains of the entire brood of freaks that lived in this hidden cave. His backpack was pleasantly weighed down by the weight of the materials he had collected, which the boy hoped to sell to the Alchemists Guild. Instead of payment, the guy wanted to get valuable potions from them, especially since he took all the loot from the dungeon for himself. The unplanned week-long vacation quickly ended, and it was time to return to school. Even an experienced hero with cheating skills of 35 years old had to go there again. Taehyung devoted these 7 days to pumping up his endurance. Fortunately, simple exercises were enough for this so far. It was also good to level up on different monsters in those dungeons that were discovered before the official authorities. The guy dragged everything he got to the Alchemist Guild because they were a monopoly in their business. Fortunately, these people were not at all concerned about the origin of the materials. State supervision was extremely limited among the searchers. Taehyung also developed his skills, which were supplemented by another skill of paralysis. Anyone interested can read about it. Even though the Predator had already reached the third rank, there was still a very long way to go ahead. Taehyung wanted to gain omnipotence as quickly as possible, and was now thoughtfully looking out the window. His classmates had avoided him before, but now that word had spread that the guy had single-handedly destroyed Beck Hex's group, they were even more afraid to approach him. No one understood how the Unawakened One managed to do this, but everyone sympathized with him because the problems only increased with this victory. Because Lee Jong-jae won't leave it like that. And indeed, another one in the hierarchy of school bullies appeared in front of Taehyung, and not just anyone, but the biggest scoundrel with the saccharine face. Besides this, he was the son of rich parents, and as if that were not enough, he already possessed the ability of the highest rank in his school years, so he felt very at ease. The leader of the gang at school and a third-generation Chibol heir to the Daesan group, which sponsored its own school where they all studied. It was he who was behind the construction of a system of pain and humiliation at school because no one could do anything to him. This bastard stood behind every bully who ever beat up Taehyung and made his life miserable, and he clearly enjoyed it. And all because Taehyung still hadn't received the incentive, that was enough to start the bullying. When the hero heard Lee Jong address him so brazenly, even calling him a friend, he laughed evilly in response. He was not going to tolerate such treatment in this life, so he suggested that Lee Jong put away his rotten saddle and roll like a sausage. The rich son's hangers-on immediately went wild to possess the hero, for which the owner rewarded the dog with a juicy fist right in the nose, just so that he knew his place. With this, Lee Jong showed what he really thinks about those who try to hang around with him. However, Lee Jong was not going to put up with the loss of authority, although he understood why Taehyung was so inspired after defeating Baek Heksu. His voice did not waver, but the powerful aura of flame that threateningly hung over the hero made it clear that he had decided in vain to tease the tiger in the face. Taehyung chuckled. He felt the pressure of the awakened upper class's magical power on himself, which exceeded all expectations. Despite this, he was eagerly waiting for his opponent to start a fight himself in order to introduce him to the Predator. However, there was no fight or massacre. A third party intervened in the matter. Freezing Lee Jong's hangers-on, this girl demanded that the showdown be held in another place. A cold beauty with blue eyes to match her strength, Lim Aeong, ordered them to stop, and the same went for Taehyung. Snow Queen, class president, #1 beauty, daughter of a rich family, half-sister of Yu Ai-yeon herself, model student and top-ranked awakened, the list of her impressive qualities as the daughter of her mother's friend could go on and on. If it weren't for Lee Jong's nasty character, they would have looked great together. But now the girl resolutely approached him and made it clear with her whole appearance that she would not back down. Even Lee Jong had to reckon with someone who was his equal in every way, so he immediately stated that they were just having a fun chat with friends, and that they had no quarrel. In the opinion of a well-bred girl, it could hardly be called friendship when one beats up the other. Lee Jong acknowledged her strength but still ordered her not to cross the line, measuring the girl with a furious look. However, it was like trying to melt a glacier. Lim Ain didn't even bat an eyelid and repeated her demand to leave everything and go away. Here Taehyung also thought that it would be better for them to really leave everything, because not only the class, but perhaps the entire school was threatened with destruction if one of them did not decide to retreat. Lee Jong was the first to decide to leave. A fight with the strongest student in the school was not in his plans. It would not add to his pleasure or authority, so he turned towards the exit. But these words were just a pretense. The scoundrel turned around sharply and, giving in to his unrestrained character, raised a wave of scorching flame. Lim Aeong's hair was already covered in frost, but perhaps the most terrifying fight in the history of school fights never happened, interrupted by the sound of the public address system. In the main hall, the Association of Seekers will give a special lecture today, for which all the students needed to gather there. It was a very unusual meeting, too important to cause a ruckus right in front of, so Lee Jong cooled his ardor. This time Lee Jong actually left, and his dogs hurried after their master without getting even for the frostbite and broken nose. When they left, slamming the door, Lim Aeong turned around to see if Taehyung was okay. She must have been expecting gratitude and was already preparing to nobly refuse it, but the rescued one simply disappeared. The guy was already standing in the doorway and told the excellent student to hurry up so as not to be late for the main hall. Such a dramatic change in behavior caused a lot of confusion on Lim Aong's face, but she remained silent. The hall was full of people from the senior classes, all excited by the attention of the Seekers Association, and connecting it with the recent breakthrough of the gate. Today, the deputy for personnel, Go Taewok, spoke to them. He came out on stage and introduced himself. There were two reasons why this meeting was arranged. The first was the lack of response to the gate breach, and the second was the safety training from the Seekers Association. However, the main purpose of the meeting concerned those who were responsible for the future of their new country, because from this year, the conditions for passing the exams for the qualification of a seeker were changing. However, at the moment, the best awakened ones didn't care about this at all. Instead, they were more concerned about Kim Tae-hyung. The culprit of the commotion himself listened to the entire speech with a bored look. He already knew how events would unfold over the next 2 decades. Many students did not understand what the Seekers exam had to do with them, since it was usually only allowed to be taken by those aged 19. This was the case before, but due to the recent breach of the gate, many dungeons filled with monsters have appeared. The association openly admitted that it was severely understaffed, and so they plan to start approving referrals for even high school students starting this year. According to Go Tae-wook, the association was going to select people based on their abilities and behavior after a thorough check. But Tae-hyung knew it was all a lie. The exam could indeed be taken by high school students, but the real selection was already taking place at that moment. It was all because of Go Tae-wook's skill called the observer's gaze that his hidden eye was already scanning everyone gathered in the hall. This skill allowed one to quantify the contradictory, unbalanced abilities of the awakened, and even open their status window if one concentrated. So Go Tae-wook saw a certain amount above each student, and in his estimation, the average score of this school was definitely higher than others. But even among the excellent awakened, there were gems that Go Tae-wook admired. Although his skill could not appreciate all the complex nuances and balance of skills, it was good at showing the division into ranks. While most people could call a level of 500 points good, Lee John could boast that he had almost 2,000. And Lim Ayon was simply amazing, with her impressive level of 2,300 points. It's cool to measure strength by one indicator and express it in meaningless numbers. Sister Lim Aeung herself provided Go Tae-wook with a list of potential seekers, but even so, he was surprised by the strength of the students, and he was already preparing to write letters of recommendation. However, at this point, Lee Jong raised his hand high and asked the deputy if there were any who were not at all suitable for the recommendation for the seeker's exam. After all, one way or another, the exam tests the abilities of awakened players and determines their right to become a seeker. So there was no need for the unawakened to listen to this speech and be present in the hall, he said, and immediately looked at Kim Tae-hyung. Such was the vengeful nature of Lee John, who even in small ways sought to humiliate those he did not like. Seeker is not only his personal power, of course, the rank of awakened. The ability to cope with different situations, extensive knowledge of the abyss were also power. All complex abilities required testing and skill in their use before the awakened one could become a seeker. But for the unawakened, even this information could be dangerous and instill unnecessary expectations in him, Lee John said. In this way, he skillfully wove into his words concern for his neighbor, although his intentions were completely opposite. Tae-hyung immediately realized that Lee Jong had another goal in mind with this speech, namely to check whether he had awakened. The hero had a choice, either to admit that he was awakened or to leave in disgrace, and the arrogant rich man waited for how it would all end, setting a trap. Lim Aong also realized that the nasty bully was playing some kind of game again and pulled him up short. But then she remembered Kim Tae-hoon's character and realized that she would not receive any gratitude for her intercession. So her ardor immediately died down. Under the puzzled looks of others, the girl who was only trying to appear cold and reasonable turned away, deciding that let everyone sort out their own problems. Go Tae-wook took the floor again, and laughter could be heard in the hall, but he still continued with an unperturbed voice, stating that listening to the lecture was everyone's personal business. Lee Jong definitely wasn't going to stop there, so he continued to press the hero, asking him if he wasn't ashamed to stand there, since he wouldn't be able to get a recommendation anyway. Or maybe he doesn't care about things like the seeker exam at all? Lee Jong asked sarcastically. Tae-hyung chuckled. He knew that if he didn't prove his awakening, he wouldn't be allowed to take the exam. But he also knew that a personal interview would not be necessary because the eye of all-seeing was already looking at him at this very moment. To Go Tae-wook, strong people stood out, as if they shone brighter than the rest. Li Jian had the highest rank, but his character left much to be desired, the deputy thought regretfully. There was another boy who, according to his classmates, was not awakened at all, and the deputy even felt sorry for him. But when he tried to look into his status, the system went into failure. This surprised Go Tae-wook so much that he even recoiled. This had never happened before. When Taehyung realized that the bait had been taken, he suddenly agreed with Lee Jong. What benefit would it have been to him to listen to this information? It would only have hurt the pride of the main school bully, the hero stated, and Lee Jong was surprised. Taehyung gave him the middle finger and wished him a happy stay to listen to the very useful lecture. Now the hero looked like a winner because the boring lecture had no particular value, even for the awakened, and all this spoiled Lee Jong's feeling of victory. Meanwhile, Go Tae-wook was extremely disconcerted by the system failure, a message he had never seen even when he checked on the association leader, or Yu Aong. Under the gaze of many eyes, Kim Tae-hyung walked away proudly. He achieved his goal. The conflict definitely attracted the attention of the association's deputy. He tried to check the awakened one's status several more times, but with the same result. And then Taehyung finally showed what he was capable of. A number flashed above his head that was twice the sum of Lim En's abilities, who was the strongest among the students. The hero spent the rest of the day quietly in the library, where it was always pleasant to sit, enjoying the solitude. He himself hoped to hide here until the evening in search of information about the king who gave him strength and returned him to the past, but the long shadows said that this would not happen. There was no useful information in the books anyway. His case was too unique, Taehyung said when he saw Lee John's dogs in front of him. There were 3 of them, and they said that the leader was looking for him, so the hero was supposed to follow them. When Taehyung asked the service dogs with a smile what would happen if he refused, they bared their teeth sarcastically and reminded him of his aunt's restaurant. Taehyung worked there part-time, and in any case, he didn't like the fact that third parties, dear to him, appeared in their conversation. Since he doesn't have parents, his relatives already have a hard time taking care of someone else's child. There's no point in adding to their difficulties. Since they were also laughing maliciously, the last drop of Taehyung's patience snapped, and he spoke in the language that such people understand best. The impact of the awakening was comparable to the explosion of a grenade. There was a cracking sound, the rumble of breaking furniture, and the ringing of broken glass. The hero grabbed one of the dogs by the throat and easily lifted him up with his outstretched arm, after which he agreed to meet with Lee Jong and clarified his location. As a place for a date, Lee Jong chose the gym, where there was no one at the moment, but he didn't come there himself. Next to him was another shaved-headed man in a suit, apparently a servant. Sol Hundo was young Master Lee's bodyguard, a first-rank seeker, and he had tried to lower Taehyung's status several times, but he had failed. With this level of resistance, it meant that they were at least a first-rank awakened being. Hearing this, Lee Jong chuckled and suggested that they talk as friends, but he was not trusted. He admitted that he had been harsh, but it was all due to his curiosity, which had not yet died down. Lee Jong even shared his plans to create his own guild that would be the successor to the Daesung group. But even a genius cannot act alone, he believed. Personnel decides everything, Lee Jong said, raising his finger meaningfully to the sky as if he were speaking some kind of universal wisdom. He didn't need losers like Backhex, but real talents like him. He added snakes and brazenly pointed a finger at the hero. Like a crazy school bully, he spread his arms out in a theatrical gesture and offered to rule the galaxy together. Or at least that was the importance he was trying to convey to himself. Only in this way could Taehyung achieve fame and fortune by pulling his family out of the gutter, Lee Jong believed. But for the hero, all this was the barking of a mangy dog who thought he was something big. No amount of persuasion could convince him anymore once his family argument was brought up, family being the most important thing. Taehyung covered himself in stone skin, letting the bastard know that he had crossed the line. Lee Jong reacted to this with feigned indifference. In his own eyes, he saw himself as the arbiter of destinies. A fireball of such power appeared in his hands that Taehyung felt it on his own face, since recruiting a supporter failed. He had to be destroyed as a dangerous element. At that moment, Lee Jong's bodyguard helpfully set up a barrier, a magic skill that separated the inner space from the outer space, and thus could not be sensed. The arena for the duel was ready. So, in his opinion, no one should find out about the mess right within the school walls, although the plan was crazy from the very beginning. Before the hall had time to be covered with a barrier, both opponents entered into a fierce fight, inflicting numerous blows on each other. Lee Jong pressed forward furiously, covering his fists in flames. He was strong as a magician and as a warrior, so He moved very confidently, radiating power. Taehyung's stone skin cracked, unable to withstand the highest rank abilities. And Lee Jong continued the attack. Performing a spin in the air, he decided to finish off the enemy with a wide kick. There was an explosion, which only grew stronger due to the compressed space, and the hero disappeared completely into a cloud of flame. Lee Jong was reveling in his strength, realizing that he was winning, he laughed. After which he continued to shower the enemy with scorching blows, each of which was like a shot from a cannon. Sol Hundo even felt sorry for the guy whose beating he was forced to take part in. Most likely his master's opponent was a first-rank awakened. With good body-strengthening skills, with his level of combat instinct and will, it was even hard to believe that he was a simple schoolboy. He might not even have been able to find a worthy opponent. But today's battle would be the last for this guy, the bodyguard understood. Taehyung was still holding on, parrying Lee Jong's hard, burning blows. But in the face of the highest rank, all his efforts were in vain. It was like a wolf challenging an elephant. They were simply in different weight classes. Sol Hundu wished the guy to quickly realize his limit and give up before he got even more injured. But then he suddenly stopped short. All this time, Lee Jong did what he wanted and simply beat his opponent. But at some point, they began to push him back. Yes, with such force that in the end the young gentleman received a stone fist in the face, after which he flew off to lie down and rest. The bodyguard couldn't believe his eyes and froze in indecision, not knowing what to do, whether to intervene in the fight or not. Lee Jong smashed the wooden parquet with his body and groaned. The landing was not pleasant. Besides, he was not used to experiencing pain in principle. It turned out that he couldn't get up not only because of the pain, which meant that the guy had another skill in addition to his armor, the astonished bodyguard realized. Taehyung chuckled. Despite his broken face, he was glad that he finally managed to use that skill. The Predator had given him 3 skills in the last week since his return: stone skin, invisibility, and paralysis. However, the guy was in no hurry to use the skills from the very beginning. The 3rd rank paralysis could not overcome the resistance of the awakened highest rank. And the invisibility would be quickly removed by fire attacks with a wide radius of action. The Predator was the last argument of kings, and therefore it should not be used thoughtlessly. Therefore, his tactic became the gradual accumulation of the effect of paralysis. With each contact with the opponent, if it is applied several times, then even the resistance of the highest rank can be overcome. And so Taehyung fought until the natural defense of the untrained Lee Jong cracked. And there he lay on the floor, completely immobilized, and completely helpless before the one he despised so much. The bodyguard was deeply impressed. This was the first time he had seen someone give such a strong rebuff to the young master in a direct fight. However, despite this, he still did not interfere in the fight. Lee Jong finally admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by such trash. His hand reached into his pocket from which he pulled out a bright crystal. Despite being paralyzed, Lee Jong managed to crush it with his finger, and a wave of force hit the hero's face, even stronger than before. And then he saw before him a flaming giant, as tall as the roof, entirely woven from dense flame. "Let's fight fairly and honorably," the school bully declared sarcastically, and the fight ceased to be an ordinary brawl of the awakened. In such a situation, Taehyung had no choice but to run. The giant chased after him to grab him. Even blows were not required. It was equivalent to being in a steel furnace. The hero fluttered like a butterfly just to avoid being burned alive. There was no doubt that the enraged Lee Jong, who did not know how to lose, did not care about his life. Desperate, Taehyung turned around abruptly and jumped straight at the giant. But another fireball was already flying at him from above. There was an explosion that destroyed the remains of the stone armor on his body and threw the guy far back. The fiery man inside of whom Lee Jong himself was hiding took a step towards the defeated enemy, and in an instant they changed places. This skill of young Master Lee was called Flaming Heart. In an ordinary human form, it would be difficult to reveal the full power of the highest rank. But before that Lee Jong used the enhancement stone, he didn't intend to have a sports fight. These stones were obtained by processing the heart of a monster, and they temporarily allowed to increase magical power. At the moment, Lee Jong was able to unleash the full power of his top rank, making him incredibly dangerous. And then the bodyguard realized that the jokes had long since ended, that the young gentleman did not know when to stop. He shouted at him to stop, otherwise he would actually commit murder on school grounds in broad daylight. In addition, his body was working at the limit of its capabilities, which is why the vessels could not withstand such a flow of mana and burst. Instead of answering, Lee Jong, who had gone crazy, threw a fireball at his own bodyguard. He told him to shut up because a miserable slave does not dare give orders to his master, the bully barked. How could he stop after some scumbag humiliated him? Lee John asked arrogantly. Taehyung stood up and also realized that he wouldn't be able to leave here so easily. Gathering all his blazing power, Lee John brought it down on the pathetic plebeian who dared to rebel against the masters. When the fire consumed him entirely, the madman burst out laughing, fully understanding that he had just committed the most terrible crime of all possible. The bodyguard didn't know how to stop his charge without getting into trouble himself, in every sense of the word. He jumped towards the hole in the floor where Kim Tae-hyung had just stood, still hoping that the guy had survived. He even extended a helping hand and asked to escape somehow, promising to detain the young master. But at that very moment, the servant received a strong blow to the jaw, and despite his first-rank strength, he staggered far back. The hero emerged from under the clouds of smoke and, in a voice full of suppressed anger, said that he would not run because he was not the one who started the fight. The highest ranks were different from all the others. Kim Tae-hyung could clearly feel it now. But he didn't come here empty-handed either. Glass vials from under the restorative potions rolled across the floor. Now he, too, was ready to show his full self, and an ominous crimson power appeared in his hands. At this time, following the results of the open reviews in the high school, Go Tae-wook met with the chairman. He was extremely impressed by the report of the two best students, whose characteristics indicated that they belonged to the highest rank. The deputy confirmed everything, but was much more reserved in his assessments. The results were truly impressive. If even without much training, Lee Jong and Lim Aeong had such strength, it was comparable to the level of a Japanese saint or a first-rank seeker. The comparison to a saint made Go Tae-wook wonder what they would say about that guy. The saint represented all of Japan. She first tested her level at the age of 19, and it already exceeded 2,500 total points. That's right, even the one who, without exaggeration, was a monster had only 2,500 points. What kind of madness was going on with that guy's stats? Maybe it was an illusion or a skill error, Go Tae-wook thought. He wanted to figure it out on his own, so he didn't make any big statements. Bodyguard Saul fell to his knees, amazed by the picture he saw before him. The fiery giant was firmly seized by the crimson whips and completely immobilized. The magic of an unknown awakened being suppressed the ability of the highest rank. Lee John was also confused. He tried his best, broke all the rules, and still couldn't do anything. Until the very end, his pride did not allow him to stop and admit defeat. He kept rushing towards Tae-hyung, shouting that the heir of the Taesong clan could not lose to a weakling of a lower rank. But what did the hero care about rank and origin? If everything was decided by pure strength? It is true that wealth can be called a cheat, but in the world there were much more impressive things that violated common sense. It was the power of the king, granted by the god himself, for whom even the greatest demon of the abyss, Asmodeus, is nothing more than a toy. When this force fell on Lee John, an explosion thundered that could not be hidden by any barrier. The front wall and roof of the gymnasium were blown into the air, and the debris was scattered far around. Flames whistled all around from numerous fires. Stone chips fell from the remains of the walls. It was a miracle that they were not buried under the rubble of the building. Lee John lay unconscious, barely breathing, and it was a miracle that anything remained of him. Even his pretty face wasn't flattened. Tae-hyung stood over his finally defeated enemy, but his attention was focused on his bodyguard. He knelt down in front of him and covered the young gentleman with his body. It was increasingly reminiscent of some kind of medieval drama about knights and heroes. Bodyguard Saul managed to pull out Lee John right at the moment when the predator skill was used on him, and this was quite unexpected. But it didn't matter since the theft couldn't be stopped, and Lee John's skill was successfully appropriated. Even in their situation, the bodyguard warned the guy that it was stupid to attack the heir of a powerful clan, and now he would have to deal with the consequences. The hero didn't care about it. He wasn't the one who started the fight. And even with such strength, there was hardly any reason to fear problems. In any case, Tae-hyung didn't want to kill the school bully. His crimes weren't that serious, but he wasn't going to refuse the ransom. For the heir of a rich clan, you can get no less than 1,000,000,000 pleasant bonuses. Such a ransom amount was appointed by the noble Sir Knight. By the way, this is exactly how knights earned their living, from which their humanistic culture and relations with representatives of their class originates. Upon hearing the explosion, all students were quickly evacuated from the school building, under the supervision of teachers and the frightened nurse Nyan. The city had recently been attacked by a wave of monsters, so everyone was nervous and on edge. Lim En clearly felt the magic of the flame. Without a doubt, it was the power of Lee John, who was fighting with someone, the girl thought. She had already imagined the terrible picture of a weak student being beaten by a bully, who was probably asking for help. And while Sweet Naeun was trying to convince everyone to stay put and not run in panic in all directions, Lim Aeun rushed towards the incident. The blue-haired noble lady also secretly dreamed of adventures. A thirst for exploits was seething within her, and therefore she did not wait for them to find her themselves. The girl considered herself guilty for what happened to Kim Tae-hyung, so she was in a hurry to prevent the worst, although it was not very clear what she hoped for after such destruction. However, as soon as she ran into the hall, a completely different picture appeared before her, the exact opposite of her expectations. Kim Tae-hyung was standing smugly in the middle of the hall, while Lee Jong was lying unconscious. Not knowing what to do or how to react, Lim An stood there in indecision, not uttering a sound. Tae-hyung, however, was glad to see a witness, or rather an assistant in her person, because the main school bully needed to be taken to the medical center, or better yet, straight to the hospital. In horror, the girl ran up to the main victim and asked what happened here. According to the hero, Lee John was already lying down when he arrived. Perhaps he fell down the stairs or something like that. He was lying even despite his own rather shabby appearance. According to Tae-hyung, he still doesn't know what happened here, so he asked Lim Aeung not to tell anyone that she saw him. After this, he brazenly announced that he was leaving without really explaining anything. The guy disappeared faster than Lim Aeung could stop him, and she thought in anger that he had definitely found the lost ring somewhere. When the disguise fell away from him with its mosaic cover, the boy was already far from the scene of events and looked at the thin stream of smoke that rose above the school. In a sense, he even enjoyed it because he never enjoyed studying there. In his naivety, he thought that for now he could breathe freely, that he could rely on Lim Aeong, that she would take care of Lee Jong, and that the Taesung group would not bother him for now. But there was something that surprised the hero when he looked at his status. There was a new feature called Charm, and it immediately got 5 points. If you are interested, you can take a look. The skill Monarch's Heart was also added, which increased the party's stats, although it was only rank 3. Tae-hyung thought that Charm was only related to appearance, like celebrities, so he was puzzled where these skills came from after absorbing the new power. Moreover, the skill he received was not called a Flaming Heart but a Monarch's Heart, and the already gifted scoundrel Lee John also possessed such a skill. The hero was indignant. But that was fine, because you can never have too many skills, he thought, and grinned greedily. Skills that affected the group were rare, regardless of their rank. Tae-hyung could already combine several different skills. And with the heart of a monarch, it was even cooler, he thought, and took a deep breath of the cool night air because his head was spinning from the future prospects. Suddenly, the hero's path was blocked by several premium cars, and he was blinded by the light of bright headlights. A group of unfamiliar seekers emerged from them, but the guy still knew one. Gotevic came personally for him to ask a couple of questions, and the hero felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that these people already knew about what had happened in the gym and his involvement in these events, and the deputy head of the association himself looked sternly at the schoolboy. But the tense situation was not only on the highway far outside the city, but also in one of the country mansions, which in appearance resembled almost a vampire castle. Inside the richly furnished house, the guard dogs were thrashing and throwing, matching the angry tone of their master. Lee John's father had already learned of what had happened, and he was furious, because not only had his son ended up in the hospital, but he also had to pay for it. He sat in his chair as if on a throne, trained dogs barked nearby, and his bodyguard Sol was kneeling in front of him, thinking that it would be better to die in battle. The bald-headed servant begged to forgive him and agreed to carry out any order, if only this nightmare would end sooner. The head of the house told him to do whatever he thought was right. He was even amused by the impudence of the guy with whom his son had fought. However, he believed that their side of the conflict should also receive compensation, and made a gesture with his hand, which made the bodyguard turn even paler. Despite all the horror, the bodyguard remained a man until the very end. He even now begged the master to change his anger to mercy, because his son's opponent was a simple high school student. Just by looking at Lee John's father, one could understand from whom he had picked up such habits. The arrogant head of the clan considered himself the ruler of the world and the destinies of ordinary people. The highest-ranked seeker and owner of the Taesong group, Lee Jong-soo, grinned maliciously, anticipating a quick reprisal, even though his enemy was an ordinary boy in status. The main association's seekers surrounded this guy and asked him directly what he was doing in the gym, because he clearly wasn't kicking balls. However, Taesung was still unsure of what exactly he was talking about. Perhaps Go Tae-wook was referring to their conflict in the assembly hall. The chances that the deputy had personally visited the fire in the hall were small, but what if he already knew everything and made his move? From these thoughts, the hero did not know what to answer for a long time. Then he decided to check first what Gotewuk knew and asked about the explosion, but he was clearly surprised. Turning towards the city over which a column of black smoke was rising, Gotewuk said that he was not very concerned about the event, especially since other organizations would deal with it. So the guy realized that Gotewuk didn't know anything yet, and the deputy repeated his question. If so, then they don't know yet, the guy asked them directly and grinned. He held himself confidently, not at all like a school-age boy. Taehyung made it clear that he already understood why they came here, to give him an invitation to the Seeker's exam. Go Taewook laughed nervously. He still doubted the guy, so he pretended not to understand what was being said, testing him. Then Taehyung chuckled and showed the deputy for personnel his good reasons. A crazy number of 5,214 units appeared above his head, which should be more than enough. Go Taewook couldn't believe his eyes. This boy had become even stronger just in the few hours that had passed since their last meeting. Now he was sure that the numbers were not a mistake or an illusion. Who is Kim Tae-hyung? The stunned seeker wondered. It was only then that he finally noticed that the boy looked like he had crawled out of a sewer. Returning home, Tae-hyung continued his routine training. Brother Hwan, having learned that he would be participating in the Seeker's exam, made a real fuss. Besides, it was supposed to happen in a month, so Hwang stood there with his mouth open like a country bumpkin. However, he very quickly realized his prospects as the first servant and confidant of the future emperor of all Rusu. So he fell on his face and began to bow his head. The hero did not immediately understand at what point he acquired a jester in his retinue and returned to training. The Tayson group had to deal with the hall. Suspicions of its destruction were avoided, so the guy had a whole month to prepare. The hero thought there would be no problems, not knowing that his house was already being closely watched. Two disgusting, suspicious-looking individuals grabbed the association agent, who was secretly keeping an eye on the guy. He must have been one of those who watched over the rising stars whose appearance was expected in the Seeker exam. These two were assassins, called the White and Black Demon Brothers. Both of them were first rank and specialized in stealth and body strengthening. White snorted contemptuously. This was the first time they were sent to eliminate some weakling. Even if he was a star, he still had to lack combat experience. The Black Brother agreed with him and smugly waved his hands in a theatrical gesture. Even if the guy was strong, without experience, it didn't matter. The Black Man was about to say that they would show the boy what it meant to be truly awakened, but turning around, he suddenly discovered that the White Man was somehow unwell. Realizing that they were under attack by an unknown enemy, the Black One drew his blade and rushed to help his brother. Then the hero let go of the killer, who was already unconscious anyway. And at that very moment, he jumped straight towards the Black Man, so that his knee ended up right at the level of the latter's face, providing the dentist with a summer trip to the sea. This is how the guy showed the killers who was the small fry with no experience, and who was the real hero. A few hours before this event, standing in the burning hall, Taehyung laid out his ransom demands, although he understood perfectly well that the bodyguard would not be able to get anything out of the gentleman. And the hero himself was not such a terrible person as to hold his subordinates responsible for failure. He simply asked them to do everything possible to make a deal with the Tisong group. And so that the new servant would not betray him, the hero imposed his new power on him. They sealed the agreement with the Oath of the Awakened, a way of making a deal, and if one of the parties broke it, a random but eternal penalty was imposed on it. Lysik found himself between a rock and a hard place. On one side, he was being pressed by a not-so-young schoolboy, on the other by his own master. The bodyguard was supposed to get $1 billion from Mr. Lee and do his best to hide Taehyung's involvement in the gym explosion incident. At the same time, it was Sol Hundo who warned the boy that assassins had been sent for his soul. The Oath of the Awakened One compelled him to do so, so he was obliged to report Chief Lee's response. The masked killer attacked with ferocity to hide his unaccountable fear. His young opponent dodged as deftly as if he had the skills of a veteran and seemed to have no fear of him at all. At some point, the guy managed to carry out a powerful attack, but the killer used fast movement. He found himself behind his target and counterattacked sharply, plunging his sharp blades deep into the concrete of the roof. Taehyung had heard about the White and Black Brothers and that they specialized in stealth assassinations, but in the end, there was nothing special about them. In the end, apparently all they are capable of is sneaky blows when the target is unaware of their presence, the hero realized and grinned ominously. At the same time, a VIP class car was driving along the highway of the Night City. The best prospectors had long been accustomed to enjoying the privileges of the rich. Yu Yeon leaned back tiredly in her soft chair and thought about the fact that the selection of future participants in the Seeker exam had already been completed. It was held all over the country and was supposed to gather the best of the best, so she wondered who the chairman was waiting for. Among the newcomers, there was definitely supposed to be Shin Bok from Busan, with the highest rank. The chairman, who was in touch with her, however, stated that this time she had guessed wrong. Of course, he was waiting for her younger sister, the one-eyed chairman declared. However, Yu Ai-yeon did not have the highest opinion of her half-sister. The chairman asked who the picky spy wanted to see then, and Yu Ai-yeon smiled. She had already heard that in addition to the high-ranking guys, there was someone who was being looked after personally by Go To-wook. So Ayoung wanted to know the level of this mysterious awakened one. And this level grew not by the day but by the hour. Because the predator had something to profit from, the prey itself came into his hands. However, this time, Taehyung's ability didn't work, and he discovered a new condition for its use, a lack of physical capabilities. Due to the overload, the use of the predator was impossible, so the hero had to call for backup. The association seekers were extremely outraged that the White and Black brothers, who had been bothering them a lot, were now taking on school children. Go Tae-wook came again to personally check everything and take control. He asked the guy if he knew those who could send famous killers after him. Of course, the guy couldn't talk about his affairs with the Taesong group, so he shook his head. Fearing that the list of exam participants might be leaked, Go Tae-wook requested reinforcements from the association. The hero wanted to hush everything up as quickly as possible. He was not as concerned about the problems associated with the powerful conglomerate as he was about his own newly discovered limits to growth. Due to his lack of physical ability, he was unable to use his skills, making them completely useless, meaning he needed to work on improving his abilities. To increase the awakening level by using the predator on other awakened or monsters, the skill itself was needed. Taehyung realized that he had reached a dead end and thought deeply about how to find a way out. In the end, he was left with only one option, the hero thought gloomily. So the very next day he went to the gym where a charming and fit girl immediately handed him a questionnaire. Her name was Yu Ra, and she, as a manager, represented the best training center of the association. A beauty with a toned body and a sweet smile, what could be better to see in the morning? Hwang was deeply shocked that they had come to such a place. Just to train here, one had to have considerable status and strength. The mask of goodwill almost cracked on the cutie Yu-ra's face when she realized that her clients must be lost schoolchildren. However, she quickly changed her mind when she saw a card on one of the boys, which Taehyung had received from the Alchemist Guild thanks to his generous donations of valuable materials at good prices. Only a relative of a high-ranking seeker, or even a guild owner, could receive one. Yu-ra hesitated. If she just made the payment, she could have problems later if something happened. Then, one of the inhabitants of this Hall of Power noticed that Miss Yu-ra was facing a difficult dilemma and came to her aid. Like all the inhabitants of such establishments, this one was also distinguished by considerable eccentricity, from his appearance to his behavior. "To enter this place, money alone is not enough," said Mr. Kang-chol, a former second-rank seeker. Even Hwang knew this clown with muscles instead of brains, and the hero looked at his posing and the play of muscles with complete indifference. What normal person would walk around without a t-shirt in broad daylight? Kang-chol was known as a rookie killer, so the noise he made had already attracted the attention of the other gym-goers. "Everyone should tremble when they hear his name," the naked brute boasted, and Taehyung couldn't stand it. So he called him a weakling and a chatterbox. Such a harsh statement scared not only Hwang but even the cutie Yu-ra, who knew Kang-chol's proud character well. The big man frowned and strained his muscles as hard as he could to make himself look bigger. Taehyung then suggested testing it out by making a bet in which the loser pays a membership fee to the gym for a year. Hearing such conditions and already anticipating easy money, Kang-chol roared with joy. So they moved to a virtual arena, which was also part of the training equipment, and simulated images of the abyss. They sat in comfortable chairs where sensors read all the indicators. The show attracted a crowd of spectators. Everyone wanted to see how the self-confident newcomer would be crushed, and Hwang was worried about his brother. This virtual program was called a virtual porter, the charming Yu-ra explained to him. A competitive training session in which the awakened had to carry the maximum weight. In addition, defeat the maximum number of virtual monsters of the second class, then reach the designated place in the shortest time. Although the conditions sounded somewhat contradictory, Many disputes were often settled in this manner in the hall, but Yu-Ra believed that the conditions were too unfair towards Consul's opponent. The jock with the mohawk on his head laughed maliciously and took his position at the start. He was not going to play along. How dare some brat compete with him? An experienced retired veteran, the brute asked, and immediately rushed into the thick of the monsters. Thanks to his muscle-strengthening skill, dealing with them wasn't a big problem for him. This skill gave him speed and maneuverability, making him perfect for the porter's test, especially since Kangchul could lift much more weight. So he thought, until in an instant he was passed as quickly as if he were standing still. With a heavy load on his back, Taehyung broke through the ranks of monsters along a straight path. He ran like an arrow, practically without deviating from his course, and kicked away all the enemies. The toothy ones could only helplessly gaze at all the magnificence of the beautiful hero. In the end, the guy got a crushing score, possibly the highest in this game. Kangchul immediately became frustrated. He did not expect such a turn of events at all. All the viewers of this show were in the same confusion. And the hero, although he was going to train for only a month, thought that a year of exercise would not be superfluous. Then he looked triumphantly at his opponent. No one could run as fast with a heavy bag as a porter with 20 years of experience. "It's time to pay the bet and get lost," said the fair hero to the arrogant bull. The next 30 days passed calmly for the hero, and then came the day of the Seeker's exam, which was a big event and which gathered an entire stadium. Whether you would live as a trembling creature or rise above all as the King of Kings depended on the results of this examination, so all the candidates waited tensely for it to begin. From this year onwards, younger students were also expected to take part in the exam, which added to the excitement. Among the promising participants who came from all over the country was Han Jungkook, a first-rank melee master, the owner of a cold fighting sense that even the highest ranks could not defeat, the druid Lee Gil-san, first rank. The Thunderer of Busan, Shin Yunbok of the highest rank, also gained great fame beyond his city. They also didn't ignore the rising star of the Saint level, the Snow Queen Lim Aeong. The exam promised to be the most exciting event of the year in terms of passion. There were so many reporters and other media people around that it was impossible for the poor girl in glasses from an obscure channel to push her way through. Her skills included typing, and it was unlikely to help the case. And yet she really needed to get some important interview, or she could be fired from her job. But because of the crowd in front, it was impossible to even take a photo, let alone interview anyone. This is exactly how the hero found her, just passing by, but perhaps fate itself brought them together, because all real heroes needed their own bard or storyteller of their glorious deeds. The girl was almost crying out loud, and salt lakes had already gathered under her glasses. Here she heard Taehyung's indignation that the participants couldn't get through if there was such a crowd in front of the entrance, and she became somewhat inspired. "It's boring as hell," Taehyung grumbled, that he came here as a third-rank participant, although he had somewhat improved his appearance in the month he spent in the hall. As a result, the guy barely made it to the start of the exam, which was only a few minutes away. He still gave that strange girl his first interview because she begged him to. But it was worth taking care of the image in advance, the hero thought, and entered the hall, where a huge crowd of young awakened people from all over the country had already gathered. Each of them had a yellow number with a sequential number. Taehyung received 920, which indicated a large number of participants. Here the guy met a familiar face. The Snow Queen looked at him with an amazed look, and it was not for nothing that Taehyung had grown a whole head in a month. Now the cold beauty looked like a child from his height, and Lim Aeong asked where he got such protein. "Big deal, I trained a little," the hero muttered indifferently in response. But it could hardly explain anything to the girl. The guy had changed so much in just a month after his awakening. She immediately decided to take advantage of the opportunity and clarify that incident in the gym. But she was interrupted by the sound of the loudspeaker. The exam had already begun. The screen lit up and many images of the speaker appeared on it, congratulating everyone on the start of the exam. In this room, the best hunters will be selected in the first round, and the host moved on to explain the rules. He drew their attention to the numbers that were given to each participant. In this exam, they had to collect 5 of them, including their own, which, if lost, would result in the participant being kicked out of the exam. The fight for exam badges, the limit is only 1 hour, the host warned, and at that very moment the space inside the hall began to change. All the participants were instantly separated and mixed up. The top and bottom mixed up, like in an Escher painting, so that for some time everyone was confused. "The first round of the exam has begun. Everything is allowed except murder," the host shouted at them. Their hall expanded, acquired islands, it was very difficult to calculate the movement since the gravity vector was constantly changing, which made everyone's head spin. However, most of the Awakened quickly got used to it. They already had prepared tactics to rush at the strongest and defeat him in order to increase their chances of survival. It was a real dogfight. Everyone was fighting each other without any order, and the observers watched what was happening from the screens. Lim Aeyong immediately established herself as a promising candidate, standing out for her strength even though this year's recruitment had an average score higher than previous year's recruitment. They were even more eagerly awaiting the Thunderer from Busan, who they had already nicknamed the Walking Transformer. Only 20 minutes had passed since the test began, and no one had been able to get close to Shin Yunbok. It was a massacre of the innocents, and it was impossible to approach it without electrical skills and insulated equipment. While the others were wondering which of them would take first place and be stronger, Go Taiwook stood to the side. Of course he understood this excitement. If it weren't for that strange guy, he himself would have been keeping an eye on the high-ranking students. His level was much higher. This guy should definitely pass the test easily and show his strength. Switching the camera to Tai Hyung, the deputy caught him in hand-to-hand combat with another participant. Seeing them beating each other like madmen, he even recoiled from the screen. "What is this?" cried out the astonished Deputy Go. Hong Jung-wook had the skill of Steelskin and actively used it for defense and attack. Taehyung fought him on equal terms, covering himself in stone, so their battle quickly became a contest of endurance rather than skill. Deputy Go was extremely confused. Kim Taehyung caught all the punches on his face, which looked not cool at all, as if his abilities were misjudged. But then he noticed that perhaps all of this was part of a big and bold plan. At least Taehyung didn't look like a loser. However, a powerful counterattack to his throw forced the hero to stagger back far, and he missed a heavy blow. His opponent immediately declared triumphantly that he should not have been challenged. Stone Skin was a perfectly backwards compatible skill with his Iron Skin, Hong explained. It wasn't enough to fight him head-on, he was intentionally using tricks. The hero chuckled and told him not to talk so much. The system had just informed him that his stamina had increased by 1 unit. Even after a month of training, the seal on the Predator was still not broken, which meant that Taehyung's abilities were still not enough. The point of any training was always to push yourself to the limit of your capabilities. The fine line of what the body can withstand before it breaks down. Because in fact the training was not yet over, at this point both fighters hit each other again. The hero chuckled. Han was the perfect training tool for him. "Monster," the iron-skinned man said in a strangled voice, and passed out, having completely used up all his strength. Thus, Kim Taehyung, awakened to the 3rd rank, took possession of his first badge. Deputy Go laughed madly when he saw the result of the boys' battle and understood its plan. Only a crazy schoolboy was capable of such a thing. To train right during the fierce battle for the position of Seeker was so brave that it even scared Deputy Go, and he gave the guy credit for it. The problem was that by raising his stats, the guy used up all his stamina. It was easier to rip off the badges of weaklings so as not to be kicked out of the exam, and this is what Deputy Go expected from him. But the hero was not going to live up to expectations, and all the observers suddenly turned their attention to the strange 3rd-rank guy. He aimed straight at the Lightning Man, who was already standing on the mountain of defeated students. Having grabbed far more numbers than necessary, even with all their mass, the weaklings were unable to defeat him. Shin chuckled as he saw someone who could barely stand on his feet so boldly approach him, the one who had already taken 147 numbers. Taehyung didn't show any awe in front of such power, and after asking how many numbers there were, he began to brazenly count them. In any case, more than 5, the hero concluded and grinned, looking at Shin, who was standing upside down. Soon their fight began, or rather it was a real typhoon with a thunderstorm. Explosions and flashes fell upon the hero in an endless series. Shin, who looked like the son of Zeus, threw one lightning bolt after another and apparently knew no limits to his endurance. Using his agility, Taehyung, who had already become accustomed to the inverted space, quickly dodged the attacks but did not run far. Timing the moment between the lightning bolts, he suddenly approached Shin and kicked him, covering his foot with stone before doing so. But the lightning aura was so strong that it pulverized his thin insulation extremely quickly. In the end, I still couldn't break through Shin's lightning protection. Another explosion followed, and Taehyung again broke the distance, after which he began to watch his opponent. Now the hero remembered the name of the Thunderer from Busan. He lived up to his nickname and was a very dangerous opponent. Even for him, fighting him was too difficult. But at the same time, Shin himself did not experience any difficulties. A powerful elemental aura surrounded his entire body, creating an impenetrable barrier. Moreover, they could be used at a long distance to attack. Taehyung seriously thought about how to break through this if he couldn't use the Predator skill. Although he no longer attacked Shin, Shin seemed interested in the guy who held out longer than the others, and went on the attack himself. Taehyung the Virgin dodged the sharp blow of the Thunder Fist, and the terrible crackle of the discharges immediately made his ears pop. Shin didn't stop and delivered another kick, destroying the space around him. Taehyung continued to simply dodge. He was taking some passive damage but still enduring it through the pain. It seemed that his opponent liked this game and was not going to let go of his toy, and even brighter flashes of discharges illuminated the hall. The hero's body arched as the full force of the current passed through him. It's a good thing the laws of physics ignored the bodies of the awakened. Otherwise, the guy would have been boiled alive. Fueled by their confrontation, Shin was eager for a close-quarters, face-to-face fight with an equal opponent. Taehyung then responded desperately by turning his fist into a hammer, covering it with several layers of stone. But even this protection did not save him from the concentrated beam of lightning that Shin immediately directed at him. After that, the Thunderer sent the hero flying, and he himself jumped up to finish him off with a final epic blow in the air, where it is impossible to dodge. What followed was a monstrous attack, far greater than anything Taehyung had seen before. The Thunderer must have destroyed an entire section floating in the air. Shin was playing with his new opponent. This toy was putting up some resistance to him. Before this, everyone was busy just running away from him in horror and couldn't do anything. Shin hoped that at least the Snow Queen Lim Aeong would entertain him during this exam. So he was overjoyed when someone else worthy of fighting appeared. But at the moment when he was most intoxicated by his superiority, a stone flew at his head. It must have been the first time Shin saw stars. It all happened so quickly that he didn't even understand what kind of attack had hit him. Taehyung didn't stop there. Finding his opponent's weak spot, he threw 3 more stones at him. These fast-moving boulders were somehow ignored by Shin's lightning defense, and he absorbed all the damage. Stone Skin was a Tier 3 skill, and it couldn't overcome the resistance of the highest tier. Ordinary materials would not have reached the Thunderer either, but the examination hall was not made of simple substances. It was originally built to withstand the effects of the awakened, and unlike Stone Skin, the material it was made from did not lose its properties if broken. So, the God of Thunder himself supplied his opponent with a weapon with which he could defeat him. Grabbing a huge piece of debris with his hand, Taehyung threw it at Shin. Even though he had time to scream and be indignant that this was not normal, this was not fair. The stone block still landed on Shin's head. This duel ended with the defeat of one of the strongest candidates for Seekers. Everyone watched in amazement as another block of the arena was destroyed. Many people read Kim Taehyung's name for the first time and now wondered who he was. Deputy Go was pleased. This was exactly what he wanted to see, and he was glad that he was not mistaken about the guy. Meanwhile, Taehyung took the badges he was missing to formally qualify for the second round of the exam. All that was left was to wait for it to end. After what he had seen, it was unlikely that any of the survivors would have decided to go to him, the hero thought. But an unexpected blow from the ice forced him to quickly dodge, and Shin was completely blown away by the shockwave. Only one person could possess such an impressive aura of ice, the guy realized as he watched the snow avalanche approaching him. Before the hero could even blink, he found himself inside an ice sphere. Lim Aeong was also inside and was now walking towards him across the broken arena. The schoolgirl's eyes were full of cold determination to finish the conversation that had been interrupted at the beginning of the exam. Snow slowly fell onto the arena, covering it with a white blanket. Taehyung didn't know since when the headman had been watching his fight, and why she suddenly decided to attack. With great power comes great responsibility, the girl said, using words she had once heard in a movie. Power without responsibility is simply violence, she continued. The Snow Queen didn't expect that Kim Taehyung would be able to defeat Shin, but now she understood how he defeated Lee John. For some reason, all this worried the exemplary straight-A student and class president so much that she decided to bring justice to the world. Taehyung tried to hide with his invisibility, but the Snow Queen rained snow bombs on him, causing all his disguise to immediately fall away. Before he could react, he received a spinning blow from a beauty who was fighting in her skirt, and to her credit, she did it very well. However, now she was in terrible anger, because she trusted Taehyung last time, although even a blind man would have understood everything immediately. Apparently, the realization of her own stupidity angered her even more, because Lim Aeon rained down a hail of ice cubes on him without any mercy. Her thoughts were vague. It's unlikely that the girl herself understood what she was doing and why. Rather, she succumbed to an unconscious emotional impulse. Another glacier lifted the hero high up, almost piercing him through and through. This blow was very heavy. As soon as he took off, he was immediately pressed back into the arena, and the guy fell with a crash. Using unauthorized skills is a crime. Li Jong and his accomplices were still in the hospital, the headman noted coldly. Formally, she was right in her claims, but she looked at the whole matter too one-sidedly. Still, realizing that Li Jong was not an innocent lamb either, the Snow Queen said she would not file an official complaint. However, in her opinion, Tai Hyung should have refused to take the exam because he was not worthy of being a seeker. However, the guy was not going to give up. With great effort, he managed to get back on his feet. Do bastards like Li Jong have qualifications, strength, responsibility? The hero asked her. All these words were nothing more than an excuse, just to defeat him. So he told her not to be a coward and admit it. Hearing these words, the Ice Queen realized that there was no question of leniency, and a huge ice hammer, one of her ultimate attacks, appeared in her hand. Eyes blue like icy lakes filled with light, the girl was determined to end everything right here and now. The hero's stone skin had long since lost its strength, and after the fight with Shin, the guy assessed his capabilities. Even if he were to use invisibility now, an area attack inside the dome would definitely hit him. And he had already activated the monarch's heart, which increased his abilities. But it was not enough to turn the situation in his favor. The Predator was still sealed, long gone from having the stamina to inflict paralysis like he did in the battle with Li Jong. He had only one way out, and his current abilities. Another explosion thundered and an icy fog blocked everyone's visibility, so the observers eagerly pressed themselves to the screens to see how the fight between the strongest fighters ended. Even Deputy Go didn't know what to expect from the outcome and looked nervously at the screen. When the fog cleared, everyone saw deep ruts in the arena's super strong surface, and the two students who were lying on the arena pressed tightly against each other, even too tightly by school rules. From afar, it was difficult to understand what exactly was happening, but it wasn't like the Snow Queen was resisting it in any way. Maybe she couldn't, or maybe she was too deeply confused. The moment they came close, Lim Aeyong brought down a heavy hammer the size of a glacier on the hero. Only after demonstrating miracles of dexterity, Tai Hyung managed to dodge and attacked the girl himself. He had only one tool left, one skill that could easily overcome the resistance of the highest rank. It was not romantic impulses that worried the hero. He also felt some moral guilt for kissing a girl half his age. The closer and deeper the contact, the higher the probability of paralysis success. Mixing his blood with poison, he forced Lim Aeon to swallow it. It was all a crazy adventure, but since the girl did not expect this, it worked. The result spoke for itself. She was lying on a soft, cold blanket of snow, and she could do nothing. Despite this, the girl was still trying to say something. A scarlet blush blazed on her cheeks. Perhaps for the first time, the mask of ice cracked on her face. Paralysis is in effect. The target is in shock after receiving fatal damage. Charisma is increased by 3. The system minted the results of his trick. A few moments later, a signal sounded, marking the end of the exam. The wounded were promised assistance from medical personnel, and those who were still in the ranks were told to remain in place. After this, all the students began to be treated. Some might consider such a test excessive, but one should not forget that in the abyss, seekers will face deadly difficulties. Even though Lim Aeyong failed the exam, was paralyzed, and lost her badge, she was still considered a success, as her strength was undeniable. The numbers were just a formality. Everyone wanted to see the actions of the future seekers in a real situation. Kim Tae-hyung collected only 7 numbers, but the victory over the strongest participants attracted everyone's attention. When the hero walked past, all the participants of the exam immediately began to whisper behind his back. Many doubted his 3rd rank, and yet the effects of the ordeal had taken their toll on the hero. He walked with difficulty, and only kept himself upright in public by a sheer force of will. It was worth considering stealing the healing skill for himself in the future. Before the guy could relax, he had to defend himself again. Thunderer Shin, seeing him standing by the wall, suddenly attacked. He called the hero a cowardly bastard, and Tae-hyung had to use his stone skin again to block the lightning bolts. His tricks wouldn't work here, Shin said. And he was right. There were no solid rocks nearby, and Tae-hyung hadn't thought to hide a couple of souvenirs in his pocket. Seeing the 2 top candidates clash, the other contestants began to cheer for both of them, because the fewer competitors there are, the better for them. However, Shin was not particularly picky about who to destroy, and threw one of the lightning bolts at the weaklings so that they would not blab too much. After which he suggested that Tae-hyung fight fairly. and the guy realized that in front of him was a madman obsessed with battles. Shin laughed and promised to teach him the craft and show him who was boss, but at that very moment he buried his nose 2 inches into the floor. The top-ranked seeker, Park Sung-jin, who was briefing them on the exam, heard the noise and immediately pinned all the students down with a high-gravity skill. This was one of the country's strongest seekers, a future double top rank, and yet the hero brazenly resisted his power, remaining standing on his feet. Park Sung-jin chuckled, amused by this stoic guy. Then he added more load to him. It was like increasing his body weight several times, and then Taehyung realized that it was not in vain that he had been doing deadlifts and squats regularly. Taehyung gritted his teeth and endured with all his might. He knew that the skills of the highest ranks were on a different level, but the current seekers were completely beyond imagination. Park Sung-jin chuckled again. Now he was intrigued, because even experienced veterans couldn't withstand such a load. He wanted to add more and see at what point the guy would break, but then a stern voice called out to him. Doctors immediately ran up to him and ordered him to stop the treatment of the students, who had just received treatment and were still to participate in the second round of the exam, which might not even start. Park Sung-jin tried to justify himself by saying that he was just rechecking his skills, but no one believed him, since this happened to him every year. Under the threat of informing the chairman of the organization, the doctors forced Park Sung-duzin to retreat. Then the veteran looked at the steadfast guy and asked his name. When the hero said his name, Sung-jun thought, it's not surprising that the strongest one was the one who defeated Shin Yunbok and Lim Aeong. Finally, someone interesting appeared, Park Sung-jun thought, and expressed hope that the guy was aiming for the highest rank, nothing less. Having promised to wait for this moment, he left quickly before receiving a scolding from the doctors. Soon after all the participants had returned to normal, the second round of the exam began. Park Sung-jun stood on the platform in front of the students, and portals were visible behind him. Everyone waited with excitement, not yet knowing what kind of tests they would have to go through. Park Sung-jun himself was also looking forward to the fun of watching the newcomers get smashed and run off to cry to their mothers, and announced the start of the second round of the exam. He himself had to go through the area behind the portal, which everyone had to enter. It was a rank 4 dungeon. The real thing with monsters inside, so many people were terrified. Everyone was to split into teams of 5 and explore the area under the supervision of a senior explorer. During the passage, all their actions will be assessed, and the necessary consumables and potions will be given to them by the association. Some of the guys immediately grabbed their swords. Before that, few of them could afford a real sword, not a training one. When everyone was ready, Seeker Pack told them all to come in. Under the supervision of an experienced seeker, even newbies shouldn't have any problems with such a simple dungeon, Taehyung thought. Unless the dungeon turns out to be a double dungeon, it was the first of its kind in the past when it was tragically discovered during an exam. Many seekers died inside, and the consequences led to escapes into numerous undiscovered dungeons. It would be good to prevent such a tragic event in advance, but no one would believe the words of a schoolboy during an exam anyway, and even if the truth became known, Taehyung would be the first to fall under suspicion. That's what he thought, but unfortunately, he underestimated people's common sense in matters of life and death. Even though his decision doomed the first group, Taehyung simply hoped not to be in it and focus on his own survival. In any case, he did not consider himself responsible, even though he knew the future. Ironically, the goddess of fortune had other plans, and Taehyung quickly realized it. The mustachioed mentor and 4 other students were waiting for him inside, and it was clear that they were unhappy with his slowness. Their mentor was a first-rank seeker with the sorcerer class. Soon the first monsters of the dungeon appeared. Mud humanoids driven by something unknown attacked them. But they were so weak that the coordinated work of the newcomers with their undeveloped skills was enough to resist the monsters. Having distributed roles, 4 of them broke through the horde of monsters even without the help of an instructor. Since they were doing well, he praised them all and even clapped his hands. Even though this was the first battle, it was clear that the school children had a well-developed sense of smell. They did not get lost in their actions, which confirmed their qualifications. The children modestly noted that all this was thanks to the wise instructions of their instructor. Taehyung didn't participate in this. He was much more angry that he didn't invest all his points in luck, because out of all the teams, he was unlucky enough to end up in the first one. Apparently, their instructor was carrying the very same item that belonged to the first dungeon discoverer. A unique rank sage ring that increased speed, endurance, and magic power by 10 points. Taehyung already realized that they were definitely in Apocalypto, a top-tier double dungeon, and his predator was still sealed. The chances of survival were zero, and now he regretted being so reckless. In any case, he wanted to prevent the second level of this dungeon from being discovered. Meanwhile, the group continued on until they reached a fork in the cave. The children turned to the instructor and asked him what they should do. The dungeons often had many confusing passages, and while he suggested deciding everything by majority vote, Tae-hyung rushed past him without waiting for a general decision. Ignoring their bewildered cries, he ran into one of the tunnels. Even though it was dangerous to go alone, the boy did not listen to the instructor's instructions. Apparently, Tae-hyung wanted to influence the group's decision so that they wouldn't find the dungeon and act against them, although it seems like it would have been worth waiting until they chose something. The guy ran forward desperately, jumping over a deep gorge into which he almost fell. After that, he jumped into the hole that led down, fearlessly sliding down the slope. The rest had no choice but to follow him. Tae-hyung was determined not to let the plot from his past life happen, even if it was risky. It was a pity that all this turned out to be meaningless. He froze in front of a huge, ominous portal that was located right in the cave and filled it with light. Fate was playing a cruel joke on him again. Tae-hyung, like no one else, knew what was in front of them and was dumbfounded in confusion. Even though the hero went around the main path, he still ended up in this place. And we see that there was no other way out of the mole hole. One of the feeble-minded and brave students decided that it would be a good idea to touch an unknown object in the dungeon. Tae-hyung screamed for everyone to stop, his voice breaking with excitement and horror. He called them to their senses because they had entered the gate, and it was strange to find another one inside. Completely unnatural. Such incidents had to be reported immediately, the hero said, and turned to the instructor. However, this mustachioed, bespectacled man was in no hurry to draw conclusions. In general, he agreed with the guy. Such things really should have been reported to headquarters. But in the end, he suggested that they first go inside, to the hero's greater horror. It would be good to figure out here whether it was possible not to go in, whether there is any certainty that once inside, you can go back out. Although Tae-hyung called for common sense, no one listened to him. It was difficult to argue with the instructor who was a first-rank seeker. The magic inside this gate isn't as dangerous as the overconfident idiot seemed to claim. They were still in a fourth-tier dungeon. And this gate was prepared by the association as a way to give them a special mark. So the instructor declared that they would all receive the best mark. Perhaps he was driven by a thirst for discovery, for which he was ready to neglect the safety of the students. Tae-hyung began to hotly object and argue. Such a risky step went against the principles of exploring the abyss. But his arguments and position looked too weak, considering that he himself had been acting alone all this time, without regard for the team. This accusation was also manipulation, but the instructor cleverly used the situation to persuade the students to his side. Tae-hyung was immediately subjected to a barrage of criticism, being called an arrogant braggart who argued with his seniors. In the end, they all wanted to get the highest score much more than Tae-hyung, who was already guaranteed a future. Now the guy understood what led to the tragedy. In fact, these people signed their own death warrant, but he should have thought through his actions in advance and warned the top management about the presence of the gate here. Then the instructor would have been forced to act with caution. All the students sided with the one who was senior in rank and position, which gave him even more weight. Tae-hyung practically begged them to stop and think again about their actions. But the mustachioed instructor didn't listen to him and simply clicked his finger on the portal membrane, activating it. The cave was filled with a bright, blinding light, so Tae-hyung had to close his eyes. And then they found themselves inside. The portal sucked in everyone who was in front of it. The bespectacled man froze, clearly not expecting to see what was inside. Even to the eyes of newbies, this dungeon did not look like a simple fourth-level dungeon. It was a straight, long hall with a high colonnade on either side, and an ominous figure standing at the end, looking more like a boss's room. Looking closer, they saw a statue of an ancient warrior with a huge sword in his hands, a spiked crown, and a mourning mask on his face. The students huddled fearfully around their mentor. They gradually began to realize their mistake and were now looking for protection. Tae-hyung stepped forward. He was the first to accept the inevitable and ordered the others to stand still and keep a close eye. Some began to complain. But then the passage was covered with a gray fog, and the hero said, "They are coming." Two warriors slowly approached them. As if for a knightly duel, they were very similar in appearance to the statue at the end of the hall. Only the crystal in the place where the belly should have been showed that in front of them were undead creatures but controlled dolls in armor. Death Knights were first-rank monsters, well known to everyone, so the worst fears were immediately confirmed. The instructor hesitated. He himself already understood what kind of mess he had gotten himself into due to his own stupidity, but it was too late to regret it. He ordered his students to prepare for battle. At that moment, steel clanged and both knights attacked them simultaneously. The instructor covered the students with his body, otherwise they would have definitely died. "Filthy monsters," the mustachioed man shouted at them, as if this could offend anyone, and prepared to use magic. The ground beneath the knights' feet turned into hot magma, and this forced them to stop. The sorcerer then shaped the magma into spikes and strung the knights onto them, piercing them in several places. From under the lowered visors came some ancient, untranslatable curses. At the moment when the enemies were immobilized, the instructor ordered the students to attack them with all their might. First, they blocked their view with fire and flashes of light. With their combined efforts, they unleashed a heavy attack on the two knights with everything they had. The coordinated work yielded results. The mangled steel figures fell to the ground. Their armor was bent and pierced in several places, and the crystals were shattered. Thus, the squad managed to defeat very strong monsters, despite the fact that most of them were inexperienced and weak newcomers. They deserve credit for this. They did well, and they themselves could hardly believe that they managed to survive. Death literally hung by a thread. One student even managed to let out a triumphant cry to encourage the others. He still had no idea how cruel the abyss could be. Through the fog, the group heard the sound of steel boots hitting the stone floor, and with horror they realized that this was not the end. Instead of two knights, there were four, all with heavy weapons but without shields. While the others froze in horror, not knowing what to do, Taehyung quickly examined the broken armor of the previous knights and discovered something strange there. The battle continued. The tiny squad managed to destroy several waves of Death Knights, which lay like a pile of scrap metal now covering the entire floor of the hall. But each time a new army, twice as large as the previous one, came to replace the defeated ones, and there was no end in sight. The detachment was already acting at the limit of its strength and capabilities. The students had done more than they should have. They could barely stand on their feet from fatigue and exhaustion. It was a miracle that they still held the line and didn't run away in terror. Their morale had also long since fallen. After examining the empty shells, Taehyung noticed something strange about what was happening. The past battle made the instructor look at this student with different eyes. The guy not only did not look very tired, but also recognized the danger of the gate from the very beginning. In addition, they were all able to stand on their feet, strengthened by his monarch heart skill, otherwise they would not have survived until this moment. Now the bespectacled man was ready to pay much more attention to Taehyung's words. The guy made the assumption that these were not Death Knights at all, even though they looked like it. Even the thought of this horrified the instructor and the other students. It was unclear who they were fighting then, and this is exactly what the hero was about to find out. Picking up one of the heavy knightly claymores from the floor. Gripping the sword with his stone glove, he rushed forward without looking back. The entire army of knights, clanking their armor and weapons, also moved towards him like a steel avalanche. Taehyung was quickly surrounded and attacked from all sides at once, but he dodged. Soaring above his opponent, he avoided all the blows and continued moving towards the end of the hall. The hero jumped over heads, easily pushing off the knights. All this time he held back his strength. Once he reached the statue, he threw a heavy claymore at it, and it flew like a projectile. The sword hit the stone and shattered it into many pieces. Immediately after this, all the knights that were chasing Taehyung burst into flames and then scattered without a trace. Then the group of students realized that all this time they had been fighting only with an illusion, and had exhausted themselves completely in vain. An illusion trap, the hero explained to them. Such are created in the abyss to weaken plunderers and other intruders. They imitate places and enemies. When the harsh reality hit them, the examinees began to loudly complain, and the instructor was amazed that the guy knew about such things, because he had never encountered Death Knights and the like before. Who knows? The hero answered him thoughtfully, his words sounding like steel notes, like retribution for his previous attitude. In any case, he proved that he was not as weak as people thought. With a proud look, the hero continued on his way until they were simply killed, and suggested that the others do the same. They then moved along the dark passage, the instructor lit the way, and Taehyung helped the wounded walk, supporting them on himself. Even though they had destroyed the illusion, their situation was hardly any better. The dungeon space had completely changed and became unrecognizable. The squad had suffered severe injuries and could not simply stand still waiting for help. Their hope was to find the gate that led to the exit from the dungeon as quickly as possible. Wandering through long, dark passages, we eventually managed to find some gates, but their monumental appearance and the ornament of skulls did not inspire confidence. For some time they stood at the entrance, not daring to enter. No one knew what awaited them on the other side. However, death awaited them in any case. Even if they just stood still, the instructor said, and opened the gate first. Behind them stood a Death Knight. Just one, but a real one. His halo glowing dimly in the darkness. After fighting many such enemies, one opponent was perceived as a mockery. But soon they were no longer laughing. Another 10 halos began to light up in the darkness. Following this, torches were lit on the walls of the huge tomb, all the walls of which were occupied by Death Knights standing one above the other. The entire army of the ancient commander gathered here. Another regiment of heavy infantry stood just in front of the entrance to the gate. This place was clearly not designed for an easy walk, no matter who ended up here, so the unfortunate students were completely desperate. They had long since regretted their rash decision to enter here. The insignificant people who managed to get here, the ruler of this place, who sat on the throne, addressed them in a deathly voice. The Death Knight Lord, the boss of this level, greeted them, inviting them to begin the duel. Having struck the floor with their weapons at his command, the army began to move and reorganize. One of them separated from the group and pointed his sword towards the guests, silently challenging them to a fight. It was a demand for a one-on-one duel. Tai-hyung, who was still holding the injured student, realized first. The students groaned pitifully that they no longer had mana and that they could not do anything, still not realizing that they were possibly speaking for the last time in their lives. Taehyung told them to pull themselves together. Their goal was not to fight, but to escape. So they had to hold on until the end and look for an opportunity. But the idiots decided that by running away they would increase their chances of survival after they had already entered the boss's room. Nobody wanted to die. They were all inexperienced greenhorns who had only been playing games and reading comics yesterday, so their behavior was not surprising. Then the knight who had challenged them, unable to bear such an insult directed at him, moved sharply in their direction. The instructor and Tai-hyung, who was carrying the wounded woman, managed to dodge the attack. But the disheartened fugitives did not. Their torment was quickly ended. The picture was cruel and terrifying. The abyss did not spare anyone who dared to enter it. Tai-hyung shouted at the mustachioed instructor that he would buy him time, and therefore he should run to the exit. But instead, the teacher simply threw him and another student towards the exit, after which he blocked the passage with an earthen rampart, completely stunning the hero. The instructor shouted at him that the low-ranking brat should not even dare to argue with them. Taehyung listened to his words through the thick stone wall. All the instructor wanted was to become a top-ranked seeker. However, no matter how much he trained and made efforts, he only moved further away from his goal. This was his opportunity, the instructor said. He believed that if he sorted out this case, he would receive the highest rank from the leadership. And here's the result. The students died because of him, and a merciless Death Knight is rushing towards him. The instructor quickly hit him with some green magic. One thing was clear, Kim Tae-hyung was different in that he had everything he needed, the instructor admitted, not without regret. That's why he hoped that the guy would run away, take the wounded with him, and escape from here as quickly as possible. He himself was going to personally stop the opponents, knowing full well that he would not leave here alive. That's the role of an instructor, said this man who tried to be a hero after he had led everyone into impassable thickets as usual. Heroism is meant to cover up someone's negligence. Taehyung turned towards the wounded, thinking what to do, and only then did I understand the bitter truth. There was no one left to save. At that very moment, the instructor's wall exploded with a crash, scattering into a hail of small fragments. The one who challenged the Death Knights fell victim to his own ambition and overconfidence, ultimately achieving nothing. The razor-sharp blade pointed at the hero again, challenging him. So Taehyung was left alone in the face of the strongest enemy. Everyone else was already dead. On the ground under his feet, he saw a shiny object and immediately remembered the instructor's ring. When the knight began to attack, the boy grabbed him and rushed to the side. This was his only way to survive. Perhaps with the artifact, the sleeping predator would finally wake up. And as soon as the hero put on the ring, he felt the familiar feeling of power and strength. There was no need to hold back. He immediately activated the ability. A short flash and bloody tentacles instantly scattered everyone who stood nearby. Even the King of Knights was not left indifferent by such a surge, and he asked the guy what kind of power it was. Thanks to the ring, all abilities were increased by 10 points. All conditions were met, the system indifferently minted. The Predator's seal was removed, and the hero's eyes filled with red light. Then it was a small matter, using his increased power to quickly crush all the iron in the tomb. Still, their lord, as is the custom of all terrible bosses, sat in place and waited until his army was killed. A couple of knights jumped on the guy from above, but he noticed them in time. Each swing of his hand knocked over and crushed dozens of knights. However, absorbing each of them took about 10 seconds. It was impossible to rely only on the strength of the predator. So Taehyung covered himself and his sword with stone skin. So his attacks became even stronger. While the predator dealt with one knight, he crushed another. He quickly realized that in order to survive this battle, he would have to use all the abilities and skills he had accumulated up to this point. Suddenly, someone very strong burst right into the thick of the battle with a deafening explosion. The heavy, gigantic spear almost tore Taehyung apart. It could even pierce an elephant through and through. The Lord of the Tomb decided to deviate from the genre's canons and intervene in the battle before he was left without an army entirely. Enveloped in a sinister aura, he radiated unshakable power and caused awe. Taehyung cursed foully, one of the words he kept to himself for just such a case. After that, dozens of projectiles, swords, spears, arrows, everything that the other knights had, flew at him. He had to run away quickly, which the guy did, deftly dodging. Then he approached the Death Lord and tried to influence him with the Predator. But as soon as the Lord swung his sword with lightning speed, the thorn tentacles were torn to shreds. Taehyung didn't expect such a trick at all. Before that, he thought that the Predator's power was limitless. The Lord of the Dead acknowledged his strength and grinned with his skull, but the boy's strength was hardly enough to fight him. Soon the hero himself found himself under the heel of the King of the Dead. Before sending him to the next world, the dead man asked where he got this power from. Taehyung refused to speak, and the knight's steel boot pressed him further into the ground. The resistance to this higher-level pressure was only partially successful, the system reported. The king already understood that the hero understood what he was talking about, unlike ordinary people, which was also not just a coincidence. Taehyung himself wanted to know what the nature of his power was. He once again felt himself standing before the irresistible power of Asmodeus, a triple highest-rank demon. The still warm bodies of the other members of the examination team floated in the sea of blood at his feet. And then he felt in a vision the appearance of the Lord of the Knights behind him. Nothing had changed since he died and was reborn. Taehyung didn't know the nature of his power nor its source, such as why he suddenly began to understand what the creatures of the abyss were saying. He simply gained power and abilities without knowing anything, and nothing has changed since then. The sword of the Lord of Knights was already raised above his neck, ready to end everything. And then in the vision a god appeared, the very one woven from light who had endowed him with his gift. The reason he gave him powers was simply that the sun face was impressed by his fortitude and tenacity. It wasn't necessary to change anything, it was enough to just get closer to him, the sun face said. The vision suddenly ended. Taehyung returned to reality where his opponent no longer expected anything. But suddenly something awakened in the guy. The force that burst out knocked the sword out of the dead man's hands. The thorn vines became stronger and thicker, and all the knights they touched were cut down. Like the very embodiment of predation and greed, Taehyung rose to his feet again. Despite the limitations of his body, he was going to use all the power hidden in the depths. The mana continued to flow, and the system issued several warnings in a row. The king accepted the challenge and rushed towards the boy to deal with him. One swing and the hero disappeared into a stream of purple plasma that split even stones. But the hero survived this raging hurricane thanks to damage absorption. Since the Lord of the Dead is so interested in where this power came from, he can try it on himself, the hero shouted at him. The Predator's rank has been raised to the second, the system minted. The leap in development happened at the right time. This time, the crimson thorns pierced the dead man right through. They threw the king high into the air, and Taehyung reached out his hand for one of the swords that were lying around in abundance. Now an equal fight broke out between them. They exchanged blows right in the air, knocking out sheaves of sparks and clanging weapons. The king was shocked. He could barely hold on and was extremely outraged by such disrespectful behavior towards his own person. Using his strength, he lifted many weapons that lay nearby and threw them all towards the hero. Then Taehyung gathered all his power into a fist, and it took the form of a beast's mouth, which he threw at the enemy. The predator easily swept away all the hovering blades and flew towards the stunned ruler without any respect. In the end, he was devoured, like a pathetic fly caught in a monstrous mouth. Taehyung fell and watched as the power contained in his heart tore the king apart until there was no trace left. A new skill, the spirit of the Night King, was registered. The system beeped. The exam was long over, all the other teams had completed the relatively simple test, and the victims had received assistance. The observers, including the Seeker, Pak, watched with alarm one of the gates from which the highest level energy was emanating. The order to evacuate had already been given, but was delayed due to deformation inside the dungeon. A breakthrough was approaching, and it was unclear whether a support team would arrive in time. Seeker Pack himself understood perfectly well that those who got inside were most likely already dead. He was already preparing to go through the gates himself without waiting for reinforcements, when they suddenly lit up even brighter than before. Honestly, it is still not clear why the group went further inside the second gate. If they could just wait for them to be rescued, having noticed the anomaly. Everyone was waiting for the gates to break through and were already shouting about evacuation when the light went out and the seeker Kim Tae-hyung appeared on the platform in front of the entrance. Once again, he managed to escape the clutches of death, and he was simply glad about it. Thanks to Kim Tae-hyung's actions, the gate was not breached and no one else was hurt, and the results of the second test were determined only on pre-evacuation grounds. The bodies of the victims were found and returned to their relatives, as befits them. Despite the fact that there are dead people in the case, the chairman managed to hide the name of the one who cleared the dungeon. Otherwise, too much would have fallen on Tae-hyung in his youth. Deputy Go and Seeker Pak agreed with the chief. There was nothing wrong with these actions. He chuckled and thanked them for the support he didn't really need. Then I asked them what they really thought about it. What level should Kim Tae-hyung, a seeker who cleared a top-ranked dungeon by himself, be? At the very least, such a person must have the highest rank, Pa immediately stated. But since the actual rank listed in the system was much lower, it was difficult to estimate the scope of this guy's potential, Deputy Guo added. And that meant that there was a high probability that this young man had already become a national force, the chairman said. And everyone fell silent meaningfully. Meanwhile, a black sun shone in the abyss. Under the shadow of a solar eclipse, an eclipse of the world was taking place. A horde of monsters marched across the rocky wasteland. The monsters came in an irresistible wave, large and small, flying and crawling, of all shapes and colors. Taehyung looked in amazement at this stream, a living river that suddenly flooded the desert and did not understand anything. He didn't remember when he fell into the abyss, but when he looked at the sky, he saw the sun-faced one there. It was as if a god was hovering in the sky. And at the sight of him, the seething sea beneath his feet exploded with a roar of hatred. One wave of the hand and they all turned to ashes, falling silent forever and scattering into dust in the wind. It was a message to Tae-hyung. God was telling him what was waiting for him, but the guy vaguely understood what it meant. I need to go to the deepest part of the abyss, she thought when she finally woke up. It was strange to find myself in a hospital bed, and it took me a while to piece together the chain of events in my head. The vision he saw before waking up was hardly a dream, it was too clear and strong. The Predator's power was too mysterious to ignore such messages. Even the highest-ranking monsters knew about it and were afraid of it. The further, the more questions Tae-hyung had. There was no other way but to become stronger and go into the abyss in search of the bright-faced king. There were changes in the status. The Predator rank reached the second, overcoming the limit. The spirit of the king of the night of the second rank was able to strike enemies with agility. In terms of skill level and characteristics, Tae-hyung had definitely reached the top rank, and now he had become the owner of the power of the Lord of the Dead, which made him eat dust. The hero himself understood that with such abnormal growth rates, the national level was not far off. There was some noise under his room, someone was persistently trying to get inside. But in the end, Yu Ai-yeon defeated all the bodyguards at the entrance, and as the leader of the spy guild, she visited the sick man. She did not even break a sweat, and her elegant appearance remained in order. Smiling charmingly at the hero, so much so that his heart skipped a beat, Yu Aeong greeted him. And then the guy thought that he had seen similar facial features somewhere before. Later, this stunning woman expressed a desire to give the hero a ride, and she personally got behind the wheel, moving the driver to the back seat. The hero did not object to this kind of honor. After all, they were dictated by interest in his strength. That's why he decided to ask directly what the head of the Searcher's intelligence service needed from someone who had just recently passed the exam. Yue Yeon smiled and replied softly that she just wanted to look at the champion. There was no trace of the cold taunt that her sister possessed. However, Tae-hyung didn't believe such a weak excuse. There definitely had to be something else behind her visit. Lim Aeong praised the guy for his observation. It's good that he wasn't a simpleton. Then the conversation moved on to business. It turned out that there was still a third round of the exam ahead, the essence of which was paired fights in the arena in front of everyone. Lim Aeon considered it almost inevitable that the guy would reveal his abilities in the arena, and then everyone would understand who cleared the highest-ranked dungeon alone and would want to get him into their ranks. That's why this sweet and seductive woman wanted to be the first one to offer him to join their ranks. Be it money or fame, she was ready to give him everything he wanted. In this, Yu Aong was the complete opposite of her sister, and the guy appreciated her zeal. For some time, he actually thought about her proposal and hesitated, but by agreeing, he could gain significant support and connections, and under the guidance of such a nice boss. However, maintaining the feigned indifference of a chaebol, or at least an heir to the throne, the guy responded with a curt refusal without even bothering to explain his reasons. He understood perfectly well that because of his strength, they would still reckon with him, so there was no need for extra politeness. The hero thanked him for giving him a ride home. He wanted to walk the rest of the way. Then Yu Aiyong stopped hiding behind her mask and asked directly about the reasons for the refusal. Every person needed something, be it royalties, fame, power. Maybe he had other suggestions, or she misunderstood him. But Yu Aiyong wasn't going to give up so easily, which even irritated the hero a little. Then the guy answered directly that there was no mistake, just as there were no agreements. He didn't care about the favorable conditions, and besides, could the night tramps offer him anything exceptional, he asked. So he just didn't want to do something he didn't like, and he thought no one could force him to do it. At this point, Tai Hyung thought that their dialogue was over and had already said goodbye to Yu Aong, but he had significantly underestimated her sense of self-worth. No one dared to refuse such a lady. She grabbed him tightly, clamping his mouth shut so he wouldn't scream, and pressed him to herself. Who was he to talk to the mistress like that, she asked. A boy who was just trying to become a seeker suddenly refused one of the best guilds without a good reason. It sounded like complete nonsense. But this time, the beautiful lady decided to spare him and loosened her grip and ran her finger across his chest, but only because she liked him. Her driver tried to stop his boss, reminding her that the guy was essentially still a schoolboy. He also tried to reason with Kim Tae-hyung that it was a mistake not to appreciate the opportunity that was coming his way because one day he would regret it. In one thing, he and his sister were worth each other, and that was because of their hopeless stubbornness. The hero answered them coldly and arrogantly. There was no hint of submission or fear in his eyes. Yu Ai-yeon was amazed that he realized her relationship with Lim A-yeon. I just realized it from her stolen name, the hero quipped. And at that very moment he was overcome by a wave of power, the flash of which engulfed the city. Yu A-yeon grabbed him by the throat like a puppy, and she was surrounded by a thick green aura. Like all seekers, she lived in another world for which other human norms were outdated. The thing is that at birth she was named Lim Aong. She was the illegitimate daughter of the CEO of a large corporation, and the girl was raised as a successor, until her second daughter was born, already in a legal marriage, and she was deprived not only of her status as an heir but even of her name. After this, Yu Ae-yeon changed her name and became one of the youngest seekers. Few people could know about this fact and her kinship, although she kept her last name. One would have to be crazy to so openly provoke a top-ranking seeker, and this powerful woman made it clear that she would not tolerate such ridicule. But she started this game of dominance, the guy said, and easily removed her hand from himself. Resistance to the spirit of the Amazon was successful, the system minted. After this, the hero decided to test his recent acquisition and cast the spirit of the Night King on her, which forced Yu Aiyong to retreat. She had never encountered such power before, and she felt enormous pressure. Yet Tae-hyung also felt her pressure. He was not ready to withstand the power of the highest rank skill. Releasing the power of the king, he approached Yu Ai-yeon and perhaps became the first man to be able to pin her to the wall like that. The game of dominance can be played by two, sister? The hero warned her in a peaceful voice. A wave of embarrassment and anger washed over the girl. She wanted to claw at his face, but she understood that there was no good reason for this. Her driver turned paler than chalk and flowed from the tension of the drama as if he were made entirely of wax. When you think of a fighting arena, 90% of people will think of the Roman Colosseum, and there's nothing you can do about that, but the building is beautiful, that's for sure. This is where the third round of the Seeker's exam was supposed to take place. Unlike the first two rounds, the third was designed to create a show and allow each participant to prove themselves. Families of future Seekers came here to support their loved ones, and representatives of guilds who were looking for the best candidates. Some guild representatives carefully disguised themselves to pass as ordinary spectators. Taehyung's uncle and aunt also came to support him, but now they were worried because the battles of the Awakened were especially fierce. But Hwang was full of optimism, and as the hero's first henchman, he had already knocked together a banner with his brother's face. He spoke in prepared chants like a seasoned fan club leader. This guy was immediately prepared for a fight for power. There were other little-known faces in the audience, like the female reporter who interviewed Tai Young before the first round of the exam. This time she wanted to find the perfect news because, as before, she was on the verge of being fired. Last time her work was rejected because Taehyung was only rank 3 at the time, and the editor demanded fresh photos of the flyman from her. The girl didn't know what to do. She thought that Kim Taehyung must be no longer at the competition, but then her attention was drawn to the noise from the stands. There was a strange atmosphere around one participant. The others preferred to keep a respectful distance from him, as if they were afraid that he might attack them. Everyone looked at him with expressions as if they had been suffering from constipation for a week. Even the promising awakened ones who distinguished themselves in the first 2 rounds of the exam. The scene is very strange, but apparently it is intended to show how cool the hero is, because everyone stands around him frozen in stupid poses. This surprised the reporter's girlfriend. None of the participants hid their aggression. The start of the 3rd round was soon announced, and spectators were warned to watch their nerves during the brawl. Taehyung chuckled. He too was looking forward to the opportunity to show everyone his true level. At the signal, everyone directed their forces at the strongest player, hoping to get rid of him first to increase their chances of winning. Volleys of various magic and skills merged into one incessant glow. Encouraging each other, they called on the others to also join in destroying the dark horse that had destroyed 2 high-ranked awakened at once in the first trial. But their dreams were not destined to come true. Taehyung did not stand still, but in the blink of an eye broke through the cordon. The dummies of various levels shuddered in horror when they realized that they were the ones who had come. Their instincts told them to flock together, just like fish that flock together, because there is less chance that they will eat you. But for the hero, such behavior only simplified the task. There was no need to run after each one separately, and it was possible to defeat them all at once. Having successfully broken through the encirclement, Taehyung stopped and immediately noticed how the ground under his feet was cracking. Thick woody vines burst from the ground and grabbed the hero. One self-confident druid decided that he could prove himself if he himself defeated the one who defeated 2 awakened of the highest rank. He called himself a genius of the first rank, and was obviously very proud of himself. Unfortunately for this awakened one who remained unknown to anyone, everything ended like for the others. He was buried deep in the ground, and all his pride was trampled underfoot. Taehyung chuckled and called out to the next one. The vines couldn't hold him back even for a moment. It soon became clear that the guy had become even stronger since the last round, but this did not stop the other participants. They still wanted to prove themselves and decided to continue attacking. They all hoped to exhaust the hero's stamina reserves and thus break him. Then Taehyung used the skill Spirit King Knight. In an instant, all who dared to approach him immediately fell prostrate under the colossal pressure of the Death Knight. They were so overcome with terror that they couldn't even move. His aura was so strong that it even engulfed the stands where ordinary people were sitting, and Yu Aong who had mingled with the crowd. She couldn't believe that the guy would use this skill in front of everyone. Soon there was no one left in the arena near Taehyung who was able to continue the fight. "The first stage of the cleanup is already ready," said the hero, not even out of breath. Then he looked towards the side where there was still an awakened one who could withstand his power. Now the hero offered her a choice, to stop right now and surrender. Of course, he understood perfectly well that the proud girl would never admit defeat. "This means he will have to repeat what happened in the first round," the guy said, meaning that he eventually defeated Lim Aong. But perhaps the girl misunderstood him, because at that very moment she covered the arena with an impenetrable dome, just like last time, catching the guy in the area of effect of her magic. Taehyung didn't even try to escape in any way. Unlike their last fight, he wasn't at all exhausted from the battle. The desperate girl armed herself with an ice weapon and pointed it at him, her intentions speaking for themselves. "The previous situation will not be repeated," Lim Aong declared, and her eyes began to glow brightly with an icy blue. Taehyung just smirked smugly. This was all nothing more than a funny game for him. The fight didn't last long. The hero barely moved from his spot. None of Lim Aong's most powerful attacks worked on him. As a result, the girl collapsed at his feet completely exhausted, which meant the end of their duel. A thin layer of frost covered his body. This girl was still a very difficult opponent for him. With only one participant remaining in this royal match, it was officially over, and a stunned silence hung in the stands for a long time. Afterwards, Taehyung received an award and a certificate for completing the Seeker exam with honors. He was immediately awarded the highest rank, and all the honors were given by the chairman of the Association of Seekers himself. He kept singing the praises of the hero because the exam ended so clearly, which was not surprising for someone who had single-handedly cleared a top-ranked dungeon. "I was just lucky," the hero answered modestly, which could easily be taken as a joke. Then the chairman, taking advantage of his position, got down to business, and invited the guy to the main guild of the country. Taehyung feigned surprise, although he had expected something like this. After all, Yu Aong was only the first, and after his speech, it is not surprising that the chairman also laid his last eyes on him. The hero thought about how quickly his position had changed. Until recently, he was rated very low, and then he defeated two of the strongest contenders. Thanks to this, he acquired some connections, and the world gradually got to know the hero. Now the most powerful man in the country wanted to recruit him into his organization. However, as before Taehyung refused, he still knew too little about the world to make any decision. Chairman Ji even jumped up from his seat after receiving the refusal and asked the guy about the reasons. Taehyung couldn't name anything special, he just thought that working alone was more efficient. He had his own secrets and he wanted to keep them as long as possible, and other guilds' superiors would limit his path. There would have been a lot of explaining to do, so the guy apologized for not being able to help the chairman in any way. For a moment, he was clearly surprised by the straightforward refusal, but eventually he burst out laughing. He was amused by the young man's self-confidence and the fact that even the best guild in the country could be refused. But the chairman had another proposal for the guy instead of the usual introduction. He offered him to take part in the Asian-friendly tournament. The chairman still did not want to let the guy go just like that, and already knew how to use him for the good of the country. Horrible-looking mutants pounced on him from all sides, wanting to taste fresh meat. But in the end, they themselves became minced meat and food for the dominant predator. These were the last of the mindless monsters that inhabited this dungeon, and now they have all turned into piles of bodies. Even during the fight, Taehyung couldn't stop thinking about the international tournament, an event in which all countries in a region select 5 representatives from the guild association, after which the teams compete in hunting demons and monsters, but this is not as simple an event as it seems. The event allowed countries to test their strength without resorting to actual combat, and participants were given the opportunity to declare themselves as national treasures. The chairman recommended Taehyung because he expected him to grow quickly and believed that he could reach that level. Now that the boy had finally gotten his seeker's license and could go into dungeons, he had to constantly hunt much stronger monsters to reach the level that most took years to grow to. However, even taking this into account, Taehyung's growth rate has slowed down significantly lately. Even though it was dangerous, he had to go to the depths of the abyss to become strong enough. At the same time, a black raven circled over the vampire's castle. This is what Chief Lee's mansion looked like now. He himself was engaged in the education of his servants, teaching everyone obedience and good manners using the example of his bodyguard Soul. He desperately begged his master to calm down, but it was unlikely that the pleas had any power now. The son and recognized heir of the Lee clan leader was still in the hospital, and the one who sent him there, depriving him of his future, had himself made a good career and was recognized as a seeker of the highest rank. It was hardly possible to remain calm after something like that, so someone had to become the punching bag for the angry clan leader. He was stopped only by the secretary who reported on the guests of the villain guild. All that was left was to laugh at the fact that in the world of comics, villains call themselves that everywhere. Chief Lee also had a grudge against them because they had received the money in advance but had not completed the order, having failed to deal with some boy. He had already threatened to show them where the crayfish spend the winter, but then he noticed a strange visual anomaly in front of him. The space distorted and a man entered the room without knocking. He immediately expressed his condolences about Lee John and suggested fixing this first. Moreover, the main goal of the Taisan group was not at all to take revenge on some schoolboy. The masked man took a dramatic pose and introduced himself as the second man in the villain guild. He also asked to be called Shadow, which suggested that the entire guild was just a bunch of teenagers with attention deficit disorder. After Taehyung dealt with another dungeon, he got out through the portal, but they were already waiting for him there. The very strange man holding the cardboard with Taehyung's name on it was definitely the one who met him at the airport. Pukliash loudly introduced himself as a first-rank seeker from the Alchemist's Guild and said that he would accompany him to the auction. And this fat guy's name was Pak Gon-eun. Apparently, the office corporate culture had completely spoiled him, so he was shouting as if he were at a reception for the Queen of Britain. Gonan stated that he became a fan of the hero after his performance at the exam, asked for an autograph, and deliberately acted in a very strange manner, as if he was a person of higher status and position. East Point was the best place for all kinds of shopping in the eastern region, which is why Taehyung came here. This trading place attracted many rich people from all over the world. Excellent products and the availability of automatic translation that erased language barriers made this place very attractive to the cream of society. But Taehyung was here for work. He was assigned to protect the public peace at today's auction. Gunun himself chose the place for the autograph. It was his forehead. He was a very strange person. In addition to this, the guild sent many more specialists who looked like twin brothers. The coordinate points were constantly changing, so not everyone could get to this place at the same time. Controlling the teleport was one of Gonan's abilities. He bragged that because it was so hard to get in, maybe that was why the auction hadn't seen an attack for 10 years. And there was a point to that. The auction was the safest place. The key word here was because today the auction would be attacked by a high-ranking demon, which Taehyung knew from his past. One could only marvel at the memory of the main character, who remembered the exact date of events he personally did not participate in. Meanwhile, the main lot of the day, the elixir of the phoenix, was put up for auction. One sip of this potion increased stamina and magic power by 20 points. While inside, Taehyung expected to wait for the attack, after which he would defeat the highest-ranking demon and thus earn social value, one of the conditions to get to the Asian Games. The problem was that he had very little information about the potential enemy and his plans. He knew that East Point's losses were enormous, and that the culprit of the attack was believed to be Narendra Nehru, a demon of the highest rank. The hero was distracted from his thoughts by Gonan, who was running to get him some ice cream. Taehyung immediately asked him who was in charge of security because he wanted to find out who ultimately defeated the demon. Gonan was very surprised by this question, and the guy said that it was just curiosity. Before the escort could answer, they were called out from behind. The people stepped aside to let a group in white coats walk forward in formation. They were led by a leader, also in a white suit. He recognized Taehyung and apparently decided to say hello to the youngest seeker of the highest rank. Isaka Ryuhei, nicknamed Shaitan, was a top-ranking hunter from Japan and the head of all the security units of East Point. He was distinguished by a flat face on which even the eyes could not be distinguished, and a sly, snake-like grin. Gonan told the hero who was in front of him. He was also surprised by such attention from the auction's security chief. However, he warned the hero to be careful with this man, because there were rumors that Ryuhei killed his colleagues for profit, for which he earned his nickname Shaitan. An excellent candidate for the post of head of security and an impeccable reputation. Ryuhei extended his hand to the hero. He had heard about the young talent, although he did not expect to meet him here. Taehyung was surprised that they were holding out their left hand to him, not their right one. But he still responded to the handshake, and immediately a shock of pain pierced him. Ryuhei, who was clearly enjoying his joke, laughed quietly while maintaining a mask of politeness and cordiality. But not for long, because he was very pleased with the guy's reaction to pain, really top rank, Ryuhei admitted. Here Taehyung noticed that it wasn't just him who was feeling bad. Some people nearby couldn't even stand on their feet. East Point hired the best of the best. The HR department urgently needs to give a bonus. Even though Taehyung could withstand Ryuhei's influence, it was clearly not good for ordinary people. Having played enough, Ryuhei nevertheless loosened his grip, saying that he expected too much from a boy who had only recently received the highest rank. He brazenly leaned on the hero's shoulder and came closer to his ear. If it weren't for Taehyung's goals, he would have broken the scoundrel's jaw long ago for such antics. Not all higher ranks are equal, the scoundrel said instructively, maintaining a smug look. He suggested that Taehyung not do anything stupid and just quietly walk away. After that, he left just as quickly as he had appeared, while his dummies in white kimonos lined up on both sides of the corridor. Gonan was so excited that even ice cream flowed down his hands. It would still be more difficult than he initially thought, the hero decided, looking after Ryuhei. Deep inside the building, a group of guards stood at an armored door, all of them armed and wearing bulletproof vests. Then another group of awakened ones came out to meet them, most of whom had hoods on their heads and masks on their faces. Since guests were not supposed to be on this level, the head of security became wary. The warp gate control room was behind this group, so any intruders were to be eliminated. The squad leader said that he would take charge and the rest would be dealt with by other members of his squad. He felt confident since he had the first rank. But the enemy was far beyond the usual first rank, so the small guard detachment was instantly routed. They were destroyed by monsters under the control of Narendra Nehru, a high-ranking magician who walked everywhere in a high turban and without clothes, probably for convenience. When the first part of the evil plan was completed, his accomplices reported that an unknown variable had appeared in their case. Kim Taehyung, who had recently become a top ranker, was harassing them, so the villains sought advice from a magician. He angrily declared that all the other hunters were trash and that as long as he was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. At that very moment, the divine revelation, as Nehru called it, began, and the auction building shook from the first explosion. Here we can again ask the main character why, knowing about the terrorist attack, he did not report it to the authorities, since this could have saved many lives. Another explosion thundered and buried all the people who were in the trading hall under the rubble. Following these, about 10 more thundered throughout all parts of the shopping center, which consisted of 2 tall towers on a lonely island. Gonan, horrified by what was happening, screamed at Taehyung that he needed to evacuate immediately. Taehyung himself was confused. He knew there would be a terrorist attack, but he didn't expect a 360-degree explosion in the building. It was a miracle that everything didn't collapse. It was completely unclear where the demons were hiding when the bomb was planted. Another explosion occurred right before the hero's eyes, and the number of victims increased. People ran in panic, trying to save themselves when gunfire was heard in the building. A group of terrorist bandits, threatening with weapons, ordered everyone to hand over jewelry and money, and they wanted to behead everyone who resisted. The scoundrel in the mask shouted menacingly about this. At that very moment, the criminal himself lost his head, along with his accomplices, from the hero's blade. There was no point in trying to capture anyone. Taehyung told Gonan to report the attack to the association, and he himself said that he would deal with the one who arranged all this with a pompous look. Of course, he deserves honor and praise for this, but this is not very heroic, because all the victims could have been avoided. Another group of guards fought bravely to protect the already sold lots, where another group of robbers arrived. There were more of them, and they behaved insolently and confidently, as if the situation was in their hands. A bloody and brutal fight began at close range and in a cramped space. The loyal guards fought desperately but were still defeated. And the villain in the mask took what he came for, the elixir of the phoenix, the best artifact of the entire auction. Taking it in his hands, the villain understood why the demon Nehru took such risks to get hold of this artifact. The potion emanated enormous power, and the criminal himself almost succumbed to the temptation to drink it. However, suddenly there was a jolt and one of the accomplices fell dead, and the rest turned around nervously. They were confused, seeing no one, and began to fall one after another as if mown down. An unknown enemy destroyed the villains without any mercy, and they became afraid. And now the last one managed to understand that the enemy has the skill of invisibility, and that's all. A dagger flashed and tore the mask off the villain's face. At that moment, he cursed and used the chain skill on the enemy, which worked flawlessly, suspending Taehyung in the air. The criminal grinned, thinking that everything was over and he was once again in control of the situation. Taehyung really liked this skill that could track the target in stealth mode. He was perfect for using the predator on him, the hero said and grinned maliciously. Meanwhile, the terrorists gathered all the survivors and took them hostage, tying them all up. A whole horde of freaks, all handpicked from a cabinet of curiosities, looked at the unfortunate people. Monsters and demons filled the assembly hall, and the people below, huddled together in terror, were like a buffet for them. Everything went smoothly, laughed the demon Nehru, who had captured the gate control room and settled here with his henchmen. Now those who believe in God will be even more afraid of his existence, he said, and laughed again. To complete the plan, he only needed to get the Phoenix Potion, and just then his henchman hurried up with a walkie-talkie. He reported that he had received a message from Dyke, the leader of the group, who was supposed to bring the potion, but judging by his tone, something went wrong. The radio crackled with interference, and then the villains heard a completely different voice than they expected. Taehyung brazenly admitted that he had taken something important for the demon Nehru and was holding it in his hands right now. And he suggested that he come and pick up the potion himself if he needed it so much. Such an open challenge from a young brat angered the demon mage, so much so that he gnashed his black teeth. Taehyung didn't wait for the genius mage who had carried out the terrorist attack for the sake of the potion, but entrusted its transportation to others, to come here himself. And he simply drank it instantly, receiving bonuses to his stats. It really was a unique potion. Taehyung had to run around the dungeons quite a bit, and all without results. And then there was an immediate sharp increase. But now he didn't have to worry about the potion falling into the hands of demons, since he had securely hidden it in the depths of his body. The number 2 villain in their organization was sent to deal with the impudent boy. Ryuhei was no longer smiling, and all his accomplices in white kimonos were also in cahoots with him. When they entered the warehouse, they saw the carnage that the hero had left behind, and hadn't even cleaned up after himself. Everyone was dead, the henchman quickly realized. They came here because this was the room from which Taehyung had last communicated. Ryuhei's minions already thought that the guy had simply run away with the precious potion, but the swordsman only laughed. With his yellow snake eyes, he clearly saw that the enemy was right in front of them, after which he suggested that the guy come out of the darkness and show himself to everyone. Taehyung did so. He was not at all disappointed that he was discovered. The hero thought that his skill was almost perfect, but it turned out that was not the case. Ryuhei asked the guy in a condescending tone what he was doing here. Having the highest rank, he could live happily ever after. But the traitor himself was the head of security and a respected man, but in the end, he served terrorists and scoundrels. Ryuhei chuckled and replied that he was just looking for something. Taehyung realized that there wouldn't be any long conversations anyway and reached for his belt, where he kept his blade. Obviously, with so many guards in East Point, it was impossible to secretly bring and plant so many bombs and also bring so many villains. This means that Ryuhei lived up to his nickname of Shaitan and was a traitor. The hero looked with contempt at all these people who huddled in a cowardly group around their master. Hearing such an accusation, Ryuhei chuckled and in that same moment simply disappeared. In a split second, he was next to the hero and almost cut him with his sword, but he managed to block the blow. Ryuhei demanded that he return what he came for, and Taehyung sarcastically suggested that he take it himself. For a while they balanced, holding each other's blades. And then they began to move with such speed that they simply disappeared from the eyes of ordinary awakened ones. They clearly had nothing to do in a battle of higher ranks. Moreover, they knew what their leader was called. If they carelessly interfered in his fight, they could lose their own heads. Taehyung and Ryuhei were jumping like blocks at supersonic speed, exchanging blows. Physics left the chat. What kind of overloads do pilots have? Oxygen starvation of the brain? This is all for nerds. Still, Taehyung was having a hard time. He could barely keep up with his opponent. The enemy saw through his disguise and could catch up with him anywhere, even though Taehyung drank a special enhancing elixir. Ryuhei's next attack quickly approached his neck, and the boy froze in place. He didn't have time to dodge and received a chopping blow that tore off all his disguise. They both had similar skills, but the hero didn't think the difference would be so striking. Using a dagger, the guy stopped on the ceiling, parodying Peter Parker, after which he used the skill of the Spirit of the Night King, suppressing all the other villains with his power. In horror, they rushed in all directions and lost their formation, pressed down by the spirit of the dead man. Taehyung turned around, looking for Ryuhei to see if the skill had affected him. He praised him for his decision since any invisibility was vulnerable to area attacks. It was worth using this skill on himself if he wanted to find him. Ryuhei stated as he was right underneath Taehyung and jumped on him with a charged attack. At this time, two gang members were standing on the level above and guarding the passage. Or maybe they were just shirking their duties, giving the appearance of working. But they should have chosen another place because Ryuhei broke through the ceiling and dragged Taehyung through the hole. So they burned through several more levels one after another, destroying the already long-suffering building. In the end, Ryuhei managed to take a pompous position on top and pinned him to the floor with his sword. But to his amazement, Ryuhei discovered that his sword was unable to touch the hero's body and was stopped by chains. At this point, he swore and abruptly pulled away from the guy, feeling vulnerable. That skill was needed not to find him, Ryuhei realized, but to limit his chances of escape. Taehyung chuckled. He wasn't going to let his opponent go any longer. Even though Ryuhei cursed as much as he could, it didn't help him avoid the chain skill that quickly caught him. Covering his fist with stone and steel, Taehyung punched the bastard in the jaw with all his heart, just as he wanted from the very first minute of their meeting. Soon, all the scoundrels were sitting together, chained together and with sad faces. Ryuhei, despite his situation, was still fluttering and trying to maintain his dignity. The hero grinned and asked him how he would explain his betrayal. But the villain had no intention of repenting or regretting anything. He believed that he was simply unlucky. A kick in the teeth was worth 1,000 words. Taehyung wasn't going to listen to nonsense from a killer. Ryuhei's lackeys turned to look at him with concern, although they should have been more worried about themselves. Taehyung left them alive only so that there would be someone to contact the demon Neru who started it all. In any case, the guilds of all countries should have responded to the alarm signal by now, which means the terrorists don't have much time left. However, hearing these words, Ryuhei only laughed with his broken lips because the guy didn't know anything yet. When all these events began, the chairman of the association was sitting in the conference room with Deputy Go. A bearded old man ran into the hall with clearly alarming news. So Sangik, the head of the Alchemist Guild, reported that something had happened to the East Point guards. Not only were there many valuable items from his guild at the auction, but there were also many important people among the buyers. It turned out that the deputy already knew about what had happened, and reassured the alchemist that measures had already been taken. A support squad of elite seekers led by Pak had already been assembled. However, Sangik did not understand why, in that case, they had not yet arrived at the place. The chairman explained with a heavy heart that they could not physically get to the island yet. Since the East Point office that controlled the warp gate had been taken over, it was impossible to get in. One could only marvel at the security measures and the lack of a backup route in case of such an event. So Sangik was horrified and was ready to run around in circles screaming, "Save me! Help me!" But Tevik said that everything would be fine. After all, there are two top-ranked seekers in the building, and one of them is Tai Hyung. They will definitely be able to defeat the demon Nier who controls the monsters. Taewok hoped that the two would hold out long enough before reinforcements arrived. Even more so since Taehyung himself could defeat the demon. But when Yu Aeong entered the room, she immediately declared that this was impossible, since it was not about an ordinary top rank. As always, beautiful and powerful in her strict office suit, this girl did not lose her charm. Ryuhei decided to share their plans since he could do nothing but gloat. He said that Nier's strongest skill is a contract with a demon. Demons could be summoned through sacrifices. Their power depended on the quality and quantity of victims. The world of the Awakened was very cruel. In no time, they sank to the level of genocide. Taehyung realized the real horror of what was happening, because there were many civilians in the building who might not have been there if he had reported the terrorist attack in advance. The traitor saw the confusion on the hero's face and was glad this was what he needed. Yu Ai-Yan also knew this dark feature of the demon Neru well, and now the chairman and the head of the alchemists understood how dangerous it was to wait and do nothing. The enemy had captured hundreds of hostages and already had an army of top-tier monsters. What a wonderful world in which such villains can roam free. Everyone understood the scale of the catastrophe that could happen. All that was left was to guess about the motives that drove the villain. Taehyung realized the same thing. Right now, preparations were underway for a mass sacrifice. Only soulless brats could serve such a scoundrel, and Ryuhei understood this perfectly well, so he laughed right in Taehyung's face, saying that he would lose anyway. The hero had little choice but to watch indifferently as innocent hostages were sacrificed while they begged for mercy. Or fight in a battle in which he will definitely lose and die like a dog, the traitor sarcastically said, and laughed again. The crimson sun slowly rolled towards the sunset, foreshadowing a night full of nightmares and horrors on the lonely island. All the survivors were gathered in the hall. Now the demon Neru's preparations were complete, although he did not receive the Phoenix Potion. The useless servants among the henchmen reported to him that Ryuhei had most likely been captured. Taehyung most likely keeps the potion for himself and is hiding somewhere, the idiot reported, and asked what they should do. Demon Neru already understood what the boy was counting on by avoiding battle. He was going to wait for the help of the association. However, the enemy had hostages in his hands with whom he could do whatever he wanted. Since the hero did not show himself, the demon decided to force the hero to do so by killing several hostages. "Let the festival of the gods' names begin," he whispered, smiling with a smile as black as his soul. Suddenly the light went out in the entire room and it became as dark as a cave. The villains were alarmed. They were waiting for another bomb to explode. In the darkness they could not understand anything. At that moment, Nair, who was holding several victims in his arms, noticed that they were missing. Using invisibility and chains, the hero quickly found himself behind the villain. He crept up on him as quietly as he could and tried to strike him with a stone fist from invisibility. However, at the very last moment the chains rattled and were unable to catch the demon. Showing miracles of flexibility and speed in close combat, he dodged the attack that was supposed to overtake him. The turban on the villain's head became disheveled, and predatory snakes appeared from underneath it, breaking the hero's chains, and then fireballs created by his magic appeared in front of the demon. The flames of the fire almost engulfed him, and Taehyung had to quickly retreat back. Even in Neru's head there were monsters. The guy himself ended up below, next to the other hostages, who thought that the hero had come to save them. Many of them were rich, so they even offered the hero special services and conditions for their salvation. Their chatter was really disturbing him, so he sent them all into one of the portals using chain magic. The monsters who were sitting above and saw how their food was being stolen were very upset and jumped on the hero to deal with such rudeness. All the monsters were of a fairly high level and looked dangerous, and their actions were coordinated. But Taehyung, even being tightly surrounded, managed to get out of it and turn all the monsters into meat platters. The hero jumped high up and decided to suppress all the monsters with the help of the skill of the spirit of the ruler. And the image of a dead man appeared above him. Feeling the familiar power, the monsters became despondent and pressed their heads to the floor. But the particularly furious ones only got angrier and rushed at the guy from all sides. This time, he got hit. There was a roar, and the hero himself was discouraged by the fact that the suppression did not work. The whole point is that the monsters under the contract were not ordinary, the sorcerer politely explained to the young and inexperienced one. These creatures had no morality because they obeyed the summoner directly and had no will of their own. Having absorbed the magic power of the caster, these demons were much stronger than all the others. So Taehyung started having problems. The black-toothed magician considered himself a god and mocked those who dared to challenge him, and a crooked grin danced on his face. And here again a crowd of monsters in a mad scramble surrounded the hero. Life had taught them nothing. Seeing the boy disappear, the hostages were horrified, thinking that they had been abandoned. But one of the hostages objected that everything was not as it seemed, and called on everyone to look carefully. Both the monsters and the villains were completely distracted and completely forgot to keep an eye on the hostages, believing them to be tied up. Thus, it turned out that the guy's retreat was imaginary. He was only luring the enemies onto himself. Now they clearly saw that the hostages who had almost been sacrificed were hanging rescued to the side, swinging on chains. When people realized that he had actually come to save them, they even burst into tears, touched by his heroism, but only because they did not know the whole truth. Feeling guilty for their assumptions, the hostages began to encourage the hero and ask him for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Taehyung tried to tie a couple of monsters with chains to somehow slow them down. Having swung properly, the guy threw the monsters on the floor. He was quite distracted by the screams of the tied-up citizens, and he ordered them to shut up already. The hostages were just getting in the way. There was no end in sight to the monsters, and there was dirt all around. Taehyung was indignant. Demona Neru burst out laughing, thinking that the guy had become desperate and had finally decided to give up. But the guy didn't even intend to do such a thing and gave a signal to assistant Park Gunun. He just appeared at the entrance to the gate control office, surprising the villain quite a bit. The villain watched in bewilderment as some fat man prepared magic unknown to him. The preparations took quite a long time, so Park Gun-woong apologized to the hero for the delay. An hour earlier, Taehyung showed him the prisoners and called them supporters of demonic creatures. Park Gun-woon stared at the head of security in amazement and could not believe his eyes. They quickly realized that the gate control office was locked down, swarming with monsters and preventing reinforcements from arriving quickly. If it was just that, Taehyung would have easily dealt with them without looking back. But the demons won't sit idly by when they have a buffet of living hostages in front of them. Then how to release them and act, Manager Gonan asked anxiously. And then the hero said that his skill of space control would be key in the rescue operation. Gonan immediately stated warningly that he did not know the exact point for constructing the gate back to the association, and this was fraught with distortions. The hero just grinned. He had already calculated everything and stated that they did not need great precision. After all, the gate's target was supposed to be monsters, and when the gate was activated, it began to pull Nair's monsters into itself. Due to the distortion of space, they were torn to pieces, so the snake-headed sorcerer was in a terrible rage, not understanding what was happening. A wormhole-like structure appeared in the hall which absorbed the summoner's entire army, depriving him of his main advantage. Gonan himself looked at the results of his work in amazement. When he first heard the whole plan, he thought that it was just nonsense and that it wouldn't work. But now the enemy had lost all of his monsters. There was no need to worry about the hostages, and the path to him was open for the hero. Taehyung shouted at Gonwoon to run with everyone else. His job was done now, and they had to clear a place for him for the main battle. The ardent assistant began to object, because this time he wanted to join the battle on equal terms. However, Taehyung did not allow it. Because the enemy had the highest rank, just like himself, the weak would only get in the way and die without any meaning. Now the hero could fight at full strength without being distracted by protecting vulnerable individuals, and the demon Neru no longer held back his rage. The air around him was on fire, so much did he want to incinerate Kim Taehyung. And the hero, striking with his fists, responded to the call of the dark sorcerer, confident in his abilities. After this, Park Gonan no longer hesitated and began to lead the hostages to the exit because they had little time. The hero turned towards them once more to make sure that the people were safe. The next moment, the fight began. Neru threw dozens of fireballs at him, but the guy moved very quickly and therefore dodged. The grappling chains could be used not only on living objects, but also on inanimate ones. So the hero picked up several heavy pieces of debris. He swung them as if from a slingshot towards the caster. thus creating a skill with a long-range attack. But the snakes on the demon's head reflected all the stones with their flaming heads. The caster tore through the hail of debris without much effort, and then his flames took the form of a beast. The fire dragon rose up in loops and attacked the hero, forcing him to retreat. This attack was very powerful and shook the entire building to its foundations, miraculously not causing everything to collapse. The summoner waved his hands, summoning more demons. He didn't care how many he had already lost. Taehyung leveled his back on the floor, so he felt unwell after the hard landing. A new batch of freaks appeared before the director of the circus, who was still reveling in his power instead of finishing what he had started. "The filthy infidel will be punished for his sins," said Neru, while the hero gathered his courage. "There is only one punishment for him, death," declared the villain, and his eyes flashed red coals. The monsters licked their lips greedily as they looked at the hero, so well that they wondered what had happened to their predecessors in the summoning queue. Taehyung slowly stood up and mockingly asked Narendra Neru what was that incoherent muttering coming from his mouth. "He will be the one who dies," the hero declared and opened the huge mouth of a true predator to be at the top of the food chain of the whole world. The power of decay fell upon the astonished caster, red thorn vines digging into his body. The pitiful brat emanated such power that it made even the demon summoner himself shudder. But then he waved his arms freely as if nothing threatened him. The caster closed his hands in a ring of summoning. Now he recognized the boy as a worthy victim for the demons. But he wasn't the only one hiding his power, Neru said. And Taehyung sensed something was wrong. The indifferent villain standing nearby, who did not interfere with either the fight with the monsters or the rescue of the hostages, suddenly fell. Right before our eyes, they were quickly decomposing, and it became clear why Nair had brought so many idlers with him. They were all his working assets for sacrifice. Once the power was gathered, Neru performed his most powerful summoning. First, a huge bonehead appeared from the subspace, then clawed paws and wings that barely fit in the gate control room. The highest-ranking bone dragon opened its monstrous mouth and prepared to throw green napalm. A minute earlier, the hostages had stumbled upon a terrorist patrol that was standing in the corridor and preventing their evacuation. Gonin raised his fists and bravely shielded the civilians with his body. That was the real hero, without any cheats. The masked villains mocked the fat man and tried to figure out what was happening. Their organization was weak and their personnel inexperienced, but given their role as spare victims, this was not surprising. They had already decided to deal with all the fugitives, when suddenly an unknown force seized everyone and made them cough up blood. Right before the eyes of the citizens, they turned to ashes, surprising everyone, because it was completely unclear what to expect next. And not in vain, because at that very moment, everyone again felt terrible tremors. From the second building, from where they ran here, debris began to fall. A hole appeared in the building and a huge dragon burst out of it. As if from a shell, it spread its wings and pursued Taehyung. The guy was falling rapidly. The dragon was rushing after him in a steep dive, whistling through the air. A stormborn spellcaster flew astride a dragon, laughing in revelry at his own power. The dragon was the strongest being in all the worlds, the ultimate trump card for which a high price was paid. Taehyung caught the chain on one of the walls and swung like a pendulum onto a solid foundation, interrupting his free flight. The guy was breathing heavily. He miraculously managed to survive, but there was no certainty that the miracle would continue to happen. The monster did not stop pursuing. The dragon changed course and headed straight for the building with its mouth open full of fire. Having rammed the skyscraper like an airplane, the monster again pushed the hero into free fall. Taehyung was falling along with a pile of rubble. He had absolutely nothing to grab onto, and death was closer than ever. In order to somehow protect himself, the hero threw the predator straight at the dragon. But it was too big to absorb, and spat back green flame with such force that the entire building was hidden in a green cloud of fire. The spellcaster, still sitting on the dragon, was amazed at the boy's resilience. Even after this explosion that almost destroyed both buildings, the hero survived. The chains helped him to cling to the walls again. Now Taehyung was barely holding on, hanging from the chains as if he was crucified. He was breathing heavily and his situation was desperately dire. Taehyung barely managed to absorb the previous attack. His enemy was incredibly strong. It was hard to believe that they belonged to the same top rank. However, the hero knew that as long as the magic caster controlled such a raging force, he himself was in danger. It was obvious that Neru had also reached his limit. Taehyung thought that if he stalled for time, he could win this fight since his opponent would reach exhaustion first. But his enemy understood this too, and was not going to give the guy a chance to rest. Neru saw through all his plans and had long since felt that the hero had no strength left to resist in open combat. Such tricks won't work on him. He screamed like a madman, his hair fluttering in the gusts of wind. The dragon turned its mouth away from Taehyung, who was no longer a threat to it. Instead, he targeted the last survivors who were trying to get down from the skyscraper under their own power. At the same time, a rescue squad from the association gathered in front of the warp gate. They finally managed to establish contact with East Point. Unfortunately, only their country was able to establish contact with the trading house, which means they will have to deal with the entire threat alone. But Park Sungjin despised all fears and risks. He was ready to go to hell right now. The dispatcher admired his courage and didn't even know what to answer. When the connection was completely stable, Seeker Pack led an elite squad and ordered them to destroy all the monsters. The unfortunate people lay in a heap among the rubble of the building. Many were unconscious and showed no signs of life. Park Gun-woong raised his wounded head with difficulty and saw the glow of discharges in front of him, from which they were separated by Tae-hyung's power. With all his might, he was forced to protect the hostages and expose himself to a direct attack from the dragon. However, the dragon's breath did not weaken. A stormy stream of flame spread along the invisible barrier of the predator. Neru was jubilant. His trick had succeeded. It was not in vain that he had relied on the hero's sense of responsibility, who could not stand aside and watch people die. It was a battle of endurance. Taehyung could have won it if he had simply dodged the napalm instead of keeping his defense. But he had put himself in a losing position. Gonan shouted to the hero not to think about saving them, because if the guy died, the same fate would befall the hostages. There was truth in his words, and Taehyung understood it. But he still hoped to wait until the demon Neru's limits were reached, and rely entirely on the power given to him by God. Purple veins appeared on the caster's arms. His body was also crumbling from the strain, but the pressure of the attack did not weaken. The guy desperately thought about how to save everyone and looked for a solution, but then the world before his eyes completely faded. A voice behind him coldly said that he could no longer be just an observer. Taehyung turned around abruptly but saw only Gonan there and did not feel that ominous presence. The predator's rank has been temporarily revised, the system said coldly, and a piercing pain engulfed his hands. The limits of strength were increased, first to the first and then to the highest rank, but at the cost of overloading the entire body. The red thorns also grew stronger, and the caster felt that something had changed in the guy. The volley of green napalm died down, and the enemy seemed to become much stronger instead of falling from exhaustion. The power kept increasing until it reached the transcendental level, triple highest rank. It can't be cancelled, the system said rudely. Taehyung screamed, feeling his body being torn apart. What kind of voice was that? And what kind of power did the king give him? Taehyung wondered again when he saw the light-faced man before his eyes. The hero was already on the brink of death when he met Asmodeus, and now he felt the same. His life would end here in a senseless battle. Until the very end, he refused to give up, even when his body was falling apart. Neru watched the guy closely and thought that his own skill had killed him. However, the unusual energy did not disappear but became even denser. The demon caster stopped understanding anything. He simply froze in flight and watched the guy. Seeing the boy pass out but his skill still not interrupted, Neru decided to act more confidently and end his life. He sent the dragon straight at the body of the defenseless hero, who refused to obey the gods until the very end. Suddenly, a powerful wave cut off the dragon's wing and part of its paw, crushing its bones. And then it was as if the abyss itself opened up in the sky, and from there appeared the ancient beast Typhon, whose many heads roared terribly with their huge mouths open. Even the magic caster was deeply stunned by such overwhelming power. This was the power of a demon god. Then he saw Taehyung stand up, but suddenly speak in a voice that wasn't his own. It was not Kim Taehyung but someone else, and to him, Neru, who pretended to be a god, was nothing more than a mockery of nature. Taehyung's hand was recreated from his power. The sorcerer asked him in horror who he was, but the god with red eyes did not want to answer the dead man. All it took was a wave of the hand, and at first it seemed like nothing had happened. But then a pillar of red flame burst into the sky, brighter than the sun, and the fearsome dragon and its caster turned to ashes. A new skill, a contract with the devil, was discovered. The system reported coldly. Taehyung no longer knew where he was or what was happening. He stood alone in pitch darkness in the middle of nowhere. Just now he was fighting with Neru, and now he was captured by his own chains. Following this, boulders fell on him and knocked the hero to the ground. As if that was not enough, his body was paralyzed. And then he saw the face of the dead knight who was suppressing his spirit. All the forces he had absorbed went berserk and tried to take over. Taehyung didn't understand why his skills were behaving like this, and then the voice from above laughed at the fact that until now the guy considered these skills his own. After all, he had never been awakened, and this power had never belonged to him, the god reminded, and he better spit it all out if he's already forgotten about it. Taehyung watched helplessly as the huge mouths descended on him. In horror, he tried to escape, and only then finally came to his senses, finding himself on the floor in a hospital room. The hero's body was covered in sweat. He looked anxiously at his trembling hands. What was happening in the vision was so realistic that he could hardly consider it an ordinary dream. The wounds healed and the lost hand was restored, the hero also noted. Then the seeker pack from the elite squad of the association unceremoniously entered his room. True, he brought some fish pies with him. They smelled delicious, and so the seeker was immediately forgiven for the intrusion. Park Sung-joon explained to him that this apartment was organized for the boy by the members of the Alchemist Guild, as a special thank you for saving most of their property. Thanks to Taehyung's efforts, the traitor Ryu Hai was arrested. Although he claimed that he was deceived by demons, however, no one had any illusions about this. The terrorist attack was horrific in its destruction, although many managed to survive. For this reason, Taehyung had many visitors who wanted to show him their favor while he was unconscious. The family and even the chairman of the association himself also tried to break into this apartment and visit the guy. Everyone was screaming and crying, according to Pak. According to preliminary tests, Taehyung was not expected to have any health problems, but Park stayed to keep an eye on him in case the demons came for revenge or the reporters broke in. It wasn't just Taehyung who was curious about what happened there, because right in the middle of the fight with the demon Neru, he lost consciousness. Gonin, who saw everything from the outside, also noticed that Kim Taehyung had changed, as if he had stopped being himself. It was a supernatural being that was overwhelming just by its presence. Even being near him was beyond the strength of an ordinary association employee, so he lost consciousness. Soon the surge of ominous power stopped. This was the limit for Taehyung's weak body. Then the hero passed out and collapsed on the floor, where he was found unconscious by Pak, who had arrived with an elite squad. Their help in this matter ultimately came down to saving the victims. Most of the hostages targeted by the demons survived but were simply unconscious. Their lives were not in danger, but the searchers who arrived did not know what had happened to the demon Neru and his monsters. Pak cursed as he realized the extent of the destruction and the uncertainty that reigned. It turns out that there were not 2 but 3 bathhouses on the island, and one of them was half demolished and now stuck out like a rotten tooth. When everything had more or less calmed down, the Seeker Pack conducted a survey of all the survivors in order to understand the overall picture of what had happened. Everyone clearly remembered that Taehyung tried to stop the demon Ner, but nothing more specific. It was as if something had interfered with their minds and made them forget what had happened. So everything that happened was ultimately attributed to the machinations of the magician, after which Pa wished the guy a good recovery and left him. In case anything became clear, he promised to inform the hero, but this did not add to his peace of mind. Although Pa attributed everything to Neru's influence, it was impossible. Taehyung remembered very well how his arm was destroyed under the flow of unstoppable force, and it could not grow back on its own. Considering that the skill of contract with the devil appeared in the status, the fate of the caster was also not in doubt. The description of the skill itself stated that it could open the gates to the abyss, and this somewhat surprised the hero, and it required 200 mana while he only had 180. Here, before leaving, Pa looked out of the corridor again and called the guy. He asked if another guest could come in and looked meaningfully at Taehyung. It was surprising that the bodyguard suddenly decided to let someone in after a long siege. But when Taehyung approached the exit, he saw a girl's face there that he didn't expect to see at all. Lim Aong handed him a basket of fruit and said that she had come to visit him. As usual, she acted with feigned indifference, like an ice queen. She may have come here under the pressure of guilt for her words during the exam, but then her mood changed dramatically, and the guy watched as the basket mercilessly crushed the remains of the fish cakes. The fish pieces were scattered all over the table, and the girl coldly stated that she expected to see the patient dying, but the guy looked quite healthy. Taehyung still hadn't come to his senses, but he agreed with her, and the tests also said the same thing. Rumors had already reached Lim Aong that the hero had saved many in this event. Besides, he had 2 high-ranking opponents at once. At these words, her hand that held the apple trembled. Taehyung didn't know what to answer, so he decided to just listen. Here, the apple couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces when the girl clenched her fist. The mask of cold evaporated somewhere, and she declared that she would catch up with him in a moment, so he shouldn't relax. It became clear that it was not sympathy that brought the girl here, but a thirst for competition. Apparently, her complex of being the best student in everything, an excellent student, a class monitor, an athlete, and simply a beauty played a cruel joke on her. Taehyung asked her directly why she was there, and the girl sheepishly justified herself by saying that she was simply visiting a sick person. Of course, she came here expecting to see a wounded man who needed her care. It could be the beginning of an interesting story. But the scoundrel was completely healthy, and now he was putting her in a stupid position. At least that's what Lim Aeong thought. What's worse, he gave off an incredibly powerful aura that could be felt even in casual conversation. Compared to their last fight, which ended with Lim Aeong being defeated, this guy has definitely become stronger. She wanted to tell him much more, especially about the time his tongue had made a bold intrusion without asking, under the guise of a military ruse. But the door of the apartment slammed, someone came inside and walked along the corridor. As soon as the main spy peeked out from around the corner, she realized that she had arrived just in time, but she was extremely surprised to see her sister there. Lim Aeong was no less surprised and let out a loud cry. The girl immediately hissed like an angry cat and aggressively asked her sister why she was there. And more importantly, how did she know the password to the door? Yu Ai-yeon didn't answer the last question, but only reminded that it was not worth calling her sister. Here, her attention again switched to the purpose of the visit. Yue Yan grinned, looking at Taehyung. And then, just like in their last meeting, she decided to play the game of dominance again, finding herself behind his back. Since Lim Aeong wanted to do the same but simply couldn't bring herself to do it, she became the loudest in her indignation. Yue Yan approached the guy's ear and asked what kind of relationship they had, since two top-ranked seekers lived in the same house. Lim, meanwhile, was shouting that Taehyung was a minor, and therefore it was a crime to grab him like that. But it seemed like she was showing a little more heat than she should have. Tired of these shouts and jokes, the guy sharply hit Yu Yan on the hands and asked her to stop. The girl rubbed her hand resentfully. The hero made it clear again that he had no intention of joining her guild, and she would do well to stop visiting him. Even so, he clearly went too far, said the brazen spy who burst into his house herself, after which she declared that she had only humane intentions to visit the sick man. Besides, this time she didn't come empty-handed, but with a gift to win his favor. That was already more interesting, the hero thought. Lim Aeong already knew from Chairman Zhu that the boy would be competing in the Asian tournament. But despite his participation in the events at East Point, he still only ranked 30th on the list of candidates. He still needed to achieve many more achievements to reach 5th place and represent the country. The cunning fox leaned close to the guy again, quietly whispering that she would give him the right to clear the double dungeon in the fire temple. A lone boat sailed through the waves around the island where East Point once stood, now only its ruins. The building stood for several hours after all the events and then, unable to withstand the overload, collapsed under its own weight. Offidoro's location was still unknown. His henchmen reported to the deputy of the Villain Guild. They suggested reporting this to their superiors, but Shadow refused. There was no longer any need for it. The goal had already been achieved, and in any case, the missing person was just a bag of money for the mercenaries. However, the villain's boat was tracked down by the island's coast guard, and they ordered the sorcerers to surrender by radio. Only investigators were allowed in the area, and they were to drop their weapons immediately, the captain said. However, the very next moment he was astonished to find himself and his subordinates floating head down in the water. The entire frigate sank rapidly into the sea depths like a shell. Under the influence of the magician's power, the cruelty of the sea was selective. Their boat was not damaged. With a theatrical gesture, the magician with attention deficit disorder declared that he was very interested in that guy named Kim Tae-hyung. At this time, he controlled a huge black hole with the movement of his fingers, whose power raised a storm at sea. A couple of days later, having recovered from all the shocks, Tae-hyung arrived at the headquarters of the Night Wanderers Guild. The guild members themselves welcomed the hero of East Point warmly, greeting him solemnly and shouting his name in chorus. The hero enjoyed such a loud ovation for the first time and was very flattered. Yu Aeong obviously did not do this for nothing and reminded that the rights to distribute the awards remained with them, while the guy received prestige, achievements, and praise. But for him, even participating in the cleanup was a gift, so he didn't object. The Fire Temple was the second double dungeon and was so named because the entrance was ablaze with fire. The Vagabond Guild in Tae-hyung's past life succeeded in clearing out the area, but it left them on the brink of destruction. Given the enormous risk, the increase in public value in the eyes of citizens must also have been significant. Perhaps because of the destroyed and newly restored arm, Taehyung's indicators dropped significantly. He was even worried that he would not be able to show himself in the dungeon. But he was not walking alone. Yu Ayoung herself was with him, along with her entire cheerful team. The very same ones who were now shouting his name, obviously on the instructions of their mistress. So now Taehyung was confident that when clearing the dungeon, they couldn't lose. About 300 people with banners and posters accompanied them to the very entrance of the fire temple. At that time, there were only 2 attackers, which was contrary to the guy's expectations. And he had already begun to vaguely guess about Yue Yan's intentions and plans to throw him under the tanks and save the guild's manpower. Only 2 seekers had to figure it all out and risk their lives. Taehyung tried to object and find out why everything turned out this way. And then Mrs. Yu Aong coquettishly said that they were on a date and she didn't want anyone to disturb them. So they went through the portal together. It would be stupid to retreat and abandon the whole idea. Besides, the fewer people, the more personal glory. When Yu Ai-yun looked inside, she let out an admiring cry. There was something to see here. An unknown energy flowed everywhere, its blue veins covering all the walls of the cave. Even the atmosphere inside was not the same as in ordinary dungeons. The guy actually objected that everything looked the same as in the first dungeon that he cleared. Yu Yan looked at the gaping hole and wondered how they could get down, since there might be monsters and dangerous traps there. Before the hero could properly warn her, the girl was dragged away by slippery tentacles. Taehyung expected something like this, and then he rushed to help her. He took out his trophy blade and set off in pursuit of the kidnapped seeker, but he quickly realized that all his worries were in vain. The hungry beast that had been waiting for random travelers for an eternity had already flown to pieces. Yu Ai-yun's eyes flashed with strength. She couldn't hold back here and found a great way to go down, just fall down. She emanated such a crazy aura that even the hero was horrified and changed his mind about taking such a wild girl into his harem. They fell straight towards other hungry monsters who were already moving their claws and tentacles in their direction. Then Yu Yeon showed everyone exactly how she became the guild leader and smashed the monsters into mincemeat with a series of heavy blows. So wave after wave, level after level, she sank into a deep well. Its destructive power was great and seemed to distort the space around it. Even the first-rank monsters were crushed by the girl with one blow. So the hero was once again amazed by her strength. Now he realized that last time she didn't show him all of her abilities. Even though Taehyung expected that Yu Ah-yeon was among the best in the top rank, he didn't think it was that much. Now he realized that she had good reasons for not taking anyone else into the gate, and he decided to make more efforts to keep up with the lively girl. The landing at the bottom of the well was soft, because there was already a mountain of killed monsters lying there. Yu Aong was even a little out of breath. Now Taehyung didn't understand what had brought the Guild of Wanderers to the brink of destruction in his past life if their leader was so strong. Then she called him and threw some object which the guy caught on the fly. Unclenching his fist, he saw a ring there and easily recognized it as a warrior's ring, a unique rank that increased strength and endurance. With this thing, the hero could restore the characteristics lost with his right hand. And Yue Yan declared that this was her true order. She definitely showed off her influence and power in front of him, and it was impossible not to give her credit. Even standing in front of him in bloody clothes, she looked charming, and with a sweet smile, she promised to get more items for him if the boy joined the guild. Instead of the words of gratitude that this girl expected, the hero grumbled and asked why she hadn't given the ring earlier, since then it would have been easier to fight. At this point, it was time to think that Taehyung was simply a sociopath. But the guy preferred to think of himself as a pragmatist. As he approached the edge of another cliff on the way to the second gate, he told her that they had to be more careful from now on. Below was a whole ziggurat like an ancient temple, on top of which an egg rested like in a nest. It was here, according to the guy, that the owner of the dungeon lived. Yu Yan followed him, but carefully you never knew what to expect from the double dungeons, which were an anomaly in themselves. The egg looked very strange. Incredible power emanated from it, and it was unclear what kind of monster was sitting inside. There is clearly the owner of a double dungeon there, the guy warned his partner. He wanted to suggest that she first gather information and examine everything as scouts should do, but it seemed that Yu Yan was obtaining information through other methods, so she had already disappeared without a trace. That's right, instead of boring surveillance and reconnaissance, this girl always preferred to go straight ahead, and now she simply attacked the nest. However, when she tried to deliver a powerful blow, it turned out that the egg was protected by an energy dome, which reflected the attack. Taehyung cursed because the girl was behaving as willfully as always and followed her, changing his plans on the go. The first thing he asked was if she was okay as he approached her in the smoke. The partner struck a striking pose that only emphasized her slender and fit figure, and showed him the broken egg, clearly pleased with her success. In terms of strength, it was most likely a high-ranking monster, so her partner herself did not expect to deal with it in one blow. But the hero was in no hurry to take her words on faith. Remembering the previous double dungeon, everything could not end so simply. Turning to the shell, they saw the activation of some kind of magic there, similar to a bright blue flash. The light grew stronger and stronger, and now it was impossible to even look in that direction. The cave was filled with a blue glow. Yue Yan was confused because she thought she had figured everything out. The insignificant people managed to get to his true form, the unknown man growled. But only the hero was able to understand his words. Some winged creature flew into the air, obviously the boss of this place. He looked like a phoenix from Legends. And this firebird was surrounded by a fiery aura to match him. It seemed that he was entirely made of a raging clot of plasma. The creature was small in size, but judging by everything, it was made of very dense magic. These creatures were considered immortal due to their insane regenerative abilities and complete resistance to magic. Taehyung had heard something about these birds from the abyss, and that made him confused. At that very moment, they were again blinded by a bright flash of blue flame. And then the guy remembered that this monster had mind control skills. Although he shouted to his partner, she no longer heard him. A powerful attack followed, and if it weren't for the hero's reflexes, he could have been hurt. Now it became clear why so many people died here last time. In a sense, it was good that they went only 2, so the guy had fewer enemies. Yue Yan attacked him with all her ferocity as if she was facing a mortal enemy. Even her top-rank resistance was no help against the Phoenix's hypnosis. Not knowing what to do, Taehyung tried to break the distance, but his partner stubbornly pursued him. Now the guy even regretted that he wasn't here alone, because the Seeker was exerting significant pressure. In order to somehow stop her, the hero called on the Lord of the Dead for help. The spirit pressed Yue Yan to the ground with such force that her entire body was pressed into the ground. Taehyung tried to shout to his partner, but she still remained deaf to his words. As if that wasn't enough, the fight entered its second phase, and Ayan clearly had a long-range attack in her hands. The cave hall was filled with a terrible roar and multiple echoes of the explosion that reflected off the walls. At the same time, the phoenix bird soared freely under the high vault of the cave, undisturbed by anyone. At the same time, the flaming monster also mocked people, feeling complete contempt for them. For a moment, Yue Yan lost sight of the guy, and then a steel chain grabbed her leg. After one of them, others jumped out of the ground, tightly tying up the girl so that their game of dominance also entered its second phase. Taehyung spoke up from the cloud of dust. Now he knew exactly who had destroyed the squad of night vagrants that had gone on a raid. Without a doubt, Yue Yan had to blame herself for such a failure, and it could ruin her life forever. Having climbed out from under the rubble, Taehyung intended to deal with her with the help of chains and stone skin. "It's going to hurt a little," the guy warned, and hit the girl in the stomach, relying on her extraordinary top-tier strength. It worked, and Ayan suddenly became weak and quiet, stopping twitching in her chains. So Taehyung managed to put chains and paralysis on his partner, but these skills would not be able to restrain her for long. Another way was needed to bring her back to her senses. Then his gaze slid to the phoenix, who was sitting on the rubble, waiting for what the hero would decide. And the guy just decided to deal with this arrogant chicken while his partner was sleeping. The fire rooster asked him if he enjoyed the entertainment, and although Taehyung hit his impudent partner not without pleasure, he hated all the arrogant chickens that played with people much more. In order not to think about the girl's safety, he tied her tightly with chains to his back. In response to this, the phoenix filled the entire cave with napalm so that even if one wanted to, there was nowhere to hide. He was still a formidable opponent, and continued to mock the humans and their pathetic efforts. Taehyung made a lightning-fast throw and ended up even taller than the phoenix. After this, he tied his blade to a long chain and tried to attack the bird from a distance. The roasted rooster crowed too weakly because it consisted of fire, and simple physical attacks could not harm it. The hero tried to chop the impudent chicken several more times. In response to this, the fiery crown around the phoenix increased several times, and the hero's chains, unable to withstand the heat, burst. The monster suddenly approached, scorching everything around with its wings, and declared that a pathetic man would never be able to defeat it. After which he breathed a straight stream of napalm again. Since Taehyung was in the air, it was very difficult for him to dodge such an attack. And yet, thanks to the chains, he managed to do it. so the similarities with Peter Parker and his fighting style increased many times over. The enemy had an unrivaled ability to regenerate, but even for a legendary bird, this was too much. It had to be killed somehow. Besides, the blue talking chicken chattered too much, and the hero dreamed of shutting her up as quickly as possible. Here, a suspicion crept into his head that he had encountered a great phoenix. Unlike ordinary monsters, mutants with exceptional strength sometimes appeared. And if it really was a grand rooster, then with his current skills, the guy could not overcome its regeneration. He needed a tiny chance. Remembering how the uncontrolled surge of power happened last time, the predator should only be used in the final stage. At the same time, the undeniable fact was that without the predator, he was an ordinary seeker with mediocre skills. For the first time, Taehyung didn't know what to do and felt helpless. Then Yun finally woke up and jerked in fear, finding herself hanging under the roof of a cave over a sea of fire. The girl asked him in a panic why she was all tied up in chains and why her stomach hurt so much. There were also questions about the phoenix, which had increased in size several times. The girl started to squirm and interfere with Taehyung a lot, so the guy shouted at her to sit quietly, since he was now in the role of the host. Could he trust someone who had so easily given up control of her mind and tried to attack him? Aeong tried to justify herself by saying that it was just a moment of weakness, but she herself did not remember how it all happened. In any case, she promised not to make trouble with her anymore, and therefore asked to let her go immediately. The blue rooster did not let them agree among themselves, and destroyed the stalactite on which Taehyung was hanging. At the same time, he was still bragging about his strength. But they didn't get to brag for long, because the team reunited again and hit the burning rooster with all their might. Taehyung shouted at her to make sure she didn't let him take control of her this time. The angry warrior maiden replied that there was no particular need for such reminders. The phoenix flared up again, even brighter and stronger than before, as if it wanted to swallow the entire cave. He also kept helpfully shouting that their attacks were useless and that they needed to try something else. Now Taehyung could activate the monarch's heart, which would enhance the skills of his allies, as he made sure that Yun was in control of herself. She grinned and gathered her aura into a tight clot like a spear, and then a heavy spear actually appeared in her hands, and she also managed to grow her hair with the help of magic. Such wonderful abilities. It is not clear how they are connected, but they are beautiful. Even the fried chicken felt that this girl was not to be trifled with, and Aeong decided to take matters into her own hands. The power was bursting out of her, and a mana seal lit up on the girl's forehead. It was a skill called Amazon's Magnificence Berserker Mode. Activating all skills by pouring out magic power was called a surge. And most adventurers avoided this method of using skills because it could cause damage to the body if they were careless. But if it was possible to control this force for even a moment, then it was a matter of inhuman strength that literally ground the firebird into dust. Time after time, Yun dealt such blows that the phoenix did not have time to fully recover. Its structure, woven from pure magic, was torn apart. As a result, after several monstrous splashes, the pressure of the heat bird weakened greatly, and the previous arrogance also disappeared somewhere. True, such excessive efforts had to be paid for with a complete exhaustion of stamina, and the girl helplessly collapsed to the ground. At this time, the spirit of the phoenix began to recover again, and the rooster was already crowing maliciously. He again rushed at the helpless warrior, who did not even look in his direction. But then he was caught by steel chains, which immediately became red-hot from the heat. The hero's pride was slightly hurt, so he decided to at least deliver the final blow now that the phoenix was weakened. The bird could no longer escape, and its regenerative abilities were overcome by brute force. All this time, the crowd of hamster extras waited with bated breath for their leader to do all the work. They were all worried and didn't know if two top-ranked seekers would be able to handle it, especially since they didn't have any support, although they were most worried about Taehyung, because their mistress became too reckless when entering battle due to her overwhelming strength. Finally, after a long time, the gate caught fire and Taehyung came out of it. The useless guildmates, who could only worry in vain, immediately ran towards them. The boy carried their mistress in his arms like a princess. Both of them looked exhausted, and it became obvious that clearing the fire temple had not been easy. This appearance later became the source of rumors on the internet that Taehyung and Yun had a secret date. Right during the clearing of the double dungeon, there was nothing more romantic than this place. You can't say anything. However, Yun was not very happy about this popularity when she came to her senses in the hospital and checked the news. She looked angrily at the members of her guild and promised to quarter the entire PR department for allowing such a disgrace. Not only was the raid supposed to be carried out secretly so that no one knew about it, but such piquant details came to light. The dummies justified themselves by saying that clearing the dungeons was an important event, and it was very difficult to keep it secret. Moreover, they told only their closest friends. The seekers justified themselves. Realizing that the excuses sounded weak, they started shouting and began to talk about how they were offended by the lack of trust in their loyalty after so many years of service. "It's okay," said Yue Yun, softening a little, and suggested that they all just die together in a sweet voice. Then Chairman Ji himself burst into the room without knocking. He wanted to find out more details about the surgeon abilities, and at the same time to find out how the girl was feeling, but quickly stopped when he looked inside. The showdown with the spies who were unable to store information was very stormy and quick. The question of Yu Aong's health disappeared by itself. Obviously, she was in perfect order. Together they left the hospital. The girl did not even bother to change her hospital clothes. Although the chairman was worried that she had entered berserk mode, according to Yu Ai-yun, she had trained hard enough to be able to endure that state for a minute. There was another question that worried the chairman a lot. He wanted to know the girl's opinion about Tai Hyung's abilities, which they both had been thinking about for a long time. Unfortunately, she did not see the end of the battle, and only knows about it from the words of the guy who finished off the phoenix after the warrior fell without strength. Moreover, only 2 days had passed since the end of the raid, and the guy was already preparing to go on a raid through the abyss. He still wanted to become stronger, so he didn't even bother with rewards. The chairman admitted that the boy's height was simply amazing, but he still had doubts about whether it was good for their association as a whole. Yu Ai-yun thought about his words and looked at the chairman. It was difficult for both of them to understand the hero's thoughts because even the best of the Seekers, having reached certain heights, took a break to rest. But it seemed like this didn't concern Tae-hyung. Even after all his recent victories, he didn't think about taking a break, and on the contrary, he does everything to become stronger. The key question was what Kim Tae-hyung was so afraid of that he desperately wanted to become stronger. Then the chairman said that he had some guesses on this matter. Yu A-yeon stared at him in amazement, and then the chairman roared, declaring that the guy was simply full of patriotism. He was born in an era filled with terrible monsters and awakening evil, so this filled him with a strong desire to help his country and survive the era of turmoil. Although the chairman spoke with fervor, Yu A-yeon could hardly find his arguments convincing. Somewhere in the depths of the abyss there was a real vampire castle, a gloomy medieval fortress with pointed towers over which terrible creatures flew. Inside there was a throne room, the path to which was lined with a red carpet, the color of blood, and a carpet of corpses of people who had fallen right there with weapons in their hands. The scene of the massacre was ominous. A whole group of seekers died a cruel death, without even being able to inflict any damage on their enemy. The lord who sat on the throne smirked arrogantly and accepted the blood oath from the one who knelt before him. He was a prince of the abyss, a vampire lord named Igmun, and he generally fit the unwritten canon of what an aristocratic vampire should look like. The newly minted servant immediately and obsequiously thanked his master. "What was it like to gain the clan's power?" Igmun asked the servant, who took off his hood and complained that there were quite a few people with similar skills. "However, now he has become the strongest among them," said the Chinese seeker fighter, Zhang Linfeng, and also grinned evilly to give you suspense, although we do not know in our hearts who he is. The gates that led into the abyss even had guards in suits and with stupid faces. Taehyung passed through the portal and found himself in the abyss, which he had not yet managed to forget over these months. A dehydrated desert, a black crimson sun, and the base camp of the Seekers. This was his first visit to the abyss since he regressed, but now he was here in a completely different role, the hero thought. On this side of the portal, they were already waiting for him. One Seeker came up and greeted the guy. He introduced himself as a member of the World Association of Seekers and said that he was responsible for Zone 22 in the depths of the abyss. The first-rank Seeker, Paul Becker, gave his name to the strange, bespectacled man who looked at the hero with an impermissibly self-confident look. Apparently, Paul thought that since this was Taehyung's first time in the abyss, he could ignore ranks and status. He warned the hero that he should hire experienced seekers as guides in the abyss and as guards. The World Organization monitors and maintains order in temporary camps that are located in convenient places in the abyss, and it is safe there. However, the unexplored depths of the abyss are very dangerous. You never know where monsters can lie in wait. So even the hunter zones around the camps are not completely safe. Paul spoke to the hero as if he were a child, telling him the obvious truths. So, he claimed, even a top-ranked seeker needed accompanying guides and bodyguards. But Taehyung immediately rejected the useless parasites. As if to confirm Paul's words, a huge centipede jumped out from under a rocky cliff and aimed for dinner with the hero. Paul only had time to scream for the guy to run faster and avoid the monster. But before he could blink, the fight was over, and the monster had turned into a pile of rubble. Taehyung smiled and said that he was just going for a short walk, so there was nothing to worry about. After that, he let Paul go so that he wouldn't be an eyesore, and he himself began to walk into the depths of the abyss, destroying the local fauna along the way. After absorbing the Great Phoenix in the Fire Temple, the hero felt great. Now he had reached the 200 mana point requirement to use the Devil Contract skill. But the skill, instead of summoning a demon like Nair's, offered him to open a gate in the abyss. Moreover, judging by the entry in the system, it could only be used once. Rather than carrying around a horde of useless monsters, it would be better to have one powerful monster, Taehyung thought, as he crushed several dense mana cores in his hand. These items temporarily increased his mana capacity. Soon a gate appeared. With an original design of bones and skulls, Taehyung thought that it would be nice to decorate his house like that. The gate emitted incredible power, as if it had opened the entrance to some dungeon with a powerful monster. Confident of future success, the guy poked his head into the gate to quickly see what kind of exhibit was waiting for him on the other side. Then he found himself on the threshold of a luxurious, ancient castle, to which a long staircase led. The most stupid way to arrange a route because it is impossible to deliver food along it. It is convenient to bring in reinforcements. As Taehyung climbed the countless steps, he managed to see the pointed turrets of the castle and the strange aura that emanated from the building. This place surprised the hero, and he became wary, not knowing what to expect next. Taehyung had never seen such a place in the abyss before, so it was something like a secret level for the especially gifted. Even though he filled himself with mana stones, strengthening all his skills, he still didn't understand where this had taken him. All that remained was to find out for himself, the hero thought, not yet suspecting that 3 pairs of predatory eyes were watching him with interest. At that very moment, a crushing blow was heard, which almost collapsed the step descent to the castle. 3 ghouls in bathing suits hung a couple of meters above the ground and mocked the hero with their whole appearance, especially the small size of his knife. Heroes used to carry big swords, not like now, the flyers complained. They were all high-ranking succubi demons. Taehyung knew these monsters that sucked out people's life force through mental attacks, illusions, and brainwashing. They say they came up with the idea of making videos about cats using neural networks. Usually, succubi were no higher than rank 2, so Taehyung had something to be afraid of. He prudently waited to see what the 3 seductive girls would do, who were also looking at the man appraisingly and wondering how tasty he would be. But since the guy came here to lasso someone, he should have said hello first for the sake of decency, and he suddenly jumped straight to the gatekeepers. The blade of the sword flashed like a flash of lightning, but it still failed to hit anyone. The winged succubi also turned out to be quite fast. They stuck together and defended themselves well, all the while mocking the hero. Then one of them snapped her finger. The demonesses were even amused by the fact that the man was strong and therefore desperately resisted. The blow struck the very heart of the lonely hero, and he almost fell into the net of the succubi's magic. This is his end, the girls rejoiced and laughed heartily. But the guy still didn't fall to his knees, and his spirit continued to fight. His rose was not blooming for such vulgar females. While the girls were rejoicing that he would never return to his true self, one of them was hit in the face with a knee. This direct impact on the mind was more to Taehyung's liking, and he smiled when he managed to bury one of the impudent girls in the ground. Seeing what had happened to their dear sister, the other succubi screamed piercingly. Then Taehyung pinned them down with his Dead Knight spirit skill. The power of the ruler left them no chance, and the succubi lay flat in front of the hero. They were in great pain, as if they had suddenly found themselves under a monstrous pressure. There was no trace left of their former playfulness. The insignificant man not only resisted their brainwashing but also caught them with his skill. The hero only laughed at their attempts and stated that he had never had any interest in monsters, even if they looked like beautiful girls with wings and tails. Thanks to the power of the predator, he managed to bypass their charm, deciding that these 3 girls were the monsters he was looking for. The guy already thought about signing a contract. There were 2 ways to make a contract with a monster. The first was to give it what it wanted, or simply subdue the monster by force. Feeling his superiority, the hero did not intend to bargain with the girls. The opportunity to call a monster of the highest rank to serve was not so bad. But then the system informed him of a refusal, and the guy was amazed. The demonesses were only gatekeepers and were not suitable for summoning. Then a whole squadron of vulgarly dressed winged demonesses appeared in front of him. They already understood that he was not an ordinary person and decided to show themselves. The most important of them declared that the guy would be a great gift for the lady and grinned cheekily, standing in front of the hero in some kind of tight-fitting torn rags. A long corridor led into the castle, the vault of which was supported by slender rows of columns, the upper part of which was densely overgrown with flowering rose vines. But the beauty of this place was not at all harmless. The thorny vines held the still living captives tightly. Even Her Majesty's maids were succubi of the highest rank and obeyed her without question. The queen herself was on her bed, from the base of which thick vines also curled. Having received the report of a human intrusion into the castle, the lady licked her long and sharp tongue contentedly, anticipating the entertainment. The entire castle that was floating on the Sky Island shook from the roar of the battle that just one person had arranged for them. Taehyung didn't fight everyone at once in the open, but instead entered the castle where he could maneuver in the narrow corridors. The horned witches were outraged that he was not fighting fairly, and was running away from them instead of stopping and letting himself be defeated. As soon as the guy broke away from the pursuit, more winged succubi appeared in his path, flying in through the gallery windows. There were many of them, and they all wanted to grab the hero. But only with the help of his natural agility, he managed to slip between the legs of his pursuers. In order to somehow delay them, he again used the spirit of the dead knight, after which he dealt them such a blow that the succubi broke through the roof and found themselves outside the castle. Taehyung was finally able to catch his breath. All of his opponents were high-ranking monsters, and somewhere in the depths of the castle, their stronger ruler was probably hiding. The hero no longer doubted that the boss of this level would be a woman. He already understood that none of the ordinary maids were monsters for summoning. So he fought his way into the depths of the chambers of the one whom even the highest succubi called the queen. At the entrance to her bedroom stood another maid, her wings meekly folded, as if she was not at all worried about the intrusion. Moreover, bowing low, she invited the hero to quickly enter inside, because he was expected there. Hearing that the queen was waiting, the hero grinned contentedly and decided to quickly look at her in person. The sleeping hall was decorated with roses that bloomed luxuriantly under the ceiling, and thick vines curled towards the base of the covered bed. There was something exciting in this whole situation. Especially the naked captives who hung upside down were unable to make even a sound. It was Taehyung's first time in a woman's room, so he didn't really know how to act. The queen herself welcomed him into her palace and introduced herself as the mother of all creatures in the castle. Her name was Rosaria, and according to the system, she was the being summoned for the contract. Taehyung couldn't even dream of such a thing, so he became very excited. When he called her name, Rosaria repeated it again, singing it syllable by syllable, her voice sounding seductively sweet. Taehyung had not yet seen her face because of the dark veil, but he immediately felt that the queen was beautiful. What surprised the hero even more was that the monster used human speech. But according to the queen, this was no more surprising than the fact that Taehyung himself understood the speech of monsters. It seemed like they were both equipped with an automatic translation system, but even so, Taehyung was amazed at how correctly and beautifully the queen spoke. She was by no means stupid. Having settled more comfortably on the bed, Rosaria asked the hero why he had come to her chambers, for wealth, or perhaps for fame. Perhaps it was the will of chance, or he wanted something more in his lonely bachelor life. But none of the above interested the hero. He firmly stated that he came here to receive the oath of conscription. It sounded so impudent that the queen could not resist laughing loudly. She had never heard such impudence before. She praised the guy for his clever mind, but treated his words as if they were some kind of funny joke. Throwing back the curtain of her bed, Rosaria revealed herself to the hero. If you don't count her wings and the tentacles sticking out of nowhere, she could well be considered seductive. There is a limit to everything, even to jokes, the queen declared. Will he talk about the call when he himself becomes her toy, she asked, and immediately dozens of tentacles rushed towards the hero for obscenities. But this was exactly the move the guy was waiting for. The spirit of the dead man immediately came to his aid. Only thanks to the mana stones, the hero still hadn't fallen from exhaustion, having used his abilities so many times. At his command, all the raking tentacles were pressed to the ground without ever touching him. If the queen herself did not want to go to him, she had to be subdued by force, the guy said and grinned. Soon, the real battle broke out. Covering himself with stone skin and using the capture chains, Taehyung deftly dodged all of the queen's tentacles and chopped them with a dagger. He steadily approached her tent, although the owner herself did not even move. Taehyung aimed to end the fight with one quick strike using his speed. But in an instant, all his skills were broken, both the stone skin and the chains with which the hero had bound himself for greater strength. The Queen of Rosaria arranged all this with just a snap of her finger. Her eyes sparkled like coals, and she even felt sorry for the guy. Completely defenseless and unarmed, he began to fall straight into her clutches. Suddenly, the hall disappeared somewhere, and the hero realized that he was rushing towards the ground straight to the city. Taehyung didn't understand how he ended up above the center of his hometown, and none of his skills were activated anymore. When he felt himself falling into the thickness of the water, he realized that he had fallen into the dense illusion of a succubus. Now the guy was in the middle of an endless sea and was drowning, completely unaware of the moment at which he was taken under control. The queen sat in her box and again smiled contentedly in a haughty voice. After all, the hero fell into her net from the very beginning, and has long been lying with outstretched arms in the complete power of this lady with many tentacles. The genre of the work was rapidly changing, threatening to not pass the age rating. In his sleep, Taehyung quietly moaned. He felt himself slowly sinking into the water against his will. His arms and legs were getting heavier and heavier, and Taehyung couldn't do anything. He needed to quickly get out of the illusion before it swallowed him up completely. At that moment, he fell into a flashback where he was riding in the backseat of a car with his family. Taehyung saw himself as a little boy next to him, but he was so disoriented by the vision that he didn't immediately understand what was happening. In those years, he was just a boy who, like everyone else, dreamed of waking up with a high rank and earning a lot of money. He imagined how he would feast when he became rich, how he would buy his parents some goodies and everything. They were happy that they had such a son they could rely on. But at the same time, his loving mother wanted him to live a happy and healthy life. When you are a child, such things really seem banal and boring to death. But only when you get older do you understand their importance. Taehyung was very lucky with his parents. They put his happiness above achievements or commercial success, and wanted only a good life for him without asking anything in return. For a moment, Taehyung succumbed to the lulling atmosphere of peace, but it soon turned into a waking nightmare when their car was engulfed in flames. That's how everything he ever loved, everything that gave him a reason to live, burned up. The picture changed to another. His uncle and aunt pulled the boy out of the burning car and were horrified by the tragedy. Of course, in all the details it happened differently, but the vision conveyed the general meaning of those events. The uncle was Taehyung's mother's brother, and his wife accepted the boy as her own. Then the vision was replaced by another one, already in his school years, when Taehyung suffered humiliation because he never woke up. He was constantly beaten, and the difference in his abilities was so great that he could not fight back, and he had no friends to stand up for him. Thus the vision showed him his own desperate life, in which there was no point in continuing the struggle. After school, he worked monotonously as a miserable porter for many years without straightening his back. Perhaps Rosaria herself wanted to understand his past in this way, penetrating into the deepest memories. Even in the abyss where seekers faced mortal danger and everyone risked equally, Taehyung was an outcast. He was mocked. What was worse was that his new family did not believe that he could succeed. Of course, they were worried about him and did not want him to die, as eventually happened. They could help him with his upkeep, and overall there were quite a few peaceful and useful professions for the unawakened. However, Taehyung most of all did not want to be a burden to those who extended a helping hand to him, especially since, because of him, the family was constantly having difficulties. His parents always wanted him to be happy, but could the hero himself be happy at the expense of others, sitting safely behind their backs? In order to become truly happy, he needed strength, which he hoped to obtain in the abyss, which was a cemetery of hopes for some and an El Dorado for others. Skill usage detected, Queen's hypnosis detected, the system minted. The first attempt at resistance failed and his stats dropped. The indifferent voice said again. All of his skills except one were blocked, leaving only a predator whose power could not be suppressed. The pictures of his past were all gone, leaving only his last memory before regression. The Queen of Rosaria was puzzled by what she saw. She already understood that she had not come across an ordinary guy. Looking into his mind, she clearly saw His Highness Asmodeus, surviving after meeting with whom was akin to a miracle. However, she immediately noticed the contradictory nature of the visions in which Taehyung had managed to live a long life. He looked much older there, while the guy who came here had only recently stopped being a child. Secondly, some memories of the same event seemed to be doubled, as if they had been experienced twice but with different outcomes. The queen directed another tentacle towards the guy, wanting to look deeper into his rich inner world. Then she had her last vision before rebirth, when even Asmodeus froze into a limp figure. The demoness laughed contentedly, enjoying the hero's helplessness and anticipating a fun game. And then the sun-faced side appeared before her in its shining splendor. The stunned queen suddenly realized what kind of creature was in front of her and was horrified. This was the one whom everyone called the ruler, god, and many other names. There was a cracking sound all around, and the world, so reliably woven by her illusion, began to disintegrate with a grinding sound. The sharp vines dug into the lady's body, and she arched in pain, letting out a slight groan. At that very moment, a light prick of steel near her neck reminded the queen that it was not good to spy on other people's memories. Especially for her high rank, this is a disgusting hobby, the hero declared, as soon as they changed roles. Then Taehyung asked her again to swear allegiance to him, subtly hinting with the blade of his dagger what would happen if she refused. However, this did not have a noticeable effect on the queen. Even though the guy had escaped from her mind net, he still remained a fool, she believed. A toothpick in his hands would hardly be able to kill her, she declared. And then the hero promised to definitely try it in practice. And again a bluff, said Rosarin, smiling seductively. Up close, her refined porcelain face seemed even more attractive. In an instant, she wrapped him like a snake with her tentacles and pressed him to her soft body, so that Taehyung almost drowned. This power affected his mind even more than hypnosis. The queen ran a gentle finger over his face and, despite her complete power over the hero, accepted his contract. Her razor-sharp teeth sank into his neck in a searing kiss. The terms of the contract have been accepted. The devil summoning skill has been replaced by the queen's man. The skill rank has been adjusted. The system reported indifferently at such a touching moment. Thus, the hero received complete hypnosis, and his attractiveness increased. From an excess of feelings and fatigue, he again fainted at the queen's feet. The scarlet eyes now looked at him almost tenderly. Rosarin wished the king's chosen one sweet dreams and smiled sweetly. The hero was awakened by that same first-rank officer Paul who so arrogantly asked to be the guide for the newcomer. Paul was clearly alarmed, but sighed with relief when he saw that the newcomer was safe and sound. Taehyung returned to the hunter's area near the camp when Paul was patrolling and found him unconscious there. So the guy realized that Rosaria had most likely sent him here when their contract was signed. As expected, what happened was not a dream, because Taehyung received the skill of summoning the queen and full hypnosis, which meant that he was already overgrown with cheats like a terry bush. With the summoning of this seductive demoness, even the national powers he would face in the Asian tournament would be no match for him. And the power of Gyas had endless uses. All hail Lelouch. This is what Taehyung was thinking when he woke up. But what he couldn't understand was why the demoness witch changed her mind. He still remembered her words spoken as if in passing, "Have a good night's sleep, chosen one of the king." Here Paul got tired of waiting for the guy to come to his senses and called him again. This time he hoped that the hero would still take the experienced seeker as his guide. But Taehyung refused again, saying that he had already completed all his urgent matters. There was nothing else for him to do in the abyss, so he quickly went home. The city was drowning in the sun's rays and the morning bustle, as usual not even suspecting what the seekers had to sacrifice for the sake of this peaceful life. At the same time, Yu Ai-yun was just leaving the hospital. She finally regained her full strength and passed all the tests. What she didn't expect was that she would be greeted, because the guild leader didn't like unnecessary attention. Deputy Chung Han-soo congratulated her on her discharge and smiled, causing the scar on her face to stretch even further. The lady, in her usual manner, asked how many more she had to beat to prove that she was okay and didn't need supervision. Han-soo chuckled nervously and quickly changed the subject, saying that he had news for the lady. Seeker Kim Taehyung returned from the depths of the abyss while she was resting in a sanatorium. The girl was surprised because, even for a genius like Kim Taehyung, exploring the abyss alone should have been difficult. Han-soo agreed with her. The abyss was considered a graveyard for high-ranking newcomers. But the problem wasn't that he had returned. The question would be who the hero would meet, the deputy said mysteriously. And Yu Aeyong thought for a moment that it was about who the guy had a close relationship with. Han-soo immediately reported that Kim Taehyung wanted to meet with the leader of Indivisible, one of the 4 strongest guilds, the leader of which was Kang Hyuk, a mighty and fierce warrior. To match his strength, he had the same truly barbaric character and believed that brute force decides everything in the world, so he immediately offered the guy a fight. Without further ado, Kang Hyuk challenged the guy and moved towards him menacingly. The leader of one of the 4 guilds, a man who is called the best tank in South Korea, There are many rumors about him, about many hours of battles with monsters all alone. But the most famous trait of this barbarian is that he likes to include defeated opponents into his guild without asking their permission. Here, the girl who came with Kang Hyuk abruptly interrupted his advances and called on him to come to his senses. This left the guild boss somewhat taken aback, and it became clear that he had a soft spot for his secretary. Although she was an ordinary second-rank seeker, she was the only one who knew how to deal with the guild leader's violent temper, and she immediately reminded him that he had recently reported to the Human Rights Commission. If Kang Hyuk continues like this, he will be banned from the abyss again, the cute secretary said. Tae-hyung watched the whole action with great caution. Then Secretary Kim turned to Tae-hyung to calm him down a little. She admitted that her boss had some terrible rumors about forced recruitment, but this time they were going to invite the guy officially and with all responsibility. If you agree, no duel is required, the secretary added. Then Tae-hyung asked if he would be forced if he refused. He still had not relaxed his suspicions of these people. However, Secretary Kim did not deny that if the guy refused, he would still be drawn into a duel. She only specified that the offer was very advantageous. One could only marvel at their impudence and ability to present such absurdity as a given. Moreover, Secretary Kim already knew that the guy was going to participate in the Asian tournament. Tae-hyung was surprised. He thought that only the chairman and Yoo Aong should know about this. But if two know, then everyone knows, the hero understood. The Guild of the Indivisibles, more than others, specialized in exploring the abyss. They maintain a tight schedule of raids, scientific missions. Cooperation with such an organization will certainly allow the guy to compensate for his lack of achievements, Secretary Kim firmly stated. Here, Kang Hyun himself stopped his secretary, seeing that her words were not at all conducive to advancing the matter. Since this guy doesn't respond to benefits, it's worth going the other way, the guild leader said and grinned wildly. But then Tae-hyung unexpectedly showed rare compliance and announced that he had changed his mind. Secretary Kim was also encouraged, taking credit for this diplomatic victory. Then Kang Hyuk asked the boy if this meant that he would be joining the Indivisible Guild. But the hero responded to this with a mocking refusal. He brazenly approached Kang Hyuk and declared that he agreed to act according to his method. The winner takes all. Tae-hyung knew well this barbaric but effective method of sorting out relations between the higher ranks. The big guy grinned contentedly. He immediately flared up, anticipating an interesting match with the impudent youngster. Almost the entire guild gathered to watch this fateful match. They had an arena for such events. There were also journalists there who immediately began to bombard the hero with questions, because there were rumors about his connection with Yoo Ae-yeon, the leader of the Night Wanderers. And now everyone was excited about his upcoming battle with Kang Hyuk. Even though the guy was a rising star, his opponent was still the best tank in the country, and few people would willingly challenge him. Tae-hyung could barely restrain himself from squashing all the annoying flies with the help of the spirit of the dead. But then he heard a familiar voice in the crowd and turned around in surprise. One persistent girl tried in vain to get through the crowd to interview the hero. Otherwise, she would be fired. Tae-hyung grabbed her hand as if it were a lifeline. He recognized the girl he had interviewed right before the Seeker exam. The guy smiled and, without letting go of her hand, greeted her, reminding her of their last meeting. The excited reporter immediately blushed and was completely at a loss. Since they met, Tae-hyung had gone from being an unknown awakened person to a rising star among the top-ranked seekers. So now everyone was interested in her identity as well. The girl was amazed that the hero was such a wonderful person. Since he remembered her after one meeting, she was very touched by such attention, completely unaware of her true intentions. It soon became clear that Tae-hyung had simply chosen a familiar face to answer all questions through her, thus effectively appointing the girl as his press secretary. After that, he left her alone, not understanding anything, to be torn apart by a curious crowd of idlers. The guy walked into the arena, where the head of the Indivisible Guild was already impatiently waiting for him. He already had a warlike aura surrounding him, and he greeted the brat by praising him for his bravery. Tae-hyung was clearly hurt by the fact that he was considered a coward and a weakling, so he immediately made it clear what he intended to do to Kang Hyuk, and his body became covered in stone skin. The crowd sat in the stands and watched the upcoming fight through protective screens. The conditions of this duel were quite simple. One of the participants had to surrender or lose the ability to fight. The commentator got so carried away that he announced the start of the 120th compulsory recruitment, but then remembered that this was an ordinary duel. Both opponents clearly had no intention of holding back, and the atmosphere between them was heating up. The first thing Tae-hyung decided to do was to show his strength with the help of the dead king, and suppress the enemy with the power of his spirit. This skill, when used at full power, could suppress a high-ranking monster, so the hero was very eager to test it on the enemy. Even the head of the Indivisible Guild should have a hard time resisting such a skill, the hero thought. But Kang Hyun not only endured it, but also laughed at the light tickling that the guy gave him. He stood firmly on his feet as if under a cool shower, unpleasant but nothing more. Fast as a cheetah, Kang Hyuk suddenly jumped towards the guy and ended up behind him. Oh, these manga maneuvers without any logic. How do they do that if the opponent is looking straight at you and can just turn his body in the direction of movement? Only after this ridiculous and unnecessary maneuver did Kang Hyuk decide to attack with his fist. There was a bear-like strength in this blow, from which Taehyung immediately flew back. The enemy used some special skills that strengthened him. Taehyung then called upon the chains to help him, wanting to tie up his opponent. At once, a dozen golden fetters rushed towards Kang Hek, who was not lagging behind the guy. He was surrounded by a dense red aura, and the barbarian believed that the binding technique would not take him. He continued to push forward like an enraged buffalo and tore all the chains like a thin web. Taehyung felt real trouble when the enemy, like an elephant, decided to trample him and jumped up with a kick. There was a loud crash and the long-suffering arena was torn apart. When the smoke and dust cleared a little, Taehyung could be seen, still standing on his feet. Kang Hyuk laughed. The boy was good at running away, but with such skills he could hardly defeat him. The guy responded in kind. He was still standing on his feet, and if the guild leader couldn't do anything else, he would hardly be able to bring him to his knees. Kang Hyuk thought that this was just the usual youthful bragging, like boys who don't know anything about the world, and moved closer to Taehyung. Then he showed him his true power and strength, his aura taking the form of a long, extinct predator, the largest that had ever existed on land. Seeing such power, the crowd screamed, anticipating the imminent end of the fight since the leader pulled out his final trump card. But there were also those who were just waiting for how it would all end. Because when it came to the hero, nothing could be known for sure. Yu Aeon watched the match with pleasure. In fact, she also wanted to see how the impudent guy would be defeated. There had to be a limit to his strength and self-esteem. If Kim Taehyung loses, he will join the Indivisible Guild, she said. And then her deputy realized that it was worth not allowing this duel at all. After all, Kang Hyuk had a special skill, the blessing of wild animals. In battle, he imitated various animals and demonstrated enormous power. Even Taehyung didn't stand a chance in close combat, the deputy concluded. However, Yu Aeon immediately told him not to worry too much about this, and smiled with the corners of her lips. Having watched Taehyung for so long now, she had long since realized that this guy always had a trump card up his sleeve. And now everyone was tensely awaiting the outcome of the battle and how it would all end. The head of the Night Wanderers, unlike everyone else, remained completely calm. And then a gasp of amazement swept through the stands, causing everyone to freeze in place. Even the presenter screamed in surprise, unable to contain himself. Only a moment passed and the head of the Indivisible Guild himself fell to his knees. He was as surprised as everyone else. And Kim Taehyung snatched victory from his hands, although nothing seemed to foreshadow this. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Secretary Kim was desperately trying to explain to the Human Rights Commission that the duel was voluntary. The arena's protective field weakened, the fight was over, and there was no longer a need for it. The guild members who got into it themselves through beatings couldn't believe their eyes. They thought their leader was invincible, but in fact he had only beaten weaklings, whom he could defeat. Many immediately began to look for excuses. Maybe there was a violation of the rules or fraud because the head of the guild, who went through hundreds of dungeons, simply could not, in their opinion, lose like that. There were demands to annul the result and continue the battle without tricks. Taehyung sighed heavily. He understood their indignation and distrust of their strength. No one saw him do anything special. But what could he do? He had to do it, because the enemy had cornered him with his superior close combat skills, the best in the country. Right at the moment of the last attack, the hero used Rosaria's full hypnosis skill, which he had only recently acquired, and it worked as it should. After that, he ordered the veteran of the Abyss to kneel down and he obeyed. It was natural that everyone thought it was cheating or dishonest. But it was hardly worth expecting that in the variety of skills, strength would always and everywhere be the decisive factor. The head of the Indivisible Guild was still trying to regain control of his body and mind, and was desperately resisting. He had absolutely no understanding of how he had lost and how he had been taken out of action, not remembering the last moments of the attack. Then his angry scream echoed throughout the arena, and Kang Hyuk ordered everyone to shut up immediately. He still did not understand how he had been defeated, But as a noble barbarian and a true warrior, he knew how to admit defeat, and so he himself declared that he was taking full responsibility for what had happened. All members of the Indivisible Guild must accept this outcome, because that is how they became members of their organization. He suggested that those who were dissatisfied come out for a personal conversation. In the end, there was nothing left to do but accept the results. Yu Ah Yeon smiled. She liked both possible outcomes, and the fact that the arrogant and uncouth Kang Hyuk lost and was now furious was great news. This outcome was unexpected, but it meant only one thing. The guy named Kim Tae-hyung still had some hidden aces up his sleeve, Yu Aeong concluded. He never ceased to amaze her, and she was eagerly awaiting what else this impudent fellow would show her. At this time, such a strange manic expression wandered across her face that even the deputy began to worry. When the hypnosis wore off, Kong Hyun immediately approached the guy who defeated him. The defeat did not break the proud warrior. The hero extended his hand in a conciliatory manner. There was no need to brag about the defeated. They had had an excellent fight. However, Kang Hyuk still wanted to know if the impudent man had planned to defeat him in this way from the beginning. To some extent, that was true. The hero agreed with him meaningfully. This upset the barbarian, although he showed no signs of loss of spirit. But afterward, they shook hands anyway. A promise is a promise, said this leader, and offered to pay with money or a special item. These were very generous gifts, but Tae-hung did not seek material benefits that he himself could receive. This surprised the barbarian, and he asked what the hero wanted. Just 2 words, but they made Kang Hyuk tremble so much so that his face changed. The labyrinth of the Minotaur. Squeezing his huge palm, the boy firmly stated that he wanted to go on a raid to that place. Deputy Go reported to the head of the Seekers Association that this was the initial dungeon in the abyss. The labyrinth, as its name suggested, was a complex space with numerous traps, and it required a guide with detection skills. Although it was located at the very beginning of the abyss, many, even the highest-ranking Seekers, failed in their attempts to pass through it. At the moment, the Indivisibles have been given the right to try again, and have been preparing for the raid in complete secrecy, making it all the more surprising that Tae-hyung was able to find out about it. Even the head of the association did not know what could happen in the abyss and predict the outcome of the raid, so they were worried about the top-ranking newcomer. The only thing they could do was believe in the luck of the Seekers, said the chairman. They couldn't do the work themselves. They already had plenty of work to do, like moving papers around on the table. It was the road of adventure that led him before, and then his eye was shot out, the chairman said, and thought deeply. But what worried him much more than clearing the dungeon was not its danger, but a certain human factor. Then someone contacted him through the system channel, and the chairman was distracted from his thoughts. They had some very urgent matter there, and everyone was standing there with worried faces, and that's what secondary characters were good at doing, conveying worry. They were only contacted by the Japan Searchers Association, and everyone had these faces as if the apocalypse had happened. Nobody expected urgent calls because the issues with the raid on the auction house had long been resolved. The whole point is that the Saint sent an official invitation to the seeker Kim Tae-hyung, thereby committing an overt act of diplomatic aggression. Oh, horror. At the same time, Kong Hyun lined up his men in front of the gate and prepared to go on a raid. Secretary Kim quickly took roll call and began to count everyone one by one. The cardboard people all stood with faces of complete seriousness, creating suspense. However, they didn't have cheats or a second life, so it's not surprising that they were nervous. 100 people were in perfect order and ready to move out, the secretary reported briskly. Waving his hand, Kang Hyuk, like a true leader, led his warrior squad behind him to show the monsters where the crayfish spend the winter. Upon arrival, they were given a warm welcome, and a fierce fight immediately ensued. The gatekeepers' bulls were strong and numerous. Taehyung fought on his own. He didn't need any special cover, and he systematically destroyed the enemies. Using a dagger and his dexterous hands, he butchered the bulls one at a time. All of them made great barbecue cuts, ready to eat at any time. He has excellent dexterity. The hero heard the words of praise and turned around. Kang Hyuk clearly wanted something because he didn't even look at his people who were stubbornly fighting the monsters. He asked the guy how he liked the weapon he received as a gift and grinned. The dagger was really not bad, especially since the hero's old weapon was being repaired. This knife was called Aslan, and Kang Hyuk originally wanted to give it to the guy after joining the guild. But since they were going on a joint raid that was beneficial to both, the chief decided that it was a good idea to reward the hero. The guy was worried about further progress in the labyrinth. For 30 years, this labyrinth had been the death place of many seekers, obviously. Emergency measures were needed to overcome it. But Secretary Kim told the guy not to worry. After all the participants in this raid were veterans of the second rank and higher. They knew their business well, the girl said. Even in the conditions of the campaign, she did not change her office skirt. At this moment, these warriors were not only successfully defending themselves, so it was impossible to push them back. In addition, the deputy head had detection skills that allowed him to neutralize all the traps along the way. Even though he looked quiet, he knew his business. Moreover, a few months ago they managed to find the key to passing the dungeon, the secretary added. And then the leader joined the conversation. He said that they had discovered the corpse of a monster in the depths of the labyrinth. The huge minotaur had tattoos with symbols that were found throughout the labyrinth. And when Kang Hyuk touched the minotaur, his entire body except for his horn crumbled into dust. Then, using tracking, they planned to follow the tracks of this monster and find the path that leads to the exit from the labyrinth, the hero realized. The logic behind the design of the labyrinth was completely unclear, but Kang Hyuk was confident of his victory. Having gathered together, the seekers set out on a dangerous journey, led by a guide with a lantern in his hand. Thanks to the fact that they followed the secret boar paths, there were no incidents. The signs on the wall indicated that they had chosen the right path. At times, the passages were so narrow that we literally had to crawl. It's just unclear how the giant with horns got through. And so the guide in the hat, for whom the author did not want to invent a face, informed the group that they had arrived at the place. They entered a round, spacious hall where a minotaur with a broken horn stood kneeling. The center of the labyrinth was its end. The statue of the monster that could be the boss impressed everyone with its size. Obviously, the horn they brought with them had to be attached to this statue. The secretary immediately took out a cart with a huge horn from the unknown annals, on the orders of the chief. Taehyung watched in silence as everything unfolded exactly as he expected. According to his knowledge from his past life, the raiding party reached the center of the labyrinth with the help of the horn. I wonder if there are stories about reincarnated people who really know little about the world outside their own lives, like all normal people. Kang Hyuk didn't wait long, picked up the horn, and with a satisfied face full of excitement began to attach it to the minotaur's head. The horn snapped into place and immediately there was an electrical crackling sound, as if a short circuit had occurred. For some reason, all the participants of the raid decided that this was where their journey ended, and were already celebrating their victory over the labyrinth that no one had been able to pass for 30 years. Kang Hyuk smugly called out to the master of the labyrinth to show himself, and laughed louder than anyone else. And then he froze in place, because the minotaur also began to disintegrate right before his eyes. The strange ripple of texture changes in the level affected not only the main statue, but the entire hall. Gradually, the statue turned into a pile of bones which immediately scattered throughout the hall. Then the hall disappeared, and instead everyone found themselves in a snowy wasteland separated by a strong blizzard that hid the groups of seekers from each other. Some of them got caught in the turbulent current and were carried downstream. Others found themselves in a very similar place, right at the foot of an erupting volcano. As expected, it couldn't be that easy, since no team had managed to complete this dungeon in previous years. Now everything didn't look so rosy for the Seekers, who were used to working as a team, covering each other's weaknesses. They were all caught in a spatial trap and were randomly separated, which brought a certain amount of confusion into their battle formations. Meanwhile, a villainous villain with attention deficit disorder who calls himself Shadow instead of his normal name received a report about Kim Tae-hyung, who was participating in the raid. This confused the villain's plans, and now they didn't know what to do. So a decision was required from their organization's deputy. However, Shadow was not worried about this at all. They were planning something bad, and they sent 20 of their members from the first to the highest rank to the raiding party. So these forces should still be enough. No matter how strong Kim Tae-hyung and Kang Ha-yuk are, they still have their limits. After the adventurers have spent all their strength in the labyrinth, how will they deal with the threat in their rear? This is what the villainous villain was counting on, and was impatiently loafing around instead of working. Taehyung found himself in a place with a group of 4 seekers, one of whom suggested that they introduce themselves to each other first. The girl in the squad called herself Miranda. She was a second-rank seeker, but the hero quickly tore the mask of pretense off her face with a kick. He already understood that these were cultists and traitors in front of him. In fact, her name was Milena, a triple wizard of the highest rank. From the very beginning, the villains had many questions about Taehyung, whether he was a hero who fought like the leader Kang Hyuk on the front lines and was a shield for the people, or he was one of those who were ready to sacrifice themselves to save people, as was the case in East Point judging by the rumors. Be that as it may, for ordinary second-rank seekers, Tae-hyung was an example and a pinnacle that one could only dream of. And just now, without further explanation, the noble hero in front of the other seekers kicked one of them. They looked in horror at the one they knew as Miranda and could not understand what was happening. Park Sung-hoo, a rank 2 seeker with magic bullet skills, screamed after coming to his senses. The hero just showed everyone a thumbs up and told them not to worry and not to thank them for eliminating the spy. But Park Sung-hoo considered these actions hostile and opened fire on the hero himself. He had no doubt and fired a whole line of magic bullets that flew towards Tae-hyung in curved trajectories. Then the hero simply tilted his body slightly and all the projectiles flew past. The bespectacled man realized what a mess he had gotten himself into, but he wasn't even going to stop, considering that Tae-hyung was simply crazy. After all, how could Miranda, who was his precious comrade and companion in the abyss, be a cultist? Pictures of their adventures together flashed before the bespectacled man's eyes. He leaned over Miranda and tried to shout to her so that she would come to her senses sooner and help them escape from the abnormal hero. The bespectacled man promised to protect her without fail, although the cultist hardly heard him, but the guy tried, maybe because he was in love with the spy. At that moment, his scream still woke her up, and instead of gratitude, Park Sung-hoo received a fist to the jaw. Apparently, Miranda decided not to hide her true nature from anyone anymore. And as soon as the dirty pig dared to touch her, the spy was indignant, but she could have continued to use the gullible seekers. Here, the remaining 2 seekers also rushed at Tae-hyung, and one could only marvel at his luck, since 3 out of the 4 people who had accidentally been thrown with him turned out to be enemies. As usual, the enemies used an area attack which immediately raised a cloud of dust, so that the hero had a chance to dodge and suddenly attack, for greater drama. Where did he disappear to? That's what the idiots thought, stupidly staring at the hole in the place where the hero had just stood. But they could have simply changed their position for safety reasons. However, Tae-hyung also did not intend to immediately use his tactical advantage. He spoke up while standing behind the spies. The fact that all the enemies immediately revealed themselves was a great success, because the hero knew only the most important villains by sight. Milena had already recovered from the blow and was also ready to join the fight. She was surprised that after so many years of service in the rear of the Indivisibles, no one could suspect her. But some guy from the side immediately recognized them as spies. On the spy's shoulder was a skull with lightning. The hero smiled and asked the woman not to worry because it wasn't her acting that let her down, it was just that he knew the future. Milena smiled wryly, thinking that the impudent boy was simply making fun of them. She decided that it must be because of his special relationship with Yu A-yeon and the Night Hounds that he managed to sniff out something. However, it didn't matter because everyone already understood that they would fight to the death here. Milena exposed her luxurious manicure and, despite her specialization as a magician, rushed into close combat along with the others. It's hard to understand what they were hoping for, knowing Tae-hyung's track record, who also defeated the head of the Indivisible Guild. The villains attacked him from all sides and hoped to pin the guy down, but he fought back skillfully. Neither fast nor powerful attacks could simply hit him, and the hero openly toyed with his opponents. It was time for the chains, and he caught 2 of the 3 villains at once. The guy landed abruptly, and the prisoners, on the contrary, found themselves on top, although it was absolutely impossible to understand the physics of this maneuver. After that, Milena jumped on him, wanting to help her allies free themselves, but her claws were again useless, only scratching the hero's blade. Of course, they knew the hero was strong, but they still significantly underestimated this guy, and now they were paying for it. Witch's Claw, a spy skill that caused nausea, paralysis, hallucinations, spreading its poison from the moment of contact. And the top-ranked Seekers were no exception to this skill, but Tae-hyung didn't show even a sign of weakness. Milena even managed to leave a light scratch on the guy's face. That should have been enough, but in the end she felt like she was losing the fight. The hero broke the distance and summoned the spirit of the dead knight to suppress them all at once. Due to the absorption of the predator, something like poison or paralysis could not affect the boy. And since the spy had no other trump cards in her pocket except for one single skill, she was powerless against the guy with cheats. There was an explosion that raised a cloud of dust and tore all the leaves from the nearby trees. In the place where the spy stood, a deep crater formed, and the bespectacled Pak carefully approached its edge. Nearby, he saw an unharmed Tae-hyung who had tightly tied up the helpless villainess with chains. She demanded that she be released immediately and made senseless threats to tear the guy to pieces. Then Taehyung grabbed the spy by the hair and lifted her face to him. He had no time to play with the villains. His voice sounded cold and indifferent, which made Milena even more afraid. "It's time to tell the whole truth," Taehyung said, and used Rosaria's hypnosis skill on the spy. He wanted to know how many spies there were in the raid party and what their main objective was. 20 people, 5 of them were high-ranking. 1/5 of the total number of raid seekers were traitors, a simply insane number. Blood splashed onto the white flowers, and Secretary Kim was dumbfounded by the terrible scene she had just witnessed. The traitors' goal was to kill Kang Hyuk, and they immediately began to carry out the execution as soon as the guild leader was left alone. Soon the cultist became silent and showed no further signs of life. 5 top-ranking spies, it was a strong threat. Before the reincarnation, there were no more than 3 in the raid, Taehyung remembered. As with the gate breaking, the future was changing slightly, and he himself was the cause of it, having an increasing impact on the world. Now that the conspirators' goal was clear to him, the hero decided to first protect the head of the guild. Seeker Park walked with his head down. He couldn't even imagine that the one who had gone through so many trials with him in the abyss turned out to be a spy traitor. It was also amazing that Taehyung knew about it from the very beginning. Although the question arose as to why he had not informed everyone about the betrayal in advance. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking about how to get out of this place. According to his calculations, it was as easy as pie. Although the forest around looked like a real one, in fact it was a small room that was part of a labyrinth, so soon they found doors. They led to a corridor that connected different parts of the confusing space. They were connected by a chain, so you just had to go in a straight line and go through all the vast rooms with different terrain. Before the boy stepped through the door, Seeker Pack shouted at him. He wanted to ask just one question. Why didn't the hero reveal the entire truth he knew before the raid began? Which seemed like a reasonable decision. Pack apologized for his suspicions about the hero, but still believed that if the hero had told him about the spies, many losses could have been avoided. In general, he stood with an offended and serious face and demanded some kind of moral response from the hero, who, in principle, could not report to anyone. However, Taehyung deigned to answer. Park could believe him or not in this case. But in fact, the hero had long ago warned the head of the guild about a possible conspiracy. So when Kang Hyuk was surrounded by a group of his own seekers, he was not very surprised. He was wounded, but it was not deep. There were only enemies left around, and there was no one loyal to the guild leader nearby. Kang Hyuk pressed his hand to the wound and laughed quietly. The jokes had gone too far, he said. Even the guild deputy, thanks to whom they had come this far, turned out to be a traitor. His only faithful companion was Secretary Kim, who bravely ran straight to the head. But it was a rash decision because she was immediately attacked by her former ally. As a result, the best tank in the country had to take a hit and receive another wound in order to protect the girl. She let out another alarmed cry. This blow was quite painful, Chief Khan admitted. Moreover, the enemies did not think to give them a break and immediately attacked, taking advantage of the fact that the guild leader was weakened. Then Kang Hyuk threw Secretary Kim aside, and leaving her in the rear, he himself went after the villains. He caught them in midair with the power of a Tyrannosaurus, throwing them back like gnats. The fact that the guild leader started with ultimate skills right away indicated that things were bad for them. Realizing this, the girl shouted at her boss not to protect her because she would also fight. But the leader understood perfectly well that he was facing an enemy that was beyond the capabilities of a secretary whose place was in the office at the boss's desk, and not on the battlefield. The flames flared up, and the unharmed villains came out of the fire. The former deputy agreed with the girl. Now was not the time for the leader to think about anyone but himself. All this time, the man with the lantern and the hat hid his power. He and the other conspirators must have been infiltrating the organization for years. The chain he held his lantern on lengthened, and a huge fiery skull appeared at the end of it. The villain, who was too lazy to draw a face, grinned, and declared that there were 4 seekers of the highest rank gathered here, and the rest had the first. The elite members of the guild gathered here to kill the leader of Khan. The battlefield was surrounded by a wall of fire and smoke, and experienced assassins stood on all sides. Kang Hyuk could only lament his failed personnel policy. He thought he was good at judging people, but ended up with so many traitors. The Hatter told him not to blame himself so much for what had happened. He almost sympathized with his boss, but at the same time he was already anticipating his triumph. He boasted of the cunning and treachery of their plan, which they had been preparing for many years, gradually raising the level of their members within the indivisible guild. Now Kang Hyuk was finally convinced that the guy who had long ago figured out all the spies, as soon as he saw the participants of the raid, was right. Now it was the turn of the traitors to be surprised. They didn't think that Kim Tae-hyung could interfere with their plans. But what was more important was that despite the news of the betrayal, Head Khan still did not take any action. The noble barbarian immediately replied that he had dismissed the warning immediately because it cast a shadow on his dear comrades. That was the kind of man he was, with a nobility that bordered on stupidity. Even his deputy was so stunned by this nonsense for first graders that he didn't know what to answer. The other traders also couldn't believe that they had worked for such a fool for so many years. It left a strong aftertaste. And Secretary Kim was the one who was most indignant about this, and called the boss an irresponsible idiot, since he didn't even bother to take precautions and check important information. Then the fiery mace in the shape of a skull on a chain began to move. The traitors got tired of waiting and attacked first. The faceless deputy praised his former boss for his excellent mental work, thanks to which the conspiracy, even on the verge of being exposed, eventually worked. He swung his fiery skull towards Kang Hyuk again, wanting to finish what he started. At the same time, the noble barbarian did not even flinch as he saw himself being attacked without any respect. His aura suddenly took on monstrous forms that no one had ever seen before. A real last trump card that the leader did not show even during the battle with Tae-hyung. He dealt such a crushing blow to the former deputy that he lost his teeth and his hat too, and now it became clear that his face was bored. Kang Hyuk took the form of a dragon, even though he didn't want to suspect his comrades and lose themselves in guesses about who the traitor was. But he also wasn't going to just expose his chest to attack. Meanwhile, the Seeker Khan was also deeply perplexed by the complete inaction of the head of his guild, and the hero suggested that he personally ask the chief about this. It happened in one of the tunnels of the labyrinth when they were alone. Taehyung didn't understand why Boss Kang wanted to expose himself to attack. Even knowing about the betrayal, he should have acted more carefully. But the boy's words stung the noble barbarian, so he asked the boy if he really thought he had seen all his strength. So, for someone who was absolutely confident of his victory, there was nothing strange in allowing the conspirators' plan to be carried out. This way it was possible to deal with all the enemies within the Indivisibles at once, rather than looking for each one separately. Soon, Taehyung and Seeker Park entered the room where Chief Kang was fighting. He received first aid from his faithful secretary, bandaging the wounds helped stop the bleeding. Both were glad to see the hero. Kang Hyuk even began to grumble about Taehyung's long delay, because he was supposed to meet someone from the raid squad on the way and arrive faster. Many of them needed help, but the hero, having set his priorities, hurried to the rescue of the head of the guild, although he himself had perfectly figured everything out. The head was once again amazed by the heartlessness of the guy who did not think long about such dilemmas. Now, under the current circumstances with the raiding party significantly weakened due to the actions of the traitors, Kang Hyuk planned to retreat home. There could still be spies among them, and even after reaching the center of the labyrinth, they still did not find the owner of this place. Even though the barbarian was loath to retreat from the battlefield, he was responsible for his men, so he had to think of a retreat plan. He even apologized to the guy for not believing him right away. However, the hero did not focus much attention on this. The main thing is that Kang Hyuk realized his mistake, but in the future, he should be more careful. This was said in such a mentoring tone of the elder that Kang Hyuk immediately exploded, and only with the gentle hand of Secretary Kim was it possible to avoid another quarrel. In fact, the hero also regretted that he failed to get the achievement, but he understood that this was the best decision for everyone. Even though he warned Kang Hyuk about the betrayal, he ended up facing more villains than he should have and ended up getting badly injured. In essence, the hero's data on clearing this dungeon was fragmentary, and his participation in the raid only further confused all the cards. The moment Secretary Kim asked Seeker Park if there were any other traps and monsters on the way here, Tae-hyung felt a bad feeling. And indeed, even though they were scattered across different zones, there were no traps or monsters inside, so Pa thought that they would be able to return from the labyrinth without difficulty. But such circumstances were not typical in the Abyss, and even more so in one of the most difficult levels. Since they were thrown into different pockets of space, there should have been traps and monsters there, but all these places were empty and did not pose a threat to the Seekers. All this was a big mystery for Tae-hyung. He did not understand how in his past life Kang Hyuk dealt with the owner of the labyrinth in his past life. And then they saw something that made them fall silent in awe at the enormous size of the boss that appeared right in front of them. Foam flowed from the mouth of the six-eyed bull as if he was furious at being disturbed. The mistress of the labyrinth of minotaurs, a great queen of the highest rank, had arrived to say her moo. No doubt it was the boss of this place, cow or not, but it appeared suddenly and scared everyone. In each of the four paws of the Minotaur was a heavy weapon, which he began to thrash in all directions, so that soon the seekers had to quickly run away. Taehyung managed to grab Secretary Kim with a chain, but unfortunately the boss of the level destroyed the escape routes, so it was impossible to send the most vulnerable members of the raid there. In the end, both of the strongest fighters decided to accept the challenge of the huge cow and turn to meet her. Kang Hak didn't spare any effort and immediately took the form of a dragon. Seeing that he was being attacked, the Minotaur took a defensive stance and covered himself with all his limbs, so he didn't have many vulnerable spots. An epic and completely unimaginable duel began between a giant and two mosquitoes. But the mosquitoes were nimble and quick, so it wasn't easy for the big monster to hit them. Together they managed to delay the Minotaur's advance and distract him. But then they saw that the boss was preparing a magical attack. As if its enormous size and ferocious power weren't enough, this monster also possessed magic. Under its influence, the skeletons of other giants were covered with a thick layer of meat rising from the dead. Thus, the previous king of the Tao Bulls, also of the highest rank, was resurrected. Now, for every top-ranking fighter, there was a monster to match, and there was no one to help them in this battle. To make matters worse, two more resurrected bulls were approaching Secretary Kim and Seeker Pak, targeting the weakest. The bulls surrounded them and cut off their escape route, putting the team in a very unfavorable position where they had to not only fight but also defend. Both of the strongest warriors rushed to save their comrades, leaving the main cow behind. She just growled arrogantly that she would show everyone who entered the labyrinth what mistake they made, and continued casting magic. Under this influence, all the resurrected bulls went into a frenzy and began to rage. One by one, an entire army of monsters was resurrected, and the pitiful bullets of the pack seeker could hardly do anything to them. Then they saw how, having gathered all their strength into a fist, the best tank in the country broke through the ring of enemies, from the blow of which all the bulls turned into mincemeat. The hero, who moved quickly in the style of Peter Parker on his chains, immediately burst into the resulting gap. In the blink of an eye, he tied the bulls with chains to open up an opening for Kang Hyuk to strike. The bulls were also recovering from the heavy blows with the queen's strength. To interrupt their regeneration, the noble barbarian spat fiery breath at them. It worked, and the room filled with the smell of roast beef, causing both men's stomachs to rumble. But this time, the regeneration turned out to be stronger than the damage inflicted. The bulls did not fall into a pile of burnt bones even when there was no flesh left on them. The seekers were momentarily at a loss. They needed to do something urgently, but no solution came to mind. Kang Hyuk tried his luck again and smashed a couple of bull skulls to pieces. But even the strongest blows were not enough to break the recovery cycles, which showed no signs of exhaustion. The battle of endurance was clearly not in favor of the seekers, the strongest of whom was also wounded. Until they destroyed the main cow, they would not be able to kill the rest. But getting to the main goal was quite a task, especially since the Queen of the Bulls could stand up for herself. And all this in a disadvantageous position where it was constantly necessary to protect the vulnerable rear. Even the fact that it was possible to destroy a bull with one blow did not make the task easier. Undoubtedly, both warriors will soon reach the limit of their endurance, and it is time for the coolest and ultimate skills. It was then that Kang Hyuk remembered a not very pleasant conversation with the chairman of the association, who kept grumbling about his methods of adding new members to the Indivisible Guild. He told him that one should be accepted into the guild not only based on skills and personal abilities, but also based on personal qualities. But Kang Hyuk responded in his noble barbarian manner, saying that he was not the type to suspect others. The chairman knew about such quirks bordering on feeble-mindedness and still tried to bring the strong man to his senses. The chairman knew what he was talking about because in the past he himself was a seeker, and he had seen a lot. And then his eye was gouged out. There were times when one mistake forced him to lose everything he had, and he had to sacrifice something to protect what was left. Not everything in this world can be solved by force. Awareness of one's betrayal is very important for achieving the ultimate goals, insisted the head of the association. These are all qualities that make a seeker outstanding, he claimed. But Kang Hyuk listened to him indifferently. It's all because he's too weak and old, Kang Hyuk said sarcastically and laughed openly. Now he understood what the chairman was telling him, and he realized that he had made a mistake by not listening to him and allowing his self-confidence as an invincible warrior to get the better of him. Right now, no matter what choice Kang Hyuk made, his loyal comrades could still die. But filled with fighting spirit and determination, the noble barbarian could not simply stand and watch this. With the next blow, he tore off half the body of the nearest bull, after which he broke through to Taehyung and asked him how he was still holding up. The plan matured by itself. If they were pushed against the wall, they needed to hit back. Kang Hyuk was going to tear to shreds all the bulls that were running after them and interfering with their lives. Tai Hyung didn't quite understand what kind of madness the barbarian was up to, but he liked his attitude. And he expressed his suspicions to him that there was still a way to destroy the Queen of the Minotaurs. While they were standing there, a whole crowd of immortal bulls approached them and surrounded them from all sides. Kang Hyuk listened to the guy's words, but he was still unsure about his plan. There was always a chance of error. Together, they broke straight through to the Bull Queen, who seemed to be waiting for their decision. The lead cow swung her staff again, and another wave of resurrected ones rushed towards the two warriors. Like a dragon, Kang Hyuk treated them to an avalanche of fire, turning the entire hall into a barbecue room. While the main cow boasted about her inexhaustible life force, Taehyung broke straight towards her through the wall of flames. The first thing he did was to summon the spirit of the dead king to bind the sacred cow. This allowed him to knock the queen off her feet and finally interrupt her magic cast. The dead knight, who had once been a dungeon boss himself, grabbed the monster by the throat and squeezed it with force. Eventually, they managed to break through the sphere that cut them off from the rest of the labyrinth. "What is this method?" Kang Hyuk asked before they started. According to Tai Hyung, the space they were fighting in was also connected to other parts of the labyrinth, and the Bull Queen was covering the gap so they couldn't escape. In this place where they were under the influence of the magic of the main cow, the bulls could endlessly return to life. So if you kick the Bull Queen out of this space, the rest of the Minotaurs will simply disappear, Taehyung assumed. This plan sounded bold and very risky, because if the guy made a mistake, they would all simply die in this place, adding to the list of victims. Then Taehyung also chuckled and answered the leader Khan that in any case, their current situation was no better, and therefore it was worth the risk. And they took the risk. Those who watched this epic battle of the Titans from the side could only watch silently with bated breath. Right before their eyes, the bulls returned to the dust from which they were created. Meanwhile, the spirit of the dead man held the sacred cow tightly and did not allow it to move. But the level boss still resisted and struck, one of which hit the Death Knight in the jaw. Here, a threat was already created for Taehyung himself when he came under one of these sweeping blows. A powerful explosion separated them with a flash of 1,000 suns, and the air instantly heated to the limit. The Bull Queen landed on a pile of bones full of human skulls. Taehyung also fell there, on a terrible bed of human remains. This place was a crypt. However, the worst of all was Kang Hyuk. He paid for his salvation with his own hand, and now blood was gushing from his wound. But the fight was not over yet, so the barbarian roared in pain and ordered the hero to come to his senses. The two wounded and completely exhausted fighters stood shoulder to shoulder, and the monster was already approaching them. The sacred cow was in perfect order and could deliver a crushing blow. Once again, hand-to-hand combat ensued, as it had at the very beginning, with both fighters attacking with the remainder of their forces. But they were thrown back by a powerful shockwave, never managing to get close to the enemy. Kang Hyuk was once again sprawled on the ground, unable to rise to his feet, and the sacred cow mocked them, feeling completely superior. After all, the power that could not be used to resurrect the Bull Kings she directed to finishing off the exhausted fighters. 4 heavy weapons immediately fell on the place where Taehyung stood, and a terrible roar was heard. Dust and bone fragments flew everywhere. The gap in skills was too great. The hero couldn't hold on and was also thrown back, only his stone skin saved him. To defeat such a monster, it was necessary to use a predator, but it was only good as a last resort because it could get out of control. Taehyung only had 1 hit left if he didn't want what happened last time to happen again. At that moment, he remembered his conversation with Yu Ah-yeon after clearing the fire temple, when she was admitted to the hospital. And she told him about the method of practical application. The description of this skill in the system was rather poor, and the girl agreed to satisfy his curiosity. Each skill type varied greatly depending on how it was handled, and the mana also changed when adjusting the power. The only use of the enormous power that Ion made was the skill Amazon Magnificence, but she was able to use this energy to strengthen her body and create magic bullets. In fact, there have already been cases where Taehyung himself mixed skills before using them, and he only used the stealth skill on his rings. And stretching out comfortably on the couch, she added that one unstable skill could be wrapped around another or around a weapon. Smiling charmingly, Yue Yan assured the boy that he would definitely be able to handle such a creative application of skills. A surge of new power stopped the sacred cow, blood-red lightning struck in all directions. In the end, the hero realized that Ion was right. The predator could take different forms depending on his will, which meant that it could be used like any other skill. Another blast of power simply destroyed the skull of the sacred cow. Even though the hero did not know the nature of his power, he tried to squeeze the maximum out of it for himself, and he succeeded. The predator devoured the body of the minotaur, and it quickly turned to dust. At the same time, the illusory space collapsed, and all who were imprisoned in it returned to the main hall of the entire labyrinth. The searchers were stunned by what happened. For them, everything ended quickly, although there were also quite a few victims. Then they saw how the hero was carrying their wounded guild leader, whom everyone thought was invulnerable. But fortunately, Kang Hyuk was alive, and that's the main thing. Considering all the risks, losing his arm wasn't such a big problem. When finally everyone realized that the battle was over, they rushed to the warriors to congratulate them on their victory and rejoiced with joy. After the battle, the raiding party discovered a mound of gold and silver, although in reality it was only possible to raise 1,000. However, the biggest reward was an elixir, which, when drunk, could significantly raise the characteristics. It was called the Fountain of Endurance, not to be confused with a potency remedy. Since the number was limited, this reward was split between Tai Hyung and Kang Hyuk, but they still contributed the most to the raid by defeating the cow boss. True, due to the loss of his arm, the noble barbarian lost most of his characteristics, which he was able to replenish. So the elixir could be considered a consolation prize. All cultist spies were identified and arrested for their treason, in disgrace. After this, the Indivisible Guild focused on treating the victims, giving preventative injections and enemas. Taehyung managed to fortunately avoid this and left the hospital after the examination, together with his family. Thus, the eventful raid with bulls and cows came to an end, and on this occasion the noble barbarian gave a press conference when he felt better. When he made the statement, it caused shock and awe among all the journalists present at the conference. After all, the great warrior declared that he wanted to finish his work as a seeker and was retiring. True, he immediately corrected himself that this was a vacation for recovery and not a complete withdrawal from business. This also meant that he might not be able to take part in the Asian tournament that was about to take place. However, on this account, the noble barbarian said not to worry. He was still the best tank in the country. But there was also someone to replace him, and at that very moment, Taehyung went up to the podium, which was not surprising. His candidacy raised many questions among journalists about whether he was qualified enough for such a tournament, since just a year ago he was still going to school. For the raid into the labyrinth, he was awarded the 5th place in the list of achievements. So all the formalities were observed, and the guy had the right to participate in the tournament. Moreover, there were rumors that, having taken the Fountain of Endurance, the hero had already reached the national level of strength. Of course, not everyone was ready to believe that some guy, even a newbie, had such power. National level strength meant exceptional ability, even among the highest ranks, a class above all classes, and the guy was clearly far from that level. While the debate about him was raging, the hero did not hesitate or doubt himself at all. He went up to the podium and introduced himself. He perfectly understood all the debates and worries about his candidacy. It was not unambiguous. Taehyung also understood all the responsibility before people. He did not deny that he was a newbie in this business and lacked experience. It was hard to say whether he would be able to perform as well as previous members of the team, but he had already attracted the attention of many important spectators and his future opponents. Taehyung modestly noted that he could not yet prove his level of strength visually. He himself could hardly say with confidence that he had already reached this level because it was not so easy. The hero was pulling the cow by the tail. But then he added that the Asian tournament would be the place where he would prove everything to everyone. And he said this with a ton of heroic pathos. Then, in his opinion, everyone will understand that among the high mountains, there are even higher ones. At the same time, one spy managed to escape, and she was kneeling before the shadow, apparently begging for mercy. But the outcome was expected. It would have been better for her to just pretend to have died on the battlefield and run away than to try to return. Might is law, said the evil villain over her body, another cliché from his stock of stock phrases for this occasion. Her death would serve as a good example to the others. Shadow ordered the place to be burned along with the body before the association came on the trail of the fugitive. But the deputy himself was still angry because he was responsible for the entire operation. This time, more resources were invested to avoid what happened at the auction house, And even so, the assassination attempt on Kang Hyuk failed. And even then, no one expected the raid to clear the labyrinth. Kim Tae-hyung was clearly good at entertaining, Shadow thought. This year's Asian tournament would be fun. He left without looking at the mansion burning with bright flames. Later, the hero showed up at the meeting where he was already expected, as the security guard at the entrance informed him. The best seekers in the country gathered behind this door, some of which the guy should already know. When he entered, he was introduced to the others, as befits a hero. Directly in front of him sat the chairman himself. Next to him stood Deputy Go, and on either side sat the 4 other tournament participants from their country. Chang Jin-soo was the first to make a skeptical remark, and looked sternly at the shaggy guy who was ranked 7th in terms of achievements. On the other side was Seo Han-gil, another guy with the 8th grader syndrome, who came to the meeting wearing a mask and glasses, no respect. He hinted that the guy was still too young and that the Child Protection Association might want an explanation. Kwok Xian, a pretty sorceress with stars in her eyes, asked them not to push the newbie so hard she was ranked 4th. The last one to make a remark was the seeker Park Sung-jin. The one who conducted the exam, he had the 3rd place in the achievement ranking. Park expected that the boy would join them one day, but he did not think it would happen so soon. Now everyone was assembled, Chairman Ju stated, while the guy hesitated at the entrance, waiting to see what would happen next. Then he was asked to take his place, and it was time to begin the meeting regarding strategy for this tournament. Go Tevik decided to start with general questions about what the tournament was, and showed them the stand. In those years when monsters filled the planet, and villains and cultists began to appear at every step, the world plunged into chaos, and then punishers from different countries united for joint operations, laying the foundation for a friendly tournament. The tournament is currently run as follows. Participants are given 7 days to destroy monsters, each of which is assigned a rating and points. Thus, the usual hunt for monsters and villains turned into a well-publicized popular show and served the purpose of calming down citizens of the whole world. And although it is a competition, in essence, it is a small war. The tournament is a means of demonstrating the military power and potential of the country. All this becomes a means of propaganda and glorifies the country and the seekers. Everyone will inevitably face competition because the winning country will receive colossal prizes, unique items, and access to dungeons. Considering the level of the event and the possible rewards, Tae-hyung had no doubt that he had made the right choice in deciding to participate. The succubus Queen Rosaria, whom he managed to bind to himself with a contract, knew about the king and his power, but it was not worth waiting for her to obediently tell him everything. In order to ask questions on an equal footing, the hero needed to become stronger again. That is why the Asian tournament was so important for him. Here he could compete with strong opponents and receive awards. However, their team had problems in this regard, Deputy Go said. Since the strongest adventurers like Kang Hyuk and Yu Ah-yeon were unable to participate this year, there was no one to take first place on the team, and their fighting power was greatly weakened. Here, Seeker Pack objected that the problem with power should have been solved, since a talented newcomer had joined them. This statement from the strongest member of the team caused everyone to silently question, and the other members stared at him. And then they turned their gaze to the guy, still very much doubting that he had a national level of strength. Tae-hyung immediately stated that all of this was just rumors and not true at all. Nothing has been proven yet, and it's too early to talk about it, the guy mumbled. So the group was immediately disappointed. It was still too early to reveal their trump cards, and so the group thought about what to do, not to look for a new team member. The chairman slapped the table and took matters into his own hands, even though they didn't have the rank of a nation yet. The tournament wasn't a full-fledged war anyway, so they could perform well, because the key was hunting monsters and villains. If everyone stays calm, there will definitely be a chance of winning. Seekers Pak Sion, Sorceress Kwok Xian, and Song Han Gil, as the more experienced ones, were to be in charge of hunting monsters. The rest were supposed to participate in the elimination of the discovered cultists. Once everything was decided, the chairman said that he expected good results from them next week. When it was time for the competition, the competitors lined up at the World Search Association Stadium. Teams from all over the continent, from all the countries of the East, gathered here. The main contenders for victory were the teams of China and Japan. They had national-level seekers. Nakato Shinji was known as an invincible swordsman. China even fielded 3 national-level seekers, Liu Feng the Bloody Sword, Kai Mingming, and a certain god of great power, Sheishin. On the other hand, many great seekers have withdrawn from participating this year. Tae-hyung's family watched the competition on TV, and his aunt was more concerned about the boy returning home safely than about his victory. But their restless son Huang, on the contrary, was full of fanatical enthusiasm. It's good that there's no need to look for a jester in the hero's retinue. He behaved extremely strangely and told his parents to root for Taehyung, who became their benefactor, and to believe in his victory. Even their house was bought by the hero, as a token of gratitude for all these years, and he also supported the whole family with money. Of course, Huang had a selfish motive. The more victories Taehyung got, the richer he became, and the wider the stream of his favor flowed. The expression on his son's face caused his parents a lot of concern, and they realized that they had taken a wrong turn with his upbringing since he was so obsessed with money. After that, Huang continued to shout at the TV for brother Taehyung to show everyone there how to be a cool hero. During the opening of the tournament, a woman approached the hero and greeted him. She was dressed in a long, luxurious dress and was very sweet, and she also said that she was grateful to him for what happened in East Point. Saint Yoshikawa Tsurara smiled seductively and expressed regret that she could not arrive at the scene sooner. It was she who had resolved all the issues with the demon Neru in Taehyung's past life. Given her abilities, he understood why such a crisis had been quickly resolved back then. She spoke quietly and without hesitation, with a deep sense of self-confidence. And then the saint asked him why he had not accepted her invitation to Japan, where she could better express her gratitude. Taehyung understood what they were talking about and immediately remembered the end of the meeting, when the others had already left for their important business. The hero also wanted to go and rest already and was the last to get up from the table, but he was specifically asked to stay, and the head of Jew informed him of the invitation from the saint. The saint had super regenerative abilities, and her skills could theoretically restore Kang Hyuk's arm, which would strengthen the country's defense in theory, the chairman stated. It would be nice to build bridges and meet her before the tournament. Since she herself invites us, they suggested to the hero. However, the guy, in his usual abrupt manner, refused. Deputy Go immediately tried to reason with the boy that Kang Hyuk had suffered while protecting him, although the saint had not yet promised anything. Then the chairman stopped him. At first he wanted to hear the hero's reasons, and patiently asked what was the matter. The reason was extremely complicated, but the guy could not give a complete answer. The whole point is that the just hero knew what an ugly reality was hidden under the title of saint, and he said exactly the same thing to Yoshikawa's face. Then her mask of imperturbability cracked and her face twisted into a strange grin. As expected, the reason for the refusal was not at all simple, Yoshikawa realized. That guy obviously knew something about her, and that made the swordsman on his team wary. He suggested that they immediately bleed the hero by cutting off his head. But Yoshikawa quickly corrected herself that this was not what she had in mind. Everyone else was concerned about the boy's explosive growth and the limits of his strength and abilities, while the saint was puzzled by the boy's knowledge. There were too many moves made by the guy that could not be solved by relying only on force. In particular, the saint did not understand how the hero knew about her true nature. However, she was very eager to make this guy hers, and she licked her lips greedily as if there was a delicious steak in front of her. The announcer began the countdown. The tournament was about to officially begin. "It's finally starting," Yoshikawa said, clearly plotting something against the hero. The tension was growing. Some of the seekers were already thinking about starting the tournament with a couple of kills right in the stadium. The Korean team stuck together, they had a plan, and they stuck to it. However, when Captain Pak inspected his team, he found one member missing. The searchers looked at each other and finally became convinced that Taehyung was nowhere to be found. The announcer finished his report and with a smile on his face announced the beginning of the festival. At that very moment, his voice broke off mid-sentence. Seeker Taehyung made his move, which looked like complete madness, and cut off the poor guy's head. A heavy sigh of horror and incomprehension of the true motives of the just hero who eliminates only the bad guys hung in the stands. At the same time, some kind of skirmish began. The Seekers attacked each other as if it were a real war. Everyone rushed at the hero's team using their best means. As a result, instead of fireworks, the Seekers almost destroyed the entire arena along with those who came to see the unforgettable show. In the chaos that ensued, people could not make out anything, and panic arose. Everyone saw how the presenter's head was cut off. The Korean team surrounded Taehyung and protected him from the attacks of other Seekers. And judging by their appearance, things weren't going well for them. The sorceress from the team was quickly using up her strength. Even though Taehyung acted completely recklessly, they still didn't abandon him. Here, the strongest warrior from the Chinese team was already approaching them. He was amused by the idea they had arranged, so he hurried to join the fun. He didn't care about excuses or explanations at all since all the Korean team's searchers supported Tae-hyung. They were guilty and subject to destruction. At the same time, Captain Pak confronted the saint and her swordsman bodyguard, alone against the strongest in the world. Yoshikawa smugly ordered the Devil's Sword to kill everyone except Tae-hyung. Her eyes flashed greedily with a poisonous light at the thought of who the witch already considered her property. However, no mass killings took place. The tournament organizers intervened and ordered everyone to remain in place. The Singapore Searchers chairwoman Haley Tan walked with Chairwoman Ju and said that she would handle the matter herself, since it was their searcher who had been killed. Chief Chu desperately tried to convince her that his people would definitely not have done such a thing without a reason, and therefore what happened was clearly a misunderstanding. However, in Haley's opinion, it was all pretty obvious. A murder had taken place before their eyes. Here, Tae-hyung finally had his say. He stated that only so that the cultist Wang Zai, who brutally killed and tortured to death many people on a cruise ship several years ago, would be eliminated. A reward of 30 billion tugriks was offered for him, but the criminal himself disappeared, having managed to make money on the information he received under torture. However, Haley still didn't understand what was going on and rudely said that it had nothing to do with them. Then the hero kicked the severed head of the scoundrel, and everyone saw that his face had changed. His ability allowed him to change appearance. This is how the killer managed to hide in the past. This meant that the murdered presenter was definitely not who he claimed to be. One can only applaud his tyranny in participating in a large-scale organization of a tournament in full view of everyone. For providing information, Tae-hyung asked to thank the Nightwalkers Guild. Now that the truth became clear, everyone was even more amazed that they managed to catch the criminal who was hiding under everyone's noses. Some weirdo with red vampire eyes and a piercing on his face watched the hero with obvious malice. As a result of the trick, the hero's team received their first 1,000 points and took first place in achievements. And all this before the monster hunting grounds were opened. Of course, the name of the Nightwalkers Guild was used as a cover. And even without warning. Yu Aeon herself did not understand why this madman did this, and she promised to remember everything to him. Work in her guild immediately came to a standstill due to the numerous calls that rained down on their headquarters. The girl grinned and maliciously imagined what she would do to the impudent boy when they met. This city needs a new hero, Tae-hyung thought as he looked at the evening lights of the criminal city. His work did not end with the first murder, and he found several more criminals hiding in the shadows. They were all caught off guard, even though every screen in the world was telling them that the tournament hunt was about to begin. That was the price they paid for their carelessness. Tae-hyung mockingly told the bastard that he simply smelled his stench, and that's how he revealed his true identity. Then the hero received a call, and when he picked up the phone, he almost went deaf from the screaming. The guy was glad to hear from Yu Aeon. This was also part of his plan, although she was a little late due to the piled-up work. Then the spy grinned, because she knew that the guy would be waiting for her call. The whole point is that he couldn't connect to a secure communication channel from a regular phone. The hero had 2 requests in total. The first was about a small investigation, and the second was about finding information about one cultist. Aeon snorted in displeasure, since she had already passed on all the information through the association, as if it were easy to find people who openly called themselves criminals. It was obvious that Tae-hyung wanted to get more points, and catching small fry gave too little bonus since time was limited. So he aimed at nothing less than the Dark Guild, and at that very moment a cloaked figure stood before him. This unknown person had watched too many samurai films, because he was dressed in clothes from a long-gone historical era, and also called himself Kimura. Tae-hyung knew nothing about this strange man who walked around the city in a straw hat, never once drawing attention to himself. Since he was not recognized, the stranger shouted at the top of his lungs that he had come to take revenge on the one who had defamed the saint's name. And so the hero realized that he was facing yet another insecure weirdo. Tiger Sword, Ren Kimura, a top-ranked swordsman and member of the Japanese team, immediately took a fighting stance. It was a shame he hadn't read about Miyamoto Musashi's exploits, otherwise he would have attacked from an ambush. Maybe then he would have had some chance. But his daring self-confidence and fierce, fanatical devotion to the saint led him to openly challenge the hero. If Nakata Shinji's sword was beautiful and laconic, then Ryan Kimura was furious and chaotic. He would be aimed at destroying and resolving the enemy. So the samurai shouted menacingly, assumed spectacular poses, and tried in every way to suppress his opponent with his appearance. However, the presence of the sword in his hand did not help him in any way. The hero dodged all the sharp attacks playfully, and since the blows did not reach their target, there was no point in their power. All this time, the hero did not stop talking on the phone with Yu Yun and was rejected by her. Here, Kimura realized that something was not going as it should be. The enemy had not yet died like all his previous opponents. His sword was being harshly ignored, and this angered the samurai even more. The spy immediately began to dissuade the guy from the stupid idea of targeting the guild of villains, even leaving the associations alone for those who so openly called themselves villains and criminals. As soon as you approach them, they immediately bite off their tail and hide in the shadows. In general, tracking takes a lot of time, and no one acts for sure until they check everything thoroughly. Since there was a risk of losing all traces forever, the association switched to a wait-and-see and restraining strategy, the girl said, while the boy continued to elude the samurai's blade. Here he caught the right moment and hit Kimura in the jaw with his palm, ultimately defeating the man with the sword with one hand. The difference in speed was too great, after which the hero declared that he was ready for the consequences. Although he couldn't let anyone in on his plan until the very end, he promised to catch the villains by the tail. Taehyung asked her to believe in him, because all the previous results should have convinced her that he was capable of doing the impossible. In the end, she agreed. Although Yu Aeon didn't have enough information about the Dark Guild, she could direct the guy to another place. She had information about the Triad, 3 occult leaders who influenced Asian politics from the shadows, blackmailing and bribing government officials. From this, one could conclude how rotten the world of the Awakened was, and how impossible it was to control human greed. Unraveling the tracks, the spy managed to find out where one of the leaders, Miyazaki Kenji, was hiding, but warned that she would have to use force to extract information from him, and during this time, the hero would acquire even more enemies. The Triad wasn't quite up to par with the Villain Guild, but it was still something in terms of tournament points, so the hero agreed. And the spy, having resigned herself to his persistence, promised to find out the rest regarding his previous request. The hero thanked her for her support, and they agreed that he would repay her with dinner, but only after the tournament. Even after the heavy blow, Kimura miraculously survived and managed to get to his feet, still cursing. He was in terrible anger that not only he was defeated, but also his pride was trampled. Because the enemy did not pay any attention to him, it was a real mockery. In the end, the samurai decided to destroy everything around him, and the gateway was filled with discharges of his power. After that, he used some technique, obviously hoping to affect all 5 of his opponent's senses, and the corresponding seals appeared in front of him. All this time he stood still, so the guy could attack at any moment. But he didn't do it in order to show off. Taehyung chuckled and asked Kimura if he remembered the rules that prohibited members from fighting. However, when he still did not heed the persuasion, the hero decided to show his true skills, and became a little more serious by calling on the spirit of the dead man, after which the duel quickly ended. At the same time, the saint's bodyguard informed her that Kimura had dropped out, but they took action and told the media that he had been ambushed by cultists. After losing to Taehyung, the poor guy completely lost his mind and kept repeating the same phrase over and over again, obviously having fallen under the influence of a mental attack. In such a state, there was no hope of returning him to action in this tournament. It could have become a big problem for another team, but the saint took the news indifferently. They just tested the nut for strength. One tool broke, you can always use another. The saint's bodyguard wanted to personally deal with the boy, but Yoshikawa only laughed. It was impossible to lose the second samurai, she said, and playfully hit him in the chest, causing the swordsman to blush embarrassedly. This was all part of her big, bold plan, so Yoshikawa had already prepared a new bait to replace the one she had spent. They walked up to some steel door and opened it together, going inside. On the wall opposite the entrance hung a naked, chained man. Raising his head, the prisoner recognized the saint but was too exhausted to be surprised at anything. "It's time to work for her," Saint Isaka said to Ryuhei, the one who carried out the terrorist attack on the auction house, while a strange and crazy expression appeared on Yoshikawa's face. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of the abyss, in the middle of a nameless, endless wasteland, its own battle was raging. 2 girls, seekers, were fighting an unknown enemy, and one of them was already wounded. The seeker from the Philippines, Regaya, asked the enemy why he was doing this, completely perplexed. Their opponent was a strong man from another team. He could easily have achieved first place without such vile adventures, so his behavior was completely incomprehensible. But Seishin enjoyed the hunt rather than thinking about winning or anything else. He played his own special game. He grinned and said that he was simply carrying out orders from the head of their association, who had long since gone out of his mind. It all sounded like madness for the head of the association to incite his seekers to attack others, which could be considered a declaration of war if it became known to the general public. That's why Regaya told her ally to run, because someone had to tell everyone what happened. She herself hoped to hold back Shaishin, who did not even think of letting anyone go and rushed at the girls. In the end, the fight ended quickly, despite the fact that everyone had the highest rank. The difference in strength was too great. After dealing with this team, the giant thought about his next target on the list. Only Kim Tae-hyung remained. So a crazy week passed, and according to the ratings, the Korean team was in the lead, while the others at the bottom of the list dropped out of the competition for unknown reasons. The battle was hot and fierce. The hunt was broadcast on large screens, and many were surprised by the leadership of the previously weak team. But otherwise, people didn't care about this very strange sport, which was no different from the everyday routine of all hunters and seekers. People continued to live their quiet, peaceful lives and bustle in the real world, where there were no villainous villains or heroic heroes, and all morality was in shades of gray. Tae-hyung stayed at the hotel to check out the latest news from the tournament and learned that there was an investigation going on. But in the case of the strongest adventurers, there was little hope for a fair decision. Watching as members of other teams began to disappear, the guy realized that the events he had been waiting for had begun. If this time there were no special differences, then he already knew who was behind all the disappearances. The reasons for their motivation could be different: weakening of neighbors, intimidation. But the hero knew that it was all more a matter of the ambitions of the leader of that team. Like a saint, they would not let him rest for a moment until the end of the tournament. And since events were unfolding in this way, it was necessary to prepare for them, the hero thought. Then there was a knock at the door, although he was not expecting anyone to visit. When the guy asked who was there, it turned out to be his partner, Yang Jin-soo. He said that he found out where the hero lives through the association and came to talk. When they went out onto the roof of the hotel, clearly not for a simple conversation, Jin-soo began to reproach the guy for his unauthorized behavior at the opening of the tournament, which sounded strange because so much time had already passed, especially since everything worked out. Jin-soo could also be understood. The young and arrogant newcomer did not take their opinions into account at all. He acted alone, although it was worth working in a team. Tae-hyung immediately remembered how the deceased examiner treated him, who fell victim to his own ambitions. Now Jin-soo took out all his anger and resentment on him because no one shared information about the cultists with him, although they were supposed to act together. Here the hero interrupted him and suddenly admitted that he had previously been attacked by Kimura from the Saints team. Jin-soo suddenly realized that the proud samurai had not been eliminated for no reason, but that this guy in front of him was to blame for everything. Even though Tae-hyung managed to fight back, it remained unknown how exactly the enemy found out his location. And these words of the hero were a subtle hint. So there was a fat-shaved rat in the association, the hero stated directly, and Jin-soo immediately replied that it was not fat at all. He immediately began to be indignant that the boy so brazenly suspected him of betrayal. But the hero responded categorically. Anyone who had access to the information was under suspicion. The guy did not exclude himself from the list either. From the moment he learned that Wang Zai was hiding in the Singapore Association, he began his own investigation because there was a suspicion that there was a spy in their association as well. If the missing and killed adventurers were not defeated by the villain cultists, then they were incapacitated by other adventurers with national-level strength. In that case, when they could be attacked by multiple opponents with national-level strength, it would be dangerous to walk together. That's why he acted alone, and that's how they reached first place. In this case, Tae-hyung didn't see the point in changing the strategy and waved goodbye to Soo-jun. At this point, he left the seeker to think about his words and left. He wanted to say something else, but he couldn't find any intelligible arguments. As a result, all the rage that burst out of Soo-jun went to the roof under his feet. He began to angrily shower the impudent boy with all sorts of curses, not even suspecting that he was being watched. It's just not clear how Tae-hyung pulled off this maneuver because he hid behind the door, which means he had to take a different route to the roof, and very quickly. But in any case, with the help of invisibility, he saw Soo-jun's true face, although this could not serve as proof of this seeker's guilt. Without a doubt, Kimura finding Tae-hyung supported the spy hypothesis. In the current situation, he couldn't trust anyone, not even his team members. All these games should not, however, distract him from his main work. Just at this time, the hero received a message from the beauty Yu Aeyong, who gave him a file with information about the triad. In the morning, the guy showed up to have breakfast with tasty but unhealthy food at a local eatery. He came here with a hood pulled over his cap and hoped that he would not be recognized. There were a lot of people in the diner despite it being early in the morning, but Taehyung was interested in the two who were sitting next to each other and arguing loudly. They were puppets of the creator of the triad, Miyazaki Kenji. It was hard to believe that they would be high school students. The bag at their feet was clearly filled with a bunch of illegal items. Taehyung hoped to simply follow them when the messengers arrived to see their boss. He sat down at the counter by the window with his back to the target, and then the man sitting next to him spoke to him. He grinned and noted that the guy was as cautious as always, despite his slightly homeless appearance. It was hard not to recognize the snake face and long white hair. It couldn't be a coincidence that a person sentenced to life imprisonment was here, so Taehyung became quite worried. Since he was in no mood to chase after a petty escaped criminal, he whispered to Ryuhei to get out quietly. But the impudent fellow, already defeated once, only grinned. He was not going to leave, knowing that the guy had arranged surveillance here and could not make a fuss. At that very moment, Ryuhei broke the window, disturbing the peace and quiet of the establishment with the sound of broken glass. This immediately attracted everyone's attention to them. People thought that a fight was coming. Some even recognized Ryuhei by face. The others recognized Kim Taehyung and realized that he probably came here to take them away. By the way, if the guy had used his invisibility, this whole scene would not have happened. As soon as the triad puppets realized that they had been exposed, they began to run. It is clear that none of them would go to their boss. However, it was enough for Taehyung to simply catch one of them and subject him to hypnosis. Then there would be no need for stupid surveillance. Ryuhei laughed. Even though he had no intention of fighting in the first place, he still had a burning desire to get even for his defeat. He used some ability and all the escapees of the establishment were struck by a discharge of chain lightning, causing them to squeal like pigs. With just the help of energy and one blow, he managed to put everyone to sleep, which surprised the hero. It was obvious that Ryuhei had become stronger since their last meeting, but then the villain stated that he knew about the guy's plans to find the head of the triad. Then he offered to listen to him and promised that this time would not be wasted. However, after such a trick in front of the fair hero, he could hardly hope for an open and honest conversation. The guy grabbed him with chains. Just 1 minute. That's exactly how much Taehyung gave him, making sure that now the villain definitely won't run away anywhere. Otherwise, if he continues to talk useless nonsense, he will have to answer for allowing all his plans. The hero warned and grinned maliciously. Ryuhei also chuckled. The chain brought back memories, since it was this skill that eventually caught him alive. He wanted to break free with renewed strength, but suddenly he felt an even stronger pressure than before and the villain's legs failed him. Ryuhei suddenly realized that not only had he become stronger during this time, the guy had not been idle either and was now overwhelming him with pure power. Time passed and Taehyung gestured with his hand that there were 50 seconds left. Having realized the true state of affairs, the villain began to quickly explain. First of all, he tried to convince the guy that those he was looking for were small fry, and most likely this thread would lead him into traps and would not give any benefit. Another matter is Ryuhei himself, who for a long time made deals with the cultists, and of course with Miyazaki, who was hunted by the hero. Time passed very quickly, so the villain tried to speak at a tempo. He offered the guy a deal, saying that he could take him straight to the head of the triad. Taehyung continued counting and made Ryuhei even more nervous. When the time was up, a shock of pain and shock rolled through Ryuhei. He felt like he was the dinner of an evil monster that was about to tear him apart and eat him. However, the proposal even seemed funny to Taehyung, so he loosened the predator's grip and let Ryuhei breathe. But could there be trust between them to help each other? Because at any moment the villain could stab him in the back. Then the hero called upon the skill of the beautiful Rosarin and asked with the power of hypnosis what the real plan was and who was behind it. Sometime later, a group of suspicious-looking people who were in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city tried to escape from there in panic. But no one managed to do this. Just one sharp gust of wind ended all their hopes. The sword clicked softly as the saint's bodyguard slid it back into its sheath. Only then was Yoshikawa able to enter and applauded his success, liking the red carpet he had laid out for her arrival. All these small fry cultists were destroyed with one swing of his sword. This samurai lived up to his nickname of the Sword Demon. But the swordsman himself still doubted that everything was going according to their plan and that the bait with Ryuhei would work. After all, the insidious snake had already lost to Taehyung once and was captured. In comparison with him, the boy, according to rumors, had already achieved national power. No matter how much stronger Ryuhei became, thanks to Yoshikawa's holy revelation skill, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the boy. So instead of gaining power, the saint put herself at risk because of the Awaken's oath, which obligated Ryuhei to bring Kim Tae-hyung to her. As before, the samurai bodyguard thought that he had to deal with the boy personally before Yoshikawa got hurt. But she calmly told him not to worry about such trifles. She didn't care at all whether Ryuhei won or lost. The saint already knew that Tae-hyung was targeting the triad, and this same information had already reached the villains themselves. Ryuhei is none other than a former member of a gang of cultists, and maintains direct ties with Miyazaki, so he most likely had to simply lure Tae-hyung to their lair in order to deal with the guy there. Of course, even in this case, their chances of success were small, because there were many rumors and questions about this child, the saint said. But that was precisely why the information she hoped to obtain was important. Starting from fighting style, values, coping skills, the guy's nature, all his weak points and sensitive spots. Her imagination was especially excited by the hidden power of this boy, which the saint dreamed of taking possession of by subjugating him. That's why she didn't care what happened to Isaka Ryuhei. What was more important was to obtain information about the target, Yoshikawa stated, and stroked her bodyguard's cheek like a pet. In any case, that child has no choice, she said smugly. The triad's trap was located in an abandoned, unfinished building, away from prying eyes. The whole gang gathered around their boss, as if for a group photo instead of doing business. They stood next to each other with serious faces. Miyazaki himself made an even more menacing face, like a man who had chosen the wrong chair. Ishikawa Ryuhei was the first to show up at the meeting, and the boss told him with displeasure that he was late, and what's more, that he showed up alone, without the boy. The world lives by the principle of natural selection. The strong trample. The weak are destined to be trampled. Such is the unfair world. Ryuhei uttered the prepared phrase as if according to a script and almost burned with shame. When the villain came out into the light of the lantern, everyone saw his pitiful appearance, and Ryuhei advised everyone to do as they were told, for old time's sake. Before the boss could figure something out, the ceiling above them collapsed, and the hero began to fall from above among a pile of rubble. And all because it was necessary to set up patrols, guards, traps, at least tin cans on a fishing line. Taehyung came right out with his trump cards and pinned everyone to the ground with the help of the spirit of the dead. Then he repeated what Ryuhei had already said, that it would be better for them to submit to the power of the strongest, so that they could avoid pain. Descending from heaven to earth like an avenging angel, he began to study the villains, trying to understand which of them was Miyazaki. It wasn't hard to determine this. The boss was the only one who wasn't lying flat out, and even showed off his courage in front of the hero, leaning on his sword. With a menacing look, he called the guy an upstart and promised to finish him off today, or tomorrow as it turns out. There was an explosion, as if someone had blown themselves up with a stick of TNT, and then a flashback began in Ryuhei's head. Before the fight, he crawled on the floor for a long time and humiliatingly, while the just hero ate his french fries. With the help of hypnosis, Taehyung learned about the Oath of the Saint, and already understood the true reason for Ryuhei's appearance before him. Since ordinary seekers essentially had one skill and related ones related to it, the appearance of hypnosis in the hero discouraged the villain. After thinking for a bit, Taehyung still decided to accept Ryuhei's offer, understanding his subservient position in this case. At least the villain really was going to take him directly to Miyazaki, which meant he could be relied on in this regard. In return, as the last dog, he will have to change his master and serve faithfully and truly to the strongest master, Taehyung said and grinned maliciously. Ryuhei still didn't understand what kind of trap he had fallen into, and he began to fidget on the floor, declaring that he wouldn't do it. For some reason, he was more afraid of the wrath of the triad, the saint and her sword demon, although right now he was in the hands of a just hero, apparently forgetting that justice does not always mean mercy. Refusal meant death for him, the boy calmly warned, but told him not to worry. Even though Ryuhei was the last piece of trash, the hero was still willing to give him a chance to atone for his crimes. Now he was obliged to serve him until the end of the tournament, and then live the rest of his days repenting before his victims and cleaning public toilets. And only in this situation, Taehyung promised to save him from the saint and the triad. Such were the words and actions of a true fair hero. Ryuhei started shouting again that their enemies were awakened powers at the national level. No one could defeat such monsters, the villain was sure. But right before his eyes, that's exactly what happened. The entire Miyazaki gang, including the boss, was defeated. Considering how quickly and easily it happened, Ryuhei could only let out a nervous laugh. Without a doubt, the boy was a real monster and was terrifying. Taehyung grabbed Miyazaki's face with a stone palm and politely asked him to open a portal directly to the Triad. The main hideout of the Triad criminals was located in the Abyss and resembled an ancient pagoda. However, these villains felt protected here for too long and were eventually discovered and defeated by Sheishin, the giant sitting languidly on his throne. He demanded an answer from the man who had fallen prostrate before him, why he had called him to this place, promising to crush his head if the reason turned out to be empty. The high-ranking cultist Tetsu raised his head and humbly said that he simply wanted to give Sheishin a legendary item. This item was currently stored overseas for safety purposes. The Triad had just recently taken possession of it. It was a legendary rank artifact. But in return, they wanted to ask the formidable seeker to deal with the midge that threatened Tetsu himself. They also prepared a trap for it, but did not expect much success, which meant that this place would also be under threat. Sheishin laughed. He didn't expect that the Triad would have those it feared, except for him, of course. Now this midge aroused more interest in him than even the legendary item that was offered as a reward. However, before Tetsu could name the fly, a loud noise was heard in the hall again. Somewhere a battle was raging and quickly approaching, and now the main paper shutters were knocked out and scattered into pieces. Taehyung and Ryuhei politely knocked on the door and showed up for the meeting they had invited themselves to. Tetsu, who encountered his former accomplice, was extremely surprised. He did not think that they would be attacked so soon, and by former allies at that. Ryuhei screamed desperately at the hero that since everything had turned out this way, he had to win. Otherwise, a slow and painful death awaited them both. Taehyung, who was busy with Sheishin, only replied that they needed to act according to the plan, and ironically called the villain a partner. The first clash ended in a draw. The room was filled with a terrible crash and roar. The fighters broke the distance. It was somewhat unexpected to meet a player from another team in alliance with the criminals at the Triad base. Besides, the guys certainly didn't expect to meet Sheishin himself here. The same could be said about the giant because he had already received the order to eliminate the guy from the chairman himself. And then the Triad asked for the same thing. It was hard to believe in such luck, and Sheishin did not hide his intentions to deal with the guy right now. Ryuhei was completely horrified when he saw the strongest awakened person in the world, who was also clearly in cahoots with the Triad. What was more important for Taehyung was to understand whether Sheishin was behind the murders of other players in the tournament, which he asked directly. Sheishin grinned. He had only briefly mentioned the chairman, but the guy had already made such far-reaching conclusions. He clearly had a well-developed intuition. Now Taehyung understood the general plan of the villains, which meant his team was next in line. However, the hero was not at all scared. On the contrary, he declared that he was incredibly lucky to meet his target here, and he would be the last person Sheishin would see in his life. The stakes were placed and the epic battle began immediately. Sheishin was a close combat fighter, and clearly surpassed the guy in physical strength. Triad member Tetsu decided to take advantage of the confusion of the fight and quickly escape. But Ryuhei was in a hurry to fulfill his part of the deal, and stood in his way, drawing his blade. "Is he afraid to see Sheishin lose?" Ryuhei asked his former ally mockingly. The snake bragged and openly boasted about his new master, so Taehyung was distracted for a moment, and pressed everyone with the power of the dead man so that they would not escape. Ryuhei also got caught in the heat of the moment. But at that very moment, Sheishin reminded him that he was not the kind of opponent to be distracted from, and almost destroyed the entire hall. It always amazed him why they destroyed the building when they fought, because they should hit each other, and if they missed, just fall into the air. The god of great power lived up to his nickname. Even in simple swings, one could feel the power of dynamite. Tearing off a piece of a stone slab, Sheishin threw it at the guy. He was the strongest melee fighter in the world, and he had laid down countless monsters and people with his bare hands. But he got his nickname not because of his ordinary physical strength. The true strength of the big guy was a ghostly skill that possessed a power that surpassed his own. It was a kind of death side. It would have been more correct to call him a reaper, not a ghost. The very inevitability, as Sheishin pompously called himself. Death side was a weapon materialization skill that greatly enhanced the caster's stats, and its power was at a unique level or higher. However, the right to possess such a skill had to be paid for by lowering all the others. So, for the predator Taehyung, it was rather a harmful skill to absorb. An explosion was heard at the very top of the pagoda. Sheishin simply cut off the top of the building with his scythe. and it was only by a miracle that Taehyung managed to dodge. They continued exchanging blows in the air where each had no foothold and sent the physicist to rest. An exchange of powerful attacks followed, but then it turned out that Taehyung's weapon was much weaker than his. The Aslan blade given to him by Kong Hyuk cracked, and Shishin felt that he was winning. Taehyung had already used both of his weapons to somehow hold back the enemy's attack, but at this rate he could soon lose. He then tried to tie up the strong man to slow him down and try to counterattack. This required all his strength, and the hero became quite tense. To enhance the binding effect, he pinned Shishin with the dead man's skill, while still holding him with the chain. But such tricks did not work on the strong man. He easily broke the chains, and did not succumb to the spirit of the King of Knights. Taehyung was thrown back. This only convinced the enemy that the guy was not of any national level, since he was using such cheap tricks. As a result, the scythe skill hit the Death Knight directly and blew him apart. At this time, Tetsu watched the fight from a hole made by two seekers. It was all going to be over soon, and he was jubilant, because according to rumors, Taehyung was a promising seeker and could cause a lot of trouble. But he ended up losing to Shishin, who had a national level of strength, and Ryuhei was also captured in the meantime, and Tetsu ordered him to be spared for now. He was still useful as a hostage and a valuable witness. Ryuhei only cursed weakly. What Tetsu couldn't understand was why such a corrupt villain would betray them. Knowing that he would suffer the wrath of Saint Yoshikawa, what could he possibly see in the boy? In any case, the head of the triad considered this a huge mistake and smiled at the gods of fortune. All that was left was to wait for Shishin to finish cleaning up the trash in their path, he thought. But then he saw that the gods were not smiling at him. Luck had turned away from the strong man. He was defeated and stood on his knees, and he was clearly not feeling well. At the moment when he tried to strike Taehyung, red mana gushed out from the guy's blade, and up until that moment, all the initiative was in Shishin's hands. The proof of this was that with each blow he struck, cracks appeared on the guy's dagger. And what happened meant that the arrogant newcomer dared to hide his strength in front of him, and this enraged the strong man. He rushed straight at the guy who stood with his back to him and didn't even turn around as if he had already won. The guy's daggers were only rare rank weapons, and during the fight with the sacred cow, he noticed that if he restrained the predator's power, the weapon would not withstand the pressure of mana and would collapse. Now the boy has learned to control the flow of mana, just like Yu Ayong did in her signature move. The scythe and blades clashed again, and the sound of breaking steel rang out, causing Shishin to freeze in place, stunned. Taehyung's blades were also damaged, but in return he promised to take the life of the culprit. Shishin furiously shouted his name, but his weapon materialization skill was already destroyed, and he had no defense left. The hero slid past and hit his target, completely crushing him. It was an easy victory. He eventually surpassed his opponent in skill level, and Taehyung entered the national power level. Another seeker from Shishin's team was chilling in the hotel at this time in the company of a woman. Tsai thought that since their captain took on the case, there was no need to worry about everything else. He was already aware of their deal with the triad and did not object at all, which spoke of the moral character of the upper echelon of seekers. There were few good people among them. They relied on force in their actions and were accustomed to getting what they wanted at any cost. Even Tsai's companion belonged to the triad. Then they both jumped when Tsai's phone rang shrilly, and they were overcome with an uneasy feeling from this unexpected call. Kai stood up and walked to the window, picking up the phone. He already knew who was calling him, although the number remained hidden. The interlocutor immediately made it clear that he knew where the morally unburdened seeker was and what he was doing. And the person calling him was none other than Chairman Chang Rong, who led their team, also a holder of national strength. He told Tsai the alarming and impossible news: Shishini is dead. The message sounded short as a gunshot. And so it was his turn to go for Kim Taehyung's head, said the chairman, making it clear that he would not tolerate refusal. At the same time, the hero fed the predator the owner of enormous strength and inherited his muscle strength. Everything was as the guy expected. If you absorb the already dead, then their skills are not absorbed. It's just that Shishin's ability would only harm his skill network. Of course, there was no guarantee of absorbing the skill, even when Shishin was alive, but the guy did not want to take risks. He was also not very happy about absorbing a person's body, but in relation to villains and murderers, he considered himself entitled to act as he saw fit. What worried him more was the voice of the owner of his key skill, the king. But all he could do now was use his power to the maximum to figure out the nature of the predator. After Shishin's death, the rest fell on their faces and begged for mercy. everything went like clockwork, the pathetic dogs were ready to humiliate themselves even more. They were saved only by the fact that Tai Hyung had hypnosis and could use the power of Gias to make people serve him. He erased all the memories of the witnesses about the predator, and then handed them over to the tournament association to gain important points. There were no tasks for Ryuhei, so the hero ordered him to return to the saint, and he realized in horror that he was being sent to his death, especially since the saint could read all his memories and understand that she was betrayed. But the hero said not to worry about it anyway. Yoshikawa was interested in himself, and not the villainous Midge, especially since the condition of the oath between the saint and Ryuhei was that he would bring the hero to her, which meant that in order to save him, she had to do so in the end. Even if Yoshikawa saw everything in his memories, she would spare his life until she and Taehyung met. In any case, she didn't expect much from Ryuhei. The hero was sure of that. The main problem was the remaining member of the triad. With the help of Tetsu, it was possible to identify all their shelters. But there was no strength or opportunity to check everything, especially since the enemies already knew that they were being looked for. But first, Taehyung decided to indulge in rest and calmly think everything over. The tournament news continued to amaze everyone with its twists and turns, because the strongest participant had disappeared somewhere in the abyss, and an official search for him had begun. The hero understood that Charon knew exactly how Shaishin disappeared, and of course he didn't want to expose his seeker as a hunter of other players, so he hushed up the matter and covered his tracks. The hero himself hoped to focus on finding the remaining members of the triad when his phone rang. It was Jin Soo again who called him to a meeting, although he was afraid that the guy would simply not come. But since we were talking about information that was important to him, he couldn't help but come. But it was much more important to make sure that Jin Soo himself was not deceiving him, and that there was definitely a triad member in that place. They arrived at the building where Pinky was supposed to be hiding, and although Jin Soo couldn't reveal the source, he claimed that he could be trusted. Pinky entered this building yesterday and intended to hide here until the tournament was over. Taehyung saw this building in Tetsu's memories, so everything matched up in that part. It was unclear, though, why the villainous villains didn't run away to the ends of the earth but stayed in the country, knowing that they were being sought. What also surprised Taehyung was that Jin Soo, who clearly didn't like him, shared the information with him. But he fervently declared that he was doing this solely because he wanted to prove that he was not a spy. Jin Soo was taken aback by the problem and imagined himself in the place of Kim Taehyung, who was suddenly attacked by a seeker from another team. This could not help but arouse suspicion. So after their joint raid, the guy also had to recognize him as a comrade. This news surprised Taehyung a lot because, in fact, he already knew that this scoundrel was a spy. Last time, he received a call from Yu Aong, who warned him that there was a mole in the team, as he had suspected, and it was none other than Jin Soo. The guy thought that since Kimura attacked him, he was a spy of the saint who was digging under him. However, the reality was different. Jin Soo sold out to Shaishin's team. There were reports that several years ago, this seeker visited a casino in their country and lost heavily, so he had a clear motive to pay off his debts. But that meant there were more spies because Kimura was from another team and couldn't cooperate with Jin Soo. Taehyung didn't even know what to say to that. His team was full of spies. Maybe he was the only non-spy on it. Yu Yeon suggested informing the chairman right away, but the guy abruptly refused. Obviously, it would ruin the whole game. Firstly, with the arrest of Jin Soo, the second spy will immediately lie low and not make a mistake. And secondly, the skinhead could definitely be used. The triad cultists had set up many traps, the spy said, but then he said there was no need to worry about that. After all, he had obtained not only precise information about Pinky's location, but also the best way to get to her, and he hit himself in the chest with his fist. Of course, in his soul, Jin Soo could barely contain his jubilation, already anticipating how the place he would lead Taehyung to would become his grave. Now in the building was not only Pinky, but also her lover Kai, also the owner of the national level of strength. For some reason, the villains were sure that now they would definitely succeed. However, the hero did not wait to be led by the hand and used his strength. With the help of the dead man's power, he simply destroyed the building with all its traps and ambush squads. Because he could now channel the power of the predator into other skills, their power increased many times over, and the guy discovered new levels of strength. Seeing such an ultimate power, Jin Soo lost all his confidence because his cunning plan had actually gone to waste. He immediately shouted at the guy that he was doing something absolutely crazy and must have gone crazy. But Taehyung objected that they had found the enemy's base, where everyone was waiting for them inside. So why break into this lair? It would be better to simply demolish the entire building, the hero declared and grinned maliciously, pleased with the effect produced. Jin-soo was still mumbling something about human rights, but the hero had already found Pinky under the rubble and wasn't listening to the idiot traitor at all. Pinky herself, coughing up blood, cursed the addicted gambler for such a betrayal. The hero immediately asked Jin-soo what the woman was talking about, and he immediately stated that he knew nothing, already regretting that the explosion did not kill Pixie immediately. The villainess promised that the hero would not have to stick his nose up for long, and that he would soon be dealt with. She did not yet know that there were hundreds of chapters of pathos and bending everyone and everything ahead, because the hero's main skill is the magic of the plot. The guy must have understood this too, so he wasn't too worried about Kai Ming, since he already knew everything. Here again it was time for the woeful spy to be surprised, and he, together with the villainess, asked him how he knew this. At the same time, Taehyung stopped hiding the fact that he knew about Jin-soo's role, and he couldn't resist, so he immediately took aim at the hero. True, at that very moment, Jin-soo was dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning, and blood began to flow from his eyes and ears. You have been affected by the world without feelings. There is some success in resisting the mysterious power. All key abilities are impaired. Even with the passive skill of the predator, Taehyung is still equally affected. His vision, hearing, touch have been weakened. Then an enemy appeared behind him and spoke, instead of simply attacking, taking advantage of his confusion and weakness. But he admitted that he was curious to understand who defeated Shaishin, and now he saw that the guy was definitely crazy, since he destroyed an entire building. But Taehyung wasn't going to listen to such statements from someone who was collaborating with cultists. He wasn't interested in Psy at all. All he cared about was his sense-blocking skill, so Taehyung smirked and looked at him greedily. Meanwhile, Ryuhei met the saint in a beautiful garden, in a cozy gazebo in the middle of a pond. Yoshikawa had already looked through all of his memories and found them interesting. Not only did Taehyung turn out to be the owner of a national level of strength, but he also executed Shaishin. What she didn't understand was why the guy decided to help Ryuhei and promised to meet her. The villain began to shake with fear, but the saint bowed to him and told him that he shouldn't be afraid of her. Everything was as that boy had said. She wasn't interested in the life of a third-rate villain. It was even commendable that Ryuhei had somehow accomplished his task and invited the hero. However, the fact that her actions and thoughts were so easily read greatly irritated the saint, and Ryuhei shrank even more from these words. Since the guy's target was the triad, she was going to go and meet him herself. Choran set 3 goals for his team: firstly, to win the Asian tournament; secondly, to weaken the power of the associations by knocking out the key seekers of the country; and finally, to prove to everyone that they are the best team in the world. Once they completed these 3 tasks, they were to monopolize all the dungeons, including the trade in magic stones. To achieve these goals, Choran allowed them to do whatever they wanted and promised to hush up any matter. Shishin then said that he liked all of this. The main thing was that he could fight with strong opponents. The others also approved of this ambitious and cruel plan. Only Tsai believed that their entire team had gone mad under the influence of their own strength and ambition. But he didn't care what to do because he was protecting his relationship with Pinky. From the triad, Tsai had already eliminated quite a few people who stood in his way. This time his opponent was a very young boy, a recent schoolboy, who nevertheless managed to attract attention. And now his path will end here, Tsai decided, and rushed at the enemy with a sharpened weapon. However, at that very moment, he froze in place, in horror before the previously unseen power. An ominous aura surrounded the guy. He realized that the power of his skill, World Without Feelings, no longer worked on the boy. Such power was unimaginable even for the national level. All this went beyond common sense and the human level. The skill of blinding the target would have been very dangerous if the guy had not learned to use the predator. But without him, Tsai had nothing else. That is, in theory, he could be defeated by a person with earplugs and glasses, but Taehyung hoped to find a better use for a good skill and clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, the predator's mouth slammed shut, swallowing Kai. There was no defense against this skill, and the system registered a new skill. On top of that, the hero also picked up Tsai's knife to replace his broken blades. This one had a unique rank. After Taehyung dealt with Tsai, there was only one national level seeker left in the game, and no matter how strong he definitely won't be able to overcome the gap in points with his team on his own. The hero also eliminated Pinky, and the last of the triad remained, for which he should also have received a generous reward. What he feared was a lull from Yoshikawa and her samurai. The calm did not last long and was broken by the noise of helicopter blades that hovered right above the hero. Without further delay, the saint jumped down from a great height, after which she performed a superhero landing in heels, which is also expensive. Yoshikawa Tsurara was very happy to meet the guy and cast meaningful glances at him. In the eyes of the public, she was a saint who could heal even severed limbs. In addition, her skills allowed her to treat psychological traumas such as post-traumatic stress disorder and bedwetting. They say she treated hemorrhoids without surgery and strengthened potency, which is probably how she earned her nickname of a saint. However, in reality, her skills allowed her to influence the memories of the target, and by brainwashing those who used her services, Tsurara acquired a crowd of devoted fans, although some served her quite sincerely. This is how she acted, having united all the power in her country, replacing it with the veneration of her person. And now, it was Tai Hyung's turn. It was surprising that she was able to find him, although he did not leave her exact location. The saint noted that she did not attack the triad because she did not know where they were. Just knowing his goal, Tsurara understood where he would be, and the guy admired her tenacity. This woman was not at all interested in the tournament or other opponents. She just came here without giving a damn about anything. How could he act so calmly in her presence? She asked the boy. After all, it was she who gave people the power to live in their ugly world. And the whole secret of this power is that everyone must obey it without complaint, said Tsurara, and hit herself in the chest. And then the hero realized that in front of him was another abnormal person with a megalomania complex. After all, happiness will meet such a dazzlingly beautiful she-wolf, lioness, tigress for everyone. Only worship of her becomes the driving force throughout the world, the saint believed. Then the guy realized that she had problems with her head, and cockroaches had built a dense nest in her skull for a long time. But it's okay, Tsurara suddenly said. It's a saint's duty to explain to a lost sheep who its shepherd is. And then the entire cavalry arrived at the site of the ruined building. A crowd of obsessed fanatics emerged from their cars with heavy minds on their faces. Although the saint had seen a lot in Ruhai's memory, she still did not understand where the source of the boy's information was, and what hidden powers he was hiding. That's why she prepared herself, confident that this time she would be able to find out everything about the one who dared to reject her. And if it doesn't work, it will simply break what can't be used. The world of Seekers has long been rotten since the absolute power of submission in it, without any restrictions, goes to people who can't even pass a psychiatrist. Tsurara reveled in the fact that she commanded people. She didn't care whether they were Seekers or civilians, everyone served her like a goddess. In fact, all the people under her control were taken hostage and used as human shields. Meanwhile, 2 Seekers from the Nighthound Guild were conducting their own investigation and found something. They searched well and finally managed to find the hideout of the last of the triad named Shadow. The villain did something brilliant. They used concealment magic on an entire building right in the middle of the city, which is why no one could find this base for so long. Not hearing the bell, the Seeker of the Guild of Wanderers turned to his partner to hurry him up. But it was too late. They had let themselves be discovered. This was the second reason why no one could find shelter. The villain in the villainous mask took care of the sneaky bloodhounds himself. But once upon a time, he started by drawing graffiti on walls, thus raising public protest and engaging in what he thought was art, but in reality was vandalism and tyranny. Although Shadow possessed the true level of power, he was still able to be tracked down by members of a regular guild, and he realized that there may have been a leak through Tetsu. Ever since Kim Taehyung came on the scene, all their plans have gone awry. And rightly so, because villainous villains make plans and obligingly wait for the heroes to gradually gain the strength to defeat them. That's how it should be. The guy managed to defeat the strongest, but Shadow still had no fear about him as he walked towards the portal. After all, in this world, the boy is not the only talent after all. Shadow reached the peak of his talent 10 years ago, thought the man, with a bunch of complexes, and stepped into the abyss. At the same time, Taehyung found himself in difficult circumstances, surrounded by enemies that he could not kill, even to protect himself. He soon found himself buried under a pile of bodies that simply fell on him from all sides. Although given the strength of the higher-ranking Seekers, the Saint's subordinates could have suffered more from the crush. Tsurara understood perfectly well what she was doing. A just hero who had already sacrificed himself to save people in the auction house would not have killed the Seekers enslaved by her. She expected that the guy would simply run out of steam under the pressure of the believers. But then the hero showed that a couple of punches wouldn't hurt the brainwashed puppets and scattered them. The saint asked him indignantly, in an offended tone, what he was doing to civilians. But the guy said that he was simply defending himself from those who were attacking him. Then he grabbed her herself with the help of gilded chains. Since without her bodyguard the saint could do little, she was defenseless. Taehyung quickly corrected her expression by kicking her, the blow made even stronger by the fact that he pulled the saint towards him. Here Tsurara realized that the hero was a much tougher person than she thought, and that violence was no stranger to him. Despite this, none of the civilians died, they simply lay unconscious. Then the saint went to the backup plan. She threw 3 seeds on the ground and they grew with such speed as if there had been an explosion. Dense, woody shoots came out of the ground in all directions. Cars, clods of earth, and people who had been brainwashed by Tsurara flew into the air. She didn't care much about their safety. That's why Tae-hyung had to save the unfortunate people, because in the end, that's the role of a just hero. It was a surprise attack. The guy realized that the saint had applied super regeneration to the seeds, which accelerated their growth. Moreover, she did not take into account those she subdued. Having wiped the blood from her face, the saint confidently approached the hero again, surrounded by her puppets. Now she realized that the hero was simply feigning unscrupulousness so that he could not be influenced by blackmailing civilians. But in fact, the guy was still worried about their lives. Tsurara recovered from the blow with her abilities as if she had not taken any damage. In a way, she was the most annoying opponent that could not be simply taken and destroyed, along with the puppets. Here, the girl who had just been saved again reached out to the hero's neck. Despite her wounds and the fact that the hostage could not move properly, she acted without regard for her own life. Along with her, those who were unconscious rose from the ground. No matter whether they had mortal wounds, broken bones, Tsurara's will guided them. So holding everyone hostage as a human shield, the crazy fanatic with complexes ordered Tae-hyung to obey, otherwise all these people would die. There was something disgusting in the fact that the seeker publicly called himself a saint, but in fact had no moral burden in his soul. This could not be allowed to go unpunished, the just hero declared, and a predatory aura surrounded his body. Suddenly everything changed. Tsurara felt a blow that she had never experienced before. It was a world without feelings, her eyes, ears, touch. Everything went out. Along with this, even the control over the flow of mana was disrupted, and her abilities weakened. Screaming in pain, Tsurara shrank and bent to the ground. She knew this skill, and she knew who it belonged to, which made her even more amazed. It was obvious that the guy had Kai Mingming's skill for a reason. It was not a coincidence. If he had had it from the beginning, he would have used it a long time ago. Tae-hyung pinned the witch down with his dead man's strength and advised her to clench her teeth tighter so as not to lose them. The guy waved his hand, and with it the spirit of the dead knight gave Tsurara a juicy slap in the face. All her puppets were tied up. The witch herself was deprived of feelings and strength, and had received enormous damage. She lay prostrate before the hero. Of course, her regeneration was still working, so Tsurara quickly recovered like a hydra. Even after such a slap, she could still move and tried to get up, without taking her angry and humiliated gaze off the guy. The witch demanded an answer from him. She wanted to know how he got the world without feelings, and what his true nature was. The fact that there was another person with cheating skills besides her drove her crazy. Tae-hyung chuckled. He himself would like to know the true nature of his power, and this is exactly why he came to her. Since Tsurara came here to test her brainwashing skill on him, the hero suggested that she do it, taking advantage of the sacred fast that drove so many people crazy. From the very beginning, the hero wanted to meet this witch. He just didn't know it would happen so soon. Holy fast is a subtle skill of manipulation and illusions that can see the target's memories, which means Tsurara can see his inner spiritual world. Tae-hyung wanted to know about the dream and the memories lost in East Point, as well as the reason why Rosaria changed her mind. There was a secret about the nature of his power hidden from him right in his mind, so the boy wanted to delve into his inner world and find the answers. Tsurara laughed. It was the first time she had experienced such humiliation. She had to admit her defeat. But since the guy looked down on her, she agreed to use her skill on him. But in return, he must become her believer. The witch screamed and folded her hands into a seal. The world around was immediately covered in a white haze that seemed to see right through him. She no longer cared what the guy had in mind. Tsurara knew that being hit directly by her skill would nullify any resistance from the target. And then something went wrong, and she found herself in a completely different dimension from the one she wanted to get to. It was a world full of blood, where a high staircase led to a lonely throne. The throne of bones and skulls was occupied by someone who looked very much like Tai-hyung, but at the same time, it was clearly not him. The sitting ruler laughed. They did not expect that the hero would try to find him with the help of some small bug. He spoke with such force that even the bloody sea became agitated. Tsurara was horrified by her self-confidence. There was no trace left. The creature in front of her was clearly not even human. The Lord said it simply absurdly and extended his bloody, thorny tentacles towards the scent witch. The huge wolf's mouth snapped shut and completely swallowed the witch. Taehyung woke up in the hospital. It was a bit surprising, and he thought about what had cleared up and what was appearing here. I wanted to know right away what had happened, and where Yoshikawa Tsurara had gone, what she had managed to find out. The fact that he was able to think about her meant that her skill hadn't worked. The first to enter his room was Yu Aong, dressed as usual in a formal suit, which only made her look more attractive. Seeing that the guy had finally woken up, she was happy and smiled sweetly at him. Yesterday, his family members did not leave his bedside all day. Everyone was very worried about the guy, who had apparently been unconscious for more than a day. In general, he caused everyone concern because his condition was more like a coma. Yoshikawa Tsurara was also found unconscious next to him, Yu A-young said. The same thing happened with Jin Su. Kai Ming disappeared without a trace, and Pixie was under the rubble of the building. It is not surprising that the charming spy had a lot of questions for the guy. So Taehyung realized that his plan to dig under the fair-faced one had failed, although they had considered such an outcome. A negative answer was also an answer. Now it was clear that even someone who possessed a national level of strength could not come close to unraveling his abilities. Taehyung didn't know how much stronger he would have to become to find out. Seeing his mental torment, the beautiful Yu A-yeon hurried to hug him and console him. Now he had to think about recovery because even without his participation, their team would cope. The guy was a little taken aback by the tenderness shown, but the moment was interrupted by Go Tae-wook, who burst into the room. He was also very worried and waited a long time for the guy to come to his senses, sacrificing his duties. In fact, Deputy Go urgently needed the help of the Night Wanderers to send a search party into the abyss. Their entire team had gone missing, including Park Sung-jin, and he stunned them with the terrible news. Since Taehyung felt fine, he immediately declared that he would go into the abyss where his team members disappeared by himself. It was obvious that even if they sent a search team for the missing searchers, they would only increase the number of victims, the guy thought. After all, the strongest team in the country, all veterans, disappeared into the depths of the abyss. If they couldn't cope, there was nothing for ordinary seekers to do there at all. And since the team disappeared so quickly that they were unable to even leave any news of themselves, national-level searchers from other countries could have been involved in the case. That's exactly why the hero had to go alone. Ultimately, the path of a cheater is always the path of a loner. Go Tae-wook immediately began to protest because the guy had just come to his senses. How could they let him go on such a reckless adventure? I wonder why all modern authors are so obsessed with the path of the loner. What kind of attempt is this to break away from society and show that you can do everything yourself? Relatives also spoke out against the decision to go into the abyss. Huang burst into the room when he heard the noise of arguments inside and realized that his brother had woken up. Of course they were worried about him because they were ordinary people and did not even imagine what was at stake. Just yesterday they were trembling with fear for him, that Taehyung would never open his eyes again, and now he was getting ready to go to war again. Yu A-yeon brought them in the morning, because the first people Taehyung was supposed to see were his family. In general, everyone began to press him with such zeal that the guy felt awkward. Here he thought that in his past life he was surrounded by those who constantly mocked the unawakened. But this time, everything was the opposite. He always received only mocking looks, reproaches, ridicule, condemnation. But the way his life had turned out now warmed his lonely, heroic soul. While the boy was touched by their attention, loved ones had no say in the matter when the stakes were so high. So the boy thanked them softly and said he had to go anyway. Even though they had only recently become a team, we were talking about good people who had disappeared into the abyss, and he was the only one who could save them. The way his aunt and uncle raised him was not such that he could simply abandon his comrades in trouble, the boy said. It was such a touching scene that everyone was ready to cry, so Yu A-yeon gave the guy a hard slap on the back. Once he has made a decision, he must promise to return safe and sound, she told the hero. Her words cleared the air and the boy chuckled in response. Somewhere in the middle of the endless wastelands of the abyss, there stood an Italian-style tower that reached into the sky, and at its foot, Pack's team fought bravely, But then he received a blow and fell onto the sand. Although he lay there without strength and blood flowed from his broken mouth, the sorceress still asked him if he was okay. Then their opponent appeared on the stage and praised the team for holding out for so long. But this game of hide-and-seek was over, the enemy said, and a bloody blade appeared in his hand. It was a member of the other team named Liu Feng. He was so strong that he even offered the defeated seekers the condition of serving him and sparing their lives. Such was his mercy. But how could Captain Pak trade his country and comrades? He was as loyal to them as he was to his sunglasses in the twilight of the abyss. Liu Feng appreciated his courage in giving his life for his beliefs, but did not particularly welcome this approach. However, unlike Park, Sohan Gil had no intention of dying here and agreed to surrender. He considered it stupid to die like that. They were modern people and not medieval barbarians. It was clear from the first glance that Liu Feng was a monster and it was impossible to defeat him. There was simply no other way for them to survive. Moreover, Sohan Gil had already betrayed his homeland once, falling into the hands of a saint. I knew it. You can't trust strange guys in masks. They always have vile insides. The saint, with a sweet smile on her face, turned him into her own spy, ordering him to report on everything, including Tae-hyung. She also threatened that if he refused, there would be a way to force him. So, in that regard, voluntary service was much more profitable. He who betrayed once will betray again, there was no doubt about that. Captain Pak put his hand on his shoulder and said that he understood everything. He promised to put his life on the line and give them time to escape. This man was ready to risk it to save some scum. Truly the best die first, Pak stepped forward with the sorceress, so that at least one could get out of this mess to the others and report what happened. The girl grinned. Captain Pak knew how to show off. He always chatted as if he was already dead. In the end, the traitor was so touched by his example that the incredible happened. He also decided to fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Liu Feng shrugged his shoulders in disappointment. He did not understand those who so easily gave up their lives, but decided to show them what the reality was, in which the Seekers found themselves. The bloody swordsman snapped his fingers and 100 red blades appeared in the sky above them. It was then that the team realized the true difference in their strength, seeing such overwhelming power. They were breathing until this moment only because of him, Liu Feng said smugly. Suddenly the world disappeared before his eyes and the bloody swordsman, in confusion, recognized the skill of his former ally, although he thought he was dead. Looking up at the sky, he saw a hero there who, as always, arrived on time before anyone died. Liu Feng immediately understood who was in front of him. Obviously Tae-hyung himself, who killed Chai Ming-ming and Shaishin. He had long wanted to meet this guy. But the hero didn't want to see any riffraff at all, so as a good morning he arranged an explosion like from a barrel of dynamite. Liu Feng survived, after which he cursed foully in his native language. Not funny at all, Liu Feng said disappointedly when he realized that he had been tricked. The opponents simply disappeared into the cloud of dust raised by the hero, because initially he came here not to fight, but to save people. To hide from their pursuers, they fled to an impregnable tower, a place that no one had yet managed to conquer. When Pa came to his senses, he immediately began to scold Tae-hyung for his recklessness. But the guy didn't listen to him and quickly poured in healing potions, because he was still going to use the captain's power. Even though the hero had saved them, they had now entered the dungeon and it was unclear what to do next. After all, this place was called the Impregnable Dungeon. Many veteran seekers broke their spears on it. They will not be able to leave it until they find the gate, so it can hardly be considered the best shelter. But what can you do? The hero told them and shrugged his shoulders. Even he was not able to protect hostages in a national-level battle, especially since he still did not want to show his abilities. After nearly killing Captain Puck with potions, the boy confidently declared that they would simply clear the dungeon and leave the abyss. It sounded like the hero had completely ignored all warnings that they were in an impenetrable dungeon, and it looked like the guy was just acting spontaneously without any plan. The Dragon Tower, as it was called, had two features, the first being the traps that were quite common in such places, which were encountered at every step. The second feature is intelligent dragon-like inhabitants, creatures capable of organized defense, flexible adaptive tactics, and not just sitting at their base and waiting for a small group to clear them out. Of course, this is not a joke. This is a manga for children. Despite all the team's worries, their fears were unfounded, and clearing the tower was a cakewalk. After all, Tae-hyung ran ahead and cleared the way for them. It didn't matter that the monsters were called intelligent, they still couldn't do anything against him. Even though the hero had been an ordinary mule porter all his life, he had read survivors' reports about clearing out this dungeon many times in the past. This tower was considered impassable, but it is quite possible to survive here. He also knew that somewhere in the middle of the tower there was an exit that led to the real world. Knowing the main traps, Taehyung spent his energy only on eliminating the monsters from their path, and with this he believed that escaping would be easy. In the end, they walked and finally arrived where they needed to go. We found ourselves in a room where the portal gates were burning brightly. Once they reached the portal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief that they wouldn't have to climb up the crazy tower any higher. Of course, there were questions about the hero, who acted as if he knew from the very beginning that he would find a way out. Of course, the guy said that he simply believed in himself. It was high time to get out of this place before the monsters figured out their trick and came running here. The guy watched as the others left the zone one by one through the portal. But before Puck stepped into the portal, he turned to the hero and thanked him for saving him. Coming from his lips, it sounded like a tribute of respect and recognition of his powers. Captain Pack promised to repay this service one day, but the just hero immediately declared that he did not expect any gratitude. Although he was pleased to hear these words from Park Sung-jin himself, since everyone had returned home, he could now breathe a sigh of relief, Taehyung thought. Moreover, the repentant So-nil admitted that he had spied for the other side under the influence of feelings, which meant that there should have been no more problems on his part. All that was left was to finish the tournament by blocking the actions of the bloody sword, which would obviously want to get even for its failure. The situation isn't so bad, the hero thought as he heard a crack behind him. You didn't think it would just end smoothly, did you? Unexpectedly, the portal did not let him in, remaining an impenetrable wall. The system indifferently reported that the portal could not be used. The Lord of the Kaiselin Tower is watching him. The system chimed again, and Taehyung felt an ominous feeling. And not in vain, because the walls shook and collapsed, and a huge dragon flew into the hall, who apparently got tired of waiting in his penthouse under the roof. The hero was extremely stunned by such an appearance, although this was already the second dragon on his path, this time very much alive and evil. The master of the Dragon Tower, Kaiselin, a double highest rank, arrived to see what kind of impudent mouse decided to walk into his domain without permission. Dragons were the highest race among all the monsters of the abyss. They had intelligence, enormous size, armor, and an entire ocean of mana. Even the young dragons were equal to the highest rank. The one in front of the hero clearly belonged to the upper class in itself, and was much stronger than those knuckles with which the guy fought before. Based on the information that Taehyung had, there shouldn't have been a boss here. The monsters rarely left the main room to defeat those who tried to invade their domain. And although the guy initially thought about entering into negotiations, the dragon preferred to kill the intruder without further ado. The dragon filled the entire hall with napalm breath, turning the hall into a blast furnace. But Taehyung couldn't be taken like that. With the pumping, he had long ago received fireproof hair, skin, and lung mucosa. Since there was no other choice, the guy decided to fight and rushed at the lizard himself. With the help of the spirit of the dead man, he hit the fossil in the jaw, and there was a deafening clang. Having chained the lizard, the hero began to cut into its armor in search of weak spots on the armor. The guy used all the skills he had, except for hypnosis, paralysis, and a world without feelings. He was sure that even though the dragon was a creature of a double higher rank, a mortal wound was guaranteed for him. But in the end, he only angered the monster even more, who was not hurt in the least, and was deeply offended by the lack of respect. The heavy blow of the paw almost brought down the tower, and the blast wave blew Taehyung back. Even for a super high rank, such armor strength was beyond the pale. Then Taehyung decided to buy himself some time with the help of the concealment skill. But at that very moment, someone with fates appeared right behind him. The guy didn't expect another enemy and received a hard slap, not having time to defend himself. It turned out that Kaiselin had managed to take on human form, which made it easier for him to keep track of his opponent. All the power of his fire magic remained with him, so he immediately treated the hero to a fireball. Soon the polymorph grabbed the guy by the throat and pressed him against the wall. The situation suddenly became catastrophic. It was impossible to even compete with such an opponent, and Taehyung realized with horror that he could do nothing. "It's time to check," said the dragon in human form. The system mercilessly beeped in his ear with a stream of messages that he had been subjected to the power of the dragon. Gradually, his resistance was broken, skills were blocked. Kaiselin was not surprised. The magical power that had engulfed his tower when the invaders entered had not faded, even under the influence of his magic. Now that he had looked at Taehyung's special power, only one person came to mind. So, the dragon demanded to know the name of the one who gave this power to the boy. However, the hero was not going to give up so easily. He abruptly removed his hand from his face, and long tentacles wrapped around Kaislin, who was in his human form. If he had remained in his dragon form, this would have been impossible, and the polymorph stepped back in surprise. But then he received a long tentacle that struck like a whip. It was hard to believe that such a puny man had such power that he could send him flying. Then they heard the quiet, soft but commanding voice of Rosarin. She just needed a dog to guard the backyard of the palace. The demoness looked out from the hero's shadow and grinned, already anticipating how she would take possession of her new servant. Here she reproached that Tai Hyung had only just now called her, although he should have done it much earlier. The guy brushed off these reproaches. After all, they were separated by the abyss of their origins. It was not so easy to trust the charming succubus. At the same time, the chairman of the association was deeply shocked by the news that Kim Tae-hyung, who left on a rescue mission, never returned from it. No one knew how it happened. Everyone crossed the portal, but Tae-hyung never appeared from their side. The captain himself recklessly tried to return to the abyss in his condition in order to come to the aid of the hero. At the moment Yu Ayun was having a hard time stopping, the chairman ordered to help her immediately before it led to another disaster. The chairman sat down and grabbed his head. It was not easy to control a group of unrestrained daredevils. At the moment, it was necessary to hide the fact that their team managed to survive, because they did not know what Cha Rong and Liu Feng were planning. It was already the 6th day of the tournament. Its end was approaching, and it was necessary to return Tai Hyung before that moment. Without this guy, they clearly would not have been able to achieve a leading position in the competition. In his mind, the chairman prayed for the hero to return safe and sound, while in the meantime a storm broke out in the abyss around the impregnable tower. The summoned demoness entered the battle, using her long tentacles and charm to the fullest. The charm, however, had no effect on the dragon, and he fought off the tentacles with his fire magic. The battle was very intense, with both sides exchanging heavy and costly attacks. Taehyung suddenly felt like a midge. If he got into a fight now and made even one mistake, he really could die. Even though he understood that it was two supreme beings in the monster world who were fighting, their battle was truly of an unimaginable scale. Now he understood that it was not in vain that he kept Rosaria away from her homeworld, otherwise she would have caused real chaos there. She had already rewarded him with 2 useful skills, especially hypnosis, which was extremely effective. The summoning consumed a huge amount of mana, so the guy refrained from it. Maintaining the summoning required a huge amount of mana. Such skills were more suitable for mages or alchemists who had reserves and potions. At this time, Kaiselin raised his hand and decided that it was time to play his trump card, so he called upon the meteor spell. The tower had long since been destroyed, so the stones had somewhere to fall straight from the sky. The hero would have certainly died under such a bombardment, but Rosarin saved him by simply cutting the stones with her claws. She was incredibly strong, so after overcoming this attack, she caught the dragon again with her tentacles, after which she brought him down from heaven to earth with a sharp throw. Looking at this, the hero understood that her excessive strength was too dangerous, because at some point he could lose control over the one he summoned. Entire cities will be reduced to rubble, and he himself risks becoming her puppet at every call. And yet she was an incredibly useful ally to him. Even after the hard battle, Kaiselin showed no signs of fatigue. Now that he understood who he was fighting, the situation became clearer. What he didn't understand was why the former Duchess of the Abyss was helping a human. No shame, no conscience, Kaiselin reproached the demoness and called her a bad word. Rosarin just snorted at the fact that the lizard was allowing himself to talk too much. Hearing her title, which meant only one step below the king, he realized that the succubus definitely had some connection with the sun-faced one. The guy really wanted to know what she knew and looked at the demoness with curiosity. As if sensing his heavy gaze, Rosarin answered the guy that she understood his thoughts perfectly well. But at the moment, he had no right to know all the answers, and even if he did, he still couldn't do anything about it. And no matter where the answer is, he still has no choice but to go his own way, said this gorgeous woman and smiled seductively. It's just that the current situation is not as simple as it seems, she added and turned away. Looking at his hands, the boy realized that he had been subjected to a reverse mana current. The fact that such a powerful being, one step below the king of the abyss, could be summoned by a human was already a miracle. Realizing that this power had a limit, the dragon decided to crush it with a final fire magic, and again turned into its true form. Instead of taking half measures, he decided to fight them to the end and burn them both. The size of this monster alone was shocking. A tailed bomb, a ball of concentrated mana, appeared in his mouth. A new explosion destroyed another level of the long-suffering tower, which only miraculously did not collapse under its own weight, held up by magic. A dense ball of tentacles wrapped around both of them, so it's possible that Tai-hyung and Rosaria survived the firestorm. Dragons were indeed intelligent, Rosarin admitted regretfully, and she had had a hard time of it too, due to the restrictions of the contract. Because of this, they had long since reached the threshold at which they could somehow resist Kaiselin. Continuing the fight further meant the risk that the summoner would fall from mana exhaustion. Before disappearing, the demoness decided to give him one last gift. She hugged him tenderly and pressed her soft as cotton body against him, whispering in his ear, "Don't you dare die, contractor." He got the queen's kiss, the system stated in a boring voice, ruining the entire mood. The rank of full hypnosis temporarily changed. Now the power of his hypnosis reached the highest rank. The hero opened his Gias at full power. The dragon did not immediately understand what was happening, and then was blinded by a bright flash. He took on human form again, for that was his spiritual world, and stepped into the sea of blood, in the midst of which stood a lonely throne of bones at the top of a long staircase. What a funny game! The voice of the one sitting on the throne was heard. "Just think that the villainous succubus would dump all the dirty work on him," the Lord said indignantly. Kaiselin already understood that he had been caught, and most likely he was in the spiritual world of a pathetic little man. But this place was completely unusual, and even more so, it was unclear who was sitting on the throne, although outwardly he looked like a hero. Still, it was clear that it was someone else, more powerful and evil. The huge beast's mouth snapped its teeth. "Kurama, it's your turn." The Lord waved his hand. He had nothing to talk about with the dragon, so he simply drove him away from his world. The bloody sea stirred, and then Kaiselin saw the abyss opening up. Mental damage received, returning to reality, he felt pain and growled. The dragon's head bowed to the ground, and he himself was beating in rage from the humiliation he had experienced. Taehyung himself would like to know what happened, because he still couldn't talk to the one who had visited his rich inner world. Kaiselin's condition was also strange. Taking advantage of this, the guy replenished his mana and health reserves with the help of potions. There was no point in thinking about what had happened for long. While the lizard was weakened, it was necessary to defeat it. So the hero bravely rushed at the enemy, who was growling with pain and rage. His skills worked again and he managed to do some damage, but it was clearly not enough. Kaiselin felt pain again and let out a loud scream, almost deafening the hero. Here the guy remembered the demoness's parting words that he should not dare to die, and he really had no intention of doing so. He has not yet figured out the nature of the king's power, and has not yet taken revenge on the master of the abyss, Asmodeus. And he couldn't live a normal human life either. His whole life was war and hardship, digging in the dirt. So of course the guy wasn't going to leave for another world. He hadn't even found a girlfriend yet. He had kissed a schoolgirl once, and that was in battle, and he had fallen under the spell of Rosarin, but she was a succubus, so that didn't count. In order to crush the dragon, the boy used the last attack. The essence of the predator also took on a beastly form. All this power fell on the lizard, and eventually his body could not withstand it and flew into pieces. After the fight, Taehyung collapsed on the floor and looked at the sky through the destroyed ceiling. The essence of the predator moved to a new rank, and this time, he really almost died. All that was left was to return to the real world. So the last day of the tournament arrived. The final scoring of all the remaining teams was underway. There were not many of them. They were assessed based on the shape and weight of the crystal stones that fell from monsters, although in theory they could have simply been bought. The Lone Samurai's team remained in second place, unable to overtake Liu Feng's team. The samurai really wanted to avenge Tsurara, but Taehyung was still listed as missing in action, and they ended up in second place in the tournament. Leaving all this behind, the Sword Demon decided to leave the event as soon as possible before it ended. Despite all his efforts, Taehyung's team only took third place. Due to security measures, they were unable to get any additional points while they were in the shelter, and eventually other countries caught up with them in terms of points. And to regain the lead, they needed 100 stones, or at least one double high rank. As hard as it was for the chairman to admit, despite all of Taehyung's efforts, they still lost the battle. A croaking, nasty laugh came from behind him, and Chairman Ju turned around to see Cho Ran. He walked along pleased with himself, together with the last member of his team, Liu Feng. They felt like winners. Cho Ran mockingly sneered at the unfulfilled hopes of the talented newcomer, who had now disappeared into thin air. Who would have thought that he would die due to an accident, Cho Ran said, and his words made the chairman shudder. They both knew that entering the Dragon Tower was a death sentence, but it wasn't an accident that had driven Tae-hyung there. The fact that they were making fun of the young guy made the chairman extremely angry, and he could hardly keep from throwing his fists at them, because he knew that all the disappearances at the tournament were the work of their team. "It is the destiny of the weak to be doormats," said Cho-ran in a sarcastic voice and walked on. He laughed loudly, realizing that all his plans had succeeded. He had defeated everyone and got what he wanted, and no one could even object to him. However, right in the middle of the arena, a gate opened, and out of it, out of nowhere, a real hero appeared. Tae-hyung immediately told the chairman not to listen to the chatter of various scoundrels. He had just appeared and did not hear most of the conversation, but he understood what they could say. Seeing their enemies safe and sound, Cho-ran and Liu Feng made faces as if they had been constipated for a week. The hero held a healthy cobblestone in his hands and smiled contentedly, delighted by the effect his appearance had produced. At this time, Huang was depressed and lying on his bed because his brother never showed up until the very end of the tournament, so he didn't want to see the team lose. Since Tae-hyung had disappeared without a trace, there was no point in keeping track of who won. It was like eating pies without filling. He also passionately accused his parents of being traitors, since they were inviting him to watch a tournament where Tae-hyung was not present. Then the mother abruptly cut off his grumbling, because just now their nephew had returned to turn everything upside down. Not believing his ears and eyes, Huang stared at the TV screen where the broadcast from the arena was on. The cameras focused on the object that the hero had brought, and they identified it as the heart of a double highest-ranking dragon. Before this, it was possible to detect such a monster only a few times, but to defeat it, this happened for the first time in history. Yu Ai-yeon, who received the report from her people, could not believe her ears that the guy appeared not in the abyss, but right in the middle of the stadium. The next message was more like a dream because this trophy immediately gave 1,500 points. Thus, the victory went to the Gryffindor house as always because they are on the right side of the force and are just cuties. Tae-hyung kept his gaze fixed on Cho-ran, who was trembling with anger and arrogance. The villain immediately began to look for the culprits and began to shout at Liu Feng, who said that he had figured everything out. But Liu Feng himself did not understand how it happened. Not only did the boy return alive from the tower, but he also successfully hunted the monster. Now it was the hero's turn to tease his enemies and mock their efforts, for he had snatched victory from their hands when they had already believed in it. It was lucky that after the Predator was activated, the Kaislin stone was preserved. It must have happened because the dragon was too strong, otherwise it would not have been possible to win the tournament. However, this victory only made him new enemies, and the guy understood this, but he could think about it later. For now, Chairman Zhu hugged the guy tightly, like a father. He was glad to see him safe and sound as he had been preparing for the worst, and blamed himself for dragging a newbie into this competition. The old chairman, one-eyed as one, even shed a stingy, manly tear. They stood like that for quite a long time, and the hero also succumbed to the moment because they were incredibly lucky not only to survive, but also to win this war, which was called a tournament. This dramatic appearance, with the tournament results being turned around, made Tae-hyung a world star, and his name was in the tabloids for a long time. Having learned this news, the hero's friends joyfully celebrated his victory and congratulated the guy. Kang Hyuk was the one who screamed the loudest because it was the first time he saw Chairman Ju cry and he couldn't help but mention it. Apparently, he had already recovered from his injury, so he was having a great time. After all the celebrations, Tae-hyung went to Singapore where they were waiting for him. Halen thanked him for taking time out of his busy schedule for them. They sent him a request because they wanted to ask for cooperation, as expected. In this part of the events developed as before the regression. The guy already knew what he would be asked to do, it was obvious, because this country had lost all its key seekers. They sent out requests for cooperation, but Cho-ran and Liu Feng couldn't just let it go. Tae-hyung already knew what Halen wanted, but he had to deal with the uninvited guests first. At first, she didn't understand what was going on, but then the doors to her office flew apart, showering them with shards. When the chairwoman saw those who entered, she was even speechless. It was Liu Feng himself who showed up with a whole gang, not at all afraid that the general public might find out about it. He was also very happy to meet the hero here, and promised him a quick death. "Here come the uninvited guests that need to be dealt with," Tae-hyung said and grinned. He was not at all scared, unlike Chairman Halen. Before she could answer, the windows of her office flew out and the sound of broken glass could be heard. Several seekers from Tae-hyung's team burst into the room at once. Among them was even that guy with the 8th grader syndrome who played the hero. Oh yeah, they're all like that there. Go-To spied on this hodgepodge of seekers and tried his best to keep them all under control, because they were young and wild-tempered. Liu Feng became even more furious that he was caught off guard and now had to fight the entire team. In general, the hero assembled his dream team and they all lined up as if for a photo, taking impressive poses. Even at the preparation stage, everyone was amazed at the knowledge of the guy who predicted Cho Ran's actions, that he would attack Singapore. Of course, hearing about the chairman being attacked right after the friendly tournament had ended was terrifying. But knowing Cho Ran's desire to gain a monopoly on the continent, it was not so surprising. Having destroyed other associations, his goal was closer than ever. After the tournament, many suffered losses that there was no one to replace. So all the survivors were also in great danger. And without the association of seekers, any country could plunge into chaos, because there would be no one to clear the gates. When Chairman Zhu asked the guy what he would do, he replied that it was pretty obvious the bastards needed to have their legs cut off all the way to their necks. After the spectacular formation, a coordinated group attack followed. The team rehearsed it for a long time. Since everyone's strength was great, the numerical superiority of Liu Feng's fighters no longer mattered. But the association's building was not at all prepared for such battles, and its architecture had to be sacrificed. Captain Pak told them to take Chairman Haley and retreat. That was their main objective. Han Su, posing as a hero, caught the damsel in distress. Even though she was too old for him, she still needed to be saved. In the chaos of battle, Liu Feng was unable to interfere with the enemy team's actions. In the end, he got so angry that he decided to slap everyone at once. But the plan failed, and unexpectedly for himself, the bloody swordsman discovered that he had been captured and dragged out into the open. There was enough space here for the strongest fighters to play, and the hero grinned contentedly. Liu Feng snorted angrily, because before this, the boy had simply run away from him into the abyss, and now he was challenging him. He told him not to have any illusions about himself, and despite the chain on his hand, he managed to summon his bloody blades. Although Liu Feng hadn't seen the boy defeat his allies, he had already observed him enough to assess his level of strength. However, Tai Hyung wasn't going to listen to all this boastful chatter. The predator's blow destroyed all the blades that were flying at him. Before the bloody swordsman could even blink, he lost his arm. The next moment, the spirit of the dead man slapped him like a fly, slapping him with his hand. Then the stunned enemy lost consciousness. Having fallen under the effect of another skill of Tai Hyung, the whole fight turned into a cascade of beatings. In this dense combo, he had no chance of winning. Now the guy was clearly not acting with the same level of strength that he showed in the abyss. In just a few days, he had become stronger. The hero swung his dagger several times and the fight was over when Liu Feng received a mortal wound. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move anymore, still unable to believe his defeat. Taehyung himself was surprised at how easy it was for him to win at the national level. In the end, even Liu Feng was powerless against the many cheats. The villain laughed. Now he realized with obvious belatedness how all the members of his team had fallen, and if they had fought together, they could have won. Who would have thought, Liu Feng said at the end, that he would have to use the power of a duke against such a boy, and laughed. At that moment, his body began to transform. It turned out that this scoundrel also had one last ultimate trump card, and he turned into an ugly pile of meat to the glory of Salanesh. Meanwhile, the beautiful Yua Yon, in the form of an Amazon, finished the battle. Then Captain Pat called her and said that something strange was happening in the hero's battle. The place where the guy was fighting was completely covered by a red, impenetrable dome. None of them knew what it was. They were seeing this ability for the first time. Inside the barrier, the ugly monster tried to hit Taehyung with all its limbs and appendages. He deftly dodged everything and prepared to counterattack. It was not the first time he had fought with large opponents, especially against a huge, useless carcass, whose two greedy paws he immediately cut off. But then unpleasant news was discovered. Of course, the demonic spawn of the warp knew how to regenerate, and he also had overwhelming power due to his superiority in size and mass. The hero was confused. He was clearly no longer fighting with Liu Feng. The jump in strength was too sharp. Moreover, the size and shape of the space around them had changed, as if they were in an abyss, especially since Liu Feng used the title of Duke, just like the dragon Kaiselin. Apparently, besides Rosarin, there were other holders of this high title in the abyss, the guy realized. They were all connected somehow to the king, he thought, as the dead man's spirit took a punch right in the jaw. Then the hero saw that another hand was flying straight towards him, which could grab him. This time he failed to escape, and the demon brought him to his face to chat. He, of course, reveled in his power. His actions were too slow. It couldn't be any other way. A man cannot surpass the one chosen by the Duke of the Abyss, the monster said, bringing the guy to his mouth. Then the hero spoke up and said that he would ask just one question before he killed him. What is known about the king? That was the question that was shrouded in a veil of terrible secrecy. But even Liu Feng, who spoke from the depths of the meat carcass, did not understand what the guy was asking, deciding that he was impressed by the Duke's strength. It was foolish to suppose that such a creature could know anything, the hero said, but at least he tried to find out something. At that very moment, the carcass of meat began to decompose under the action of the predator's devouring power. The carcass recoiled as if from fire. Liu Feng had never heard of such a thing before. The hero smiled. Thanks to Liu Feng, he had a need to see the Duke. And although the arrogant scoundrel who sold his soul to the devil still tried to say something, the conversation was over. The predator's power simply tore the carcass apart, having had its fill of it. Only pitiful pieces of demon flesh remained. Nothing could stand before the king's power. Taehyung replenished his mana reserves. It turned out that only Rosaria knew something about the king. From the villain's words, it followed that in addition to the succubus demoness, there were other dukes of the abyss. And if they were equal in strength to her, then they were simply unimaginably strong monsters. It is unlikely that these creatures will give him a warm welcome, especially if the guy comes to them with a question. Here he saw how, right before his eyes, the carcass was regenerating again, and pieces of meat were intertwined into a tight ball. And then the guy heard a terrible voice that pressed on him like a press. I wondered how strong he was, but in the end his limit was too close, said someone who appeared in place of the pieces of meat. In noble robes, the one who gave Liu Feng the contract for his summoning appeared before the hero, the vampire lord Igmun. Taehyung froze in bewilderment. It was clear that in front of him was clearly not Liu Feng, but some kind of monster. And his overwhelming magical power left no doubt that this was the Duke of the Abyss. Fighting another mad spawn was not really something I wanted to do. At first, Igmun wanted to evaluate the guy's skills, and called upon the true bloody blade. Dozens of swords appeared above the hero. Taehyung had to quickly dodge these fast and powerful projectiles. The size of the blades was astonishing. They clearly surpassed those used by Liu Feng. The hero planted his feet on the ground and fought off the mad onslaught, barely holding it back. And there was something to be nervous about because, without wanting to, the guy got into a fight against a monster of the level of Rosaria and Kaiselin. The enemy was clearly slow, but the guy had no time to think about the reasons for this. In order to survive, he had to use everything he had, so he rushed at the enemy with the spirit of the dead. Seeing the hero's ability, Igmun chuckled when he fell into the world without feelings. But he was not at all embarrassed by this skill. There is a connection between the contractor and the summoned monster. If the monster is weaker, it receives strength from the contractor. Conversely, if the summoned monster is stronger than the contractor, the backflow of mana can destroy the summoner's own body if the summoning is not interrupted. If Taehyung's calculations were correct, then Liu Feng was already dead, and he was now dealing with a forced summoning over a corpse. Thus, there was a time limit on the summoning during which the hero simply had to hold out. That was his calculation, and Igmun even praised the guy for his intelligence, but then arrogantly said that trying to survive in a fight against him was great stupidity. Taehyung flinched away from the vampire again as strange magic appeared in his hand. The handheld blood tornado came from Igmun's palm and turned into a real typhoon. The guy couldn't resist and was caught up in this roaring stream. Even if he has power since he speaks without any respect, he must be punished, Igmun declared arrogantly. He already expected that the guy would simply die, but then he stopped mid-sentence. Quite unexpectedly, the bloody tornado turned into flower petals, and the storm itself suddenly died down. This made the vampire think he did not expect to see such a transformation. When the petals dispersed, it became clear what had happened. One duke can only be defeated by another. Rosaria smiled seductively. She already understood that she was called only in the most difficult situations, and not on a date. Then the vampire summoned more tornadoes. He wasn't going to just retreat. Of course, Igmun's contractor couldn't die at the hands of a simple seeker, so he suspected something like that, but he couldn't even imagine that the guy would turn out to be Rosarin's contractor herself. Then the vampire suggested that she leave herself and leave the guy, otherwise she would have a hard time. The demoness only grinned. This was their first meeting in almost 1,000 years, and Igmun was still just as petty and was simply trying to get even for choosing the wrong person. Of course she refused, but he himself should have known that. Taehyung couldn't resist asking the demoness who their enemy was, and she answered the obvious, that one of the dukes was in front of them. At this time, Igamon undoubtedly wanted to kill the hero and came up with a trump card. Gathering all his power, the vampire wished Rosaria a safe journey to the next world. Their forces converged in the center of the field, tentacles against daggers, waves of power knocking Tai-Hung off his feet. To prevent him from flying too far, Rosaria caught him with one of her shoots. The situation was still difficult. The hero once again experienced the reverse flow of mana, his body was breaking down, and he was puzzled how the vampire still retained his summoning. The boy almost lost consciousness when Rosarin brought him back to his senses, because the amount of power she could use depended on him. Even though the guy had become stronger after the previous battles, their opponent was not one that could be dealt with easily. The demoness encouraged the hero with a smile and said that he should hold on, and then he would see the power that he would one day possess. A flaming flower blossomed in the sky above her. Here Igmund himself admitted defeat. The time he had left was running out. On this note, the Duke's meeting was decided to end and the vampire tried to maintain a confident face. To entertain them one last time, he summoned some final attack from the sky, hands of blood that held a huge spear. Rosarin responded to this with a volley of her turbo laser. In essence, the battle of high ranks was not much different from the battle of low ranks. They just had more energy in their attacks. The forces collided and another double explosion followed, which was supposed to add an epic feel to the entire battle. There was a bright flash in which everything disappeared. The system mercilessly minted that he had lost his mana, his skills had decreased. And then the hero felt like he was drowning. Not once had he lost consciousness on the battlefield, giving his all to the battle. He reproached himself for finding himself in this situation again. And then he heard the voice of a predator who called him pathetic, because even with the strength of a king, the guy brought himself to such a state. Even the national level of strength was not enough for him. The one who wore the hero's face as his own rudely declared. He reminded him that if the boy did not cope well, his body would be taken away. From this nightmare, Taehyung woke up abruptly and once again found himself in the hospital. It was worth getting used to the hospital clothes because he spent the night here more often than at home. The voice he heard was exactly like the one in the previous dream, and the one speaking looked exactly like the guy himself. He would like to know what connects the double with the king. But then he turned around and saw in his room a bunch of attendants who had been on duty at his bedside all this time. As soon as the battle ended, the impenetrable red barrier disappeared according to Yu A-yeon with a bright flash. Inside, they found evidence of a massive battle and a hero who was unconscious. Overall, the entire mission could be considered a success, as the attempt to assassinate Chairman Haley failed and all of the attackers were killed. This time, Cho-ran did not escape suspicion, and the World Association launched an investigation. After some time, the hero fully recovered from all the adventures. The closer he got to the secret and capabilities of the Predator, the more dangerous his enemies became, from the double inside to the Dukes. The good news was that his rank was gradually rising. Here, the hero decided to check his status. If you are interested, you can also read it. He got a new skill. It was called Blood Emission, but it was not available yet. Later, as promised, Taehyung invited Yu A-yeon to dinner, who owed her for spy services. The guy knew how to surprise because he recovered very quickly, and then the girl asked him what he intended to do next. His plans were Napoleonic. He was going to clear out the unknown dungeons on the territory of other countries, which he received as a reward for the tournament. Yu A-yeon immediately made a fuss that she wasn't asking about that. She was expecting a date, not just dinner, but for the hero. It was nothing more than one paid meal. Then she reminded him that it would not be easy to conquer the dungeon because they serve as a source of magic stones. And even with the rights to raid, the hero will have problems. It is expected that other countries will postpone his visit in every possible way until the contract expires. However, the hero said that he knows how to deal with this. Moreover, while he was waiting for permission, he had his own business, he said, which surprised the intelligence officer. He may have been a cheater with super strength, the strongest in the country, but he still lacked a lot. Blood ejection, the skill that Liu Feng used, was still unable to activate, although the guy had already tried many methods. Since it was the Duke's power, even if it was stolen, it might have required special conditions to use it, but the system didn't say anything about it. Even after reaching the national level, the hero could not resist the Duke, and this was the only way he could learn more about the king. He needed to become stronger again. So after their conversation, he went about his business as he had planned. It was some old building and the guy read the writing on the wall. It said it was Banchisu Brewery. It was raining, so the mood was gloomy. Production had long since stopped, so the heavy gates creaked when the hero opened them. Inside stood a statue of Buddha, where an old man was busy in the dark and around him stood vats and pots for beer. The old man was not happy with the uninvited guests and repeat what was written on the wall. Production was stopped. He advised the young man to return to where he came from. Then the guy told the old man that he didn't come here to work and not for beer, but to ask for a favor of merging skills. When the old man heard these words, he slowly turned around as if surprised that someone knew about this. He asked the guy who he was, and the hero introduced himself, not forgetting to mention his title of the strongest in the country. And he added that he was the man who came to save him. Full of heroic pathos, the guy smiled. Ban Chisu was an ordinary old man, the owner of a brewery, who was just waiting for his death. He was also an awakened fragment of the world, the only top-tier skill in the world that could combine skills. However, instead of focusing on this, Bang Chisu was busy with beer, which raised many questions from those around him. The old man could have lived happily ever after, but he gave it up and lived like an ordinary person. Eventually giving in to the persuasion of his only son, he decided to use his powers on one of the cultists he had brought. But something went wrong in the process, and the cultist became ill, and it seemed that God was with him. Due to the reverse flow of magic, everyone Ban Chisu touched died or became disabled. After that, his son went on the run and hid from the cultists, and his father blamed himself for what happened and refused to use his skills. That was his story. And Ban Chisu was quite surprised that the stranger knew so much. It was even worse because knowing everything, the guy still asked him to repeat the terrible experiments. The old man didn't care what rank the hero had. He told him to get lost immediately. He had already ruined so many lives, and he did not want to repeat such a fate. Then the hero showed him his terrifying aura and declared that the old man would never be able to harm him with his skill. Then he finally agreed to listen to the guy, and they began preparations. The hero told the old man that the reverse flow of mana into the test subjects was not his mistake. The problem was that Ban Chisu's rank was much higher than those he worked with. This was just a side effect due to the sharp increase in skill levels of the cultists themselves, whose bodies could not withstand such power. With Taehyung's current characteristics, there was no such problem even if a reverse mana flow occurred. It would not harm him much. The old man thought that his hands were a curse that ruined people's lives. But now he met this young man who solved all his problems and doubts in the blink of an eye. This guy seemed to have come from the future, Ban Chisu thought, and got to work. Finally, the hero confessed that he came here in secret, so the old man had nothing to worry about. If something went wrong, no one would know that it was his fault. The fact that Bang Chisu's abilities could be used in Taehyung's past life was revealed only after an investigation 10 years later, by which time the old man had already drunk himself to death from grief over the loss of his son. So if all the misunderstandings are not resolved now, the old man will live with a feeling of guilt for the rest of his days. Taehyung was glad that he came in time and could help this man. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated on combining the skills of invisibility and stone skin, and the spirit of the dead with paralysis, the world without feelings with the heart of the monarch. The old man was amazed when he realized that the guy had decided to combine 3 pairs of skills at once. He couldn't even imagine that a seeker could have so many skills. As the hero thought, the system couldn't detect skills like predators, so it wasn't available for fusion. When everything was ready, he shouted to the old man to start. And although he still doubted and thought that he was committing madness, he agreed. The process began, and the room was filled with the light of the fusion animation, which still had no content. Somewhere in the main office of the world's best association of seekers, a meeting was taking place. Kevin Yang welcomed the best forces of the new Roman Empire, who had not gathered here for a long time. Gregor Gale, who was lounging in his chair, asked why they had been called. Dylan Gray demanded to speak politely to the chairman immediately and slammed his fist on the table. Ricky Harley's grumbled that this kind of squabble happened every time they got together and asked Cody to calm them down. Cody, who was the leader, waved it off indifferently because it wasn't children who had gathered here, but grown men who knew what to do themselves. And he considered the power rating an empty formality. The topic was related to the fact that another empire of the East suffered a defeat in a recent tournament and lost many of its strongest fighters. Montel Roman even named the names of those killed at the national level, although the fate of all these characters is to be forgotten after the first arc. They also heard about the failed attack on Singapore, during which Liu Feng was killed. Gregor still didn't understand why they had gathered to talk about the dead. Then the chairman of the new empire told them the real state of affairs and not the official version, according to which these seekers were killed in the abyss. In fact, one man killed them all. And this is despite the fact that Liu Feng had entered into a contract with one of the dukes of the abyss. Ricky was surprised and exclaimed, wondering how people even knew about this. They were even more surprised that everyone was destroyed by one previously unknown newcomer. Meanwhile, the hero was leveling up, and a red barrier of his power appeared around the building. Even Banchisu, shocked by what he had done, recoiled from the guy in horror. He saw with his own eyes the reason why the best associations around the world were interested in the hero. The pumping was completed successfully, but instead of the highest rank, the hero received a double first rank. To investigate everything connected with the young talent, envoys from the new empire arrived in the hero's homeland. They sent Gregor because he had a power level of 10 and one more. Gregor suggested just finding the guy and giving him a dressing down. He was too lazy to figure it out. But his comrade objected that it was not worth doing. He was much more reserved. Marcus Gore suggested to watch for now. In their squad, he was the eldest. After all, he occupied the 8th place. After successfully combining the skills, Taehyung returned home. His hands were already itching to quickly use the skills acquired after the merger. The shadow skin simultaneously hid and strengthened him. The monarch's world created a special field around the hero. The ruler's spirit emitted a spirit strengthened by mana. At first glance, dubious improvements. It is especially unclear why invisibility and stone skin are combined because their use carries a contradiction in goals. In any case, it was impossible to use and try everything right in the city, so as not to cause a stir. Then the guy noticed that there were guests standing outside his house, and they were waiting specifically for him. Looking at these suspicious-looking foreigners, the hero thought that perhaps he would soon try out his skills in a real fight. Gregor immediately began to smugly clown around, saying that such a brat couldn't defeat Liu Feng, and their informants must have messed something up. The guy already understood that in front of him were seekers of the national level of power from the new empire. However, he agreed to meet with them and talk, and the bespectacled man began to talk to him. The hero asked the seekers why they had come such a long way. Marcus, on the other hand, was in no hurry to get down to business right away, and just wanted to chat first to understand what kind of person Taehyung was. But first he used his skill, covering them with a green wall, and asked for forgiveness for being rude. This skill was called Ziggurat. It showed the characteristics, rank, psychological state of the target. In general, it was a skill for viewing the status. Marcus thought about what he saw. It was the first time he encountered a double first rank, and the guy's characteristics, although they corresponded to the national level, were not enough to defeat Liu Feng. Then he decided to test the skills themselves, and that's when his ziggurat misfired several times at once. Taehyung chuckled and suggested that the foreigners stop their impudent spy games, especially since the data they had received should have been enough to assess his abilities. Marcus pretended to be polite and said he was just in the habit of checking up on everyone. But now he understood why his chairman Kevin was so worried about this guy. Taehyung again insisted that the guests get down to business and not drag the cat out of the water. It turned out that they wanted to gain the right to raid an uncharted dungeon in the Eastern Empire, the very one that the hero had recently won. Their chairman wanted to explore this region, but the Imperials did not want to share much information. Their arrogance and self-importance showed. But they tried to talk the guy into it because they knew that Charon wouldn't give him access to the dungeon, and then no one would get it. In this way, it was possible to organize a joint raid. Marcus planned to enlist the guy's support and establish good relations with him. It was a win-win proposition, and the new empire would gain power that could be used even if they refused. The guy had to understand that they had no hostile intentions towards him. Of course, Taehyung refused briefly and categorically, as he always did with everyone, but then he still cooperated. Marcus took his refusal calmly. It was enough for him that they simply met and talked. But the arrogant and unbridled Gregor had a different opinion, so he intervened in the conversation. He was extremely irritated by the young puppy, for whom they had come such a long way, and now they had to fly away empty-handed. So he even grabbed the guy by the collar of his shirt. And although Marcus tried to stop him, Gregor did not listen. He leaned towards the guy and said that since words were useless, it was worth solving everything by force, as is customary among seekers and real men. Taehyung was a little puzzled by such pressure. On the one hand, Marcus wanted friendly relations, but on the other hand, Marcus was included in the delegation, and clearly not just like that. After all, those who sent him understood perfectly well what could happen. Looking at Gregor, Taehyung remembered how people looked at him when he was a simple mule, people like this bully, always ready to fight without any particular reason. It had been a long time since Taehyung had received such special treatment. Since the person in front of him did not want to recognize him as an equal, he had to be convinced. And then the hero agreed to solve everything by force. After all, for him, this was the best way to test his skills, especially since nothing important was at stake except the honor of the winner. It wasn't even a mortal battle, just a sparring match for which the Seekers went to the arena. However, a crowd of spectators quickly filled the stands. To prevent the city from being damaged, the fighters looked into the Indivisible Guild where the guy had once defeated their leader, Kang Hyuk. And although the charming Miss Kim was worried about the consequences, her boss enjoyed what was happening, because the glory of the arena and this fight could attract new supporters to the guild. But her worries were not in vain, because after the battle of national-level seekers, a lunar landscape could remain in place of the guild building. Gregor scratched the back of his head. He was completely relaxed. He was amused by what was happening. The guy promised him that the results of this battle would also please Gregor and smiled mockingly. Without further ado, Gregor transformed into a huge wolf, and their fight actually began. He immediately rushed towards the guy, wanting to grab him with his claws. The blow from that paw nearly split the arena in half, and the repair bill quickly climbed. Secretary Kim was horrified by this, because it was not clear who would pay for everything. Marcus politely explained that Gregor's skill was called the Heart of the Wolf. The skill, honed to the limit, turned the Seeker into a werewolf, and significantly increased his physical capabilities. Although the negotiator regretted that he had not been able to establish a friendship with Tai Hyung, perhaps it was even for the best. Watching this battle, one could understand how exactly the hero was able to defeat the Abyssal Duke's contractor, Liu Feng. Gregor felt very confident, even though Marcus couldn't read the guy's skills, but if you throw away his mana, then in terms of physical indicators, he was no match for him. So Gregor thought, the key to his plan was, if you throw away mana. Moreover, the werewolf activated the wolf's heart, which further enhanced his physical characteristics, and soon he managed to grab the guy, pressing him to the arena. He intended to end the fight quickly, simply by finishing off the one lying on the ground, and had already swung his paw, but the hero showed no signs of panic. It was not for nothing that his enemy was at the 10th level of power in the new empire. Then he himself decided to use his trump cards. At first, the entire arena was covered by an impenetrable dome, the monarch's zone. Suddenly, the werewolf found himself locked inside a terrible place, with statues of kings looking down on him and a whole lake of blood splashing under his feet. It was a zone where the enemy's stats would drop and the caster's stats would increase. Overall, a pretty useful skill. Taking advantage of Gregor's confusion, Taehyung went into invisibility mode and attacked him with a stone fist. One blow was followed by a whole hail. The wolf did not know where he would be hit from, so he took the damage without being able to defend himself. In all games, stealth is the most annoying thing, so it is always useful to have skills in detecting hidden targets or attacking an area. In order to somehow resist the guy, Gregor began to beat his paws in all directions, in circular swings, and growled at the guy to show himself the vile coward. Then Taehyung used the third skill, the Spirit of the Dead. The knight's image was transformed and became much more impressive, and a sword appeared in his hands. He still suppressed with fear, but now he also inflicted paralysis. The combination of skills actually allowed them to be used effectively, together, and cheaply in mana. So Gregor could only gape in shock. "The end is obvious," said the hero, and slammed the trap over the wolf. A monstrous surge of power occurred that went even beyond his barrier. When the smoke cleared, the stands gasped and saw the hero standing triumphantly over his defeated enemy. Nobody understood what was happening and how it happened at all. Many were disappointed because they did not see how the fight went. Marcus was the most disappointed of all. He never received any important information, except that Taehyung lived up to his reputation. Here Gregor somehow got up and spoke up, declaring that the winner had not yet been determined. He made one last attempt to continue the fight and swung his wolf paw at the guy again. But this time, 3 of the strongest seekers stood in his way to prevent the battle from turning into a fight to the death, with diplomatic consequences. Yu Yan didn't think that the threat to kill Taehyung was just words and intervened in the fight. Captain Pak also insisted that Gregor stumble and not allow personal animosity to get the better of him. The hero was surprised to see his dream team there and asked how long they had been there. Chairman Ju then appeared and said that they had been watching him from the very beginning. Initially, they just wanted to enjoy the fight like everyone else, but they intervened as the situation was getting more and more tense by the minute. Gregor took on his werewolf form again and breathed heavily. If he continued to fight, he would make enemies in the form of an entire country. And it seemed like he wasn't going to just stand there. The fact that someone stood in his way only made the werewolf even more angry. At this point, Marcus stepped in and coldly ordered the wolf to shut his mouth. He threatened Gregor that he would actually end up in Cody's crosshairs if he continued. Even his recklessness had to have a limit, Marcus insisted. In the end, the werewolf cursed one last time and became human again. His partner's threat worked, and he had to leave the arena in disgrace. Marcus, however, made an official apology, although it was difficult to understand what these words were worth. Nevertheless, he decided to back them up by making the guy an offer. Although he was hardly authorized to do so, Marcus invited him to become a member of the Association of the New Empire, changing his country of residence. Such a blatant and open attempt at recruitment was in the spirit of these people who considered themselves the rulers of the world. It is not surprising that Chairman Zhu began to loudly protest against such impudence, especially in his presence. But Marcus was persistent and immediately stated that he would satisfy any demands in dungeons, resources, the best raids. He spoke directly and confidently, thinking that he had something to offer the hero. Taehyung smiled softly and accepted the offer as an acknowledgement of his abilities. Yet he was grateful for being given the opportunity to test his skills. He didn't refuse outright, he just said that his goal would be the land of the setting sun, since Yoshikawa Tsurara had just come to her senses after their last date. That time, she found herself in Taehyung's creepy inner world and encountered the terrible monster that lived there. Accustomed to manipulating others, she did not expect such a nightmare and desperately tried to escape. But in the end, she was captured by a mysterious and terrifying force. And although Tsurara begged him to spare her, Taehyung's double refused, and besides, he wasn't the one who started it. She lay sprawled in a lake of blood, unable to even raise her eyes. From the top of the bone throne, it was not a man who looked down at her, but something alien to this world. In a commanding tone, he said that he had never seen a more pitiful creature in his life. And then she was pierced by the most terrible pain in her life, and for a long time the saint could not come to her senses. And the echoes of those nightmares continued to haunt her, causing concern among the remaining servants. The same nightmare tormented Tsurara every night, which almost drove her crazy even after she came out of her coma. Every night she passed through countless tentacles that belonged to an unknown creature and crawled into the very depths of her soul. Afterwards, Tsurara experienced her death in her sleep and woke up in pain, but there were no signs that these symptoms were going to subside, meaning she could suffer like this for the rest of her days. When she finally managed to get up, she began to ask where the devil's sword was and why it was not with her. And then she ran into another room, and again horror seized her. For at that very moment the enslaved samurai was fighting her mortal enemy, who had come for her again. Taehyung, however, tried to start a conversation and said that he didn't come to fight, but the white samurai didn't listen to him. The fanatic did not believe his words and rushed at him again and again to take revenge for the pain that the hero had caused the saint. The samurai ran and jumped, for some reason believing that an attack in the air made at least some sense. He used some special skill, and at that moment translucent souls appeared around his sword. This skill was said to fill the samurai's blade with mana so white and pure that it could cut through a soul. Taehyung sighed heavily. The world of Seekers was based on primitive norms of behavior. Everything was decided by force, so without victory, conversation was impossible. Activating his stone skin, he simply grabbed the samurai's katana with his bare hand, after which he treated him to a foot in the face. Instead of 1,000 words, this should have been enough to send the dentist on vacation to the Maldives. The samurai flew past the stunned Tsurara, who had just lost her last line of defense. The hero threw away the sword, which was useless to him, and approached the saint. Having come to this place, he pursued two goals. The first was to find out from her what she saw in his subconscious, what was hidden in his soul. And the second was to prevent the biggest gate breakthrough that was about to happen. Meanwhile, a colossal tornado raged at sea, which could easily have destroyed a couple of cities before it died down. This place was the entrance to the dungeon, and it resembled an endless storm, in the center of which there should have been an entrance. The flow of mana that flowed out from there was the cause of this terrifying phenomenon. The monitoring team for this dungeon constantly monitored its condition so that it would not suddenly get out of control, and up until now, nothing had happened. When suddenly they saw something inside the gate, warriors similar to centaurs were waving their hands. The next conquerors, who had been accumulating strength in another galaxy for decades, came to die. And they were led into battle by another centaur, only ugly and larger, whom they called the ruler. The lord ate a couple of his subordinates, after which he loudly ordered the warriors to go and eat all the people, for the sake of gaining strength, and for the glory of the duke whom they serve. This freak was called Kentares, literally a centaur, a creature with a double higher rank, just like the dragon that the hero defeated. Since Sarara still wanted to live, she decided to tell the hero everything he wanted to know and told him about the double, whom he himself had already seen. Neither a man nor a monster, he looked like another creature. It was unlikely that this information added anything new to what the boy already knew. The witch could no longer stand on her feet and fell to her knees. The mere sight of the hero's face brought back painful memories. Even without the use of the predator, Taehyung could feel the presence of this evil aura within the witch. Then he removed the remaining mana. Perhaps this will eliminate the causes of nightmares, the guy said. And Sarara was very surprised that he was helping her. But it wasn't about her at all. The guy was more worried about breaking through the gate, so this help was not just for nothing. When the earthquake started, it served as a signal to him that the events he was here for had begun. First of all, the hero ordered the saint to bring his stupid and loyal samurai to his senses. But then some other very important people appeared in the corridor, pretending to be someone incomprehensible, and said that the guy would not be allowed anywhere after what he had done. It was the chairman of the association, Matsuda Kuro, his surname translated as Black. In the past, he was also a national-level seeker. It was this man who, after retiring, discovered talents such as the Devil's Sword and the Saint, and was considered one of the best heads of his country's association in history. But in reality, he was a very unprincipled person who didn't care much about human casualties, as long as it didn't interfere with his plans. Taehyung reminded the chairman that the gate had been breached and stated that he had come here to help. Then Matsuda showed him the phone that was ringing off the hook and nodded in agreement. He already knew about this event, but he didn't think it had anything to do with the guy. He reminded the hero that his rights to unexplored dungeons only apply if they are stable, and that it is useless if they are broken through. Moreover, it was because of him that their team lost their position in the tournament, so this could hardly serve as a reason for trust. Matsuda wasn't going to risk his reputation by letting the guy deal with the gate breakthrough as well. That's why I decided to take him under arrest for a little while. The breakthrough was being cleared, and the reason was the attack on the seeker of their association, although it was self-defense. Here, even Sarara tried to intervene, realizing that breaking through the gate would lead to a large number of victims. I wonder when her humanity returned to her, because just recently she covered herself with civilians as a human shield. Seeing her protest, Matsuda harshly cut it off and stated that he was aware of her manipulation of other people's minds. He warned that he would destroy Sarara and her samurai if she dared to side with the youth. That's why he ordered his people to take Taehyung away, who timidly approached the guy, already figuring out how much the treatment would cost and how to quickly faint. However, Taehyung did nothing and meekly gave in. Yet he wanted to wait for the official investigation so as not to put Chairman Ju in a difficult position. She wished the witch to go to the place of the breakthrough first, taking the samurai with her. And Matsuda, pleased with the hero's compliance, was delighted, believing that he had made the right choice. He even promised to immediately release the guy as soon as his innocence was proven. Taehyung just chuckled and warned that Matsuda was the first to refuse help, which meant that all responsibility for the failure would fall on his shoulders. The guy already knew what would happen next, so he only benefited from this situation. But the greedy and unprincipled chairman only snorted contemptuously, considering these words nonsense. Soon as usual, the good old restructuring of large cities began. The monsters laid out the outlines of new streets, carried away everything they didn't like, and the Seekers tried in vain to delay this invasion. In this case, the initiative was on the side of the attackers. They came in a large horde, while the defenders, raised by alarm, arrived in a hurry and without order. Despite this, people fought bravely, defending the city and its inhabitants, who did not have time to take cover. At the same time, monsters of the first and highest rank continued to arrive in an endless stream. Here, the biggest and ugliest centaur grabbed the leader of the border guard detachment and lifted him high into the air. This was an excellent start to the meal, the monster thought, and licked his lips carnivorously. The centaur deliberately did not kill the man immediately, but slowly squeezed his hand in order to plunge his subordinates into despair and break their spirit. But such self-confidence came back to haunt him. Something flashed very quickly, and the centaur lost the fingers on his hand, and the injured seeker began to fall. Everything happened so quickly that no one could believe their eyes. The white samurai arrived on the battlefield in time. After all, he was a seeker of national strength level, so he could compete with such monsters. At the same time, Tsurara instantly healed all the remaining seekers and replenished their reserves of strength. Despite not having fully recovered, she looked like she was going to fight with all her might. Her samurai immediately returned to her side, realizing that she was a much more important player on the battlefield. Since she no longer had the strength she had felt before, the effect was immediate and she quickly returned to normal. At least Sarara could support her samurai in battle, and this meant that Taehyung had not deceived them. However, it was too early to rejoice because the ugly centaur with a huge mouth on his belly had not gone anywhere and was very hungry. Opening this belly, he took out from there a long sword, which was somehow hidden in this abyss. The saint gave a sign, and her samurai immediately rushed into battle to prevent the enemy from having any freedom of action. And again, the skills collided in the air, physics went out of the chat. Who cares that the opponent is bigger? And there is no fulcrum in the air when you need to show an epic fight. While the samurai kept the centaur busy, the rest of the team had to deal with his minions. After the collision, the devil's sword lost its arm, and it was lucky that, given the difference in size, it was not simply smeared across the asphalt. Worse, the centaur was repairing the small cuts he received, so it was unlikely that it could stop him. One swing of his curved sword paved a new avenue. But when the smoke cleared, the giant was surprised to find that his enemy could still stand on his feet. Thanks to the saint, the samurai restored his hand and gathered his strength for one cut to cut the centaur. He trained for 5 years after failing in a dungeon, and now that he had the blessing of the saint, he believed that he could defeat the monster. Gathering his strength, the samurai made his sharp cut, and half of the centaur was separated from the body. It was an impressive victory which was broadcast on every screen in the country. Matsuda was jubilant. The devil's sword had just cleared the breach of the dual highest rank gate. This meant that there was no need for Taehyung's help from the very beginning, and the chairman was quick to say so. Taehyung modestly noted that it was a great fortune to defeat such a monster. But why did they think that this was the end of the battle, he asked. In recent years, people have been misjudging the accuracy of the gate level as it increased when broken through, but this estimate was approximate. So this top-tier dungeon had the potential to become even more dangerous if broken through. As soon as the centaur's carcass fell to the ground, some vile creature crawled out of its insides and began to devour the corpse. It was this offspring that was the master of the dungeon, and it had a double top rank plus. The sword devil looked in amazement at the unprecedented creature that caused nothing but disgust. This freak cannibal devoured his father in whose womb he lived, as if that was how it should be, nothing sacred. The sword devil could not stand such ugliness and decided to deal with him immediately, despite Sarara warning him. But the samurai did not listen and used his cutting skill against the younger centaur. However, this time the ability did not work. Although the freak was inferior in size to his father, he was superior in strength. He stopped the blade with his bare hand, and his appearance became even more disgusting, with this smooth skin stretched over his skull, without ears, nostrils, and lips. Since the samurai stood there like a statue after the unsuccessful attack, he immediately received a slap in the face and flew back to the wall of a neighboring house. Tsurara wanted to intervene, but the centaur's hooves pinned her to the ground, leaving her without a protector. The monster told them in a human voice that they should not worry, he would swallow them all. The appearance of another boss, straight from the womb of the defeated one, caused a stir in the headquarters, especially since the second boss was even stronger than the first. It was a treachery from the abyss. The monster was of a rank that no one had ever encountered before, and there was no longer any certainty that the saint and her swordsman would be able to defeat the enemy. Of course, Taehyung expected Kentamion to appear. He knew about it in advance, so he wasn't surprised. At first glance, this newborn monster does not look as dangerous as its father, but by eating people and other monsters, it becomes stronger. Given this circumstance, the sooner Matsuda realizes their dire situation and asks for his help, the less damage the city will suffer. But the hopes that the proud and arrogant chairman would take such a step that would call his competence into question were minimal. Now he was under maximum pressure from his worried subordinates and was grinding his teeth in anger. After all, in the end, everything happened just as that arrogant boy had told him. So Matsuda wasted precious minutes wondering whether it was worth calling on other associations for help. It is obvious that a monster capable of defeating the saint and the devil of the sword will destroy the entire city before reinforcements from other countries arrive. The losses will be so great that Matsuda will lose his political influence after this anyway. Then he made the only decision for himself, to run away, and he informed everyone present about it. This caused even more controversy, because the Seekers understood that it was their duty to protect people. But from the chairman's point of view, there was no point in fighting a losing battle and multiplying losses. This is the difference between the stupid Seeker associations and the army and police, who do not have such an option. Taehyung no longer waited for the feeble-minded chairman who had been sitting on the throne for too long to decide to fight the monster and fulfill his duty. and simply put him to bed. The boy had intended to not interfere for the sake of Chairman Ju, but seeing how things were unfolding, he couldn't bear it. The thought of meaningless sacrifices due to bureaucratic red tape and Matsuda's personal ambitions was too unbearable. Freed from the remnants of the shackles, the hero calmly confronted everyone with the fact that he was going to go and destroy the monster, and he didn't care whether they tried to escape or decided to help him. In any case, he himself was going to save many innocent people, as befits a true fair hero. It was necessary to hurry to eliminate Contaminant before the dungeon finally burst into flames. The destruction increased with every minute. The monster was in no hurry and was enjoying the feast. Without help, the holy samurai himself could do little, especially since he lost consciousness from one blow. Tsurara was barely holding on, and she knew that her death was approaching because even if she restored the Sword Devil and strengthened it, it was all useless. The creature that grabbed her and kept growing was no longer able to be defeated. Tsurara thought about Taehyung, who came here to help them, and really helped. Despite their open enmity, he was the first to go to the meeting but was ultimately removed. Having just become an awakened being and then a seeker, Tsurara also wanted to help people with her power. Turning back, looking at the road paved with the corpses of enemies, she did not understand when she had turned the wrong way. But now it was too late to think about it. She watched as the monstrous mouth opened, and only at the last moment, as befits a hero, Taehyung saved her by snatching her from the clutches of the monster. The plot returned to the classic channel. From the very beginning, the hero did not expect much from Tsurara and her samurai, but he still praised her for gaining enough time. Along with him arrived the rest of the members of the local guilds, long-awaited reinforcements. Left without the leadership of a stupid chairman, the Seekers made the right conclusions and joined the battle, if only to save the wounded. They didn't have any combat power, but even a simple evacuation was enough for the hero not to feel constrained. Angry that his food was being taken away, Contaminant galloped towards Taehyung. Even he alone would have a hard time defeating such an enemy, and Tsurara shouted after the boy. Here, the hero shouted out the name of the one who had not appeared on the pages of history for a long time, and who had already been forgotten. A wall of ice surrounded the centaur and Taehyung, limiting their battlefield. Soon, the high glacier completely surrounded Contaminant, and the people outside the ring received temporary shelter. Lim Ayong asked if this was really all that was required of her. She originally came here on her own business, but by chance they met. Chairman Ju made a special request to her when Taehyung was arrested for assault. The old man understood Matsuda's goals and could not leave the boy alone in a foreign country, so he sent him support. Why Lim Ayong? Maybe he was counting on a marriage union? Or maybe the author just needed to somehow bring the remaining character back into the fold. Taehyung was surprised that the girl was not going to engage in breaking through the dungeon, especially since they officially refused their help. The chairman ordered the boy to be returned at all costs, and the hero was grateful for this. Meanwhile, Contaminant paused dramatically, letting everyone finish their chatter, and only then asked the hero why he didn't run away if he knew that they were all just food. But to such arrogance from the freak, Taehyung sharply responded that only one creature here does not realize its place. And now it will become invaluable experience points for the hero, Taehyung warned. Meanwhile, the wounded were being evacuated, but Tsurara hesitated, not sure if it was worth leaving the boy alone. But then, inside the wall of ice, a black dome appeared from his monarch zone and cut off the way inside. The battle began. The enemy tried to reach the guy with a spear, and he deftly slid to the side. Thanks to his speed, he managed to land the first blow, but as expected, it was not fatal. The monster quickly regenerated. Moreover, Contaminant seemed to sense the presence of the enemy. Despite the invisibility, his blows became more and more accurate. Combined with the huge size and length of the spear, the centaur should have very quickly dealt with the flea that was jumping around. Then the hero summoned the spirit of the dead, and a majestic knight with an overwhelming aura appeared before the centaur. Taehyung ordered the enemy to fall on his face, but he stood firm and withstood the pressure of the dead man. But the monster recognized the hero's strength. He held on with dignity even though he was food. Then it's time for the predator to get down to business and show who's at the top of the food chain. Once again, the guy came up with trump cards that the monster had never had before. The power of the predator, which had grown to the size of a dragon, could not be blocked. However, all these abilities required a lot of mana, and a long fight was not beneficial for Taehyung. He was about to snatch victory from the clutches of the enemy when suddenly everything disappeared, and he found himself in a strange place. From the top of the bone throne, someone was looking at him, and his commanding voice reminded the boy that the power he was using did not belong to him. Then the stunned boy asked the stranger what he wanted. The double in the subconscious wanted the hero to get to that scoundrel, but for this he needed a person with his own strength, and not one who was intoxicated by the skill of a predator. For this he was ready to arrange a small test and grinned. Taehyung snorted. He had no idea who this was and why he was sitting inside his head. There was no reason to listen to him. But as soon as the guy moved towards the throne, the system reported that the mysterious power had been activated and the use of the predator was impossible. Then, one by one, all of his skills were blocked. Obviously, it was the work of the one who sat on the throne. Immediately after this, Taehyung returned to reality, where a huge freak was already jumping on him. Left without protection, the guy received such a monstrous blow, from which he broke the ice wall. Even the centaur's spear could not withstand it, and shattered into pieces. Lim A-yun saw this and shouted at Taehyung as if it could help him somehow. But the guy really didn't expect such meanness from the system, which sometimes activated and sometimes turned off his skills, as if training him. A severe wound opened up on his body as he tried to figure out what kind of bastard had disabled his skills. Of course, from the very beginning, Taehyung knew that the power of the predator did not belong to him. It was given to him by the sun-faced one, but no one explained to him the rules for its use or the purposes for which it was intended. In reality, he was never awakened, and in fact, it was an artificial transformation into a seeker. If it all ended like this, then what was the point of putting in so much effort, the hero wondered, as blows rained down on him one after another. One of them could have been the last one, but Lim Aeon managed to protect him and cover him with ice. It was very opportune, although unexpected. The guy didn't think that she would interfere. The girl, who did not even have a national rank, declared that she would buy him a little time, and he himself should heal his wounds with the saint in the meantime. Lim Aeong understood that the enemy was beyond her capabilities, and that was precisely why she tried to help him, because only a hero could deal with him. Hearing her words, the guy came to his senses, no matter what the scoundrel who turned off all his skills at once told him. No matter how offensive it was, it couldn't help the matter. There was an enemy in front of him that needed to be destroyed at any cost, and Taehyung had to find a way to defeat him at all costs. But he didn't know how to do it yet. He was covered in wounds, without any skills. What could he do at all? There was still one skill left with him, Taehyung suddenly remembered. The one he hadn't been able to use at first. The blood ejection required powerful blood for its use, and the hero looked towards the defeated centaur who lay there doing nothing. At the same time, Lim Aeong received a blow from which she could no longer defend herself. And yet she managed to inflict some damage on the monster. He lost one arm and was very angry at the little girl. But it didn't matter. He was counting on eating her and regaining his strength. Suddenly, an ominous premonition came over the centaur, as if one of the dukes of the abyss was looking at him greedily. As soon as he turned around, he saw the hero who had managed to get back on his feet and was now surrounded by a strange power. The absorption of blood had replenished his strength and lost limbs. It was absurd, but Kentamian clearly felt the Duke's strength and his power. He was confused because he did not understand what the true nature of the hero was. When all conditions were met, the blood splash skill was activated. Despite the risk of losing his body, the hero's double who occupied the bone throne was not worried at all. He even considered giving the guy one of the block skills back, but in the end it wasn't necessary. From his throne in another dimension, he saw everything perfectly well and was pleased with what was happening. It's surprising that the guy thought of eating the centaur to get Igmun's power. But that's exactly how his height should be. In the Predator's opinion, ferocious and cruel. This settler wanted to show the guy how pathetic and arrogant he had been up until this point. And now, he had to realize how fickle the power he used was. But this was the only way to catch up with him, the double in the hero's soul believed. Meanwhile, Taehyung was making a dramatic turn in the battle. As a result, the centaur's hooves gave way under the last blow and he fell to the ground. Then he cursed and started cursing all the cheaters in the world who were not being looked after by the admins. And he also promised not to visit this server anymore. Just a moment ago, the guy was on the verge of death, and now he possessed the power of a duke. So the centaur's bewilderment and anger were understandable. But he was not going to give up yet, because he had one last trump card left. Duke Orgale himself created his body. The centaur quickly devoured all the bodies that were nearby and absorbed their magical power, and immediately the strongest changes occurred in him. Lim Aeong was lying nearby, unconscious, possibly injured, and in need of help. The fight couldn't be dragged out, especially since the guy didn't know how long his skill would last. The blood was boiling in his veins and he felt it rushing to his heart, which could burst at any moment. This was definitely not an ability that could be abused. And yet, even though the strongest enemy was rushing towards him, waving huge axes as tall as him, Taehyung felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. He simply dodged the heavy blow, and the axe sank deep into the ground, only cutting through the asphalt. The hero slid close and inflicted a deep wound on the centaur, from which his bodily fluids gushed. The monster launched several more quick, sweeping blows but still missed the target, which made him even more furious. Even after absorbing new corpses and becoming stronger, he was still inferior to the cheater. And again, the monster cursed the toxic server. As a result, the guy simply ran up and delivered a direct blow to his chest, aiming for the heart. The thing is that along with the release of blood, Taehyung received not only super strength and speed, but his right eye turned red, as if he had used the skill of a predator. But there was something else. Unlike the previous times now, the guy clearly saw the flow of mana. Thanks to this, he saw where the enemy's forces were gathering and could predict their actions. With the help of the same vision, he was able to see the place where the mana crystal is located, which is the heart of the monster. Having received a mortal wound, the centaur asked him who he was, and the guy wished him a good journey to hell where everyone had to tell on the spot. From the overexertion, the mana that burst out of the crystal tore the centaur's body to shreds. Of course, Taehyung himself wanted to find out the nature of his powers, no less than the others. Once such a powerful double boss was defeated, the gate breakthrough crisis could be considered resolved. The local association tried its best to overcome the aftermath and helped people with all its might. After an investigation, Matsuda was removed from his post and sentenced to prison, although there was hardly a prison capable of holding him. In Lim Aong's case, she suffered minor injuries and recovered quickly, but was more worried about being scolded by Chairman Ju. But the one-eyed old man was simply glad to see her return. The silly girl had only been a schoolgirl yesterday and didn't understand much. As for the couple of the saint and her samurai, they publicly apologized. Immediately after the battle, they confessed to all their sins and abuses of skills. The saint herself reported that she manipulated people with their memories. Tsurara agreed to accept any punishment, and after that she promised to responsibly fulfill her duty as a seeker, if only she was given a life sentence. On the other hand, she and her samurai are the only national-level seekers, so she could be forgiven for everything. Meanwhile, news of Taehyung's victory, his victory over a double top-rank monster, which was also recorded live, reached the new empire. The head of their association acknowledged the strength of the young man, although before that he thought that only Cody was capable of such a feat. Marcus noted that the guy had grown not only since the tournament, but even after the fight with Gregory. Moreover, they immediately realized that the red power that Taehyung used belonged to the Duke, which made the chairman's desire to get such a young talent even stronger. But he understood that people of such caliber do not seek money and status. They are driven by strong ideals, and one could only hope that these ideals are not contradictory. Then, after a short meeting, the chairman told Marcus not to do anything about this guy. In any case, every step they took was for the good of humanity, he said, as he entered the hall where the figure of a creature stood, as if created from pure gold. After his long and grueling battle, Taehyung replenished his mana reserves with potions. But even then, the predator skill no longer responded to his commands. After the blood discharge was complete, his body returned to normal. Fortunately, the lost limbs returned to their place, but the skills remained blocked by the double. That's why the guy turned to the potion maker to solve this problem somehow, but the result was negative again, and a large line of bubbles lined up on the floor. Of the skills, only the blood emission worked, and the red eye, another skill associated with it. So Sangik was the leader of the Alchemist Guild and seemed to be disappointed with the failure as well. His main skill was creative potion making. Combining special ingredients, he managed to create potions of exceptional quality. The effects ranged from simple stat boosts to removing curses and incurable diseases. The old alchemist was extremely upset that he couldn't help the boy when he approached him for the first time in a long time. But the hero told him not to worry. It was just that the curse that had befallen him was of a different nature. Since this didn't solve the problem, there was only one way left: to meet with the double who didn't want to let him go. But first the guy was going to go to a foreign sanatorium and undergo various examinations there. Of course, we were talking about the most powerful country in the whole world, the old alchemist realized. The world's best curse-removing expert lived there, and Taehyung intended to visit him. Ricky Harless was standing right in the middle of the pile of bodies that were spread out around her, and a strong, fighting aura surrounded her. And this girl came here to see Chairman Cha Ron. The spell ball in her hands looked threatening. She told the scoundrel that she had come here not as an ordinary seeker, but as an investigator for a global organization, and accused Charon of killing seekers at the tournament. She also came here to investigate the unauthorized experiments that Charon was conducting near the unknown dungeon. Now he had a choice to cooperate with the investigation or lie in a coffin. The old man, of course, cheekily asked what would happen if he refused. Tai Hyung, like no one else, knew what this would lead to, and that he needed to hurry before Ricky Harley's went missing. Before heading to Charon, Marcus informed her that they had the right of access to the unexplored dungeons. One of them was provided by Tai Hyung and was called the Kenta Kana Storm, which he himself cleared. The second was called the Grey Pit, and many raid teams had already perished in it. It should be taken into account that illegal mana research centers were discovered around the second dungeon. Apparently, Charon was behind them and was conducting some kind of dirty experiment. This could not be tolerated any longer, and it was necessary to intervene. But for some reason, they decided to do it under the guise of an investigation, and even sent the girl alone. Even though Ricky was in the upper echelon, she knew how much of a risk she was taking. It was more like a blatant provocation, as if she was being sent there specifically to give them a reason to destroy Charon if he attacked. However, it was also impossible to call Ricky an easy prey. She immediately showed her dominant power. She made no secret of her intentions to bring Charon to justice, even if it happened after the battle. Charon just chuckled. Of course, he was preparing to fight the strongest, but Ricky was an outstanding magician, and he knew that he would not be able to cope with her. However, this girl was perfect for his plan, so the old man suddenly laughed and said that he was just joking. Could they resist the World Association, he said with feigned gentleness, and agreed to cooperate. He even suggested that she see everything with her own eyes so that she could draw accurate conclusions. Tomorrow she will be able to personally see the experiment and then draw conclusions, Charon said, and smugly ran his hand over his beard. As an investigator, she shouldn't have agreed. But in the end, she returned to the hotel. After all, Ricky couldn't fight the entire organization alone. She wasn't stupid, and she knew that Charon's words were just pretense, and he was clearly plotting something. It was hard to tell what was on his mind, so she decided to wait and be careful. A person only has one life. Leaning back in her chair, the girl could relax, but she was troubled by another circumstance of this matter. Someone named Kim Tae-hyung invited himself to a lonely lady's house in a completely tactless manner. Of course, the guy had already made a splash in the world and was on everyone's lips. Ricky herself wanted to meet him if the opportunity arose, but not so quickly and not under such circumstances, so she kept a suspicious look at the guy. The culprit of her anxiety without any preludes declared a terrible thing, that she would die in that place tomorrow. At first she thought that the boy was just trying to make a joke, but his calm and confident face said otherwise. Ricky was known as the world's #2 seeker, but her main specialty was her cancellation skill, which could cancel even the Awaken's vow and her celibacy dinner. Tae-hyung, however, was currently unable to use any skill, except for the eye and blood emission, the latter being quite specific and requiring the corpse of a strong enemy. Rika's skills were essential to him, but she was also known to be taciturn and had little contact with anyone outside of her own circle. The guy only knew that when she disappeared into the Guangzhou dungeon, the whole world was in a state of shock upon hearing this story. With his sharp statement, the hero hoped to attract her attention. Ricky herself should have understood the precariousness of her position. Tomorrow, she would have to stick her head into the tiger's mouth. However, the answer was a piercing look. In Rika's opinion, the Seekers were at risk every day. Regardless of whether she believed the guy or not, she considered it her duty to conduct an investigation. This surprised the guy a lot. He thought that anyone who considers himself a human being would think first of all about his own life. But then the sorceress showed him her magic and asked if he thought they were still people. With a single click of a finger, the entire hotel building that was filled with people could collapse. And with such power, the Seekers were little different from monsters. Whether it was money, fame, a dream, or a mission, all Seekers wanted something. This was what most limited each of them, as if chaining their hands. But what is it that binds him? Is he able to control himself? The sorceress asked him, and touched his shoulder gently. Or maybe he was just a monster, possessed by a thirst for something incomprehensible. Ricky's hand pointed eloquently at the back of his head, and the hero felt as if he was under the barrel of a gun. The hero did not immediately find what to answer, and was somewhat puzzled by such a question. Although everything was not as bad as with the cultists, the Seekers also often lost their humanity during the battle. Ricky turned out to be quite straightforward and went straight to the point, which was to the hero's liking. The girl nodded, and her golden, lush hair swayed, falling in soft curls onto her face. Ricky adjusted it and asked the guy what he wanted. What more could a high-ranking Seeker ask for, so the boy quickly introduced her to the essence of his problem, and even though he dared to demand such a thing on their very first meeting, there was nothing wrong with it. Taehyung knew what to offer her, and he knew why Ricky was in a hurry. In the basements of the laboratories, there were many prisoners on whom experiments were being conducted. This was her main concern, so the guy offered his help, and Ricky looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he thought she needed it. The hero left this to her discretion but still offered his services as insurance. Only his impeccable reputation allowed Ricky to take him with her. At the portal that led to Charon's laboratory, the employees recognized her and greeted her, asking who was with her. Ricky looked at the young, fit guy who had put on glasses and slicked his hair back, hoping that this masquerade would deceive someone, and replied with a smile that she had acquired a bodyguard. Upon arrival, they began a long descent in an elevator. The scale of the dungeon referred to various works where huge robots fight. Only Ricky was invited to this laboratory, otherwise, they would have had to gather an entire army and storm it like a fortress, risking letting the enemies destroy all the evidence. Even though the guy risked being identified, it was the only way to get into the lab without making too much noise. Since he couldn't even use the invisibility skill, Charon came out to meet Ricky and mockingly asked why the great sorceress needed a bodyguard, hinting at her cowardice. Ricky just chuckled. It never hurt to be careful, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. The hero really wanted to grab Charon by the throat right now. This bastard was behind many deaths in the tournament and attempted to kill Taehyung himself. To enter inside, they were required to take the Oath of the Awakened, which was a very dangerous condition. But Ricky immediately showed her overwhelming strength. Hardly anyone could cope with her. Even the hero had a hard time in her presence from the pressure of magical power. The energy flow exceeded all expectations after all. It was not for nothing that she was the best sorceress in the world. Charon had to admit that Ricky Harless couldn't be stopped by the Awakened One's oath due to its overwhelming power. He then apologized for his rudeness and opened the doors to the laboratory, which he called the place of awakening of the highest rank. Inside, they found rows of glass flasks for experiments, and there were people sitting in them. The number of test subjects was astounding. Ricky had expected something similar in the spirit of 20th century Nazism, but she hadn't thought there would be so many people there. Through experiments here, they artificially created awakened ones by injecting them with the magical power of monsters. It was a power that defied God, the old bastard boasted. Ricky grimaced in disdain. Taehyung asked her not to use her skills here, seeing how indignant the sorceress was, because the test subjects themselves could suffer from this. Another awakened one was about to be born, Charong said, and showed them this flask. His indicators were rapidly growing upward, magical and physical strength. Ricky couldn't believe her eyes. But instead of success, a sickening picture awaited them. The subject's body couldn't withstand it, and turned into bloody mincemeat right before their eyes. Another failure, Charon stated with feigned regret. This immediately made Ricky furious. Taehyung, realizing where this was all going, tried to whisper to her to bring her to her senses before the carnage began. But the sorceress could no longer be stopped. Charon had crossed the line, violating the main laws of morality. Taehyung caught the canceling skills in her magic. But there were others. The atmosphere around was rapidly heating up under the influence of her power. Even the walls of the lab began to shake as Ricky finally broke loose, calling the old bastard to account. People are not equal in the first place, Charon said. And the seeker system should be applied to the entire world, dividing people into ranks. A man's life is determined by the rank he has attained and the place he has in the ranking. But no one wanted to remain at the bottom of the list with no hope of improvement. That was his answer to their request, the madman said smugly. However, Ricky understood perfectly well all this demagogy, behind which stood only personal greed and inhumanity, but today it will come to an end. She struck in all directions with streams of an energy mixture of unprecedented density. All these lightning bolts rushed towards Charon, but he managed to use the black hole skill because he was also watching Interstellar. This skill nullified everything nearby, and the air in the room became thin again. It was a rare acquisition and took years of training to master. Taehyung had no idea where the old man got such a skill from. Ricky was clearly discouraged because she thought that her magical power was higher than his, and Charon understood this. He helpfully showed her the black hole scroll he carried in his pocket and stated that he had another gift. As if sensing something was wrong, Taehyung moved in that direction, covering Ricky. Before this, he was at a loss to understand why the laboratory was located underground, which required a lot of effort. But when the partition opened, the gates to the dungeon appeared behind it. This way, the lab could effectively use the dungeon's mana, and most of it belonged to that same bastard. Charon chuckled again, hoping that Harless would share his ideals and aspirations, and then turned to the hero, making it clear that his comic masquerade would not deceive anyone anyway. So Karen hoped to deal with both of them and close his debt to the hero. He ordered the entrance to be sealed, despite the fact that not only the test subjects but also ordinary laboratory employees remained inside. However, the old bastard considered it all a reasonable price to remove two dangerous enemies. It was obvious from the very beginning that they were walking into the tiger's mouth, and now that mouth has slammed shut. What's worse, Rika's skills were sealed. The situation was complicated. It was her first time in such a situation, so she was a little discouraged. Then a large orc, twice the height of a man with burning eyes, emerged from the gates of the dungeon and clearly did not come here to make acquaintances. Several lab technicians bravely armed themselves with some trash and hoped to repel the attack of this monster. But then they found out that the ogre was infected with some kind of parasite. The green wave touched the lab technicians, and one of them immediately felt ill. His face turned green and his face swelled terribly. The infected one immediately rushed at his comrade and bit him, spreading the infection further. The orc also did not stand still and attacked with his green power, touching which one could become infected. And although the monster aimed at Ricky, who could not defend herself from it, at the last moment the hero saved her, honestly fulfilling what he came here for. The girl looked at the savior's face in amazement. With her wide-open blue eyes, she did not expect at all that he would be able to use the skill. The fate of all the lab assistants was unenviable. They turned into monsters, which is ironic, because they themselves rejected humanity and conducted illegal experiments on people. Yet Taehyung wanted to stop the infection by eliminating all the parasites. With the help of his eye, he could clearly see the source of the infection. The orc was the main body that gave orders to the others, and pushing aside the converted, the hero rushed towards him. He aimed at his head because the red eye showed him the way. Inside the orc's half-empty skull lived a parasite, an ugly worm that controlled his mind. However, when Taehyung wanted to grab him, the orc showed miracles of intelligence and dodged. Then he ignored the guy and aimed at the lab technicians, wanting to infect even more people. This was no good at all, the boy thought, because it would only make it harder for him to fight. He ran up and grabbed the monster at full speed, so that they flew back to the gate together. The orc leveled the wall with his body. A blow of such force should have at least broken his spine. But the parasite endowed him with some special power, so the enemy rose again and surrounded himself with a green aura. The infection rushed towards the hero, and Taehyung realized that he was in trouble. There was a crash, and Ricky looked at the guy in amazement. He stood motionless in a cloud of dust, and it all looked very bad. If a seeker as strong as he is found to be under the influence of a parasite, then this could mark the birth of a new monster. A monster that no one in the laboratory or even in the world would be able to cope with. However, fortunately this was avoided. Taehyung achieved his goal and caught the parasite in the orc's head. He tore it from the monster's head and threw it away, ending the threat. Like a true king of pathos, the guy didn't look at the falling carcass of the enemy and reached for his glasses. He struck another dramatic pose so that everyone could appreciate his awesome coolness and suggested that Ricky hunt the old bastard. Meanwhile, the old chairman fled with his men, but they were worried that Taehyung and Ricky would survive. After all, they were national-level seekers. The chairman nervously stroked his sparse beard and looked angrily at his subordinates, which immediately caused them to become constipated. But then he softened and said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because the walls of the laboratory were made of a particularly durable material. This place was created to hold just such awakened ones, in case the experience did not go as smoothly as desired. This structure was capable of blocking most skills, and at the exit of the elevator, another massive door was installed, made of the same material as the walls. Once it was sealed, their enemies would remain here forever until they died at the hands of the monsters of the dungeon. But their hopes were not destined to come true because the entire laboratory building shook from a series of blows. Something was quickly approaching them, breaking through all obstacles in its path. And in the end, Taehyung simply smashed the elevator lid, thus catching up with Choran's team. There was one unpaid debt left between them, so the guy simply couldn't let the old man go home, and he grinned evilly at the sight of his face. The chairman grimaced. His calculations on the walls had completely failed. The boy was in his way until the very end. Until now, Charon had not acted personally, and the boy wanted to test what he was capable of. He suspected that the old man simply had no abilities, although he himself hardly had anything other than his characteristics. But the enemy didn't run or dodge. He simply put his hand under Taehyung's blow. Their fists collided in the center of the room, causing a loud echo to reverberate around. It turns out that all this time Taehyung was using blood emission. And now, he was amazed that the old man blocked it with his bare hand and even managed to throw him back. Just by looking at the movement of Charon's mana, Taehyung realized where the source of his power was. The old man had injected himself with the blood of a monster. At the moment, he himself was half a demon about to awaken. It was hard to imagine that there was a madman who decided to conduct experiments on himself. Charon originally didn't plan to reveal his trump cards, but for Taehyung's sake, he entered the battle and quickly moved closer to slap him down in one blow. He wished the boy to go drink some milk and grow up a little more and then contradict his elders. But suddenly, the chairman's hand seemed to be chained to the floor. The electric chains firmly caught him and pulled him down. The fetters that bound him absorbed Charon's energy, and he felt himself weakening. Turning around, the hero saw his partner, who had safely arrived here while he had detained the old man. The girl apologized for the delay, but she could not cover such a distance and walked up the stairs. Moreover, many obstacles in the form of the criminal's accomplices appeared on her path. All of them now lay like a carpet at her feet. Ricky stood next to the guy and praised his skills. Not only did he use abilities within the radius of the black hole, but he also had the shocking power to break through the walls of a fortified bunker. She even became curious about what exactly Taehyung was trying to unlock if he already possessed inhuman power. Charon became even more angry, not only because he was tied up, but because he was being ignored like that. His rage gave him new strength, so Charon was able to break the bonds that Ricky had tied him with. He was breathing heavily and rose to his feet, clearly making it clear that the fight would not end so easily. This needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible, and the team, without any prior agreement, prepared for a tough fight. The chairman attacked first, rushing into close combat in which he felt his superiority. But Ricky quickly showed him that it was stupid to just rush at an opponent without any idea. Lightning flashed and tore off the old man's arm. Taehyung also didn't stand aside, and grabbing his comrade's shoulder, he jumped over her. He used Blood Splash again, which gave him some stat points. And with a few sweeping blows, he managed to reach the chairman's body, causing him to stagger back painfully. A couple more swings, and the old man lost his second arm faster than he could blink. But then it turned out that for someone who had taken the blood of a demon, the loss of a limb was not a loss, and he could still fight. And the target became more vulnerable to close combat, Ricky. She flew back against the wall, leaving a deep dent in it. It was worth giving the old man his due. He fought with tactical calculation. First, he turned off the sorceress, then switched to the main threat and no longer had to worry about the rear. Thanks to the demon blood, his body's regeneration was amazing, so it was unlikely that this person could receive disability benefits. He was so confident in his invulnerability that he allowed himself to stop for a moment and laugh at the hero. Taehyung really had problems. It was worth taking just one heavy blow, and his hands, capable of breaking concrete walls, were already shaking from the tension. The arrogant old man praised him for such endurance. He even felt sorry to kill the guy, so he decided to offer him to become his servant, especially since the guy was already the Duke's contractor. Now this was bad news for the hero, since the enemy knew about his contract. Cho-ran was surrounded by an ominous aura, and he didn't care at all about the usual division by rank. Because in front of people like them, the Duke's contractors, all other seekers are insignificant. Here, Taehyung got tired of listening to all this nonsense and abruptly cut off the crazy old man. Even Ricky came to her senses and activated some kind of spell. She hurried to use her cancel magic on the hero, and the guy finally unlocked his skills. At that very moment, he summoned the spirit of the dead knight and pinned down the madman with its help. Charon himself did not expect that the boy would suddenly become much stronger. Then he realized that all this time the boy had been playing with him and hiding his abilities. Is it worth teaming up with such a worthless person? Taehyung asked and used the predator skill. The dragon's mouth grabbed him with its sharp teeth and swallowed him whole. The levels of the contract they had were too different, said the hero, adopting another pompous pose. Cho-ran was puzzled even after becoming stronger, absorbing the demon's blood and creating a new species. The boy was superior to him in power. He needed more power, and then the voice inside offered it. But in exchange, he demanded a body. Behind Taehyung appeared a monster covered in gray skin and with wings, some other freak from the abyss. He suddenly attacked the hero, spitting some kind of green liquid at him. It melted the floor, and that's how the guy realized that the monster could spit strong acid. The next moment, the mutant beetle soared into the air and, buzzing its wings, hung above the ground, as if showing off its ugly appearance. Then he targeted the weakest, the lab workers who were trying to escape from this place. Everyone who was hit by the acid died instantly. Ricky was also almost hit. She had seen many monsters in her life, but she immediately realized that what the crazy old man had turned into was on another level. Before she fell into the abyss of the elevator shaft, the hero managed to catch her. So far, he managed to cope with his job as a bodyguard. Upon landing, he informed Ricky that his suspicions about this monster had been confirmed, and he already knew who they were fighting. Gray Venom, the master of the dungeon that the forces of two empires were targeting, hung in the air, buzzing with four wings and surrounded himself with a foul aura. In Taehyung's past, an event involving the expansion of the dungeon caught the attention of the entire world. Venom took advantage of the infected people and quickly spread the infection to the surface. Not only did Charon experiment with monster blood, but he himself turned into one. Ricky had better leave this place first, especially since after the cancellation she had little mana left. The hero wanted to act according to the classic plot. Stay here and buy her time so that she could bring help. Although she was worried about him, the guy said that he knew how to fight alone, and if he needed to protect someone, he would be limited in his actions. Then the monster himself spoke up. He already understood who his main enemy was. The guy who made a contract with the Duke. The man who received the contract was supposed to serve his Duke, not help people, Venom said, and attacked the hero. He wanted to absorb the boy's body and make him his host, becoming even stronger. But this was not destined to come true, because Taehyung simply unleashed a predator on him, which the monster was a match for. First, something had to be done with the speed of the chattering parasite, and the hero activated the monster's eye along with the predator, which temporarily turned it into an eye of a higher species. Ricky listened to the guy and walked away, but still thought that it was wrong to leave him alone. She understood that she wouldn't be of much use now anyway, but her conscience tormented her about leaving a boy younger than herself on the battlefield. All that was left was to hope that the guy would survive unharmed until she called for backup. It was just unclear why there was no emergency teleport or communication in the skill world for this case. Taehyung kicked the insect and Venom pierced the wall like a green bullet. With the help of the predator, he threw it from wall to wall as they fell deeper and deeper into the tunnel. And yet the creature turned out to be very nimble and agile, and managed to sneak up on the hero from behind. The predator's unique skill became stronger again, and the hero managed to keep track of it. While the higher species' eye was active, Venom's movements appeared to be slow to him. Moreover, the Devourer's skill itself also became stronger. Together they made an excellent effective pair. The hero felt that he had the power to defeat him when Venom spat acid again. This time Taehyung was expecting an attack, so he managed to use the predator for defense. Now he was breaking through to the monster again, this time hoping to catch it properly. The predator took the form of a red spiky tornado and tore the monster to pieces. There was an explosion of such force that it reached the surface and blew the laboratory building apart. But the guy himself suffered. He was unable to block all of Venom's attacks and spent all of his mana. Unfortunately for him, the insect was not harmed at all and there was not a single scratch on its smooth skin. Even after the ultimate blow, the monster survived. The guy faced another monster that needs to be overcome. Here, Venom showed him his true power and dropped the hero face down on the floor. Somehow he became faster and stronger than before. Taehyung's consciousness was blurring, and the battle was becoming more and more one-sided. Venom had the unique ability to absorb mana directly from the air, so he did not get tired, which meant that the space in which they fought had already become part of the expansion of the dungeon. In this place, he could not be defeated, and the mutant grinned contentedly, already anticipating how he would make the hero's body his receptacle. Then Taehyung was overcome with the horror that he had already experienced when he first encountered death. But he had long since gotten used to this feeling, and with a wave of his hand he tore off the parasite's limb, which was reaching out to him. The monster recoiled but only laughed at the hero's efforts. He already knew that the guy's mana was running out. At this rate of mana expenditure, there was no way he could overcome this body's regenerative power, Venom helpfully explained. But then he realized that everything was not so simple because his hand was in no hurry to grow back. It suddenly turned out that the mana that Venom collected from space was flowing straight to the guy. Taehyung himself didn't know about this ability of the predator, and thanks to this, he managed to avoid death. For some time, both stood idle, assessing their own strength and that of the enemy. However, time was on Taehyung's side. because he replenished his mana, received the enormous power of venom, and at the same time increased his characteristics. Unwilling to admit defeat, the monster accused the hero of using third-rate tricks to win. It would seem that it makes no difference how the victory was achieved, but the parasite began to boast that his strength in this dungeon is limitless and that he cannot be defeated here. However, Taehyung had something to say in response, and he suggested to see how long this world would exist, and the predator opened its mouth again. It was an unprecedented surge of his power that overwhelmed the parasite. Suddenly he found himself in a strange place, in the middle of a bloody, endless sea. "Now they even throw insects into his kingdom, the boy has become quite insolent," said a rough voice. The parasite turned around in shock and saw someone completely different from the one he had been fighting. But he had the same face and was sitting on a bone throne. Venom was very offended that his master Beelzebub was spoken of in extremely unflattering terms. But the ruler on the throne was only angered by his words, and he chained Venom up. Even if it was the Duke's domain, Venom was confident that he could destroy it, and released his green stench. It was quite amusing that he mistook Taehyung's doppelganger for the Duke. A mysterious force prevented the corruption from entering this place, and its influence was blocked. Venom tried to break free, but the chains held him securely captive, and the power granted by Beelzebub did not help, after which he finally fell silent. Montel Ramon arrived at the scene and was amazed to see the extent of the destruction. Initially, his mission was to protect Ricky Harless, who was also an investigator for the global organization. But in the end, she refused to protect him, which was also suspicious. It turned out that the sorceress had already found herself a bodyguard, and yet Ramon did not leave but secretly watched her. Several hours had passed since Ricky had entered the lab and there had been no news from her, which meant it was time for him to enter the game. Suddenly the fireplace whistled past as if someone had thrown it. Then Ramon saw a passage open near one of the half-destroyed walls and a girl came out from there. Ramon immediately recognized Ricky and rushed to her aid. Seeing that a seeker of her level was seriously injured, he asked what happened inside. Ricky quickly gave a brief account of her experiments with the monstrification of people. Unfortunately, it was not possible to save them. Venom killed everyone, but his infection did not spread beyond the laboratory. Ramon suggested that they quickly return to the association and talk there, but Ricky said that there was still one person who needed to be saved. And she told about Kim Tae-hyung, who acted as her bodyguard. Then they felt an ominous feeling and turned towards the laboratory. Monsters poured out from its depths, just like when a dungeon breaks through. Ramon covered Ricky with his body and activated his abilities, but they could hardly think about helping the hero now. The skill of a Black Seeker created pistols. Everything is logical. The author has no prejudices. Bullet of Total Destruction is a skill that summons countless weapons created from mana. It's a pity they didn't think of a machine gun. The monsters were still rushing out, so it was unlikely that such a rapid fire could stop them. Ramon no longer hoped that Ricky's bodyguard would survive in this case. If he had known in advance what he would have to face, he would have taken reinforcements with him, but there were none, so Ricky decided to fight too. She blew the heads off several large monsters at once, but thoughts of Tae-hyung did not leave her. However, the previous battles had weakened her, and Ricky was open for a moment. Then one of the ugly monsters attacked her. They were almost grabbed by monsters from all sides, when suddenly they all froze in place as if paralyzed. In the end, Ramon, who came here to cover Ricky, was himself saved by the hero, who appeared on time as always. He killed the monsters and then landed spectacularly in a clearing, announcing that Venom was dead. "Now all that remains is to deal with the small fry," said the hero and grinned. And so they began to fight the second gate breakthrough in a short time. By a strange coincidence, only one person was behind the blocking of both breakthroughs. These two incidents could have turned into a catastrophe for the entire continent and plunged the world into chaos in the global economy. Using chains, Tae-hyung skillfully grabbed large freaks and threw them where Ramon and Ricky could deal with them. These events influenced the hero himself, making him famous throughout the world. People watched the broadcast footage of his battles and admired his strength. Changes also occurred in the World Association of Seekers because, due to more frequent cases of Seekers conquering monsters of double the highest rank, it was necessary to change the ranking system. The normal top rank could no longer accommodate the difference in power between Seekers like Tae-hyung and ordinary awakened ones, so they came up with the idea of writing 2 letters instead of 1 in the hero rank. Meanwhile, in the Abyss, the villain Shadow met another renegade who was sitting on a pile of corpses. Since their last meeting, he had become even stronger. This was all because he managed to make a contract with Duke Orgyle, the king of the demonic beasts, the same one who had recently lost 2 centaurs. This was indeed a power worthy of a ruler, Shadow praised his old friend. He stood up from his seat and patted his friend on the shoulder as a greeting. He already understood that since the shadow had come to him, it meant that some difficulties had arisen outside the abyss. The masked man with complexes agreed that a lot had happened during their separation. But such news even inspired his ally, and he smiled widely with a snake-like grin, while squinting his eyes so that he could hardly see anything. Several days had passed since the Grey Pit dungeon had been cleared, and the remote paradise in the warm ocean served as an excellent place to relax. Ricky stretched out contentedly, exposing her soft skin to the sun's rays. She hadn't rested like this for a long time, so she enjoyed everything. Tae-hyung, who didn't even change his clothes, reminded that although he himself had called the sorceress, they weren't there for fun at all. But Ricky simply didn't consider it something shameful. She used every free minute because she was already working like crazy. Just recently, the full weight of the investigation fell on her, and she had to make many reports for the World Organization. Cha Rong had gone missing. His lab had been destroyed in a battle with monsters, so she had trouble providing evidence. On top of that, they hadn't been able to save the people who were being experimented on, or the people who were doing the experiments, so there were no other witnesses either. Ricky must have been devastated that all her efforts had been in vain to some extent, and the hero knew it. But compared to Tae-hyung's past life, everything turned out as well as possible. Otherwise, Ricky would have already gone missing, and the villain's plans would have succeeded. The breach of the gate and the Venom invasion took many innocent lives across the country. Although the guy was looking for her only to remove his shackles, in the end, he saved the girl and achieved significant success. For this, it was worth the risk. Here he was distracted from all his thoughts by Yu Aong, who suddenly appeared in front of them. She was wearing a cute resort outfit that did not hide her slender body at all, and the intelligence officer was extremely outraged by the guy's date under the pretext of work. Taehyung tried to deny everything, and Ricky just smirked, asking what was wrong with that. Moreover, the hero didn't even invite Yu Aong with him, so he was surprised to see her here. It turned out that Yu Aeon was looking after the premises that the guy was renting, since it belonged to her guild. The hero was surprised again because he had paid a lot of money. Then the spy began to argue that not everything in the world is so simple. Ricky, who was watching their argument, suddenly smiled slyly. She had no idea that the guy was so popular and promised not to keep him busy for long. And so she suggested getting straight to the point, whether that was true or not. But with these words, she assumed a very effective pose, and it was impossible not to admire her beautiful figure and sweet face with blue eyes. Later, Yu Aiyeon brought him to a place that was considered the strongest on Earth, and was able to withstand even a blow from a monster of the double highest rank, and was also located far from the city. It was a spacious room with walls like a bunker, and so everyone was curious as to why Tae-hyung had decided to come here. The guy's skills were already unlocked, but these powers were not enough for him. He understood perfectly well that at any moment the scoundrel with his face could again arrange such a prank, or, what's more, take his body. Considering all the risks, this weakness had to be eliminated, because the settler was hardly trustworthy. In the future, he would face larger battles, so the double had to be subdued. Taehyung was afraid that he might have an uncontrollable release of energy, and Yu Ah-yeon realized that he was afraid of losing control of one of his skills. But this was a much more dangerous state. He could lose his mind and stop being himself, the hero warned. And since they were here together, the guy asked the girls to unite and stop him if something went wrong. The scout sighed heavily. As usual, it was difficult for her to understand what was going on in the guy's head. She turned to Ricky, but she also shrugged her shoulders, not knowing Taehyung well enough to know how to bring him to his senses. The girl remembered the skill the boy used after the cancellation worked on him. It was similar to the Duke's power. In any case, she responded to her savior's request, also because she wanted to learn more about his power. When everything was ready, everyone was warned. It was time to begin. For the first time, Tae-hyung decided to resort to this method. He turned the phone screen towards himself and turned on the camera, after which he activated the power of Gias. At that very moment, his consciousness went deep into the inner world. And so the hero himself found himself in the middle of the endless Red Sea, where he had previously sent all sorts of rabble. The smug ruler with his face, who sat on the bone throne, grinned and praised the boy for his intelligence. He didn't expect the boy to dare to come to him personally, and the hero boldly declared that he always wanted to look at that bastard who lives in his body without asking, and who also doesn't pay rent. Moreover, he used his face, but Taehyung knew nothing about his true essence. The settler just grinned and said that he wasn't obligated to tell the guy anything. It was an expected answer, but the guy was not going to ignore the time bomb that could explode inside him at any moment. So, slamming his fist into his palm, he ordered the imposter to get out of this house. And if he refuses, we will have to throw him out by force, said the hero and extended his hand towards the settler. He immediately stood up from his bone throne and mirrored the guy's gesture. From the outside, it could have been taken for a battle of show-offs with a bunch of complexes. All these sweeping movements, pompous phrases. Two monsters burst from their hands and collided in the center between them, both using the same power. At the same time, the floor under the feet of the two girls who were watching the hero suddenly began to tremble. At first they thought an earthquake had started, but then they realized that what the guy had warned them about had started. The floor of the reinforced bunker cracked under his feet like a crust of ice. Ricky immediately realized that there was trouble and told Ion to get ready. It would clearly not be easy for them. Meanwhile, Taehyung and his doppelganger exchanged blows with thorn vines, trying to devour each other. There is nothing more boring in the world than battles between mirror opponents, but every story has them, because inventing an original enemy requires thinking. It quickly became apparent that their powers were mirrored and collided with each other, completely neutralizing each other. This would hardly upset the balance between them. The double saw right through the guy. He knew that he was saving the king's power and would only use his own skills. Shockwaves spread across the Red Sea until no one could gain the upper hand. But then it turned out that Taehyung wasn't the only one who could use his skills. And he saw the sword of Damocles, the spirit of the dead man, above him. For the first time, he himself felt the overwhelming effect of his skill when the sword came down. The hero hadn't thought about this before, so he had to quickly dodge. It's really surprising that someone who can turn off your skills at any time can use them, sarcasm. Isn't that natural? Asked his double when he noticed the hero's surprise and managed to hit him even in invisibility. All these weapons were obtained through the power of the king, the light-faced one, so the twins also had skills. There was nothing left to do but admit that this double was strong. Because before that, it was he who helped the hero deal with those enemies with whom he himself could not do anything. Initially, he had several plans on how to deal with the double, but now they have lost all meaning. The settler even heard his thoughts, but it was all useless. He ordered the guy to surrender and directed the chains in his direction. However, Taehyung wasn't going to accept defeat so easily. He wanted to try everything he could do and everything he had. The girls felt his frightening, enormous surge of power, which was clearly getting out of control. The flow was so strong that even Ricky thought the word huge didn't describe her sensations well enough. His magical power exceeded her own, and Ricky was a better sorceress, which she was very proud of. She had to act now before it was too late, she told Yue Yan as she watched the boy become surrounded by a dark force. But as soon as they started moving, the hero himself began to move and reached out his hand to the girls. For a moment, they thought with horror that this story might change genre and age restrictions. Ricky asked to buy her some time while she used her skill. Aeon took this request with enthusiasm and immediately went into ultimate mode. She always wanted to fight the hero. She rushed at him herself, and Taehyung covered himself with only one hand. The echo of the blow spread around. It reminded her of their shared trip to the Phoenix dungeon, but then Aeon herself had been possessed. So she hurried to return the favor and bring the guy to his senses. And what could be better than a good slap on the head in this case? A sharp blow from the spear cut through the air, but it never reached its target. Taehyung dodged and attacked again. It was impossible to say that he was conscious. Rather, he moved on instinct. Even so, the hero quickly pushed back Yue Yan, and then Riki decided to use her trump card that she didn't want to show to anyone. Right above her, a huge ball of mana had gathered, so dense that it glowed brightly. Aeon, meanwhile, was barely holding on. Her hands were already shaking from fatigue. But the only thing she could do now was to continue attacking. At Rika's signal, Aeon rushed to the side, and at that very moment, a veritable jungle of dense, woody vines sprouted right from the reinforced floor. Each one was as thick as a tree, and Yu Yun wondered in surprise how the forest could help. It turned out that the source of the vines was the portal that Ricky created. She opened a passage straight into the depths of the abyss, and managed to summon a demonic beast from there. This beast fed on magical power. It moved towards its strongest source, and once it caught it, it would never let go until it drank it dry. Aeon was shocked. Not only did Ricky create a gate to the abyss with her power, but she also used monsters as weapons. She justified her second place in the ranking of national-level seekers. For some time, the hero simply lay limply on the hard vines, as if submitting to their strength. Aeon already thought they were done, but Ricky motioned for her to wait. She felt that even with the loss of energy, Taehyung's magical power continued to flow as if from a bottomless source. If they hesitated even for a moment, the situation could really become dangerous. Had she known in advance how much effort it would take, she would have demanded a higher fee. And Ricky thought to raise the issue later when she saw the vines tearing. At that very moment, Yoo received a blow faster than she could blink. Kim Tae-hyung completely freed himself from the green vines that had bound him and instantly took his partner out of the fight. This was complete nonsense. He shouldn't even be moving, Ricky thought, and tried to tie the guy up again. And then Tae-hyung spoke, but there was an unfamiliar tone in his voice. He praised the girl for her clever use of the demonic beast, but unfortunately for her, the vine could only absorb a limited amount of power. A chill ran down her spine when she suddenly realized that someone else was speaking to her in Tae-hyung's voice. This someone looked at her angrily and smiled like a real maniac. "What happened to the original?" Ricky asked. She was very worried, realizing that the guy's plan most likely failed. "The guy lost, and he gave up his rights to own the body," the stranger answered her smugly. Ricky unmistakably caught the feeling of a double highest-rank monster in him. She had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, but it was clear that this threat simply needed to be dealt with. Either way, he was an enemy now, so Ricky attacked almost without thinking. She threw dozens of lightning bolts at him, but the settler continued to stand serenely in place. And then, as if he were a child's toy, he easily knocked away all of Ricky's energy with his bare hands. "This is how stunning the long-awaited release into freedom should be," the double said with a wry smile. He rushed at Ricky faster than she could understand anything. The guy turned into an enemy too quickly. But all this could have been foreseen and bound with reliable chains. Taehyung himself was lying face down, almost drowning in the Red Sea, despite the fact that it was barely deeper than his ankles. He thought he had managed to close the gap with the settler, but it turned out to be a mistake. He was too strong. This is definitely not the sun-faced king that Taehyung met earlier. He was not crazy. But it was the king who placed a subtenant in him. He had to get out somehow, and there was only one way. The subtenant grabbed Ricky by the throat. He was completely disappointed that the sorceress gave in so quickly. There was no fun in it. This was the first person in her life who could give her such an assessment. After all, Ricky was a seeker of national rank. Human standards were clearly too low for him, the invader stated smugly, and asked if she had anything else. Since we were talking about the national level of power, maybe she had some kind of trump card for this case, he asked. But Ricky could only twitch helplessly in his arms. Here, Yoo overcoming the pain, grabbed his hand and turning to Kim Tae-hyung, ordered him to stop because he had never been such a terrible person. However, it was unlikely that prayers could pacify the cruel owner of the predator. He easily brushed aside the wounded seeker without any pity. "An insignificant bug does not dare touch his body," he said haughtily. He then turned to Ricky, wanting to deal with them one by one, and the girl realized that the idea of getting the guy back was a mistake. She still had a skill that she could show him, and light appeared in the sorceress's hands again. Even if the invader destroyed the demonic vine, the magical power it absorbed remained in the air, and Ricky quickly gathered this entire ocean of mana into one place. She knew that if the monster that Taehyung had become were to break free, they would face a disaster worse than breaking through the gate. So Ricky unleashed all her power on his body. Pure destructive force was flying straight at him. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. But the settler only grinned and allowed the predator to close its mouth. It was all just a game. Ricky was completely stunned, and the captor was clearly enjoying it. Now he was fully warmed up and could use all his skills. The sorceress fell to her knees, not understanding how she could even resist this. Everything seemed like a complete fraud. That's how it was. A scam, a cheat, in which all the efforts of all people were completely devalued by the author of the story in order to exalt the coolness of one hero. The subtenant pointed his hand towards Rika and decided to absorb her with the help of a predator, with the most merciless grin on his face. Suddenly, his ability was interrupted because the owner of this body intervened in the process. By using the predator on himself, Taehyung managed to bring the tenant back to the inner world. It was akin to holding a gun to his own head. In this regard, Taehyung's guess was correct. The subtenant also needed something. He did not want to kill him and take his body. His death would have put the double in a difficult position. But of course, the invader began to deny everything, assuring that threats would not work on him. But the very return to the inner world spoke eloquently of the opposite. The double chuckled and told the guy to stop bluffing, especially since things like regression don't happen twice in a lifetime. But Taehyung never had any illusions about this. He always considered life after rebirth a gift, a nice bonus for doing something good. And if nothing can be achieved here, then it is better to die than to let other people fall, the guy declared decisively. He was so determined to destroy himself that this time, the settler was forced to retreat and acknowledge the will of the guy. The reason he stayed alive was that the hero had to get to the king with all his might. And if he cannot do this, he will be swallowed up without any regrets, said the settler, and himself disappeared into the predator's mouth. Taehyung smiled. He knew that when that moment came, he himself would fight with all his might to survive. Eventually, he managed to return to his body, and for a while he looked thoughtfully at his hands, as if not believing what had happened. Then Ricky spoke up, and the guy picked her up in his arms in horror, feeling guilty for what he had done while he was away. Then he remembered about Yu Aong. She was lying nearby. Fortunately, there was no threat to her life. Ricky even found the strength to joke. After all, he was a very dangerous guy. She could not even imagine that such a person was hidden inside him. But still, the girl was grateful to him for the fact that he was able to return, and suggested that they consider what happened their little secret. In return, she asked him to come to her aid when her life was in danger. Despite what had happened, Ricky was ready to trust him with her back. And Taehyung quietly promised her this. He himself sighed with relief that the worst had been avoided, but only because he was willing to put his existence on the line. Soon the girls recovered quickly, and Yu A-yeon came to her senses in the hospital. She deliberately played the weak one, enjoying the guy's attention and forcing him to show concern in every possible way. Since Taehyung felt guilty, he willingly went along with it. When the hero fed her apples, the girl wistfully noted that it was worth getting injured for such a treat. The guy asked her, however, not to expose herself like that again. Ricky quickly left and Yu Aong was upset about it, but the sorceress had a lot of her own things to do. Was this true? And was it really because of the ceremony of awarding the double highest rank? The intelligence officer wondered. This time, the World Association of Seekers was really preparing something interesting. He had an international stage ahead of him, and he couldn't screw it up, the girl said and poked him with a fork. But what can you do? It didn't depend on him at all, the guy answered slyly. Soon the summit took place, and the host gave a heart-rending speech about how the entire world was once brought to the brink of extinction with the appearance of the abyss. But in the end, people managed to conquer the gates and the dungeons one after another, thanks to the world's cooperation and the dazzling performances of the Seekers. The host's speech was clearly biased, but he was addressing the general public. Vincent Chan, the president of the World Association, confidently declared that now they have achieved peace and prosperity like never before. It was hard to believe him given the carnage at the Asian tournament. However, the world was actually gaining strength. There were more seekers with more powerful skills. All this led to the fact that the old ranking systems no longer worked. It is time to introduce a new step in the hierarchy of power, a double top rank, and 10 seekers will receive it for their achievements. The participants came out on stage and solemnly lined up in front of everyone. Of course, among them was Kim Tae-hyung, who wore a suit for the occasion. Everyone had to obtain a seeker's license recognized by the World Association and, according to Vincent, serve humanity. Despite these beautiful words, which did not reflect the harsh reality, where each seeker thought first of all about himself and his interests, the hero was glad that he got here. The boy's whole life flashed before his eyes after his return. He started from the lowest step and soared into the sky higher than everyone else. He could only read about something like this in comics before, but now he himself received an award weapon. But the guy wasn't going to be satisfied with that because the license was just an intermediate step, a means and not an end. There were many secrets ahead that needed to be destroyed. The sun-faced one, the dukes, his doppelganger, all were surrounded by a veil of secrecy. For this, Taehyung needed to move forward. Yes, that notorious thing again. To become stronger, no one wants to get smarter. Chairman Ju was the one who was most pleased with the hero's rise, and he slapped the guy firmly on the shoulder. Deputy Go asked the hero to be understanding, as their country was in dire need of a double-top rank power. A strong seeker will bring fresh energy into their organization and give everyone hope. Many people benefited from the guy winning the Asian tournament for their country. But the hero modestly noted that he was simply doing what he had to do. Seeing how friendly they were, Ricky came up to them to greet the hero as well. She smiled charmingly at him, and perhaps there was more to that smile than simple politeness. Taehyung was worried if she had recovered, and the girl pretended to complain that there was still a slight pain in her body, and he should have been gentler with her. It was as if Ricky had intentionally used so many meaningful phrases that Chairman Ju and Vice Go immediately realized that the intelligence officer Aeon was right to be worried about the young man. But today Ricky came with a different purpose. She wanted to introduce the hero to someone, if he didn't mind. A tall, fit, blonde man with yellow eyes like a tiger extended his hand to him and said that he had wanted to meet for a long time. It wasn't until he reached double high that Taehyung was able to deal with the man and meet his gaze directly. His face was on all the covers of magazines dedicated to seekers. He personified the entire era in which Taehyung himself grew up and lived in his past life. This man fought on the front lines in a tight tunic without armor or weapons. The world's strongest seeker, Cody Wood, squeezed his hand tightly, and the hero said outright that it was an honor for him. They would be doing a lot of work together in the future, Cody said, his piercing gaze seeming to probe the guy and see what kind of person he was. Taehyung also wanted to say something, but President Vincent attracted everyone's attention. Right during the ceremonial banquet, he announced that, at the suggestion of Chairman Kevin Yang from the new empire, they decided to create a strategic team, the goal of which will be to clear all unexplored dungeons on Earth, and its core should include those seekers who today received a double top rank. The team from the new empire immediately volunteered to join. In fact, the talk was about creating an armed bloc controlled by the World Association. This matter could be both a good omen and a harbinger of disaster, so everyone listened intently. The new empire already received 5 out of 10 licenses of the highest rank, and now it could seize all influence in this united international army. Of course, according to Vincent, all this in the name of a strong, reliable, and safe world for all. Chairman Ju was wary of this idea. The unity might be in name only, but in reality it might be a political ploy for one side to tilt the playing field to their advantage. The timing was perfect. It is obvious that the largest team will gain the most from this situation, since most of the awards will go to them, which will only further strengthen their hegemony in a world where nuclear weapons are no longer an effective means of deterring aggression. Chairman Ju understood all this. The seeker Taehyung was essentially the main power and axis of the country, but without him, they were too weak. Now he could only go with the flow and accept it, because refusing to participate put them in a losing position. All countries understood this, so one after another expressed their desire to join this world team. When almost everyone had spoken, Taehyung suddenly raised his hand up, drawing attention to himself. And although he was expected to join in, the guy firmly stated his refusal. Their country will act independently of everyone. It was a very harsh statement and quite unexpected for everyone. But in this way, Taehyung made it clear that the world was far from united, and that not everyone was ready to accept the dominance of one country overall. Ricky and Cody were returning on the same plane. The sorceress was somewhat regretful that they had not managed to officially cooperate with Taehyung. The previous negotiations with Marcus and Gregory had also failed. But Cody caught in her words not just regret that the world team did not unite everyone into a beautiful 10, there was something else behind it. Ricky didn't deny it, but she really did have a personal interest. They had something in common with this guy, so she asked Cody what he thought of him after this meeting. In his opinion, Taehyung looked strong. The fact that he managed to bring Ricky to a serious condition also spoke for itself. The girl smiled, realizing how the hero looked in the eyes of the strongest seeker in the world. But for Cody, this title meant nothing because Taehyung was the Duke's contractor. Then Ricky rephrases her question, "What did Taehyung look like to the other contractor?" she asks. And Cody's gaze darkens. After waiting a minute, the seeker answered with restraint that one day they would find out who was stronger, and something told him that this day would come quickly. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Eastern Empire's Seekers, Liu Jian, was extremely indignant. Because of the failures of Cha Ran, who also disappeared without a trace, their organization was not even paid attention to. They were left without dual highest-rank licenses, which meant they were severely behind in development. So Liu Jian decided to use the data that remained in the former chairman's lab. Although he was angry that his predecessor had stirred up such a mess, he was still grateful that the path to ascension had already been paved by others. Then, from outside, someone's desperate screams were heard, but they quickly died down. Someone burst into the room over the bodies of the guards and asked for forgiveness for such a late visit. He had only recently returned from the depths of the abyss and was not yet accustomed to time zones. Liu Jian asked the stranger in horror who he was, and the man with slitted eyes introduced himself as the leader of the Dark Guild, Min Ji-hong. Later, the hero visited the cutie Yu Ai-yan at her guild headquarters, and the conversation turned to his next crazy plans. because the guy was going to clear out an unknown dungeon using only the forces of their country. Just like Chairman Ju, she also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy always did everything his own way. Even though the guy exceeded all expectations, the stakes were too high, especially since there was a direct threat from the World Organization, since they were competing on the same field. The hero also understood the weakness of their country, only he had grown up. But in order to feel confident and have a reliable rear, other seekers also had to become stronger. Unexplored dungeons will be a great help for them. Yu Aiyan agreed with him, but was there any need for such a rush? And the guy shared with her his ambitious plans. In the future, he wanted to dive deep into the abyss. The seekers were basically divided into two main types, just like in the Asian tournament. There were those who specialized in conquering the abyss and conquering new territories, and those who fight beyond its borders with the gate breakthroughs or the traitorous villains. Until now, Taehyung had mainly acted outside the abyss, and thus received a double top rank and recognition for his abilities. So Yue Yun was surprised that right after that, the guy wanted to go into the abyss itself. But that was where all the threads led. Only there could he learn more about his power, the dukes, and the sun-faced king. Realizing that an unexpected situation could arise in his absence, Taehyung wanted to secure his rear, so he thought about using the remaining time to prepare a replacement. The scout sighed heavily. This guy remained unpredictable as always. There was a feeling that he lived alone in his own world. He has too many secrets, she added impatiently, her eyes flashing. Especially his unusual skill that revealed a different personality during the breakthrough, it could hardly be called a normal phenomenon. Naturally, she had a question about the true nature of Kim Taehyung. For a moment, she looked at his face in silence as he tried to shyly avert his gaze. And yet, despite her persistence, the hero refused to tell, even if he tried. She could hardly accept everything now. The guy was sure that one day there would be a more suitable opportunity to tell everything. And frankly speaking, he made a classic mistake. All heroes are loners. It is impossible to build trust on secrets. There was no point in hiding your secrets from allies because this only increases the chances of getting support, of course. Not in the world of comics about exceptional, special, heroic heroes. Yu Yan sighed heavily and even thought about forcing the guy to take the oath of an awakened one. But they got by with verbal promises. After all, they had known each other for a long time. And then the intelligence officer asked him to get down to business and tell her why he had come to her. It turned out that the guy wanted to invite her to his raid squad, and then his gaze slid to her desk, which was littered with papers. Because of all the worries, Ayan had put off many of her duties. The guy heartlessly asked her to offer a replacement if she couldn't, even though he was the cause of all the troubles. Then Yu Aiyan remembered that child. She couldn't bring herself to call her sister by name. Although she was somewhat upset, the spy was pleased by the attention of the guy who seemed to be waiting for her permission. He immediately boldly stated that he was going to invite Lim Aeong anyway, even without his older sister's permission. After this, the hero visited Kan Hyuk, who received help from Saint Sarara and returned his arm, thus once again becoming the strongest tank in the country. The Dream Team couldn't do without such an important person as Captain Pak, who was still considered the most important seeker in the top rank. Even Hangul found a place in the squad. He became stronger after the tournament, but still endlessly repented for his betrayal. The best seekers in the country had gathered in this room, but they were still waiting for one more participant. Feeling enormous pressure, she did not dare to speak to the others, because only yesterday she was a schoolgirl. Once everyone was assembled, Taehyung started the meeting by thanking them for their presence. Even though he was still a schoolboy yesterday, he was the center of this team and gathered everyone around him. They should become a raiding party under his command, the boy told them. Captain Pak was grateful that he had been chosen for such a responsible mission, but he still doubted their success. The remaining unexplored dungeons were all double the highest rank, while all those gathered here were ordinary seekers by today's standards. Then the hero asked them to stop measuring everything with a senseless scale of ranks. All the seekers gathered here had potential for growth. He had no doubt that they would all reach the national level, then the double higher education, and continue to grow. This also applied to Lim Aeong, the youngest on the team after Taehyung, who stayed behind the others. These words were not just a fantasy to encourage the seekers. In their past lives, they had all reached these heights, although it took longer. Much in the world had already changed. There was no point in relying on one's knowledge of the future. One simply had to move forward on one's own, together with everyone else. Kang Hyuk was the most excited about the upcoming battle. Like a true warrior, he was always eager to fight. But the hero quickly cooled his ardor because if the Seekers entered the double dungeon right now, they would definitely die. They will enter there in a month, and until then, they will train with him. So first, Taehyung locked them in his monarch zone to create unbearable conditions and make them sweat like hell. And a crazy grin appeared on his face that made everyone shudder. The World Association team was also not idle. The strongest Seekers in the world gathered in it. In the center of the dungeon stood only Cody. Using his skill, he covered himself with armor just like a medieval knight. After which he swung his sword and drove away the ghosts that were flying towards him. A huge werewolf jumped onto the stage. Gregor was again amazed by the strength of his partner. Compared to him, the strength of other adventurers of equal rank was just a joke. Cody alone was enough to clear the unknown dungeon. Meanwhile, news reached them about the hero who was about to enter the dungeon with his team. Hearing this, Gregor snorted contemptuously. The unknown dungeons were not playgrounds for children. The top-ranked fighters who had not even reached the national level of strength were worthless there. They would all die because of his pride, the werewolf thought. At that very moment, the hero's dream team was really desperately fighting in the dungeon, pursued by a huge snake. They really had it tough. Everyone was fighting with all their might on the brink of life and death. However, they continued to move forward because they were driven by the horror of training again with Kim Tae-hyung. They feared it more than death. Desperation and determination gave the detachment strength, and there were no stragglers among them. The hero looked at the fruits of his efforts with obvious satisfaction. It was not for nothing that he subjected the Seekers to hellish strain. They continued moving forward until they came across some strange stones. Each sculpture looked like a petrified copy of a man, and soon the squad realized that they were dealing with missing Seekers who had gotten lost here. Then the Gorgon Medusa appeared before them, a woman with a snake body and hair in the form of snakes, titanic in size. She smiled poisonously in anticipation of the addition to her collection. But Taehyung could say the same thing. She would make a great collection of shoes and purses. The Gorgon grinned and showed her long snake tongue. She could even be considered beautiful if not for the snake dreadlocks on her head. And there was also an overwhelming feeling coming from this monster. This was the first time the squad had encountered a monster of double the highest rank, and now they were hesitating, not knowing whether they could win. Then Taehyung raised such a scream that it blocked the ears. He told the team to pull themselves together and remember everything they had been through this month, because only a person determines his limit. In just 1 month, they had really achieved a lot, so the hero's words gave the Seekers confidence. Even though their enemy was unimaginably stronger, they were determined to fight him. Ultimately, true bravery only comes in combat, and the entire squad went on the attack. Just like in the training exercises, taking advantage of their numerical superiority, they attacked from all sides. But the Gorgon didn't even get a scratch. Despite her appearance, she had high durability stats. Kang Hyuk stepped forward and firmly held the Medusa's spear after her counterattack, immobilizing her like that, and immediately moved on to his ultimate skills. No one held back in the fight against such a dangerous enemy. The team acted very harmoniously. By combining slowing and attacking skills on the jellyfish, they gradually took it apart. These blows might not have killed the monster right away, but they did significant damage, which made the Gorgon completely furious. She tried to wave away the pathetic little people, but it was of little use because they jumped around like fleas and stung her. Ultimately, the difference in levels could be overcome by complementing each other's weaknesses. Even the strongest dungeon boss had his own vulnerabilities. Without mobility, his strength no longer mattered, as did his armor if it could be constantly damaged. In such conditions, the longer the battle lasted, the worse it was for the monster, and due to the number of Seekers in the team, they could save each other's strength. Of course, monsters of this rank have their trump cards. Like any boss in the game, when her health was reduced, she moved to the second phase. However, it is at this moment when the monster's movements become too sweeping that he is most vulnerable. Kang Hyuk took the form of the Minotaur Queen and grabbed hold of the Gorgon. This was the first serious blow with a large percentage of health loss in all time. After this, dozens more blows rained down on the jellyfish. The morale of this fable is that a crowd can even put out a lion. As a result, the jellyfish fell on its back, tipping over backwards on its snake tail. Since the fight did not last long and was generally one-sided, no one even believed in victory. Taehyung praised the boys, patting Lim Aeong on the shoulder in a fatherly way. Kang Hyun immediately began to grumble that the hero did not even lift a finger in their direction for this victory. But now they realized that they alone were capable of clearing such dungeons. But then the hero said with regret that he himself would like to believe in it. At that very moment, something began to happen to the jellyfish. There was a surge of mana. The squad saw a dungeon portal open inside her body and they froze in amazement. Another monster appeared from the portal, and then they realized that it was a double dungeon, in which the double highest-ranking jellyfish was only the gatekeeper. The monster sniffed the seekers and snorted contemptuously. Among them there was no one strong in appearance. Capable of killing the Gorgon, the basilisk monster had a double top rank plus, and a very insidious nature. Even one fight with a jellyfish was a difficult test for the team, and at the sight of the basilisk they completely turned to stone. Taehyung was the only one who was not affected by his magic, and the monster thought that he had killed the jellyfish after all. But the boy quickly explained to the monster that the monsters under his command had neglected training in their boring dungeons too much, and that was why they had lost to his team. After that, the hero grinned cheekily and said that Basilisk's coaching and leadership skills were so-so compared to his. Unable to bear such impudence, the monster spat some kind of lightning at him, but it didn't hit anything. Then Taehyung flew into the sky, feathers rained down, and even Basilisk froze in bewilderment. After all, the guy was holding himself in the sky like an angel, vigorously flapping his wings. It's hard to say which cosplay store he bought them from. But the chicken wings turned out to be very useful. They gave the hero a new level of mobility, and he quickly showed the monster who was a non-entity here. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, Taehyung remembered the ancient wisdom. Enraged, Basilisk tried to interrupt his attacks with a sharp blow of his tail, but ended up receiving a new wound. With two unique daggers in his hands and miracle wings, as if after drinking an energy drink, the guy could pose pompously and let out no less pompous phrases about his awesomeness. Then the lizard below summoned a real storm and the battle entered the already familiar second phase. "He is not the only one who has been honored by the Duke's favor," said the dragon, and the hero suddenly found himself in the middle of the sea. This was the true power of Jormungandr, one of the strongest dukes capable of creating a typhoon in an instant. With its mouth as big as an abyss, the dragon jumped straight at the hero, and then Taehyung showed the monster that he possessed not just the power of a duke, but the power of a king. It all ended quickly. Kang Huk came to his senses and a belated scream escaped his throat. Having caught his breath, he realized that he had moved to another place, and the creepy lizard had disappeared somewhere. The guy briefly told them that he dealt with the basilisk while they were under the effect of petrification, and thus the unknown underground of ancient Greece was cleared. Lim A-yeon was deeply shocked by what happened. It was clear at first glance that the monster they encountered was stronger than even a double top rank, but the hero dealt with it so easily as if it was a walk in the park. Kang Hyuk immediately grabbed the hero and began to shake him, because they were not warned that the dungeon could be double. The hero pretended that he didn't know anything, but no one believed him. And there was no point in arguing about it now because they had done well together. Everyone had worked hard and he had done his part too, Taehyung told them. But in the end, the group was in disarray. No one had a sense of accomplishment or success. Of course, in reality, the guy knew that the dungeon was double, but he wanted everyone to feel like they were on the brink of life and death. This should have been a good lesson and motivation for them. In the future, the hero counted on this team and expected that they would become stronger. And one day, they will become a strong support on which the whole country will stand. Meanwhile, the international team of searchers gave an extensive interview on the occasion of clearing the first dungeon. This location had been uncleared for quite a long time, so everyone wanted to know the details. There were so many questions about whether there were any casualties and where they planned to carry out the next raid that reporters shouted over each other. Here, urgent news about the raid of Taehyung and his team reached everyone. Gregor immediately spoke out. This is more likely information about their failure. But then it turned out that everything was exactly the opposite. Taehyung cleared the dungeon alone with a team of ordinary high-ranking adventurers. Moreover, this dungeon was double, which together cast a sharp shadow on the achievements of the entire international group. There were no casualties among Taehyung's group, which meant that they were incredibly powerful. The chairman of the new Empire Association sighed regretfully. This day should have been a triumph for the international team, most of whose members were from his country. In this situation, they had no choice but to speed up, as if the world had once again entered the era of the space race. And so it happened in the end. Both fronts began to compete in the speed of clearing the most difficult dungeons on Earth, and this was not bad, because all people benefited from it. The world quickly regained stability as the threat of a gate breach was removed time after time. But the villains were not idle either. One of them made his way into a facility belonging to the cultists. He easily dispersed the weak security of this building with his strength, and his name was Lee Jong-soo. the CEO of the Tai Song Group, the father of the classmate of the main character's bully, if anyone has managed to forget about this no-name. He burst into the room and met no more resistance on his way. The laboratory belonged to the Dark Guild. It seemed like they were experimenting with strengthening the monsters awakened by the blood, just like the Eastern Empire. Lee Jong-soo immediately declared that the villains were completely incompetent and worthless. After all, they initially made a deal to destroy Kim Tae-hyung, but in the end he reached the double highest rank and became practically untouchable, which made Jong-soo incredibly angry. Moreover, the four guilds united under the hero's leadership, and the Taeson group lost all its influence. His son, who was supposed to inherit the management of the corporation and the clan, ultimately never came to his senses, having completely lost his mind, so his father did not want to tolerate it any longer. The one he was addressing understood perfectly well the reasons for this man's anger. "But their clan is taking too much liberty," said Mr. Shadow, who appeared behind Chon-soo. At the same time, all the people from the Taeson clan were firmly connected to his skill. Even though Kim Tae-hyung's abnormal growth had surpassed their understanding, the Dark Guild still did not give up on their plans, and the hour of their meeting with the hero was approaching. It was more important to talk about business now, and Shadow extended his hand to Chong-soo, handing him the data they had managed to steal from Cho Ran's lab. And he suggested using them to strengthen the position of the Taeson clan, if of course Chong-soo is smart enough, Shadow said. This was already more like cooperation and communication, so the clan leader was pleased. A year has flown by so quickly since the international team announced that they would clear the Earth of dungeons. And so the heroes' detachment entered the last of them on Mexican territory. They all reached the national level of strength, and soon the last dungeon fell. The once timid seekers now even regretted that their path was over, especially Kang Hyuk. Although he was still the head of the Indivisible Guild, it was time for him to return home. But he only joked that he dumped all the work on the unfortunate secretary Kim. Even little Lim Aong has grown up and become more confident with everyone, now holding herself on an equal footing. If the detachment continued in the same spirit, they would soon catch up with him, the hero noted with pleasure. He himself was not idle either, and his characteristics increased. Time worked for him. After long battles, the guy returned to a country he had not been to for a long time. Elder Ban Chisu received him warmly and shook the famous hero's hand warmly. The old man in the chair in front of him became the head of the skills research lab. He still couldn't believe how much he had risen thanks to the hero, and everything seemed like just a dream. Now Ban Chisu has become an expert in skill fusion. After meeting the hero, the old man himself came to the association and admitted that he used his skills on the cultists to understand how they work. But thanks to Tae-hyung's patronage, he was forgiven and accepted by the association and Chairman Ju. So he began to work for the country and bring considerable benefits. However, the old man understood that the busiest seeker in the country clearly had not come to him out of a desire to chat. As before the hero came on business, he had one request. Even for the old man, it was surprising that there was something left with which he could help his benefactor. Once again, Tae-hyung wanted to carry out the skill fusion procedure. Considering his level, this was a very serious matter. Moreover, the guy wanted to combine the skills that had already been synthesized, which was a much more incredible operation. Ban Chisu had never fused one onto another before. The risk of mana backflow was very high, and they both knew what that meant. However, despite his worries, Tae-hyung firmly stated that there were still things worth taking risks for. His current strength was not enough, and only Bang Chisu could help him. The guy had been preparing for this day all year, training his body to the limit, so he had to endure the operation, and in the end, the old man gave in. They decided to conduct the experiment in a special room created by advanced alchemist technologies. The device also had a skill-enhancing stone built into it, but the old man was using this laboratory for the first time. Once they start, there is no turning back, and Bang Chisu gave the hero one last chance to change his mind, and Tae-hyung waved his hand, making it clear that he is ready. Does he want to combine several skills? The system asked coldly. The air around the hero became dense and heavy, electrified, as if before a thunderstorm. The entire lab died in a bright light as the merger began. Suddenly, everything disappeared, and through his sleep, Tae-hyung heard the voice of the sun-faced one. The human body has a limit on the magical power it can perceive, the king said. But since he had made it this far alone, it was worth helping him just a little, the Lord decided. New skills were registered, the rank was changed to the highest, a great power was awakening. The power was so great that the protective plexiglass of the laboratory could not withstand it, and flew out completely. and even the hero was stunned by the new sensations. He didn't just experience a fusion of skills, they gained new functions. And the higher the rank of his ability, the more noticeable his weight in the abyss. Deputy Go came running to the noise in the laboratory to find out what had happened. Ban Chisu was lying on the floor but quickly said that he was okay in his choked voice. Perhaps they had witnessed a historic moment today, the old man said. And together they looked at the hero who stood unwavering in the center of the room. After this, even the great and all-powerful seeker and savior of the homeland was reprimanded for damaging the property of the association. Chairman Zhu, of course, promised to hush up the story. After all, the guy had done the unthinkable and survived a merger imposed on a merger. The hero felt an unprecedented strength. He wanted to quickly set off to conquer the abyss to test it. It seemed that the new skills were related to the Dukes, and that also needed to be checked. Chairman Zhu understood everything just by looking at the guy, so he let him go. Moreover, an official request had been sent to him, and he was waiting for its confirmation. Since it came from an international team, the hero wanted to know what was in it. The idea was interesting. Taehyung was appointed as a third-party examiner for the double highest rank, and there were many candidates. Time flew by very quickly because just recently this step looked like something exceptional. Many looked at the legendary seeker with caution, some with admiration, some with challenge, but everyone took his strength into account. After all, this youngest and most talented of all seekers of the highest rank was on everyone's lips throughout the world. The president of the World Association, Vincent, came out to meet him and thank him for his participation. When everyone was assembled, it was time to begin, and he gave the command. Cody Wood was also present at this meeting, but he was in no hurry to greet everyone. Only waiting with restraint, an invisible spirit of rivalry was evident. Besides Taehyung, Cody and another double rank were supposed to take part in the exam. The president wanted to tell what a wonderful evaluation system they had come up with, but he was interrupted. There was no point in wasting time. The hero simply turned on his suppressive aura. Even Vincent was having a hard time under that kind of pressure, so he didn't appreciate the joke. Ultimately, two things are important for a seeker: strength and fortitude. It is enough to put pressure on them, and it will become clear who is worth what, the hero declared, and grinned maliciously. After all, he was testing his skills at the same time. Vincent asked him to stop because it was too risky, but it was too late because Cody entered the game, tired of standing on the sidelines. Now, the two strongest seekers in the world competed to see how much pressure they could put on the subjects, and all of the president's plans went to waste. Here, many realized that they had prematurely aimed for the next rank. Ultimately, Vincent had no choice but to agree to the method approved by two of the three examiners. He asked them to divide the participants among themselves randomly. He then determined who would carry out the massacre of the babies in which room. Despite the initial demonstration, there were seekers who believed that the only difference between them was who got the license first. A man named Jeffrey was very angry about this and complained that they had no time to prepare and were not allowed into important dungeons. He also told his friend Sarah to stop hiding in the shadows of the teachers and threatened to break the noses of all the examiners who were stuck up in pride. He especially wanted to settle accounts with Taehyung, whom he considered an upstart, and ironically, it was to him that he ended up during the assignment. The hero, as usual, acted in his cool, dashing manner. To pass the test, they needed to land one good blow, that's all, nothing complicated. Some even doubted that the test could be so simple. But since Taehyung didn't think anyone had a chance to pass this test, he suggested that the subjects attack all at once. The first to succumb to such an open provocation was Jeffrey, who was already ready to break loose and rushed at the hero. But with the same speed, he was sent flying back without even being able to get close. So, the first one is already out, Taehyung concluded, making it clear that this battle will not be easy. Sarah was the first to understand that they had to be serious, as if they were in a life-or-death battle. So, she shouted to the others not to rush blindly at the enemy. But the weak-minded and the brave decided that it would be better to attack en masse and spread the risks in the hope that someone would still manage to hit Taehyung. The hero met the impudent bastards with strong kicks, letting them know that they had not learned anything even after reaching the national level. Because it was difficult to explain such incompetence in the use of abilities and tactical techniques, they all attacked in close combat without a plan, without organization, and without teamwork. So very quickly the hero gained an advantage over them in initiative, and although he was in the minority, it was he who had the freedom to choose where and how to strike. Candidates quickly dropped out one after another due to their incompetence. Several of the seekers finally came to their senses and stood next to Sarah, re-evaluating their prospects. So far, no one met the hero's requirements. But there was still hope for the group that did not rush at him with everyone else. They at least had the beginnings of reason. But what will change if they continue to stand idle? The hero asked and stretched lazily. And then a girl with a bob haircut came forward. She held herself calmly, despite Taehyung's provocations. She had a plan and she stuck to it. Approaching the hero who was simply waiting, Sarah used her skill. Taehyung patiently watched what the seeker came up with. And then, when he saw that she was ready, he struck with such force that the shockwave almost destroyed the entire room. It is amazing that the girl did not fall, although it was clear that she was noticeably injured. But immediately after the blow to her plan, the moment opened for a joint attack by the rest of the participants. Taehyung chuckled and said just one word: apocalypse, after which a stain of ink spread underneath him. Everyone who was within the radius of his skill lost their sight and were bound with chains. The world of the monarch, the spirit of the dead, chains, paralysis, a world without feelings, all these effects simultaneously fell upon the subjects. Their senses are dulled, gravity presses them to the ground, and under the influence of chains the body loses strength. Weaklings have no chance to survive in this zone. But one seeker held up better than the others, so much so that she even surprised the hero. All thanks to the teacher who told her that if you don't give up, a chance will definitely appear. And she stood firm, grabbing the hero's hand. Taehyung felt that this girl was feeding on magical power from outside and converting it into her own. She was able to withstand his attack and was now absorbing the power of other seekers. Moreover, the chains, unable to withstand the pressure, broke, and Sarah swung for a counterattack. The hero was extremely stunned because he did not expect such a level from ordinary seekers. Sarah almost reached it, but her body suddenly stopped moving and obeying her. The last thing she saw in front of her was the hero's devilish gaze and the veil of darkness descending. Even though this girl never touched him, but considering her actions in battle and skills, the hero decided to give her a passing grade anyway. Sarah McQueen was a terraform and skill holder, a future dual top-rank seeker who people would call a new hope. From the very beginning, this girl seemed special to him. And without a doubt, it was Cody who was her teacher and mentor. So Taehyung congratulated him on the fact that his student lived up to his expectations. Soon, all tests were completed and reported to President Vincent. Of all of them, only one person passed. Sarah, the examiners rejected the rest. And even after a year, no one reached a decent level. Vincent was extremely depressed. He considered it a complete failure. Kim Tae-hyung's unauthorized actions, acting alone, undermined the organization's efforts to unite the world, and the World Association lost much influence. Vincent planned to introduce new members to the International through the exam and gain an advantage. But then his thoughts were distracted by an event of a different scale, Cody suggested practicing. And for this reason, I decided to book a hall of the most durable quality, although seekers of its level should be fighting on the moon, so as not to destroy the Earth. The two longtime rivals met in the same arena for the first time, something they could only imagine before. After the exam, the hero immediately realized that Cody did not come because he was worried about his student. Cody looked at him straight, and in his eyes there was a thirst that only he could understand, because there was no one worthy to satisfy this hunger in the whole world. Since they were equal opponents, wasn't it natural to fight and find out the limits of their strength? Taehyung had no doubt that they would meet one day, but he didn't think it would be so soon. Still, he was extremely intrigued, because this was the only way he could test the full power of his skills. All the employees looked at the president with concern, waiting for his decision on whether to stop the fight between the two strongest monsters in the world. But in the end, Vincent simply resigned himself to the inevitable. No one could resist these two anyway, but ordered the progress of the battle to be recorded. It was important to obtain valuable footage of the battle for further analysis, and also to attract more attention to the organization. Eventually, the fighters were informed that the organization approved their fight. Cody also did not object to the recording because, anyway, this place would soon become a pile of rubble. The hero was glad of this opportunity. He did not expect that Cody would challenge him to a fight first. But the #1 fighter in the world considered it something of a given to give him a chance to fight for his title. Then Taehyung boldly replied that he could have taken him away at any moment. Since the provocation was obvious, Cody did not succumb to it, and responded to the barb with the same barb, saying that the tongue is the main weapon of an arrogant guy. At that very moment, they both simultaneously struck each other directly. But Taehyung's next attack only cut through the air. Cody had already disappeared. Then, to teleport behind Taehyung, because top-level seekers love nothing more than jumping around the enemy. In general, a boring exchange of simple blows at high speed ensued. Since they were roughly equal in pure stats, Taehyung broke the distance, and he moved the fight to the second phase, throwing out all the paralyzing and restraining skills with Apocalypse. Strong chains bound Cody, his senses weakened, and gravity pressed him to the ground. The world's top seeker appreciated the skill they had no information about yet, and Taehyung chuckled contentedly. Then Cody slashed with his sword and broke all the chains, making it clear that today the hero would clearly have to show everything he was capable of. After which he also entered the second phase, covering himself with armor just like a knight. The world's first swordsman lived up to his title. For him, like his student, he possessed the highest resilience, and now the hero had to block his onslaught. The arena cracked under the powerful attacks, although it could withstand a tank shot. Now the fight was not fought with fists, but with knives. The blades glittered and sparks flew. Until this moment, none of the warriors had felt such a heartbeat in their chests. Both were caught up in this battle. Without a doubt, they were both the strongest in the world, and they could feel it now. The battle was so heated that soon all the cameras failed, and Vincent's plan failed, and it was too dangerous to send someone to film. Then the president of the association himself volunteered to go and watch the battle with his own eyes. The room in which the battle was taking place should have been able to withstand the fight of many double-ranked seekers, but it seemed that the strength of those two had already surpassed this level. Here, even the hero realized that if they continued the fight, the building would collapse faster than they would identify the winner. Cody agreed, and suggested, speaking from under his helmet, that they stop running and come face to face. Taehyung immediately stated that he had a strategy from the very beginning, and he stuck to it. But Cody didn't believe him, because the guy hadn't used the Duke's power yet. The hero was deeply stunned that the knight knew about this, and he made it clear that he also possessed the secrets of the Abyss. Moreover, he himself had made a contract with one of the Dukes. Pointing his sword at the hero, he demanded to name his contractor. Now Taehyung realized that the connection between the Seekers and the Abyss was much deeper than he thought. Not only the members of the Eastern Empire squad were connected to it, but for now Cody had only mentioned the Dukes. He knew nothing about the light-faced king, and the hero decided to keep this trump card to himself. Taehyung used the power of the vampire lord Igmun. With a burst of blood, Cody also called upon his power of the Duke, and his armor became covered in darkness. The knight gained wings, and the skill was called Lucifer's Fallen Angel. Now both were ready for the real second phase of the fight. It was time to finish. There was a heavy thud, and both seekers were hidden by thick smoke, so that Vincent could not see anything. The hero's sharp claw stopped centimeters from Cody's neck. The knight's blade also stopped a step away from the hero's heart, and they decided to end the fight in a draw because they had an unwanted witness. The next time they meet, they will meet in the Abyss, Cody firmly stated without any doubt about it. On the way out, the guy just grinned when he saw Vincent and asked the president for forgiveness for the noise he had made. In the end, he was left with nothing. He will have to pay for the repairs to the building, and there was no footage from the cameras. Taehyung headed towards the exit, realizing that his business here was over. An abyss awaited him ahead. All matters on the surface were settled. The castle of the luxurious Mistress Rosarin shook from the noise, and she grumbled discontentedly at the character of her guest, which had not changed over many centuries. The vampire Igmun made a hole in the castle to enter, and behaved extremely insolently, almost declaring war on her. He demanded that Rosarin, his contractor, be summoned. But the charming demoness was in no hurry to do this, and asked why this should be done. Rosarin sarcastically reminded the vampire of his failures, and considered his intrusion a desire for revenge. But Igmun told her to leave the bile behind. It is unclear how, but the hero used his power as he pleased without paying anything for it. When it became clear what was going on, Rosarin laughed sarcastically. She hadn't heard from the hero for a long time, but now she understood what had happened. The vampire's power was indeed greater than her own, so it was no surprise that the contractor had taken a liking to her, the demoness said. She spread her wings and said that in order to get answers from her, you had to ask politely. The tension between them immediately grew. The proud, self-confident vampire came to her, not with requests as a petitioner. Rosaria told her beloved children to step aside so that they would not be harmed. Because today the demoness wanted to teach the arrogant vampire a couple of rules of etiquette for the highest nobility, and immediately more tentacles stretched out in all directions. Igmun summoned a bloody sword. He himself wanted to teach the demoness a couple of rules on how to greet dear guests. Sharp blades fanned out in her direction as soon as the vampire waved his hand. But they were all repelled by the same light movement of Rosarin. This attack was more of a mockery than a serious intention. One of Rosaria's tentacles grabbed Igmun's leg and pulled it. After that, she jumped up and wove her tentacles into heavy, dense fists. She unleashed a powerful attack on him, immediately making it clear that she was not to be trifled with. After which she stood in a spectacular pose and showed off her luxurious figure in front of the cameras, while all that was left of Igmun was a bloody stain. At that very moment, the beautiful demoness was pierced by the vampire's sharp thorns. But the bloodsucker still survived and told her that Rosaria had forgotten what exactly his power was. Putting a spear to her throat, Igmun demanded that she tell him everything she knew. But the demoness only grinned, because it was the vampire who had forgotten how much power she possessed. Suddenly the image cracked, and the whole world around seemed to fall apart. It turned out that the whole time the demoness was sitting on the throne and didn't even move, and the vampire was jumping only in his imagination. Only then did Igmun realize that he had entered her personal space. Created with the help of an illusion, the demoness was simply playing with him. In their last fight, Rosaria was limited by the contractor's mana. But now the vampire himself came to her domain, where her mana was strongest. Moreover, he came here as a double, and not with a real body. The vampire even promised to get even with her for this humiliation. But Rosaria cut him off mid-sentence. The demoness assessed his intentions and did not want to continue the senseless fight. Since the vampire himself was ready to come to her, she could share the information with him anyway, after which she suggested that he look for the answer to his question in his memories. Wasn't there already a creature that made all the dukes bow down and took away their power? And this dark horse, his key, was Rosaria's contractor. When the hero left the building of the World Organization, he was surprised to meet Marcus Gore. Marcus was clearly worried about something and was waiting for the guy to return, so he even sent a request to the World Association. Taehyung was extremely surprised that this man had some business with him. Given the circumstances, Marcus said he would speak directly without reserve. Bowing his head, he officially asked the hero for help on behalf of his country. Apparently something very serious had happened. Their seeker had gone missing while exploring the depths of the abyss. To make matters worse, the rescue party, consisting of 4 dual-rank seekers, was completely wiped out. Marcus listed their names. All these people died, although they were the strongest in the world. Otherwise, such a development of events could not be called anything other than a catastrophe. Since there was no information about the missing seeker, Cody went to look for him personally to make sure of everything. It is obvious that even the strongest man in the world could have problems in the abyss, and the hero himself should have understood this, which is why they turned to him for help. Taehyung clearly remembered this incident from his past life, but he didn't know anything about the search party, so this part was different from the past. What was unclear was why he was so passive, why he didn't save the other searchers who were his potential allies against the abyss. Who exactly was missing? Taehyung asked, and Marcus paused dramatically. Deep in the abyss, in a cold dungeon and under reliable guard, a prisoner sat in complete despair. Ricky Harley's once again found herself on the brink of life and death, as if fate itself was pursuing her. Now it became clear who was the reason for the changes in the future. Because of Ricky, 4 seekers were ambushed. This is what happens when you save someone who was supposed to die. Ricky was supposed to be a victim of Cha Ron's plot. Even though Cody and Ricky were seekers of a new empire, their talents were needed by all of humanity, Marcus reminded. 4 dual-rank seekers had already died. There was no way they could lose 2 more. In exchange for urgent help, Marcus promised him ally status and comprehensive support. But the hero was not interested in this. He had already accepted personal responsibility for these events, so he asked for coordinates. Of course, Chairman Zhu was against it and demanded that the guy think again when he heard about this news. Since 4 dual-ranked seekers had already fallen, such an operation needed to be prepared more thoroughly. But there was no time or energy for this because the entire plot of the story is built in such a way that only the main character bears the burden of the world's difficult fate and only he could save everyone. Taehyung felt indebted to Ricky for her help, especially since he promised to help her. It was a debt he had to repay, a living connection, unlike so many other billions of strangers. When the guy left, Deputy Go asked the chairman to have more faith in the guy, since he had never let them down before. Of course he understood this, but he was overwhelmed by flashbacks to Vietnam, when the chairman had not yet cosplayed as Nick Fury. Relying on faith alone may result in another tragedy. They could only hope that Taehyung was better than that person, and that the tragedy would not happen again. Meanwhile, in the abyss, in one of the many castles, a heated battle was taking place. The defending monsters tried to stop the invader, and they were quite strong. So even a knight who invaded the castle had a hard time breaking through their barrier. Cody cut the monster with his sword, and it split into two beautiful halves, dousing him with bodily fluids. And yet the crowd of brainless mobs did not want to end. They had no moral point, no instinct for self-preservation, so they could not be put to flight. In that case, Cody decided to destroy them all at once with a powerful attack. But Kim Tae-hyung got ahead of him by suppressing the gatekeepers with his paralysis skill, so he came to Cody's aid. The knight raised his visor and thanked him for his help. He realized that the guy had been called by Marcus, who usually did useless things, but this time he really needed help. Upon arriving at the place, Tae-hyung understood why they had approached him. A huge, magical power was emanating from the castle. "It looks more like Ricky disappeared into the Duke's castle," the hero said gloomily. Why Ricky went to explore this place herself, no one knew. But Cody was sure that she was still alive. Because when he arrived here, he caught a barely noticeable flow of her mana, the trail went underground. Perhaps a meeting with the Duke awaited them ahead, and the hero estimated their chances of victory at about 1%. Then Cody slammed his visor shut and suggested they hurry. Then they had a speed competition to see who could finish off the monster faster. The battle became more fun, and at least had some meaning. The hero chuckled and joked that Cody was no longer trying to save his strength and deal with each creature separately. It was just that now he had no need to conserve his strength. And although at their last meeting they both expected to fight each other when they found themselves in the abyss, in the end they now acted as a united front. But their feud never went beyond professional activities, so both could trust each other in difficult times. By working together, they might have a chance of saving Ricky. After a long race, both seekers finally stopped, realizing that they had reached the middle of the castle. It was a large room supported by a network of columns. Cody assumed that somewhere here there was a passage to the lower tiers. He suggested splitting up here so that the search would go faster. But suddenly he was attacked by some stranger in a cloak, and so quickly that he didn't have time to notice how he flew away. Tae-hyung reacted immediately and struck the enemy, but the enemy stopped his dagger with his bare hand. "They finally met," said the stranger, who recognized the guy. And he smiled a crooked grin, looking at the hero through the narrow slits of his eyes as if he had just woken up. When the guy asked the stranger who he was very surprised that Chairman G had not told him anything about him. Instead of 1,000 words, the eyeless stranger simply grabbed the guy by the face and smashed his head against the stone floor. Min Ji-hoon, the scoundrel, introduced himself and called himself the head of the Dark Guild. His eyes flashed predatory, and the hero's blade simply broke in his hand. Then Cody came to the hero's aid, and the villain had to step back to avoid being hit by the sword. Min sighed regretfully, but what else could you expect from the best in the world? He shouldn't have died in one hit. Tae-hyung called the enemy the leader of the Dark Guild, repeating his words, and Cody said that he knew this face because he had been wanted internationally for a long time. It was more important to understand what he was doing here. And then Min suggested that the Seekers rack their brains and ask themselves what a person could be doing in the Duke's castle. Min touched his face and showed his strength as a contractor. His love for theatrical gestures was marked by teenage complexes. "He's a bird of a feather," said the villain, and even opened his eyes on the occasion. Honestly, the design of this character is disgusting because he looks more like the main character than the main character himself, as if confirming the stereotype that all Asians look the same, even in manga. Having spread his arms, Min invited them to find out which of them was the stronger contractor. Meanwhile, Ricky came to her senses in the dungeon where she was imprisoned, and felt the familiar power of Cody and Kim Tae-hyung. The fact that the head of the Dark Guild that led the cultists was also the Duke's contractor was the worst scenario imaginable, Cody said. Now he understood why the villain had hidden for so long. Since the contractor was here, that means his Duke also knew about the invasion of the castle, the hero said. This meant that either the Duke was underestimating them or was too attached to another place. There were only two options, but whatever the answer, the hero suggested taking advantage of their advantage. The plan was simple: carry out a joint attack, save Ricky, and get out of here. They decided that Cody would take the offensive and Tae-hyung would provide support. At first, Min chuckled that such a direct attack would be nothing to him, but he immediately changed his mind when he was caught by the hero's chains. Thanks to Tae-hyung's apocalypse, Cody was able to land one precise blow on a stationary target. For some reason, he was chopping with a sword, although this tool is primarily intended for stabbing. This mistake was soon revealed. Cody, without feeling that he had cut flesh, stared in surprise at the fragment of the sword. After which he received a roundhouse kick from an experienced taekwondo practitioner, right on the visor. He barely managed to stop after that, and the villain mockingly said that although they knew his face, there was no information about his skill. At that very moment, the knight disappeared under a pile of stone debris that Min had summoned. It was a very strange skill that at the moment of impact, Cody seemed to pull the sword into himself. Under the influence of this force, even Tai Hyung's restraint skill stopped working, the system said indifferently. All of this was very reminiscent of the power that the hero saw in Charon's laboratory. The black hole was most likely his skill to begin with, the hero realized, and Min was surprised that the guy had already seen it. In the past, the scroll with this skill had caused Taehyung quite a bit of trouble, and he shuddered when he remembered it. Min nodded. He had made a lot of money selling the skill that broke other skills. Every unawakened person would want to get their hands on one. The villain found it amusing to watch the efforts of those who desperately fought to survive without skills, and although he despised everyone equally, he despised those who were awakened and who believed only in their own abilities. The bastard raised his hand up and launched the black hole to full blast. He suggested that the guy check if he was different from those non-entities, and the size of the sphere increased even more in his hands. A real black hole of that size would have smeared the Earth in a thin layer along its orbit, but this was not the first time the artist had mocked physics. Taehyung jumped to the side in an attempt to avoid the black hole that could swallow him. However, at that very moment, Min appeared in his path, thus catching the hero in pincers. And when the villain already thought that he had won, he suddenly received a wound and froze in stunned silence. They were both in the same situation and did not know each other's skills, such as the black hole not being able to absorb the Duke's skill. In this situation, it was hard to say who would rely only on their skills, the hero said, and spread his wings. Min coughed. It was the first time he had fought a chicken, that is, a contractor of another Duke, and thanked him for the lesson. This is exactly how their fight should be, the villain declared, and his body began to change and grow in size. Here, Cody showed signs of life. Tired of sitting in a pile of stones, he scattered them in all directions. He also spread his wings because he had a skill that the hole couldn't absorb. It was worth mentioning earlier, the knight grumbled. The three of them looked at each other, as if waiting for who would start the next iteration of exchanging pleasantries. 2 birds against 1 land creature so far? The odds looked in favor of the hero and the knight. Min also understood that a simultaneous attack would cause him a lot of trouble. And then the ceiling of the castle collapsed and someone else burst into the room. Someone who could not bear the presence of 2 bugs in his house. Min knocked back some of the debris that was falling right on him. He already realized that he had been messing around with the invaders for too long and had missed his chance to enjoy the battle. So he asked them for forgiveness, because he no longer intended to fight alone, and a huge shadow grew behind his back. It was the king of demonic beasts Orgyle himself, for whom dual-rank monsters like centaurs were servants, and he looked like a troll. Orgyle chided his contractor that with his strength, he should have torn apart anyone who entered the castle, not toy with them. The villain brazenly complained that the power he had received was clearly not enough for him, and asked for more. Instead of answering, Orgyle hit him with a fist as big as a log and reminded the impudent fellow that he did not dare demand anything from him. However, he promised to think about his request, and then turned his gaze to the insignificant pieces of meat, telling them that the fun was over. Now they must understand that he is inevitability itself, Orgyle said. They had no chance of winning here at all, and Taehyung reminded Cody why they came here. Therefore, he suggested splitting up and ordered the knight to go in search of Ricky. The hero himself rolled out the power of the king, and the predator rushed at the monster, hungry for prey. Immediately after this, taking advantage of the formidable Titan's confusion, the hero began to run around the castle and look for where the entrance to the dungeon was located. Suddenly, he saw a bright ball of light appear in front of him. This ball was Ricky's skill, and it was clearly leading him in a certain direction. Some of the mobs that could talk started howling when they noticed the hero. But their screams quickly died down after a couple of blows. Ricky was hanging in the cell, suspended by chains and unconscious. She barely opened her eyes when the hero approached her and smiled, yet he managed to find her here. So he came to repay her debt, the guy said, clearly in no hurry to remove the chains from the captive. Even for his promise, going to such a dangerous place was something excessive, so Ricky appreciated his bravery. Cody must have gone in the other direction, and the question was how they would let each other know that the captive had been rescued. Ricky realized that the Duke, the owner of the castle, had already begun to act. After all, she was an investigator for the World Association. She already knew that the master of this place was Orgyle, the cruel Duke, a creature whose equal she had never met in her life. The faster they needed to leave this place, Taehyung managed to tie the Duke's hands and feet for a short time, but it was unknown how much time they had. But Ricky was so weak that she couldn't even walk, and the hero had to support her by the waist. Apparently, he forgot how easy it was to tie Yu Ayong to himself when he fought the Phoenix. Eventually, they slowly reached the elevator that was working in the dungeon and began to ascend. Ricky looked at the guy again in surprise. Every time she was in trouble, he came to save her, and she felt that everything would work out. The blue-eyed beauty thanked him sincerely for his help and smiled weakly. But then Duke Orgyle interrupted their touching reunion because they did not think that they would be able to arrange a date at his house and just leave. Orgyle took Ricky captive because of her deep understanding of magical power, so he decided to use her as a spare part. Of course, he understood why the hero broke into the castle and where he was heading first. Of course, the hero was expecting something like this, but what was unpleasant to realize was that the predator did not leave a single scratch on the monster. And Orgyle even mockingly suggested that the guy use this skill again. But since he wanted it, the guy did not refuse immediately, putting his trump cards into play. The dragon's mouth sank into the Titan, but he met it by grabbing it with his hands. It's amazing that he could even grab the immaterial object that the skill created. No one had ever managed to do that before. Without a doubt, the Duke realized that this was the power of a king before him, after which he tore the dragon into pieces and dispersed it like smoke, because the level of this power was still too weak compared to the light-faced one. But the hero did not despair, even though the predator did not work. He used the power of a vampire and threw bloody blades at the enemy. The Titan easily recognized Igmun's strength and grinned as if he was being tickled. Then Taehyung flapped his wings and rushed towards the enemy at close range. Behind his back, the image of a dragon gathered again, but this time a light one, and the guy threw out another cheat, a skill that released an aura enhanced by mana, no idea where he got it from. But this attack already pierced the Titan through and left a large hole in his body. The power of the Dragon Lord, Orgyle said, smacking his lips. He was not at all surprised. Following this, Taehyung used beast transformation and his body changed. Another skill suddenly out of nowhere, which had not been used at all before. He used the power of Orgyle himself, apparently having captured it from Mina, with his Sharingan in memory of Kakashi-sensei. Ricky, who was standing behind, only managed to brush the dust from her face, not believing her eyes that a person could fight the Duke on equal terms. But the monster, having grabbed the hero's hand, only laughed at all his efforts. The wounds on his body quickly healed without a trace. Orgyle hadn't experienced anything like this for a long time, and just by the fact that the guy freely controlled the forces of the Dukes, he resembled a ruler. 1,000 years have passed since the king disappeared. Orgyle put up a battle with the strongest meaning of his life, but when the bright-faced one disappeared, days of boredom came, so the guy greatly entertained him. It had been a long time since he had been given such a beating, so the monster was very pleased. He easily squeezed his paw and simply tore off the guy's hand, throwing it to the side, after which he ordered the king's key to show everything it was capable of. Taehyung cursed filthily. Neither the predator nor the powers of the other dukes could help him deal with this monster. The Titan no longer made concessions and moved towards the hero himself. Overall, it's not clear what made him so terrible, whether he was as fast and agile as the hero or not, what the difference in tactics was between their forces if he was another big melee blockhead with great regeneration. The hero had only one last resort left, and as usual, he resorted to it for lack of anything else. Rosaria burst into their world, immediately enveloping it in her hypnotic spell. A clot of dense tentacles curled tightly and covered the hero, and then a luxurious demoness peeked out from under them. Orgyle grinned, recognizing his old acquaintance. She had always been the king's most loyal companion. The guy apologized for disturbing her. This time, he wanted to finish everything without her interference. But the beautiful demoness didn't answer. This time, the boy really got into trouble, and her face remained gloomy. The risks were too great. Rosaria was here as a summoned creature, and still could not compare with the Duke in his domain, especially since there was a possibility of catching a reverse flow of mana. If the Dukes start the battle at full force, even if the guy himself survives this mess, there will be no trace left of Ricky. But now was not the time to talk about such trifles. It was do or die. Titan chuckled and asked the demoness when she managed to make a contract with his key. Now he realized that the kid was her subordinate, and not Igmun's, in fact. It was a shame that he realized this so late, Rosaria answered him, because the Titan was no match for her in battle. But this was exactly the kind of opponent Orgyle wanted, so he only laughed harder. Looking at the hero, the demoness became concerned about his condition. He needed urgent treatment. And the guy replied that he could somehow cope with it with the help of bloody rage. At that very moment, he seemed to have been transported somewhere and froze in stunned silence. This place was her personal space, separated from reality, the demoness informed him. She might have been throwing dust in the eyes of their enemy, but all she could really do for the guy was buy him a little time. After that, he will have to fight the Duke again, and the guy asked to transfer another person to this world. Rosaria understood everything and easily threw Ricky into the palace. The girl screamed painfully and rubbed the bruised area, not understanding where she had hit. Then Taehyung asked her to get off and not to fidget so much. The girl was even more surprised because the guy just seemed to disappear into thin air. The hero explained to the girl that they were now in a temporary shelter created with the help of the power of the demoness with whom he had a contract. She was still perplexed, but the guy hurried to bring her back to reality. They needed to come up with a way out of the crisis. Meanwhile, Rosaria was left alone with Titan. He realized that the magic of the key had disappeared, and even the captive had left, which meant that the demoness had hidden them and was not showing them. Rosaria brazenly declared that she didn't know how it happened. And anyway, a fool like him wouldn't understand anything, even if you told him. The evil Titan demanded that his loot be returned to him, and his voice sounded as if he was about to go crazy. And so it happened. As if he were mad, he rushed at the demoness, but she stood motionless and waited for this. Overall, Ricky quickly realized that they needed an escape plan, which they would come up with while the two dukes were fighting. What she didn't understand was how the boy had skillfully used the skills of the other dukes, how he was now regenerating his severed arm with the help of Igmun's blood emission. No matter how you look at it, all his cheating skills, it was abnormal, Ricky said, and thought that the admin on the server was clearly sleeping. It was already time to doubt whether the guy was a real person. Then the hero reminded her of the words she had said to him at their first meeting, that in some ways they are no different from monsters, and they need something to restrain them. In this sense, Taehyung was too principled, so much so that he never went back on his promises. He was still human, he just had a cheat skill that stole other skills. Now it became clear that the guy was a man in a Swiss army knife in the world of seekers, and Ricky let out an astonished cry. It was a real scam, she said. Taehyung revealed some of the information to her because he could trust her and knew that the girl could keep a secret. However, there was no point in talking about regression. Even if he died and was resurrected again, the hero thought. Then the floor under their feet began to shake. It was time to exit the Matrix, the Seekers realized. It was high time to come up with some kind of plan other than running in circles and shouting, "Save me." Right at that moment, Rosaria was barely holding on against the Titan. Although she didn't set a goal to win and was just biding her time, it wasn't easy. The hero tried all his skills on Orgale and asked if Ricky had anything that could help, and the girl thought about it. Something did come to her mind, a portal, she said, and surprised the guy. This skill simply opened a wormhole that led to another dimension. It could have been used to simply escape, but Ricky was wary of the risks, as she had previously used this portal to get monsters out of there, and she had never gone through it herself. Who knew what awaited them in the warp? Compared to the stationary teleport, her skill was still imperfect. It could close at any moment or teleport a person directly to the center of the sun. It would be better to find another way than to take such a risk, the girl thought. But she herself should have already understood that there was simply no other way, Taehyung reminded her. The world where they hid was collapsing with the sound of broken glass. It was time to make a decision, and the hero extended his hand to the girl to help her to her feet. No matter how things turn out, the guy said he believes in Ricky Harley's. The girl was deeply touched by these simple words and accepted the plan. When the refugee world finally disappeared, they saw with horror how the Titan Orgyle held Rosaria's head in his hands. The demoness told the guy to run. These were her last words before she went home. Titan was glad to see the guy. He won't be able to hide under Rosaria's skirt anymore, he said. There is no shame or conscience in the one who has the power of a king. Orgyle was indignant and said that the guy should have suppressed everyone with his power to live up to his title of the Chosen One. The Predator's teeth snapped again in response to this and grabbed hold of Titan's hand. Even though the hero already knew that his power had no effect on Orgyle's body, he still used it. He was just tired of listening to his nonsense, the guy said, and his right eye flashed. It was high time to start opening the portal, the hero shouted to Ricky, who was standing nearby doing nothing. Only now did she start doing this, and began waving her arms. It took some time to prepare, as any spell does. In response to this, the Titan shouted that tricks would not work, and he did not give anyone permission to escape from here. Taehyung once again gathered the power of the Predator in his hand and suggested that the Duke not rush to conclusions. One day he will come for him again, the boy said and clenched his fist. His power covered the entire passage with a thick veil, hiding them from the Titan's eyes. Ricky still had doubts about the idea of jumping into the portal. But the hero rejected these speculations. If even the best wizard was not worthy of trust, then who was? She was supposed to go first and wait for him on the other side, after which the guy wished the girl goodbye. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground, in the middle of some kind of abyssal jungle. Ricky sat next to them, with her back to the portal, and was glad that they had succeeded, even though she didn't even know if it would work or not. They must have been the first in the world to pass through a portal created by man, and the hero praised the girl. She looked at him with such tenderness and warmth that his heart began to beat faster, thanking the guy for being there. But then something terrible happened. Orgyle also stuck his hand through the portal, which he couldn't fit through completely, and grabbed Ricky. Taehyung froze in horror and must have been thinking about how stupid the situation was, to just dump the character like that out of sheer stupidity. The program to prevent history from sliding into a harem worked, and the Titan, half crawling into the passage, crushed the fragile sorceress. He wasn't particularly smart either, since his first order of business was to eliminate the creator of the portal, without ever making it through to the other side. The real battle has not yet begun, Orgyle told the boy, and told him to walk and look around from now on. The portal collapsed and split his body in half, and the girl slid limply from his paw. Taehyung picked up Ricky, but it was too late because he didn't take a saint with healing skills into the team as a slave. The situation was absolutely fatal. All of Ricky's bones were crushed and his organs were crushed. It was about time to use some uber-cool healing elixir, wasn't it? But during all this time, Taehyung never thought to acquire a skill that healed others, because he always fought alone. He desperately thought about how to use the blood emission, but that was no good either. And it was not a fact that he would be able to summon Rosaria again. Here, Ricky spoke up and said that the guy shouldn't be upset. She was always ready for something like this. But who will prepare the readers for the fact that the author decides to throw a barely developed character into the trash? Tell me who. The guy said dramatically that he didn't want to give up because he promised to help her when needed. Ricky released him from his promise, saying that it was fulfilled and it was too late to look back. And yet she decided to ask him for a favor, as the last will of a dying man. Ricky asked to absorb her ability so that she could continue to serve people, and she herself must have thought that it would be better for the guy to take a healing skill or a potion. But it was in this case that the author decided that the hero would not overcome death with all his might as before. The magic of the plot, Ricky just had to die dramatically so that the hero would have something to regret. That's why she looked at the guy with all the sadness. Ricky didn't regret anything. She fought bravely until the very end. But she still had one unfinished business that she regretted. Undisclosed feelings that had already become nothing, and then the darkness swallowed her up. Meanwhile, the noble knight was bearing the brunt of everything alone, and no one even offered him the chance to escape. Villain Ming went all out and waved his fists. He had long been eager to enjoy such a tough fight. Cody knew he was at a disadvantage in this castle and needed to leave. He slashed with his sword to somehow throw off the annoying melee fighter, but his sword was stopped by Ming's bare hand and was already covered with cracks. The villain impudently asked the knight why he was running away from the fight and not taking the exchange of pleasantries seriously. Moreover, Taehyung and the captive were most likely already finished off by Orgyle, the villain said and grinned. Their mana had been gone for quite some time now, and Min hinted that it was due to the death of its owners. But then Cody took a serious step, and he finally managed to push back the enemy. Apparently the rage from the realization of the sad fate of his comrades gave him strength. The knight's sword was covered in a red and black aura, and he declared that he believed in his comrades no matter what. Min just grinned and quickly restored his damaged arm. He knew better than anyone what kind of monster Duke Orgyle was, and that the chances of survival in a fight with him were minimal. However, here the entire castle began to shake from its very foundations, and the echo of a heart-rending scream spread through its corridors and halls. Orgyle demanded that his contractor appear immediately, and Min objected that he was currently busy with a slightly different guest. At this point, the villain offered to end their duel, although not without regret, since his stupid duke had called him for some reason. But he warned that this was only the beginning. Soon the earth would be engulfed in uncontrolled chaos. And he will be the one who will bring this chaos, said the villain with a bunch of complexes and a crazy roof. Cody let go of the freak and anxiously lifted his helmet visor to breathe. Worried about what might have happened to Taehyung and Ricky, he returned to the camp, which was their rear base. There were none in the Seekers' camp, so it turned out that Cody got ahead of Taehyung, but not for long. Soon the hero appeared, and from the first glance at his face and his heavy, gloomy burden, everything was clear. They had failed, the cold realization set in. Cody couldn't think of anything else at that moment. He only asked Taehyung how she died and whether she suffered for a long time. The hero nodded and replied in an empty voice that he regretted not saving her. No one blamed the guy for this failure, and everyone was saddened by her tragic death. Ricky was very popular because she always fought for people. It all happened because he was too weak, the hero said with a trembling voice. He refused to hand over the girl's body and decided to carry it himself to the Association of Seekers in the new empire. Ricky had left him a message that everyone needed to hear, and Tae-hyung wanted to personally make sure that everything was done correctly. Despite their failure, the chairman expressed gratitude to Kim Tae-hyung for his help in this matter. But along with Ricky, their team lost half of its members, which was a hard blow for everyone. Still, they were very busy and hoped that the hero's words were worth taking a break from their work and listening to. Gregor, as usual, unable to cope with his dislike for the guy, declared that he did not have extra hours to listen to the chatter of losers. But Cody, with just one look, reminded Gregor that he was there too, and Ricky wasn't there to keep the team captain in line. He himself was furious about what had happened, and could barely control himself so as not to take it out on someone. Then Tae-hyung showed them one skill and asked everyone present to judge for themselves whether it was worth their time or not. It was Ricky's memory skill, which allowed the user to display stored memories. This is how he intended to convey Ricky's last will, after which he unrolled the film strip in his palm. In total, Tae-hyung will absorb 3 of Rika's skills. The first was the heart of the Supreme Being, creating a mana stone inside the body. This allowed him to freely control the flow of mana, and all of the sorceress's spells pass through it. The reason she cared so much about the difference between humans and monsters was precisely because she had the heart of a monster beating in her chest. The second acquired skill for the hero was a portal, which allowed him to create a teleport to specified coordinates. The last one may not be the most useful, it is the skill of memories. It was thanks to him that Ricky was able to work as an investigator for a global organization. Since memorize was a unique skill of the sorceress, it was no surprise that there were a lot of questions about it from everyone. No one wielded mana as skillfully as Ricky, so the hero attributed the ability to transfer skills to the fallen sorceress, asking her forgiveness for this lie. The explanation, although put together on the fly, still didn't bother Cody much. He asked the guy to get down to business. Then, raising his hand up, Tae-hyung blinded everyone with the light of his projector. Ricky gave them her memories of her last investigation, where she infiltrated Orgala Castle and found a hall there with statues of all the dukes. The writing of the inhabitants of the Abyss has not yet been fully deciphered, but after reading the inscription on the stones of the hall, the sorceress understood their meaning intuitively. Without a doubt, before her were sculptures of the dukes, conveying their unsightly, eerie appearance. Ricky studied their faces for a long time, but it could hardly tell anything about the names and abilities of their owners. The 7 dukes of the Abyss did not live in peace, but waged ordinary feudal wars for each other's lands. There was a fragile balance between them. But there was something strange that Ricky noticed: the empty throne that stood above all the dukes. She didn't have time to understand this because at that very moment she was grabbed by Duke Orgyle, who apparently managed to sneak up on tiptoe from behind. Everyone who watched these memories from the first person was shocked by what they saw. Until now, they only knew of 3 dukes: Orgale, Igmund, and Lucifer. People didn't even understand the extent of their power, but thanks to the sacrifices of the best seekers, they now understood the magnitude of the threat they faced. Even a single duke could pose a threat to the entire world if he were to rise to the human world. Now it turns out that there are 7 of them, and above them there is someone else, and nothing is known at all. Meanwhile, the head of the villain guild stood next to his duke's throne. He was still regenerating the upper part of his body, and with his mouth growing back, he told Min that it was all over. It was hard to believe that the great Duke of the Abyss was defeated by pitiful humans and needed their help, Min said mockingly. Titan just waved it off and said that he could have recovered on his own, he just didn't want to wait so long for no reason. At the same time, he warned his contractor that he would crush him for such a tone next time. Min threw up his hands and promised to be more careful in the future, but he was hardly telling the truth. Kim Tae-hyung had a special ability that only he could control. Duke Orgyle explained the reasons for his haste. This ability belonged to him, the king of the lower world, who united the dukes and led them to the upper world one day. Min was surprised because it was the first time he heard about this creature, but now everything was different, and the duke ordered Min to return to the outside world. He was supposed to speed up their plans, throw the world into chaos, and also capture the key of the king of the underworld and bring it to the duke. Orgyle, like all the dukes, dreamed of conquering the others and ruling the abyss himself, and placed unreasonably high hopes on his servant. After the meeting, Tae-hyung approached the chairman to talk to him. The guy asked him what he intended to do next after learning the whole truth. He was going to call an emergency meeting, but it was unlikely that they could come up with anything quickly since the strongest wing of the organization was already here. The hero reminded him that this was not only the business of their country, but of the whole world. Everyone should know about these events. The chairman, however, was adamant that such a message would plunge the world into chaos, the markets would collapse, and a furry animal would come to the fragile global economy. However, this was contrary to Rika's last will, who had always been devoted to all of humanity, and not just to the politicians of her country. In the end, the chairman was forced to agree, knowing full well that otherwise the hero would have acted independently. And he received their consent. The guy told about the figure of the light-faced man that he saw in Ricky's memories, but he didn't show it to others, of course. This was also a trick. The surprised officials looked at each other and began to whisper. Kim Tae-hyung had already become their valuable ally and could enjoy their trust. So they took the guy to some storage facility which was a long way away, and the chairman decided to give him a lecture on history, a short introduction, 30 seconds long. When the abyss appeared, humanity became completely different. People awakened and received resources that were not on Earth. For the most part, this served as a source of progress. However, this part of the story was not true. The appearance of the abyss and the awakening of humanity did not coincide in time. First hell began, which they could not cope with, and humanity rose from its knees only after the new empire found something at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. And it was from the moment they came into contact with this that people began to awaken. When the vault doors opened, Tae-hyung let out a surprised breath. In the huge tank stood the figure of a white man, more like a god, according to the chairman. It was thanks to his power that humanity changed. They called him Nameless because it was impossible to call him a god. The hero was extremely amazed that their country hid this creature for so long. The Empire's position was that they, as a chosen nation led by elite seekers, were guiding all progress with their hands. In reality, however, nothing else happened. The nature of the Nameless One was never discovered over all these years. Little by little, through the revelation of small secrets, they managed to get closer to solving the mystery of the nature of this creature. Suddenly, the Nameless Man's head moved imperceptibly and 3 eyes opened on his face and stared intently at the hero. The spectacle was so terrifying that it stunned everyone present. It was so unexpected. Nothing like this had ever happened before, which raised more questions than answers. The chairman immediately ordered that a research team be called in for analysis. But it wasn't just the opening of his eyes. The thing in the tank was silently looking at him. And then the boy heard a voice in his head. The creature knew that he was a regressor with the power of a king. The fact that a faceless, silent god knew about his history greatly surprised the hero. Perhaps it was time to dispel the false illusion of this cycle, the creature thought, and its power began to put pressure on everyone around it. Tae-hyung reached out his hand to the god and, using his predator skill, asked him to tell him everything. He was immediately transported into his inner world, also dull in shades of gray, like the very appearance of the Nameless One. The deity acknowledged the boy's courage and allowed him to ask any questions. There were many questions, but first Tae-hyung asked how the Nameless Man knew the answers to them and whether he was a deity. The Nameless One said that he didn't really fit the description of the god that people were used to, and the question itself was stupid. But for convenience, he allowed himself to be called that way. A god raised by humans can't be strong, Tae-hyung said, another absurd and stupid thing. Nameless explained that he was just a part of a god, and therefore couldn't change his form until he merged with someone. He only had directions, and Tae-hyung, surprised, asked for clarification. The direction that pointed to the true body, and the hero understood this as meaning that somewhere there is a true god connected with the Nameless One. The awakening of humanity was connected precisely with this creature. Just like the reason for Tae-hyung's awakening after meeting the king, it was exactly the same. The Nameless One stunned him. It turned out that the power of the bright-faced king is the power of a god, but it was unclear why he allowed the hero to regress or where he was. Then the Nameless One moved the guy to show him another useful flashback. The world looked as if the abyss itself had broken into it, and monsters were pouring out of numerous portals. The earth plunged into chaos. At first, Tae-hyung thought he was seeing his homeland, but then he saw the statue of a galloping horseman, and a feeling of uneasiness came over him. This was not Tae-hyung's world, but a dimension that once belonged to the light-faced one. But now he was a simple citizen, being chased by a toothy monster. That was his past, and then he was a man, pathetic and weak. But in the end, he awakened within himself the power of a predator who saved him. This boy was born from one of the fragments of God scattered around between dimensions. At a turning point, he woke up and began the path laid out for him by fate. The picture changed again. This time, it was an abyss. Taehyung looked up at the sky and saw the king there. He had seen these pictures in the past. A vision of how the light-faced one destroyed the army of monsters and captured the abyss. Soon the king ascended the throne he had created and united the powers of the dukes. Powerful beings are forced to swear allegiance to him in order to preserve their positions and lives. Taehyung didn't understand at all how the victory over the dukes was connected with the fate that God had predetermined. The end of the war in the lower world and its unification was only the first stage, after which the war with the upper dimension began and the fate of the abyss was at stake. Only after the war of all nations can a being learn the way to become a god. That's why the king fought. At this point, you may get the feeling that the formation of this story was more epic and interesting than the stupid pumping of the cheater's hero. In general, they had a mess going on there, worthy of becoming a new Iliad, but they will show you a couple of frames. The king led the dukes, but the upper dimension was closer to God than the lower one. Ultimately, the king was unable to overcome this difference in strength. And even after he fought with all his might, to the limit of his ability and common sense, the result remained the same. The king that was once a man now watched as his mind slowly faded under the pressure of the abyss and war. And then the realization came to him that it was not he who had to accomplish what was destined. Someone else had to finish what was started. Now Taehyung also understood what it meant to be the key, to have the ability to end this war and inherit the king's will by becoming a god. For some time, the guy thought about the probability of being chosen among billions of people, among whom there were certainly many who were smarter, more honest, and more strong-willed. And he asked the Nameless One why the god had scattered his fragments, and why the king had originally made such a long journey for the sake of divinity. He didn't understand why he became the chosen one, but the guy remained a modest person. But the Nameless One could not know this. It was only a means to place another flashback and connect the reader with the prehistory of the world. The guy had to find the answers himself. If he knew everything right away, it wouldn't even be interesting. The Nameless One told him that since the hero didn't inherit the king's power from God, he wasn't obliged to follow this path. He could enjoy his new life according to his plans and not worry about anything else. Whether he goes further or not is up to him to decide, said the Nameless Man, and asked the hero what he would do. The chairman was worried that while Tae-hyung was talking to the Nameless One, they were missing something important. And it was necessary to stay even at the risk of their lives. Cody and Marcus tried to calm him down. The guy wasn't one to act recklessly, and he would be fine. Time passed and the face of the hero appeared from the portal, coming out as if nothing had happened. He easily used Ricky's portal, which meant that another cheat skill was already working, and the chairman rushed to him to ask what happened to God. Then the hero said, which made the chairman's legs give way, that the god had disappeared, or rather had been absorbed by him. Here even Cody's trust was shaken. Up until this moment, he had always supported the guy. But perhaps it would have been worth telling in more detail if the matter concerned issues of national and global security. The knight resolutely approached the boy as if challenging him, and the air between them immediately became heavier. All attention turned to both of them. The situation could quickly escalate into war. It was a real Cuban Missile Crisis, based on mutual suspicions. To ease the tension a little, the hero told how it all happened, that he heard the voice of the Nameless One, and followed his instructions, and then the Nameless One penetrated him. However, he could not yet tell the subject of their conversation. Of course, this caused another wave of indignation on the part of the chairman. The Nameless One was the most valuable asset of his country, the hope for world domination, hegemony. From the point of view of primitive tribal logic, such emotions were justified. Luckily, Cody followed the spirit of chivalry and was above it. He saw how Tae-hyung fought selflessly trying to save Ricky. They both took risks and fought shoulder to shoulder. If the ally did not want to say anything, there was nothing left to do but accept it. So he simply asked the guy what he would do next, what his intentions were. Tae-hyung answered rather vaguely that he was going to find out what exactly he was capable of. Maybe we'll see him absorb hundreds of skills and learn to use them in sophisticated combos for all occasions, like a rational person would do. After he gave Ricky his last will, the boy had nothing more to do in the new empire and decided to return home. The chairman demanded that Cody stop Kim Tae-hyung, but he did not move. It was obvious from the start that the hero had long since surpassed him, and there was no longer a single creature on Earth capable of stopping this man. Thus, the question of hegemony was decided. Whether it was because of the Nameless One or not, their country had countless opportunities to contact him, but the god did not answer their prayers. It was worth looking at it from the other side. It was not Kim Tae-hyung who absorbed the god, but the nameless one who chose him. It would be foolish to show hostility to someone who was firstly a friend, and secondly a chosen one of divine power. It was reasonable to accept the state of affairs and simply follow the leader. After this, an official conference was held, and the latest events became public knowledge, and the world was shaken by the danger that threatened it. People learned of the 7 Dukes of the Abyss, each of whom was a terrible threat. People were in mourning for the fallen double supreme rank seekers, especially for Ricky, who was known as a very bright and good person. When the guy returned home, he met with Chairman Ju, who was worried about him after hearing all the news. But the hero hastened to say that he was fine. The old man even told the boy not to blame himself too much for what happened, because he did everything he could, and the hero accepted these comforting words. But given their circumstances, time was short, and the chairman heard from Yu A-yeon that the boy was going to the abyss again. The hero's intentions did not change after he learned everything about the Dukes. On the contrary, now the abyss needed him even more. Go Tae-wook wanted to say something, but the chairman stopped him. The deputy believed that this information needed to be communicated to the guy, even though he was about to undertake a dangerous raid into the abyss. While Tae-hyung was away on a rescue mission, an outbreak of an unknown disease began in the world, causing fever and gray spots all over the body. These symptoms resembled the remnants of poison from an unconquered dungeon in the Eastern Empire. The disease had been troubling people in his past life for a long time after his defeat. However, it was strange because this time everything turned out differently, and Venom was defeated earlier. Go Tae-wook reported that after investigating, it was found out that this disease is of unnatural origin. The trail led to a dark guild that had bred this disease here in Tae-hyung's homeland. This was surprising because even though the guild had great influence, it could not conduct such research itself. And now the association was trying to find out who was behind this. The association planned the complete destruction of the Dark Guild on the territory of the country. Since the conversation turned to the Dark Guild, the boy couldn't help but recall his meeting with their leader Min, who had mentioned the chairman in conversation. Deputy Go cried out in surprise when he heard Ming's name and that the boy had met him. This meeting almost became the last, and the hero informed them that Min was now Orgyle's contractor, and it seemed he knew the chairman well. This news saddened the chairman because Min had fallen even more than before, becoming a servant of the monster, and it was necessary to tell the hero about what had happened. Initially, no one was going to hide the truth from the guy, they just didn't want to put all the responsibility on him. So, welcome to another flashback. And you thought that was it, but no. These events happened more than 20 years ago when the hero was not even in the project. There was a gate breakthrough in one area, and Ju, who was then an ordinary seeker, headed there. But they didn't find any monsters there, only a child who had awakened his abilities after the death of his parents. Although it was unknowingly, the 7-year-old boy stopped the rupture of the second-tier gate. As usual, a difficult childhood is the main reason for becoming a bad guy. It was their first meeting, and the experienced Jedi immediately sensed the power within the boy and decided to raise him, contrary to the opinion of the council. Ju was overcome with guilt for not coming earlier and saving Min's family. That's why he took the boy with him and taught him everything he knew. That is, there was still a chance to survive the trauma of childhood. Ju never thought that a boy who hated demons could stray from the path of a human. Ming's talent exceeded all expectations. He absorbed all the teachings without complaint and reached the highest rank while still a schoolboy. Looking back, Ju realized how pathetic his attempts had been, because in the end, it was he who had driven the boy into a corner. The question remained as to when everything went wrong, and the hero asked it. In their time, there were various systems for entering the abyss, Deputy Guo explained. But in the past, there was nothing like that. Despite his young age, Min could start working for the association. Everyone admired him and wanted to go on a raid with him. However, despite his talents, Ming's raids were constantly plagued with incidents and casualties. When the association decided to investigate these cases, they discovered something terrible. Min himself had driven the searchers from his team to death. It was such an incomprehensible turn of character and so senseless that it is not surprising that it raised questions. It turned out that the boy grew up to be a rare bastard. With a bunch of complexes, he perceived himself as the strongest and did not consider it necessary to take care of the weak during a fight. Such people become sociopaths, even if they had a happy childhood. Not all sociopaths become maniacs. Many find their way into the armed forces, special forces, but Min's personality type left no room for cooperation. Fearing responsibility, the association decided to destroy Min and erase his existence. In response, Min killed all the seekers sent after him and fled, becoming a renegade rebel and then an international criminal. In Ming's eyes, only the strongest could survive. It was the disaster and the death of his parents that made him who he was. So he sought to spread this approach to the entire world, calling it salvation. The chairman blamed himself for everything, for all the years he had failed to see the darkness in the boy's heart, and had actually armed him, turning him into a ferocious monster, dangerous to those around him. Taehyung didn't deny that the chairman's influence had been present in this case, and his words sounded quite harsh. If he knew that a Jedi could go to the dark side, he should have split him in two, the hero joked. Or, for example, turn to psychologists and psychiatrists for help. At the same time, the hero promised to catch Min and provide the chairman with the opportunity to conduct a proper educational conversation with his son, who had disowned him. Now this matter became personal for Taehyung. He knew too well how those who are obsessed with their own strength and the humiliation of the weak behave. So the hero was going to join the operation to conquer the abyss, but not right away. There was something the boy wanted to deal with first. Without it, it would be too difficult to concentrate on the upcoming fight. And it was about the new status window that appeared after meeting the Nameless One. The system gave him a quest and started a countdown to its start. And it was called The War of the Peoples of the Abyss. After this, the hero visited the castle of a luxurious and mature woman. It turned out that she was waiting for his quick return, but when the guy saw her condition, he became worried. After the fight with Orgyle, Rosaria's condition left much to be desired, and her beauty seemed to fade. The damage received during the last summon was greater than the hero thought. Even just surviving the collision with the Duke's main body while being summoned was a great success for her, the demoness noted. But her castle was also in a deplorable state and looked dilapidated. Then Rosaria told her that not long before the call to fight Orgyle, the violent vampire Igmun had visited her house. But there was no need to worry about that. The Dukes had not gotten along very well at first, and Rosaria was willing to pay a high price for getting an exceptional contractor. The hero firmly declared that no one would dare to treat his woman like that again. Even though these were just words, they pleased the gorgeous demoness very much, and she smiled faintly. When the boy told her that he had met a god and learned the story of the king, the succubus's eyes opened wide. A new war of nations is coming, the hero told her, and silence fell in the hall. The surprised demoness wanted to know the details of the meeting with the deity, and Taehyung said that in his world there was also a fragment of divinity, and he accidentally encountered it and was able to talk. Even though she had told him before that even if he found out the truth, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Now everything was different, the hero confidently declared. Rosaria nodded. The guy had achieved this power earlier than she thought. Maybe this meeting was an accident, or maybe it was inevitable, considering how he ran around like crazy. Spreading herself more comfortably on the throne, she asked the boy if he had realized his purpose. And since he's here, he obviously should have already had a ready answer. Taehyung again remembered the words of the God Fragment, that he didn't have to accept this whole fate of a hero. Whether to go further or not was only his decision, the Nameless One said in an indifferent voice. At first, Taehyung just wanted to get compensation for his mental wounds. He wanted to throw out his resentment for his miserable life onto the world. But this time, having become stronger, he decided to live differently, and not as a shadow of past complexes. This time he wanted to be truly happy, since fate gave him a second chance. But the more he learned the secrets of the abyss, the more convinced he became that there must be a reason why the king chose him and sent him into the past, giving him power. According to the sun-faced one, he was simply touched by the guy's persistence that he never became awakened, and his willpower. However, the king's true desire was to find someone who could bear his burden as the savior of the world. And from this it followed that he should follow the same path, Kim Taehyung firmly stated. He already understood that it had nothing to do with Earth, but he wanted to end this war in order to protect his world. Therefore, he asked Rosaria for her strength to protect her too and raise her to the highest place. From his words, the demoness's heart began to beat faster. A young, ambitious guy endowed with divine status and says something that made Rosaria blush. She immediately told the hero that he is just a key for now, and he still has a long way to go to match the king. Due to an unknown force, his rank had risen to double the highest, and a colossal power was awakening, the system reported. Even Rosaria was shocked by such an awakening of power, and asked the guy when he managed to get it. The fragment of God inside him heard the hero's intentions and finally merged with him. At these words, the demoness quietly laughed, remembering the past. When the king said that he would pass on his power to another, she was strongly against it, because she believed that only the sun-faced one could bear this burden. But now she realized how wrong she was and looked at the guy with unprecedented tenderness and the experience of a thousand-year-old maiden. It was as if a wave of nostalgia washed over her when she had just become the servant of the sun-faced one. She was a sweet girl with horns that you just wanted to hold on to. Now the line between subordinate and master was a race between them, the demoness said, and she regarded the guy as an equal partner. Ahead of them lay a battle of nations, and she asked the hero how much he knew about it. All he knew was that once he ended the feudal war and united the abyss, there would be an invasion of higher beings. The so-called God was not as kind as he thought. The demoness realized with disappointment that the guy had deceived her and actually didn't know much, but otherwise he wouldn't have received Rosaria's support. Although the demoness didn't know much, she decided to tell him what she knew. The high world did not interfere in their affairs while the dukes were divided, but if with their power the king achieved divinity, it would be a threat to them. More precisely, the king of the upper world did not want this. Everywhere there were their own kings, just like everywhere else, concerned with maintaining their status and power. This king also possessed a fragment of the abyss and was a supreme being, the first to achieve the status of a god. And his name was the king of the demonic gods Baal. What the ancient deity of the Phoenicians forgot here was difficult to understand. The author's ways are inscrutable. In the light-faced man's memories, he fought precisely with a dragon in the last war. It turned out that in reality it was a war between two cheaters, each of whom received an equal shard of the god for who would be supreme. But Rosaria corrected the guy, saying that the Supreme King had already achieved enlightenment and rejected the purpose of his power. Since the light-faced one wanted to return peace and order to the universe, the Supreme Ruler attacked him. The war would have started long ago, but one spell prevents the upper world from invading the lower one, and this was also the idea of the light-faced one. In general, guys, the war of the Upper and Lower Egypt is as it is. From all that was said, it was clear that all the remaining dukes had to be defeated urgently, and an army must be assembled from their forces to repel the invasion. Rosaria then told him everything she knew about the territories of the other dukes and their powers. They talked for a very long time and thoroughly, until they had emptied more than one bottle of fermented grape juice. Finally, the demoness extended her hand to him and offered to decide with whom they would begin their crusade. Taehyung really wanted to start with Orgyle and get revenge on him for what he did. But Orgyle possessed the most extensive lands in the Abyss, and a war of attrition against him was extremely disadvantageous. Here, as usual, a messenger burst in with an urgent message. It was time to move the plot forward. This was Lady Musiren's urgent report on what was happening in the Western lands. Having read it, the demoness, who was clearly and shamelessly aiming for the queen, said that they had just the right opportunity to begin the campaign. So she told the guy to prove that his words were not spoken in vain. The western territories of Rosaria bordered the territory of Igmun, separated by a lifeless desert. But even through these arid places, the vampire's servants managed to pass. There was a battle between them, blades flashed, and it was not yet clear who would win. As a result, the one who looked more like a succubus was wounded, and her sword was split. Lady Musiren deserved to have a name, since she was a double high plus boss, but what could be said about the one who defeated her? It was some other zombie woman with a sewn-up mouth. Since the difference between the monsters was purely in the statistics numbers, which did not affect the gameplay, it was boring to play them. The ranks did not change anything in essence. Blueface, for example, had a triple top rank, but fought like all monsters in hand-to-hand combat, without any special tricky skills, game changers, etc. Bladia humiliated her defeated rival in every possible way and defamed the name of the Queen of the Succubi, after which she simply crushed it with her foot, enjoying the crunch of bones and the humiliation brought to the defeated one. "Survival of the strongest," said Bladia haughtily, and once again trampled on her rival. "In the end, they will all have to bow their heads before her Duke Igmun," the dead woman declared. She then claimed this piece of lifeless, dry desert as Igmun's territory, a dubious acquisition. And it was at that moment that Taehyung arrived on the battlefield. He liked the words about the survival of the strongest. Until now, he had not known mercy to his enemies. The guy grinned and called himself a mercenary of the arrogant Queen Rosaria, whom Bladia was so unashamed to despise. Most abyssal-born creatures lack intelligence. They are ordinary animals driven by the author's unwillingness to think through the evolution of other worlds in all its diversity and complexity. However, sometimes mobs with enormous strength and intelligence are miraculously born. They do not write philosophical treatises on existence, but they can speak. The rest of the mobs obey them, and together they form a dull, boring canon of the lit RPG genre, devoid of any depth or contradictions. Monsters have no special purpose. They are all nothing more than a repository of valuable experience points for the hero. As products of poor logic, monsters establish a hierarchy so that they have some form of organization, with beings of higher status and power ruling over those below and weaker. The Abyss was thus a perfect petri dish in which a selection was constantly made among the monsters that were born in the wasteland with random characteristics and fought with each other. Bladia has always been a creature that devours others. She destroyed hundreds and thousands of monsters alone. Defeating all worthy opponents that were nearby, she met Igmun. The Dukes were taller than ordinary monsters. Their characteristics included not only strength, but also ideas about the world, a quasi-culture, which allowed these creatures to live cut off from society as such. Bladia was completely defeated by the vampire's power and her pride was trampled. At that time, she suffered her first defeat and realized that there was a level of power higher than hers. Igmun told her to remember well that there was a gap between their levels that this monster could not overcome, and therefore it was not worth trying. Each monster's status was determined at birth, and there was only one way to overcome this limit: to gain power from a stronger monster in exchange for becoming its vassal. Having experienced a moment of humiliation, Bladia received strength and a new status, believing that no one else would dare to resist her except her master. She secretly hoped to grow in the shadow of her master and one day surpass him by challenging him. But this dream was also destined to be destroyed, because she met a hero who knew no limits. Bladia believed that she could not lose to a subordinate of the weakest Duchess of the Abyss, but the hero did not even let himself be hit. Having finished playing with the walking corpse, he grabbed her gray hand with its beautiful manicure. And then Bladia saw in him the power of Duchess Rosaria, who had taken her form. Paralyzed, she could not move, and having fallen under the influence of hypnosis, she received a serious wound. Now she had become prey, and the hero began to think about what to do with her. Because he did not devour monsters, but the invasion of the lands of Rosaria had to be dealt with. There was no point in talking to Igmun's small fry, so the boy told her to call her master. In response to this, the proud monster became so furious that it even tore the threads that sewed its mouth together. It screamed something about becoming the greatest creation of the Abyss and other delirium of megalomania. But the dragon's mouth had already closed over her when the hero set the predator into motion. The guy seemed to be mocking the monster because he ended up eating her with a skill rather than literally. Then the wounded Museren approached him, recognizing the hero as the queen's contractor. There was a time when fighting monsters like Bloody would have been epically difficult. So the hero even felt a wave of nostalgia, because after uniting with the Shard, he could challenge even triple-rank monsters. After absorbing Bladia, his blood ejection skill that he got from Igmun was adjusted and required less mana. Regardless of the reasons for these changes, the boy could now absorb the power of other dukes by attacking their subordinates. However, as soon as Bladia became a pool of blood that was quickly absorbed into the desert sand, Igmun emerged from it, arriving only when his valuable asset was torn to pieces. It turned out that from the very beginning, he did not count on the success of his subordinate and used her as bait to lure the hero out of the shelter. Now they met face to face without the twists of summoning and other things. But the hero was not afraid at all because he was also looking for a vampire. Since their intentions towards each other were symmetrical, Igmun suggested celebrating this reunion. Chairman Ju stretched tiredly in his chair, and his gaze fell on an old photograph of the heads of all the guilds in the country. He felt nostalgic as he looked at their young faces and realized how much he himself had aged. Then his deputy burst into the room, surprised to find his boss in his office. It turned out that the association had just been contacted by some vagabonds who reported that the place they had observed had begun to move. So now the scouts waited for further orders from the association. Then the chairman declared that it was time to carry out Order 66 and ordered all national-level power seekers to be gathered, and he himself intended to join them. However, Kim Tae-hyung has not yet returned from the Abyss, Deputy Go reminded worriedly. Chairman Ju then objected that they could not rely on one single person forever. They had to cope with the problems without the hero because he was now busy following his own path. They were supposed to become reliable helpers for the child who was on the right path, the old man said. And Deputy Guo sensed in his words the shadow of Ming and regrets about the past that could no longer be corrected. They must do what is necessary because this is their last battle, the chairman declared decisively. Meanwhile, Tae-hyung and Igmun were playing a staring contest. For some reason, the vampire decided that he really needed to remember his manners and etiquette. He introduced himself formally and bowed slightly, persistently pretending to be an aristocrat, which, in fact, he never was. Ask him why all this was necessary, this whole masquerade, and he would not answer you like that madman who mistook his wife for a hat. But Taehyung decided to play along. It all boils down to a regular fight anyway, so why not have some fun with the show? And he also gave his name as a title. He called himself the King's Key. Realizing that the guy was indeed the heir to that power, Igman offered him to break the contract with Rosary and make one with him. In return, the hero will receive strength, power, and influence that the demoness does not have, and then together they will rule the galaxy. But could the hero exchange a castle with a luxurious queen and 100 maids for some vampire? Only a bloodsucker would benefit from this deal. It is obvious that any duke would want to make a contract with a hero to take away the king's power from him. So Taehyung knew very well about the intentions that were hidden behind the beautiful and noble speeches. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, the vampire decided to take the key by force, but in this situation, he could no longer guarantee the integrity of the guy's body. Igmun was surprised why the hero did not believe him, but willingly trusted the demoness, and then Taehyung answered him that they had an equal partnership. For someone accustomed to relying on force to determine hierarchy, the concept of trusting and equal relationships was simply incomprehensible. The previous king had subjugated all the dukes by force. Taehyung chuckled because he never said that he refused to use force. It would just be directed at the most stubborn ones. After that, the guy boldly declared that he also had an offer for the vampire to become his subordinate and join his army in the future war between the higher and lower kingdoms. Igman also laughed at such impudence. The pathetic man became very arrogant after becoming the key to the king's power. Bloody blades summoned by Igman appeared above the hero. The negotiations were over. However, this attack was repelled by exactly the same bloody blades that jumped out from under the ground. Since the bloodsucker refused to come to an agreement and enlist in the hero's army, he needed to be taught a special lesson. But the proud vampire quickly recovered from the initial shock, and a fight began between them. When the hero threw his blades at Igman, they collided with an invisible barrier that surrounded the enemy. The Duke was unhappy that the boy was using his power as he pleased and not paying rent, so he summoned a giant bow. The hero already understood that this would not be an easy battle, because the Duke stood one step above the creatures with the triple highest rank, so simple bragging was not enough to defeat him. Then the guy decided to test something and decided to switch from long-range attacks to close combat. He wanted to see how far he could go in a battle with the Duke. After he absorbed the Shard of God, the hero spread his wings and easily dodged the shot. And flying past, he inflicted a wound on the enemy with his hand on which he had grown claws, but he himself was wounded. Even so, all this was nothing more than a prelude to the real exchange of blows. Igmun praised the guy. He really did skillfully use the stolen skills. But it was too early to be surprised because the hero had many powers, using the blood emission and the beast transformation. Combined with each other, he broke the bloody sword. The vampire recognized Orgyle's skill with surprise as the boy lunged at him with his claws. In response to this, he again tried to throw it away with his sword, angered by the impudence of the cheating boy. But this blade was also broken by a bare hand. In close combat, Igman was clearly inferior. Now he felt how much stronger the one who had recently been hiding under Rosaria's skirt had become. The way some man was pushing back the Duke amazed everyone who watched this battle. Considering all the skills, mutations, and changes in essence, Taehyung could no longer be called human for a long time. The boy mocked the bloodsucker and his aristocratic arrogance, and he justified himself by saying that the boy had not yet seen even 1/100th of his strength. Igman decided that since a couple of blades were not enough, he needed to call upon 100 weapons, and then he would definitely win. But Taehyung didn't intend to play with him either, so he aroused the dragon's wrath. After all, he hasn't used even 100th of his strength yet, the guy said with pathos. He quickly closed in on the vampire, leaving him no chance to attack from a distance. After which he plunged his hand into him. The skill of the devil's saliva endowed the hero's mana with poisonous properties. Thus, the vampire's blood was infected. Suddenly, when he thought he had already coped, Igmun's body turned into a pool of blood from which it was created. The vampire admitted defeat because the very fact that his main body received a wound from the boy was humiliating. And for this he promised to repay him by placing the hero in the center of a bloody field, a special power that only Igmun had. Taehyung tried to call Rosaria to destroy this space, but it didn't work. The parts of the body that came into contact with the blood were rapidly losing mana. Having made a mistake, The boy allowed himself to be pulled into a trap and was now drowning in this artificial lake. He sank deeper and deeper and soon became so weak that he lost consciousness. The waves carried him to the shore where Igmund was waiting for him. The Duke grumbled that the boy had caused him a lot of trouble and reached out his hand to him. However, the moment this happened, his body suddenly disappeared, which puzzled Igmund. It was indeed easy to get confused because this place was very similar to his Red Meadow, Taehyung said. But in fact, this territory belonged to that bastard. The vampire was even more surprised because the guy spoke as if he was talking about someone else. And turning around, he saw a double of the hero with red eyes. Before him was the true essence of the key, the vampire guessed when he was greeted. The double grinned. Everyone who came here wondered about his essence, but no one ever received an answer. The arrogant Duke reminded his double of his title and ordered him to answer him politely. But for the predator, they were all just food, so their status meant nothing. He saw other boundaries up there, he said to the settlers and meaningfully raised his finger upward. Both used Igmund's power to create floating blades of blood. The vampire irritably stated that the double was not particularly different from the guy on the outside. But then he saw how the bloody sword changed shape and devoured his magic, which meant it was not his ability. The predator took advantage of his trick and absorbed the magical power of the astonished vampire. He was always happy to have extra mana, and thanked her for the hearty meal. This was another blow to the pride of the monster who pretended to be noble and even wore a medieval costume. Igmund exploded into a swarm of bloody tentacles. He decided to first catch the villain and then find out who he was. The vampire used the power of this spiritual world, so even the predator was surprised. But last time even a fly gave him trouble. What's surprising when there's a whole Duke here? However, there was something the vampire didn't know about the original, the predator stated, and a wall of blood rose to the sky in front of his face. Igmund also directed the streams, gathering them into heavy waves and unleashing a whole tsunami on the enemy. In this world, one field can oppose another, so the double was able to break through straight to Igmund. He paralyzed him with the combined skill of Apocalypse, and then introduced him to his fist. The vampire was thrown back and rolled across the wide expanse of the stormy lake. The double began to complain. His protege had such impressive skills, but he didn't even know how to use them properly, and everything turned out too clumsy and awkward. The boy allowed himself to be exhausted, so the double had to show himself, although he usually did not interfere. But he even liked this arrangement. So he ordered the despised Duke to rise to his feet and clench his teeth tighter. Then the usual educational beating began. At this point, Igmund had no time for evasions or tricks, and the vampire was clearly not used to getting his noble face punched. He lacked practice, but the predator apparently visited the gym and watched fights without rules, because he did not experience any particular difficulties in his series of combos. Once again, the vampire was thrown back and flew over the Red Sea. But no one was going to let him go. The double caught up with him right in flight, after which he crushed it with his foot so that a whole geyser of spray rose up. The Duke must never have been beaten like that since he took his title. At that very moment, Igmund fired some kind of hard spike, but the predator's jaws snapped and caught him. It happened at the very last minute. But the double was not at all afraid for his life. Suddenly he fell down, and it turned out that he had somehow lost his leg. Igmund, on the contrary, came to his senses, and did not even think of sparing the double of the arrogant boy. In the vampire's hands was a sealing sword that contained the power of the enemy he had cut. Perhaps with the help of this weapon, he planned to absorb the power of the king. The recovery would take some time, and the predator realized that once in Taehyung's body, he had become too careless. Thinking about what to do, he remembered his original and hoped that the guy was not sleeping. The Duke had already taken enough damage while the hero was simply resting. This means that the final phase of the battle could have been left to him. The moral of this story is that a crowd can even put out a lion. Using a sneak attack from behind, Taehyung absorbed Igmund, and the world he was trapped in began to crumble. Despite the severe wound, Igmund could still stand on his feet and cursed that he had lost only to the pitiful ghost of a king. And then Rosaria was able to break into this world and come to the hero's aid. She was worried about her future king, but the guy said that everything was fine. Here the Duke decided to resign his powers and deal with everyone another time. Before he dissolved into a puddle, he promised them that he would definitely return and take revenge. And the hero promised that he would not allow this to happen with all his might. Rosaria was glad that the boy was not hurt. She would not have sent him personally if she had known that Igmund himself would come to the meeting. But wasn't that what one should expect after all? What else do dukes do if not fight personally? It was worth calling her immediately, the hero agreed, and leaned back in the arms of the luxurious demoness. Yet they managed to loudly declare the beginning of the feudal war. And Rosaria sighed heavily because she got a man who always went straight ahead. Meanwhile, on Earth, a battle was also raging. The association attacked the lair of the Dark Guild. The entire team was in a hurry to catch up with the guild leaders before they escaped again. Yu Ayong had already gone after those who tried to escape, so there was a chance to kill all the cultists at once. However, it was not worth relaxing because she could also have problems with the one she was pursuing. At this point, Chairman Zhu arrived at the scene and politely knocked on the door. He ordered everyone to lie face down on the floor and surrender because they were already surrounded. That's when they came across Mr. Shadow, a man who wore a gas mask and had a lot of complexes. He said that the association had fallen into a trap. The deputy of the Dark Guild and the last of the triad that Taehyung never caught, the chairman recognized this weirdo. Then he realized that the one Yu Ai-yeon was pursuing was most likely his adopted son, the apostate. The pursuit led them into an industrial zone. They couldn't go any further, and Yu Aeyong left the vehicle. She herself did not think that she would meet him in this way, having recognized the face of the one she was pursuing. But it was director Lee Jong-soo whom everyone had already forgotten about. He was still a cardboard cutout character. His appearance was not something surprising for the scout. She had long suspected the clan of having ties to a dark guild. The gray disease that engulfed the country was the work of this bastard. A bunch of cultists couldn't have done such a thing alone. Moreover, it was the Taesong group that was the first to release a vaccine, which caused their shares to skyrocket in price. The scout regretted that there was not enough evidence, but now that she had caught him directly, she did not need it. She asked the scoundrel as part of the investigation why he had betrayed the people, and Chonsu justified himself by saying that it brought him direct benefit, better than being crushed and worthless. He was also very unhappy with the current state of affairs because the other guilds had taken over everything along with the association, leaving them no place in the market. All these were the usual tricks of a dirty, greedy man. And although Yu Ae-yeon acted as if she had already arrested the scoundrel, he hastened to show that this was not the case. The scout just chuckled. The awakened one was only of ordinary rank and pretended to be God knows what. However, with the help of demonization, Lee Jong-soo has long gone beyond his talents and torn the shirt on his body. The spy didn't expect this and asked in surprise what it was. The hero had told her about something similar, which meant that it wasn't just the virus that had escaped from Charon's lab. Now, according to the statements of the head of the Daesung clan, he has reached the national level. He hastened to introduce the spy to his fist without any decency. There was also a fight going on in the villain's lair. All the Dream Team seekers did not hold back their skills, but none of them were able to touch the pompous masked villain. No matter how much they tried, the result was the same. It was just unclear how Shadow became so strong. Since melee attacks didn't work, they tried using magic, but the result was the same. The enemy seemed invulnerable, but at the same time could counterattack. His long, creeping shadows picked up the magicians and lifted them up. Then Chairman Ju stepped in, but he too was unable to touch the villain. And the insecure traitor himself boasted that it was initially impossible to catch him, and therefore he always eluded them. The squad swore this could only be called cheating. There was no fair play on the server. But Chairman Zhu had already realized that the villain's words were just a bluff. He had already noticed something and decided to check it out. Then the hero's dream team repeated their well-coordinated attack, all of them national-level seekers. Shadow boasted that life taught them nothing, despite the fact that the seekers had such a rank. And with the help of his ability, he caught everyone in his tentacles. But then Chairman Zhu attacked him, waiting for the right moment. Just like the first attack, there was a limit on target acquisition, so in order to evade Chairman Shadow's attack, 2 had to be released. This meant that he could not attack and defend at the same time. The most important thing was to catch the right moment, and the chairman deliberately exposed himself. At the same time, Lim Aeong attacked the enemy directly from behind the chairman's broad back. Her power turned the entire room into a glacier in an instant. It was an area effect attack that was difficult to dodge. Once the enemy was trapped, the chairman used ancient national martial arts. The sorceress from the team was happy again, hoping that this time they had eliminated the enemy. But this turned out not to be the case. The mask was torn off the villain's face, and smiling, he praised Teacher Ming for being able to analyze his abilities so quickly. The chairman growled, asking where Min was now, but he hardly had a chance to get an answer that way. From the start, Shadow knew it would be difficult to hold off so many skilled seekers, but he simply bought himself time to download the data and move to another building. At the chairman's signal, Lim Aong tried to tie up the enemy again, but he had already slipped away, saying in parting that a portal to the demon world would soon open. Kang Hyuk grumbled indignantly that the scoundrel had escaped again and they would have to chase him. But the chairman said that there was no time for that. Lim Aong was also worried about her sister, even though they were not on the best of terms. Yet she told him not to worry about her, because Yue Yun was strong enough to stand up for herself. And so it was, Lee Chan-sung quickly received more than he could carry. His main problem was the lack of combat experience, which was more important when the forces were equal. Moreover, Yue Yun's abilities were not limited to her highest rank. She had not been idle all this time. In the past, the hero asked her for a personal meeting, and the scout even thought that the guy decided to make the first move. But it turned out to be a regular training. In this way, the guy wanted to eliminate her lag from the rest of the dream team. The girl pouted and at first said, offended, that she would not waste time on such nonsense. Then the guy shared with her his intentions to bring every seeker from his team to the national level, including her sister. This was a forbidden move, and the spy absolutely could not lose to her younger sister. And the hero ordered her to follow him. The heads of the Indivisibles and the wizards had already reached the highest rank, and even more. She too could not lag behind as the leader of the Wanderers. From that day on, they spent a whole week together every day in close contact with each other, and then trained. Thanks to this, Yu Ai-yeon surpassed her limits, opened all her chakras, and by hiding them from the public, she ended up luring her enemies into a trap. Pressing the flaming-tipped spear to the traitor's throat, she asked his last words. The more evidence he gives, the faster and more painless his death will be, the intelligence officer promised. At this point, the traitor began to cry out pitifully that it was enough to watch his suffering from the sidelines. And it turned out that the head of the Dark Guild did come to the meeting, and all this time, he was simply enjoying the show. But Chonsu himself said that he could handle it himself, and now he was forcing him to do the cleaning for him. He should have been grateful that they were partners, otherwise he would have been dead, Min said. And the scout stared in shock at the man who had suddenly appeared. The scoundrel smiled sarcastically and greeted the girl as if she were an old friend. At the same time, the hero returned to his homeland with the help of his portal. It was already night outside. Quite a lot of time had passed since he left, and the guy hoped that nothing terrible had happened. Some time ago, right after the battle with Igmun, Tai Hyung opened his eyes. And immediately he saw above him the beautiful, refined face of Rosaria, and his head lay on her soft and warm knees. The awakening was quite pleasant. It's not every day that you wake up in the bedroom of such a luxurious woman, the hero thought, and looked around. Her room was filled with the scent of roses, light, and coolness. During the battle with the vampire, the hero had completely exhausted himself, so the demoness brought him here to recover. She filled his vessel with her mana, and the boy slept here for 2 days. 2 days in his case was like an eternity, and he hoped that nothing had happened in that time. As they expected, a full-scale war had begun. The other dukes were already aware of his battle with Igmun. All of them, after centuries of protecting their territories, finally began to move. Shaky alliances were formed and intrigues were woven. However, the first target of the dukes was the weakened Igmun, whose territories were a tasty morsel. This was quite expected, the demoness said, because the vampire had lost half of his strength and was now the weakest, and the world of the dukes was cruel. Since Rosaria did not take part in this battle, no one touched her possessions yet, because she retained her powers, and besides, the news that the king's key lived in her possession held back the other dukes. While the boy was sleeping, the caring demoness looked into his memories and noticed that the boy had won only due to great luck, because he had received help from his double in the middle of the fight. The hero managed to pacify the settler to extract something like rent, but not to drive him out completely. In Rosaria's opinion, the doppelganger was some kind of agreement that the king left to protect the boy, but it was a very dangerous creature. There was nothing pleasant about being dependent on a double, so she advised him to avoid such situations. And to do that, as you can guess, he needs to become stronger again. Rosaria immediately offered herself as a partner, and for training as well, she promised to be very useful. The duel with the experienced Duchess was quite tempting in itself, so the hero became interested. But first he decided to return to Earth for a short while and check how things were going there. Which surprised the demoness. She was confident in her charm. The hero grinned. After all, Earth was his home, so he couldn't leave it for long. That's why he came back, because he promised to help, to deal with the Dark Guild, which could not be left in the rear. The flow of time was different in the Abyss and on Earth, but despite the dark night, the guy found the association building too deserted. Apparently, even simple guards, cleaners, and clerks were mobilized. The coming morning brought nothing good to the association, and instead of triumph, they were forced to admit the failure of the operation. Many of the seekers from Yu Ayan's squad were killed, and the main villains escaped. Then everyone heard Kim Tae-hyung's name and turned around in amazement. The hero came to look at them as if they were little children who had caused trouble in the absence of adults. Yu A-yeon has gone missing, the chairman told him in a heavy voice, fully aware of how everything looked from the outside. He told what happened and how they attacked the base but ended up getting separated. As soon as the main base was cleared of mobs, they rushed to support the scout squad, but it was too late. Chairman Ju blamed himself for what happened. It was stupid to let Yu Ayong go without cover. He was already preparing to resign from his position as the head of the association. Lim Ae-yeon countered that it was all because of their faith in their sister's powers, and Kong Hyun agreed with her that it wasn't the old man's fault. But the main accuser of himself in everything that happened was the hero, who was the center of the universe, and only on him everything in this world depended, even the sunrise. If the guy didn't solve the problems of the abyss, then the whole Earth would be in danger. But if the people he wanted to protect ended up just dying, then that didn't make sense either. Taehyung didn't want to go through the loss of loved ones again, like what happened with Ricky, who died despite the fact that he was one step away from her. They couldn't rely on him forever, the stubborn chairman said, even though he had just botched an operation. But what was wrong with relying on him, their hero asked, because he simply wanted to find his happiness. And that was precisely why he needed strength. He was sure that Yu Aeong was still alive. They wouldn't have taken her if they hadn't considered her a valuable trophy, which meant the girl could have been saved. Turning to Go Taewook, the guy asked how the search was going, and he replied that they were doing everything possible, even contacting the police. Looking at the boy, the chairman thought that he would never allow him to bear the burden of responsibility alone. And yet he was grateful to him for his understanding, for his important words. While they were thinking about what to do next and how to organize a rescue operation, the chairman's number was called. There was only one person who knew this personal number, and the chairman immediately recognized Min's voice. The impudent apostate was making fun of me and talking some insignificant nonsense. The previous attack caught them off guard because Min thought that the association had long since turned into a one-hero dream team. But the chairman was clearly not in the mood for a heart-to-heart chat and shouted into the phone and demanded to know where Yu Wyong was. As they thought, the girl was alive but hardly in the best condition. Everyone simply left her alive knowing about her imaginary or real connection with Kim Tae-hyung. The details were not important. And to sort this out, Min invited the hero on a date to Tartarus, the deepest dungeon of the abyss. Then the guy himself picked up the phone and said that he would come, demanding guarantees for Yu Aeon's safety, which was clearly a weak move for him. He even threatened the villain and made a scary face, but it hardly made any sense in his situation. Min also made a scary face and even opened his eyes, suggesting that the guy hurry up before he put the scout to bed. When Min hung up, someone nearby laughed in a creaky voice. It was some strange old man who was hunting for the succubus queen's contractor. I won't say what his name was because it's intolerant of the people of the Middle East, but he was the head of an international terrorist organization. Min immediately said that the guy was his prey and the occultist had better not drool over him. The blue old man didn't object. He just wanted to see who defeated his subordinate demon Neru, and at the same time, he prepared an excuse for his master. After all, he didn't want the demon lord to scold him for the fact that the occultist gave the king's key to Orgile's servant. Yu Aeyong, who had not yet lost consciousness, thought at that moment that the guy shouldn't come here. It was too dangerous. But this was exactly what he was going to do because no problem could be solved without him in this world. And he was going alone, of course. The rest, as usual, had to wait, believe, hope, pray, and so on. And the hero firmly promised that he would definitely return with Yu Aeon. It seems that his main ability was to never doubt himself. The Tartarus Labyrinth was located in the very depths of the abyss, if it is correct to talk about the depth and width of this formation. Until now, it was not clear what it was. A set of locations, a continent, a curved space. The guy eliminated the first mobs and went down into the dungeon, as planned. Inside, 3 mentally ill and disabled people were waiting for him, united by one, difficult childhood, without a bicycle. Min, as usual, narrowed his eyes and grinned poisonously when he saw the guy. Of all the dungeons discovered by mankind, Tartarus was considered the most dangerous. The dungeon itself was a very confusing place, and the mobs here were also high-level monsters. No one had ever reached the bottom of the labyrinth and found out what was there. It was an abyss within an abyss, where only double-ranked seekers could enter. However, in reality, this level had already been passed long ago by the pompous old man who stood before the hero and bragged. If the owner of the dungeon is not destroyed, the gate will not break through, and the cultists use this feature. They managed to seal the triple-rank boss and the master of this labyrinth. Now that the ogre had been captured, he no longer looked so menacing, but in reality it had taken a lot of effort to catch him. Once called the King of the Giants, he lost to Augrail and gave him the place of Duke. But Mina wasn't interested in the loser monsters. He already understood that the crazy grandfather simply brought him to show off his strength. But he only cursed and repeated that this was all part of a big and bold plan. The hero would have to go through a labyrinth with monsters and run into an ambush by cultist forces. In general, the usual strategy is to first wear out the enemy and then engage him in battle when he has already become easy prey. It was boring because you had to sit and do nothing for a long time, especially since the old man did not shut up and constantly talked nonsense with acclaimed wisdom. When the dungeon shook from the blows, they realized that the mouse that had climbed into the mousetrap was perhaps a little too small for the size of that very mousetrap. There was such a roar that even the old man was amazed. And this guy just knocked on the front door. He just had to destroy the dungeon. Taehyung used some skill on the entire labyrinth and appeared right in front of the villains. In this situation, all efforts to contain the hero and weaken him turned out to be pointless. But the old man objected that at this rate, the hero would simply use up all his strength before he could enter into battle with Ming. At that moment, he felt a connecting skill on himself, one of the ones that Ricky used. It allowed him to drain mana from the target, thanks to another skill, the Heart of the Highest Kind. It was precisely this that at one time succeeded in tying up and greatly weakening Chairman Cha-Ron. Combined with the apocalypse that the hero cast on the entire dungeon, this created an infinite area of effect. He came up with this technique inspired by Igmun's power and his fight with him. Min only chuckled in response to such actions and asked the old man if he would continue to receive slaps. Then he touched the floor with his staff and swore foully or recited a spell it was impossible to make out. While he was using his magic, Ming used his whole skill, which destroyed other skills. This approach saved them from draining their mana, but Shadow was forced to lie flat on the floor by gravity. Taehyung didn't keep himself waiting long, and breaking through the ceiling, he burst into the main hall. In the end, Min even praised the hero for catching the moment when the skill was cancelled in reverse order, and what that meant was completely unclear. Then the main frontman came in and said that they had not chosen the best place to hide. Now when he came, he immediately demanded that she give him back the girl. Min didn't even know what to say. He himself hadn't talked to girls for a long time, so he didn't want to break up with Yu Aong. At this time, the old man next to him turned on a purple spotlight under his feet. He was very upset that the guy refused the gifts and let his whole plan go down the drain, and he also acted as if the old man wasn't there. "You come here and ask, but there is no respect in your words," the old man said through his teeth, and he asked Ming to wait a little to save face. The villain reminded the bodybuilder that they had a different agreement, and he replied that he would definitely give him the guy's corpse. After which he gave up his spirit, or at least the aura of the old man, so that even Min had to jump aside. He landed next to Shadow and called the old man crazy. Their team clearly lacked coordination. For some reason, the old man started introducing himself again, and even asked the guy if he had heard his name. "Help, we don't know anything about you." However, the hero did the old man honor and said that he knew the madman's name well. He was a villainous villain, through whose fault many people were skillfully killed. But what and whom he was speaking out against is decidedly unclear. Nobody knew what rank this madman had. He caused large-scale destruction. In Taehyung's past life, he was the first to reach the double supreme rank. The old man was flattered that he was recognized and said that he had known the guy since he killed his student in East Point. The hero remembered another intolerantly colored character and did not understand why they were chatting for so long instead of starting to fight. However, the madman said that he simply wanted to know the limits of the strength of the guy who became famous in the Abyss and on Earth, and not at all to take revenge. It turned out that while they were chatting, the madman created some kind of field under the guy, in which many skills were also integrated. You are being engulfed by dystopia. A process of resistance is underway with the help of mysterious forces, the system coldly minted. This skill slowly destroyed the target's characteristics until they dropped to 0. In response to which the old man expected to see a skill with a field that the hero created. But the future emperor of the galaxy only raised an eyebrow haughtily. He did not understand that he had forgotten a passing character here, and ordered him to get out of the way and not interfere in a battle that was not his. The old man said that the guy's hands were tied, and in any case, he would not be able to avoid their battle since only he knew the girl's location. And while the madman was waiting for the hero, he conducted an experiment on Yu Ion with the power of Beelzebub, placing the power of the Duke into her. In this case, the girl most likely faced a painful and excruciating death. In general, the senile man clearly enjoyed his evil experiments and provoked the hero, and the guy agreed to respond to his provocation, but not at all as the occultist expected. It turned out that the hero was not holding back at all. The old man pierced with his body the magical area that he himself had built. At that very moment, the boy reminded them all of his promise that death would seem like a relief to them if they dared to touch the hostage. After which he told the trash to get up and stop pretending. It was his time to play bad guy, the hero said. Min and his friend Shadow were somewhat surprised by this turn of events. The old man stretched far back. He almost lost his head from the blow, but it miraculously remained in place. He appreciated the guy's strength and determination, as well as the speed of his reaction, and this was with the debuff working. The guy deserved praise. You won't find another monster like him, the madman admitted. But who was the bigger monster was yet to be found out. Something strange was happening to the old man's body. The old man grinned. The guy finally became interested in him and then suggested that he leave the childish games of who has the best skills. It was a battle of the chosen ones, said the madman, and turned into a real monster, introducing himself to the guy for the third time as Beelzebub's contractor. Previously, it was Charon, so Taehyung was a little surprised when he looked at the ugly monster. The hero first encountered Beelzebub's mana when he absorbed the renegade who turned into venom. It turned out that Karen was just a backup option, and he was never given an official contract with the Duke, and that's how corporate culture overwhelmed even the Abyss with its dirty tricks. At the same moment after the heart-rending confession, the real contractor of Beelzebub rushed to grab the guy. And in the end, he caught everyone in a very necessary flashback designed to reveal the motivation of a character who will soon be sent to the scrap heap anyway. Well, not date bio. From a young age, the boy loved to watch creatures fight for survival and also look at destruction, listen to death cries, and smell blood. He had such an innate evil nature, and all because he didn't have a bicycle as a child. Then he joined a group of the same humiliated and insulted. For some reason, no one could catch them. And then the execution of the villains was placed in the hands of the Lord. But God never came, and it was unlikely that he could be frightened by prophecies. So the madman believed neither in God nor in the devil, and his life was empty. In the end, their cell of men who wanted something incomprehensible was closed down by a global organization. They came and quickly dealt with all the external threats that their new empire had created throughout the world, with its expansive foreign policy, striving for hegemony and globalism. The villainous villain was wounded and ordered to surrender immediately. Looking at the hard faces of the Seekers, he thought that his story was already over. And perhaps at that moment his pot finally burned out, and the madman began to believe in the devil. He awakened and summoned a monster in the form of a huge flying life to protect himself. Demonic Gate was a skill that allowed one to summon monsters from the very depths of the abyss. With this power, the villainous villain quickly overtook even the useless global organization in growth speed, and became the most dangerous creature on Earth, after his mother, of course. But one question continued to bother the madman. Where do the creatures he summons come from? And for the next decades, he wandered in search. Until one day he met Beelzebub, who was sitting, not bothering anyone, fixing a Primus stove. The madman fell to his knees and asked to be honored, and to know the name of the one he had been looking for so many years. Then the demon lord became interested in this man and introduced himself to him. The man began to bow even lower and called himself his eternal servant, promising to bring evil into the world of people. Even though Beelzebub had no idea what this madman was talking about, he still smelled like him. And so he agreed to accept the madman as his contractor just to get him off his back. The demon lord not only accepted the servant, but also shared his power with him. And now the offspring of the human world served the demon with a cruelty that even people are not capable of. Taehyung didn't have time to dodge and blocked, but ended up flying back from the blow. Having landed, the freak giggled contentedly as if he had pulled off some kind of prank. Now it became clear to Min that the old man's words, that he would simply come to look at the king's key but would not touch it, turned out to be a lie. The freak replied that the demon's words should always be misunderstood. But at that moment, their dispute was resolved by the hero, who activated the Predator skill. With a wave of his hand, he released his devourer from its chain. The dragon's mouth instantly rushed towards the ugly monster. Just when the mutant thought that this skill was useless against him, he immediately lost his arm. Taehyung didn't care what they all thought, after all. He was going to fight all the dukes. There was hardly any point in worrying about their contractors. As soon as he squeezed his hand, the mutant growled in pain like a girl. Min didn't hesitate any longer. He just scolded the old man for being a fool and entering into battle with the guy without knowing anything about his abilities and therefore ending up in such a situation. But then the hero summoned the dragon's aura and made Min understand that he himself knew nothing about his skills. The shadow that everyone had already forgotten about crawled out of hiding and decided that now was the time to attack from behind. But Taehyung's overwhelming strength was so great that he couldn't even move. In the end, the deputy head of the villain guild bowed before the hero. The goal that Taehyung was pursuing was beyond even the level of the dukes. So, ordinary contractors can go to their masters and convey that he can only be defeated in a fair fight, and not by threatening hostages. And he openly challenged the dukes to a fight, making it clear who was the main boss in the building. The old mutant grew his arm back and called the guy too arrogant for a pathetic human. But Taehyung only grinned because the old man himself was a pathetic little man, and also a runner for a monster. They just have different vessels, the hero explained, and kicked the sick mutant again. The blow was so fast that even with the power of Beelzebub, the old man could not keep track of the boy. One punch, I would like to scream, but no, the fight has degenerated into a one-sided, boring beating with fists in a world where there is magic and atomic bombs. As a result, the hero quickly trampled all the pride of the madman with a difficult childhood. The blow was so strong that even the floor beneath the mutant cracked when he crashed into it. Taehyung used his predator skill again, and his red, spiky aura began to suck the mutant's strength. He cried out pitifully in pain and asked for forgiveness. "I was guilty and wrong. I will correct myself." And then the hero put Rosaria's hypnosis on him to find out where they hid Yu Aong. But the demon declared that he was Beelzebub's servant, and at that moment Min attacked the hero again. Taehyung easily caught his hand with his beast paw and asked him not to interrupt while he was talking. Min grinned and his eyes sparkled at the occasion. "How can one stand aside," he said angrily, "when such heartfelt conversations are taking place here?" In the end, he threw Taehyung's hand away. Min's brute force was not enough to stop him. They exchanged a couple of blows and then the hero delivered a successful uppercut. The ground shook from their blows, and Shadow couldn't even get up from his place, crushed by the presence of such monsters. Even among the contractors there was a huge gap, he realized. Although it might seem from the outside that Min had a chance, the course of the battle could turn at any moment, and there was no longer any point in thinking about suppressing Kim Taehyung. After another slap, Min jumped back, breaking the distance. However, all this time he enjoyed their fight. Only by enduring powerful blows could Min be convinced that he was truly strong. The hero apologized for hitting so weakly and hastened to correct it. Min grinned madly and asked to beat him harder, coughing up blood. His strange inclinations were evident. It seemed Chairman Ju hadn't raised him enough in childhood. However, the hero failed to deliver the final blow. Shadow stood in his way and covered Ming with his body. He suggested retreating before it was too late because they hadn't come here for fun, although Min protested, because this was his best fight. If Taehyung couldn't be captured, he had to be destroyed. Moreover, the crazy old man had already escaped, and the boss's seal had faded. It was high time to destroy the dungeon along with the hero. And although Min was categorically against it, in the end, they ran away, melting away like smoke. The disappearance of the dungeon is not just destruction, it is a break from the dimension no matter how talented the hero is. Against the laws of the abyss, everyone is equally helpless. The villains wished for the hero to disappear along with Tartarus while he was here looking for Yu Aong. Taehyung looked at the dungeon master who was spinning helplessly in the seal. He was mortally wounded and it looked like he was about to die soon. It would have been possible to simply get out of here, but for a true hero, this was not an option. The hero firmly decided that he would not face something like this twice, and this time he would make it in time. And if he had the healing skill of a saint, there would be no problems with this at all. He would just heal the boss and look for the girl as much as he wanted. At this time, the hero's support team was worried and concerned about him. In general, they were engaged in productive, useful activities at your taxes. Kang Hyun was the one shouting loudest about how they needed to go with the guy and not sit here and suffer. But Captain Park understood that they would only get in the way. Then the deputy entered the hall and reported alarming news. Tartarus had just burst in the abyss and the dungeon itself had disappeared. "Since it's cleared, where is Kim Taehyung and the hostage?" the chairman shouted. However, no one came out of the dungeon and the chairman's legs gave way at this news. Meanwhile, the queen of the succubi was receiving guests in her castle and raised an eyebrow in displeasure like a jealous wife. Not only did he show up at her bedroom without knocking, but he did it with some other woman, and a different one at that. The hero smiled guiltily and told this gorgeous demoness that he was very glad to see her. There was no doubt that he was speaking sincerely, and such a semi-final could be called quite successful.